Chapter 471. Gotham. Under the hazy sky, there are modern streets with a bit of Gothic and church style. Compared with other cities, there are no eye-catching colorful billboards and three-dimensional projections. The black-haired young man in a dark red trench coat and a hooded girl walk deeper and deeper into the winding and narrow alleys in the edge of the city. Abandoned garbage and trash cans can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. It seems that the city has not changed in the past few years. A tiny invisible girl's shadow flashed through the air, like a point of light leading the way. Master, Alice suddenly stopped in the air. What, are we here? Nian raised his eyes. Alice said, it's right in front, however, someone is watching you from behind. Well, I've noticed it. Nian nodded. His spider sense had noticed that someone was following him, but since the spider sense didn't give much warning, he ignored him. Alice quickly recognized the other party's identity and replied, it's the local Shuego gang. Maybe I saw that you are an outsider, so I wanted to make a deal. Are there still such things as gangs these days? Nian shook his head and laughed, and felt that Gotham was worthy of its simple folk customs. The hooded girl didn't look back, a dark light appeared in her eyes, and she slowly raised her little hand. Nian said, no need to kill them, just let them stop their actions temporarily. The words just fell. At the corner not far behind the street, 3 gangsters who were sneaking behind them suddenly fell to the ground. Let's go. Nian ignored these minions, took Raven and Kanluo, and continued to go deeper under Alice's guidance. Not long after they left, 2 teenagers in combat uniforms appeared at the corner of the street here, looking at the gang man casually lying on the ground in surprise. A young man was dressed like an armed special forces force, wearing a bulletproof uniform and a battle suit. The overall appearance looked a bit thick, and he wore a conspicuous red hood on his head. The other boy was wearing more casual short-sleeved shorts, his arms were still bare indifferently in this winter time, his top was also a more conspicuous and bright red color, and he was wearing green cross-country gloves and boots. They are the current Batman family, and the other 2 Robins staying in Gotham. Jason Todd, the 3rd-generation Robin Red Hood, and Tim Drake, the 4th-generation Robin Red Hood. Are they dead? Red Hood Jason quickly looked around and saw no one else. No. Red Robin Tim lowered his body, and he quickly felt the breath of the 3 people who fell on the ground. After confirming their status, he couldn't help but reply with a strange expression, they are asleep. Asleep, here. Red Hood felt weird, but still suggested, contact Gordon first and take them back. Red Robin nodded. He stretched out his hands and put the 2 big men on his shoulders. He stood up and looked at a corner of the street, where there was an old public camera. Under Alice's guidance, Nian finally stopped in front of a house. No one was in the house, but the door lock was still new. Apparently he had just moved out not long ago. Without Alice's prompting, Nian already knew that this was the goal. Alice said eloquently, 2 days ago, the hostess Steele Hyman, who claimed that her husband was killed in a flash disaster 5 years ago, knocked on the door outside the house. The other party's temperament and tone were very strange. But I can confirm that the other party is indeed my husband. Kanluo, do you sense anything? Guluan. Nian's eyes fell on the door of the house. There were several light black sunken handprints on the door, as if someone had slapped it violently. In the middle of the dark red windbreaker, the starfish in the glass jar opened its one eye. There is a cold and ominous atmosphere here, and a very weird existence has been here. It's a dead person, Raven suddenly said. No, it's a living person without a soul. Without a soul, is it still alive? However, the dead will not run back to their homes. Nian shook his head. The soul and the body seemed to be 2 different things, but in fact they were a whole that was connected together. It would not be perfect without one. At this point, he has the most say, after all, he died once. Nian's eyes fell on the door, and with the 4th permanent ability, he saw wisps of black mist that others could not see. That is the remnant of the rule called death. From this, Nian can confirm. Just as my aunt said, the dead really resurrected in the outside world. But this so-called resurrection is not a perfect resurrection, but is dominated and controlled by an evil force related to the rules of death. At this time, in Washington, Sheriff George's home. I'm stuffed. The woman with short blonde hair and pink bunny pajamas put down her knife and fork, pursed her shiny soft lips and muttered. She was about to return to the bedroom to continue sleeping, but found her parents sitting at the table opposite looking directly at her. What are you doing? Gwen blinked in confusion, shaking her pair of bunny ears and huge pajamas. Sheriff George, who had gray hair on his temples, and his wife Mary Jane looked at each other. Lady Mary coughed and asked. Gwen, don't you have to go to work today? The company should have a lot of business in the future, right? Today is a break, Gwen smiled and said. The company does have a lot of daily affairs, but they are all completed by different departments and groups. You can rest during breaks, and there is no need to work overtime. Oh, so that's it, Mrs. Mary reminded. As the manager of the headquarters, you must work hard. Future Chronicle is not an ordinary company, the current job competition is very fierce. Don't worry, Gwen smiled. Her parents didn't know who owned Future Chronicle. Otherwise, they would be shocked. Even if she didn't go to work for a month or a year, the manager of the company would still be hers. At most, she could give the chairman of Future Chronicle an injection. When Gwen thought of this, her face flushed slightly. After a few years, she was still easily ashamed in this regard. Sheriff George and Mrs. Mary saw their daughter's expression and their faces became more serious. Seeing that his wife didn't bring it up, Sheriff George simply said in a deep voice, "Gwen, you are not young anymore, it's time to bring your boyfriend back to meet him." What? Gwen was stunned for a moment. Sheriff George said seriously, "At the beginning, we did promise you not to interfere with your love affair outside, but now a few years have passed, you should bring him home." Mrs. Mary said, "Yes, this weekend." Sheriff George had actually been worried that his daughter Gwen would find it difficult to get over the disappearance and death of the boy in the neighborhood next door. But since 5 years ago, Gwen has obviously found a real relationship, with a smile on her face. Sheriff George felt that it was time to meet the other party. Without waiting for Gwen to refuse, Sheriff George and Mrs. Mary left the table, and the girl, oh no, the girl was arranged clearly. Chapter 472. This. Gwen's beautiful face was in distress. She rubbed her short golden hair into a mess, and a few strands of obvious alopecia stood out from it. She returned to her bedroom. This time, her parents were obviously serious. It seemed that a meeting was inevitable. Let's contact him first and discuss it. Gwen sat on the chair and looked down at the silver crown dimension ring on her right hand. She was about to reach out and rub it. But at this moment, the desk drawer trembled inexplicably, and a green light shone from the gap. Gwen's eyes condensed slightly, and she reached out to open the desk, and a green ring flew out of it immediately. Legion Assembly. Gwen didn't think much about it, and directly put the ring that glowed green on her thumb. The next moment, Gwen's pajamas were replaced by a green tight-fitting battle suit, which perfectly wrapped her resilient slender limbs, and the dark green hood on her head just covered her short golden hair. A dazzling green fluorescence shone from the center of her chest, and there were also mysterious light patterns on her clothes that looked like spider webs. Gwen stepped forward swiftly and lightly, locked the door, and skillfully activated a household robot as a substitute. Then, Green Lantern Gwen opened the window and jumped out. When her right hand wearing the Green Lantern ring was raised, she turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Not disappearing, but shuttling. Gwen instantly crossed the distant universe and gathered with many Green Lanterns from all over the universe to land in a place deep in the universe. This is a small planet, but it is the top force in the universe. The headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps. Gwen, you are here. Green Lantern Gwen just landed on an empty platform and heard someone calling her. She saw that it was an alien man with light red skin. The other party was also wearing a Green Lantern uniform. Sinestro, Green Lantern Gwen nodded. When she was chosen as the successor by the Green Lantern ring 4 years ago, it was the other party who led her. Sinestro looked at Gwen with some complexity. He obviously knew that the current human women came from Earth. Earth in Sector 2814. 4 years ago, 3 things happened that shocked the entire Green Lantern Corps. First, several Green Lantern members were killed and devoured by the Parallax monster. One of the ownerless Green Lantern rings chose the current strong-willed human woman Gwen Stacy. Second, the Parallax monster clearly targeted the Earth, but it did not enter in the end, as if there was something there that made it afraid, and then disappeared from the universe. The third is that a human youth from Earth directly broke into the current Green Lantern Corps headquarters. It can be said that this is the first time in countless thousands of years that a creature other than a lantern ring has entered the Green Lantern headquarters. Until now, Sinestro still remembers it clearly. After all, 4 years ago, he was also a member who wanted to stop the human youth from breaking into the headquarters. As a result, he and more than a dozen elite Green Lantern members were defeated by the opponent in less than 3 seconds. The mysterious human youth with a scarlet body, although he did not have a lantern ring, was so strong that it was incredible. That kind of power gap cannot be simply made up by the number of Green Lantern members. No matter how strong the willpower is, it will be crushed by him. If the other party had not thought of killing them, Sinestro would not be able to stand here now. Later, the Guardians who founded the Green Lantern Corps issued an order to allow the Scarlet Youth to enter the core of the Green Lantern Corps headquarters. After a secret conversation with the Guardians, the Scarlet Youth left the headquarters. "I'll go to the gathering first." Green Lantern Gwen had no intention of talking to Sinestro, and escaped from gravity and flew directly to the Green Lantern Square. "Go away." Sinestro watched Gwen's figure go away, with a strange light in his eyes. He slowly opened his clenched fist, and another ring lay on his palm. A ring of the same model as the Green Lantern, but glowing with a hazy yellow light. It was also after the blow from the Scarlet Youth. Sinestro felt that the will as a source of power was fragile, and only the power of fear could truly lead the Corps to open up a future. Green Lantern Gwen flew to the square in front of a huge stone platform with lantern rings. At this time, the extremely empty square was already full of Green Lantern members, all of whom came from various sectors of the universe and from different races. Gwen was the only human. This was also the reason why Gwen chose to join the Green Lantern Corps. Through the Green Lantern Corps, she could obtain a lot of information about the universe and tell the Destiny Alliance in time. She not only had the Green Lantern Ring, but also the Dimension Ring, which could return to the devouring space at any time, or summon members of the Destiny Alliance to ensure safety. At this time, many Green Lantern members were discussing this emergency meeting. "Dear Green Lantern members, please be quiet." Two Green Lantern members stood on the stone platform with Sinestro. One of the Green Lantern members was nervous and spoke solemnly. "This emergency meeting is something that every Green Lantern member must know. The Guardians, from the cosmic revelation of the Book of OA, issued a prophecy about the darkest night. Darkest night? Some new Green Lantern members looked confused, and many old Green Lantern members turned pale when they heard it. The Guardian spokesperson continued solemnly, "That's right, our universe will be destroyed in this prophecy." Nian led Raven out of the alley of Gotham and came to the pedestrian street outside where people were coming and going. It was snowing again without knowing when, and some passers-by held up umbrellas. "Master, where are we going next?" Alice asked. "Go." Nian stopped before he finished speaking. His brown eyes widened little by little, and he suddenly stepped forward and rushed into the crowd on the pedestrian street. "Master?" Alice hurriedly chased after him. Raven also followed in small steps. Nian did not respond, his pace became faster and faster, and he quickly shuttled on the sidewalk, looking at the passers-by holding black umbrellas around him from time to time. Until he came to a busy intersection in Gotham. Nian looked around at the crowds of people coming and going, and his spider sense spread outward, but he did not find the familiar figure again. Yes, if the other party does not want to be discovered by others, then no creature can find her. Only when the day of death comes, there is a very low probability of seeing her. "Master, what's wrong?" Alice, in the invisible state of a thumb, flew over and asked worriedly. But the hooded girl Raven knew that she could tell at a glance that it was the look of someone looking for someone, and it was a very important person. Raven also thought that the young man could look for her so urgently and expectantly, even once. "Nothing." Nian shook his head, and his face couldn't help showing disappointment. But just as Nian turned around, he was stunned again, and his eyes fell on a place at the intersection. Next to the busy sidewalk, on a public seat waiting for the bus. An elegant black silhouette sat quietly there, with a folded black umbrella leaning against it. Nian walked forward slowly, passed through the crowd, and came to the side of the public seat. When he came closer, the Gothic woman said calmly, "This is the first time I have seen someone actively chasing death." Nian raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Maybe it's because I have a connection with death." Chapter 473. Downtown Gotham. Next to the intersection. Alice and Raven both stopped behind Nian, looking at the short-haired black woman who was talking to Nian. She was dressed in a Gothic style, with a sleeveless black t-shirt on the upper body, long jeans on the lower body, and a small cross hanging on her chest. She looked to be around 28 years old, with a slim figure without any excess fat, short black hair, a delicate face with light makeup, and pale skin exposed. She was an intellectual and beautiful mature woman. On her pale and delicate face, the eyeliner on her right eye drew a wonderful black note, and a mysterious atmosphere lingered around her. The Gothic woman had no color on her body. If she walked on the street like this, with a small black umbrella, she would be so low-key that she would not attract the attention of passers-by. But Alice and Raven were obviously not ordinary people, and since Nian valued each other so much, he would naturally pay more attention to the woman. Alice is a technological creation with artificial intelligence, a vibranium body, and the power of the mind gem. She is far more perfect than the previous Ultron. Raven is a demon creature from an alien dimension, with a human body shaped by magic, and is a special existence in the field of magic. It can be said that the two represent the top of the two extraordinary branches of Earth technology and magic. In Alice's view, the identity of the Gothic woman cannot be found in the huge database of the Earth. The other party is like a Gotham City on the Earth. As for the scan, Alice can only repeatedly conclude that the other party is an ordinary person. Obviously, a person who cannot be ordinary. The scan data shows that he is an ordinary person, which means that the existence of the other party itself is beyond the current cognitive scope of science and technology. The little face under the hood of Raven is unprecedentedly solemn. From the Gothic woman, Raven faintly sensed the breath of death, which was far more terrible than her father, enough to make her hair stand on end. But the Gothic woman hid her aura so perfectly that even Raven felt only calmness, even gentleness and intimacy at this moment. Raven suddenly understood. The other party had no soul, but appeared here in another way. Or, the other party was just recording something with the current appearance. I know, she is. A guess emerged in Raven's heart, and her petite body trembled violently. No one is not afraid of death, let alone death itself. Danger, she is very dangerous. Raven wanted to step forward and pull back the young man who was approaching. Nian naturally knew. The other party was one of the few people in the world who could threaten him and wipe out his existence. But Nian did not look afraid at all. Not only was he not afraid, but he also looked very relaxed, with a bright smile on his lips. Sister, I'm a little tired from walking, Nian blinked. The Gothic woman looked at him expressionlessly, sit down. Then I won't be polite. Nian walked forward and sat next to the Gothic woman on the empty seat next to her. This also stopped Raven, who wanted to drag him back. Sister, what are you doing in Gotham City? Is it because someone here will die today? The Gothic woman did not respond, and her beautiful eyes kept looking at the intersection ahead. Nian didn't care about it, and continued, after separating from you that time, I successfully returned here and awakened to see the breath of death entangled in the other person. Isn't this the rule of death you once talked about? You should have been to many places in these 5 years. Nian kept talking, and the Gothic woman's face was calm and peaceful, and I didn't know if she was listening. Goo. This was the way the two of them had been getting along for 3 years. In the 3 years when Nian survived as a soul, Nian naturally felt extremely bored. In addition to chatting with the Red Skull every day, when he went out to work with the Gothic woman, he would keep talking on the puppet. Nian himself didn't talk much, but for some reason, when he was with the Gothic woman, he opened up. Maybe it was because Nian could tell her any thoughts and concerns without any pressure. After all, death doesn't care about anything, even the death of the Earth and the universe. She is just a witness to death, a lofty and unique one above the multiverse. Nian feels that being able to share his secrets and concerns with death is his exclusive right in this world and even in the multiverse. Just now, I found someone in this city who was manipulating the resurrected dead behind the scenes. Nian was talking here. The Gothic woman suddenly said, you are still the same as before. A trace of surprise flashed in Nian's eyes, and then he smiled and said, Sister, you are the same as before, without any change. There are changes, the Gothic woman murmured softly. What? Nian was stunned for a moment, unable to understand what her sister meant. I should go. The Gothic woman said, without waiting for Nian's response. She had already picked up the small umbrella and stood up from the chair. So soon? Can't you stay a little longer? I want to take you to visit the Earth civilization where I live. Nian's eyes dimmed for a moment, but he smiled again, waved goodbye and said, see you next time, sister. He believed that fate would always bring us together, just like this time. Goodbye, brother. The Gothic woman had a calm and gentle face. She looked back at Nian, opened her small black umbrella, and walked forward into the pedestrian street. Nian looked at the back of the woman leaving under the snow curtain, and suddenly had a feeling for no reason. A feeling that after this separation, they would never meet again. This time, the Gothic woman appeared here, as if she was saying goodbye to him on purpose. Yes. This world is not just this big. In addition to the current universe, there are also multiple infinite worlds. Why do you think that you can meet the only one in the multiple world again next time? Sister. Nian suddenly shouted at the black back, you left something behind. The Gothic woman seemed not to hear it, and continued to move forward, and her figure was about to disappear in the snow curtain. Is this yours? Nian took out something from the dimension ring and said to the figure not far away, you left this behind. It was a one-eyed pirate bear and a patched puppet. The Gothic woman paused and stopped with an umbrella. But just as Nian was about to rush forward with the puppet, the Gothic woman took a step forward and disappeared into the snow curtain of the city. Death. Still left. Chapter 474. Somewhere in the universe, at the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps, on the planet Plaza. Thousands of Green Lantern members turned into a stream of green light, shuttled through space, and quickly returned to the sector of the universe they protected. The prophecy of universe destruction caused by the Blackest Night has undoubtedly made every Green Lantern member's heart shrouded in the haze of crisis and death. Green Lantern Gwen is also about to return to Earth and inform the Destiny Alliance about this. But at this moment, the three Green Lantern members who were originally standing on the lamp ring stone platform and announced the prophecy of the Blackest Night flew down towards Gwen. "Gwen, I have something to discuss with you." Among them, Sinestro, one of the Green Lantern members, was the first to speak. "What's up?" Green Lantern Gwen faced the three of them in surprise. "About Parallax," Sinestro said solemnly. "You also know, 4 years ago, the original owner of the Green Lantern ring you wore died at the hands of Parallax, who had the power of fear." Green Lantern Gwen nodded and asked, "Hasn't Parallax disappeared for 4 years?" Although Gwen has only been a member of the Green Lantern Corps for 4 years and has very limited qualifications compared to some of the older members who have been around for decades or hundreds of years, she still understands the importance of it. Green Lantern members rely on the will of the universe as the emotional power of the Lantern Ring. There are more than 7,000 people in total who guard the civilized areas of various sectors of the universe. The Green Lantern Corps is one of the most powerful forces in the universe since ancient times, comparable to the civilizations of Krypton and Apocalypse. The source of Parallax's power is the emotion of fear, which can destroy and devour the will. It is one of the greatest threats to the Green Lantern Corps. Although the Parallax monster suddenly disappeared a few years ago, it is now certain that it has been lurking in the 2814 sector you guard, Sinestro said solemnly. "Even, it is near the Earth civilization where you live." Green Lantern Gwen's face changed slightly. "The Blackest Night is coming," Sinestro said. "I and some elite members of the Green Lantern have decided to form a combat team now. Go to the sector where you are, and eliminate the potential threat of Parallax monsters first. Since this is the sector you are responsible for, you should lead the way." Sinestro said it was hard for Gwen to refuse. Green Light Gwen thought about it and finally agreed. At this time, deep in the universe, a civilization cemetery with floating spacecraft wreckage and a large number of meteorites. There is no breath of life here. There was no light, there was dead silence. Plop, plop, plop. A heart floated in the center of the ruins of the cemetery, its powerful beating gradually calming down, as if all the energy in the heart had been sucked away. If Nian was present and saw this scene, he might think back to it. This is the civilized cemetery of the Dark Elves, where the ether particles were once buried. He came here once when he was looking for Wanda. And when he was in the Asgard domain, he killed the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, in Prince's combined mode. The heart in Malekith's body has been missing for some time. Plop, plop. The beating of the elf's heart completely stopped, the energy fluctuations disappeared, and with a burst of squirming, a small object flew out of the heart. "That's a ring. A dark ring with an evil aura. Owner." Alice, who looked like a mechanical elf, flew down onto Nian's shoulders. "Fine." Nian shook his head, looked at the place where the Gothic woman disappeared before, and put the one-eyed pirate doll in his hand back into the devouring space. Seeing his somewhat lonely expression, Raven standing behind clenched her fists and felt the disparity in treatment. "Why are you so cold to Crow?" Raven was about to say something. At this time, a surprising change occurred. Boom! With the sound of thunder, a building on the Gotham Street next door collapsed without warning, and the ground shook violently. "Oh my God! What happened?" Guzai. Terrorist attack. At the crossroads. The citizens who saw this shocking incident were stunned, and then screams started one after another, and citizens and passers-by ran away frantically. Immediately afterwards, another house collapsed in the city over there, indicating that this was not a simple accident. "Alice, what happened over there?" Nian raised his eyes and looked at the city next door where billowing dust waves were rising. He and Raven stood calmly on the chaotic street, collecting information. Alice quickly shot 2 tiny white beams from her eyes to create a 3-dimensional projection. Nian was stunned. It can be seen from the stereoscopic projection. In the city next door, amidst the billowing dust caused by the collapse of high-rise buildings, a huge and terrifying figure stood on the ruins. Its body is 3 to 4 meters tall, wearing a pair of broken silver armor, with a half-broken horn on its head, and golden lightning lingering around its body. The reason why Nian was stunned for a moment was that the other party looked so familiar. Steppenwolf. That's right. That was indeed the Steppenwolf he killed 8 years ago when he entered Super God mode. However, it can be seen from the three-dimensional projection that the eyes of Steppenwolf are dark and dull, and the exposed body is also decayed, as if it is a reshaped corpse. I want to go home. The dead Steppenwolf muttered hoarsely. He was crying with his head in his hands the moment before, and he started to run away and kill the next moment. Raven looked at the projection and whispered to himself, it is the same type as the traces left in the house in the alley just now. Alice said quickly, Master, not only here in Gotham City, but also in some other cities, there have been shocking turmoil. The three-dimensional projection screen switched, playing real-time images of New York City, Metropolis, and Washington and other urban areas. In New York City, the streets of Times Square were in chaos. A middle-aged man limped and walked. Scarlet liquid flowed from his body. These scarlet liquids formed tentacles and penetrated the surrounding wall lamp posts. Symbiote. Nian frowned. Not only that. There was also a shit-yellow giant figure, with a hard skeleton and muscles forming a hole. It kept jumping on the top of the city's buildings and making a creepy monster roar. That was hatred. Nian would never forget the powerful enemy he killed when he first triggered the ability of the Lord of the Dependents. Washington. A teaching building of a middle school, a large number of students are escaping from it. A 2-meter-tall lizard monster can be seen crawling out of it, and behind it stands a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, with 4 mechanical octopus claws on his back. Whether it is the lizard monster or the middle-aged man, the exposed skin of the body is rotten. Dr. Lizard, Dr. Octopus. Nian feels that the memories of his school days have been re-triggered, which is the real return of youth. However, those memories are not very good. Metropolis. Port Island, Superman Square. From the stereo projection, it can be seen that a fierce battle has been staged there. The air flow is turbulent, and the earth is shaking. The tall man in a blue Superman battlesuit is fighting with a monster that looks similar to the Abomination, but is larger than the Abomination. The green monster's body is full of bumps, with black and long hideous claws, and amazing energy is constantly gushing out of its body, like a monster crawling out of hell. Superman, even at a disadvantage. That's Doomsday. Although Nian had never seen him before, he recognized him at a glance. That was Doomsday who had killed Superman. Chapter 475. Devouring Space. Destiny Alliance Headquarters. Sister, this place is even more powerful than Paradise Island. The blonde girl in a red dress trotted all the way from the corridor to the balcony. She placed her hands on the railings and straightened her well-developed curves, looking at the magnificent scenery outside. A large waterfall falls from the nearby mountain, and the steaming water vapor draws a rainbow. The eyes of the magical girl Cassie are as bright as stars, looking down at the outline of half the planet below. Behind her, a gorgeous silver-haired woman wearing a battle armor gown walked out of the room, with a slight smile on her flawless face. This mountain peak is actually designed to a large extent according to some of the layout of Paradise Island. Independent universe, artificial planet, second base, this is too cool. Cassie was filled with admiration and waved her clenched fist. Sure enough, coming out of Amazon Paradise Island is the right thing to do. Cassie turned around and sat on the 10,000-meter suspended railing, looking at the woman who was perfect in both her mind and reality. Sister was also taught by Aunt Antiope, right? That was nearly 100 years ago. Diana smiled lightly and asked, how is Antiope lately? She's so good. Cassie stuck out her tongue and shook her legs. I suffered a lot under her hands. Diana smiled and said, it is precisely because of this that Amazon Paradise Island has so many outstanding female warriors. Yes, but compared to Paradise Island, I prefer the outside world. The magical girl Cassie held up her hands and jumped down from the railing. Her firm and bright blue eyes stared at Diana. Sister, you must have found what you have been looking forward to pursuing on Paradise Island. Diana stepped forward, and the sun shone on her crown. On the contrary, when I came out of Paradise Island, I quickly lost confidence in the human world. Until later. Diana paused for a moment, then her slender fingers subconsciously touched the simple ring on the ring finger of her left hand, showing a beautiful and gentle smile. Can you tell me about him? Cassie's eyes fell on the ring made of unknown material and asked softly. Before Diana could say anything, at this moment, with a slight clicking sound, a crack appeared on the ancient ring. Hey! The magical girl Cassie was panicked for a moment. She could tell without asking that this ring had extraordinary significance to Diana. Diana frowned slightly, obviously feeling distressed. No matter how you look at it, this simple ring is not a valuable item. Compared with the dimensional ring worn on the middle finger, it is in the sky and on the earth. But what's important is the meaning of this ordinary ring. This is the engagement ring that a teenager took out when saying goodbye 8 years ago. Under the gaze of Diana and Cassie, more and more cracks appeared on the ancient ring, until the pure and flawless blue crystal texture inside was revealed like a shell. Is this a blue crystal ring? It's not just Cassie's surprise. Diana herself, who wore the ring for 8 years, did not expect this. Normally, even if you use divine power to detect it, this ring will not change at all. It is so ordinary that no one will pick it up if it is thrown on the ground. Just because that person gave it to her, Diana kept wearing it. And now. Click. Dense cracks are all over the surface of the ancient ring, revealing the texture of high-purity blue crystal inside, and a mysterious purple light glows from the gaps. A heavenly and sweet voice sounded. Intelligent creatures have been locked, Diana Prince on Earth, with deep love in your heart, welcome to Star Sapphire. Gu Bing. Downtown Gotham. The two young superheroes who stayed in Gotham, Red Hood and Red Robin, stood on the chaotic street, looking at the tall werewolf in the ruins ahead. The two Robins just witnessed with their own eyes that the opponent used the monster's physical strength and brute force to smash all the load-bearing walls of a building. Facing the ruins. The whole body is surrounded by sizzling golden lightning, and the hot breath makes people feel hot. The dark beast eyes are full of violent killings, as well as the rotten and powerful body of 3 to 4 meters. Red Hood Jason Todd and Red Robin Tim Drake were trembling with fear, their legs seemed to have sunk into the muddy ground and they were unable to move. He obviously knew that he had to stop the other party, but his body didn't obey his orders. Damn it, Tim, move it. Red Hood gritted his teeth and pulled out the gun. Of course I know, I just didn't come back to my senses just now. Red Robin roared, but finally suppressed his body's primitive fear and escape instinct. But at this moment, the alien werewolf has discovered the two of them, holding a weapon that was replaced by a half-street lamp, and rushed over like a tank at full speed. It's over. Red Hood and Red Robin's minds went blank. At this critical moment, several tactical missiles landed on the werewolf's back, erupting with dazzling white light and orange flames. Call out. The black man with a mechanized body swooped down and quickly landed in front of the Red Hood and Red Robin. Mr. Cyborg. The two Robins looked at him with surprise on their faces, obviously knowing this former member of the Justice League. At this time, Cyborg's semi-mechanized face was extremely solemn, his electronic eye and intact right eye stared straight ahead, and the metal heart could not help but be surprised. How could it be it? Tap tap. In the blast wave and dust ball formed by the tactical missile, the alien werewolf's appearance showed no signs of damage, and a pair of black eyes looked coldly in this direction. Mr. Cyborg, what on earth is it? Red Hood couldn't help asking. Cyborg responded bitterly, Steppenwolf. Is it the supervillain Steppenwolf who almost destroyed the Earth and was one of the generals of Apocalypse? Wasn't it solved? Red Robin took a breath. He had also read the intelligence files of the Justice League, and knew that it was the first powerful enemy faced by the Justice League when it was founded. At the beginning, Steppenwolf almost succeeded. Many members of the Justice League combined could hardly stop him. No matter what, it is standing in front of us now, this is an indisputable fact, Cyborg said in a deep voice. You go and guide the people to evacuate here, it is not an existence that you can participate in dealing with. Even if he faced Steppenwolf, he could only block it slightly, and there was no possibility of defeating it. On the other side, in the New York City area. Bang! A gold and silver painted Iron Man was hammered and flew out, crashing through the solid walls of 3 or 4 buildings in succession. Who killed it before? Iron Man Tony Stark struggled to get up from the rubble, and the metal eye sockets with white light looked at the intersection, where stood a green and yellow monster that was stronger and more hideous than the Hulk, full of back thorns. Artificial Intelligence Friday responded quickly. Sir, this is the silver-haired goddess, that is, the Silver God, who was successfully beheaded 8 years ago. How do you behead this thing? Before the middle-aged Iron Man thought more, accompanied by a tremor in the earth, the green and yellow giant abomination had rushed over again. Chapter 476. New York, the other side of the city. In Times Square. Zitsy. The female figure wearing a red battle suit is constantly circling. Her movement speed is extremely fast, so fast that it exceeds the limit of dynamic field of view and camera capture. She looks as if she is fused with golden lightning. A scarlet tentacle monster with an exoskeleton made of liquid was surrounded in the middle. Run, run faster. Known as the hero Jessie Quick and Free Beauty. Female college student Jessie Chambers is using the speed force to circle around the sudden appearance of the dead creature, trapping the opponent with the lightning and strong wind generated at high speed. Black Kitten, I want to kill Black Kitten. The scarlet tentacle monster spoke hoarsely, and it kept murmuring cruel words, and putrid scarlet liquid continued to flow out of its body, making people feel strong physical discomfort. I don't care what cat you want to kill, you have hurt the citizens here, I have an obligation to punish you. As Jesse Quick said this, he found the right moment and passed through the gap under the arms of the Scarlet Monster's tall body at top speed. At that moment of extreme speed, the lightning and storm generated concentrated on the Scarlet Monster, ushering in an explosion. Bang! The storm lightning, together with the air, completely penetrated the Scarlet Monster, causing it to explode like a balloon. With Times Square as the center, the decadent scarlet liquid spilled everywhere. Jesse Quick was extremely fast, elegantly and lightly dodging all the liquid dirt, and stopped 10 meters away. Are there any other places where monsters appear? Jesse Quick let out a breath and raised his eyes to look at the sky on the other side of New York City, where there was a huge movement. Jesse Quick turned around and was about to run over there. Gurgling. The strange sounds of running water and squirming reached my ears. Jesse Quick turned around in shock and saw the decaying scarlet liquid spilled on the ground, quickly condensing together, with countless threads in it, resolidifying and shaping into a monster body. Isn't it solved? Jesse Quick opened his eyes wide. Washington, High School. Nian Prince. Where is Nian Prince? The resurrected Dr. Octopus and the lizard monster have an ominous aura lingering on their bodies. Both the human body of the former and the lizard body of the latter carry large areas of decay, like revenant souls from hell. The 4 remaining members of the Junior League, Nightwing Dick, Damian Wayne, Starfire, and Jonathan Kent Jr., are blocking these resurrected villains at the door of the school building. I don't know where my uncle is. Little Jonathan, the son of Superman, shouted, and his small body was like a cannonball and rushed over, fighting with the resurrected dead lizard monster. What did you just say, that Nian Prince is your uncle? Little Jonathan's words made the other 3 members of the Junior League stunned for a moment. I forgot to tell you just now, I'll explain it to you later. Little Jonathan hugged the lizard monster and crashed into the teaching building together. Then I will kill you and then kill him. Dr. Octopus's stiff face was expressionless, standing on the ground, for mechanical octopus claws dancing forward. Nightwing Dick, Damian Wayne, and Starfire all started to move, and the 3 of them teamed up to fight Dr. Octopus. An extraordinary battle begins. At this time, directly opposite the teaching building. In the library. Instructor Lot Harrington put his finger in front of his lips to signal the middle school students hiding in the library to be silent. He came to the library window and looked at the 4 Junior League members who were fighting fiercely with Dr. Octopus and the lizard monster, and couldn't help but feel dazed. Just now, Instructor Lot heard 2 supervillains calling the name of one of his former students. It turns out that he has been protecting us. Instructor Lot murmured to himself. At this moment, he understood everything clearly. We encountered so many extraordinary accidents in the past, but teachers and students were all safe and sound because they were always with each other. 8 years ago, in this middle school, a young student who could be called a god once studied here. Instructor Lot couldn't help sighing, squatting nervously in front of the window of the teaching building, looking at the 4 young heroes who were fighting inextricably with Dr. Octopus and the lizard monster. But at this moment, Instructor Lot suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that on the rooftop of the high-rise building next to the teaching building, a man was crawling there with a gun raised, aiming at the battlefield between Dr. Dead and the Junior League. Not good. Instructor Lot wanted to remind loudly. But it's too late. Grain irritation. Bang! Gunfire rang out. In the corridor on the first floor of the teaching building. Little Jonathan, who was fighting with the lizard monster, was shot, screamed, and fell to the ground clutching his young left shoulder. It's a kryptonite bullet. Damian Wayne shouted in surprise. Jonathan. Nightwing Dick was so anxious that he was distracted and was whipped away by a mechanical octopus claw. Dick. Starfire was also anxious, and fired a burst of orange flames from her hands, forcing Dr. Octopus back. Deal with that kid first. Dr. Octopus turned back decisively and rushed towards the direction where little Jonathan fell to the ground, hoping to join forces with the lizard monster to kill the shot little Jonathan. As soon as the son of Superman fell, the battle took a turn for the worse. Jonathan, run away. Damian Wayne and Starfire shouted. Little Jonathan, who was shot and fell to the ground, struggled for a while, but it was difficult for him to get up from the ground. He could only watch the 2 dead doctors approaching. Die. The lizard monster's huge green-scaled fist hit Jonathan's little head fiercely, and Dr. Octopus also extended the mechanical octopus claws to the boy's chest. No. Nightwing Dick's eyes were red, but he could do nothing about it. The fist and claws fell. The next moment, the expressions of the 3 members of the Youth League Nightwing Dick were stagnant, and the dead lizard monster and Dr. Octopus were also stunned. A white and slender palm blocked the green-scaled fist in time, and the other palm firmly grasped the mechanical claws at the same time. Whoosh! The strong wind was stirring, and the cloak was fluttering. A beautiful and powerful young woman stood there. She had smooth white blonde hair, semi-transparent eyes as bright as sapphires, a high nose bridge, soft lips without any lines, and wore an S-totem battle suit that symbolized the Krypton family. Under the red skirt were slender legs wrapped in shiny black silk, and a pair of dark red female Krypton combat boots on her feet. Little Jonathan couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "Auntie! I told you not to run around outside so often." Supergirl looked weak, but the powerful aura and force field on her body made the dead lizard monster and Dr. Octopus dare not move. "It's you." Lizard monster and Dr. Octopus recognized the beautiful girl who had threatened them before. The other party was obviously an adult, and was much stronger than before. "Goodbye," Supergirl said softly, twisting her waist, grabbing the hand of the lizard monster and the claw of Dr. Octopus with both hands, and swung the two hard on the spot and smashed them on the ground of the teaching building at high speed. Boom! The ground of the teaching building sank and shattered, and a hole collapsed, leading directly to the unfathomable underground. The lizard monster and Dr. Octopus, who had just been resurrected as the dead, fell into the ground of the teaching building again without making a sound. Supergirl raised her beautiful eyes and glanced at the rooftop of the high-rise building on the side. A gunman who was about to escape was pierced by the laser beam. So strong. The three members of the Junior League were stunned for a moment. This is Supergirl. After forcefully solving the supervillain, Supergirl reached out and patted Jonathan's shoulder, and a green mist from the kryptonite bullet was instantly absorbed. "Take good care of him," Supergirl said to the other three people, and when she was about to take off, she suddenly looked down at her left hand. Even with a dark red glove, there were still strands of white light, coating her body with a layer of light. "This is..." A ray of enlightenment appeared in Supergirl's eyes, and her body turned into a white streamer and disappeared. At the same time, Gotham City. The disappeared Supergirl appeared here like teleporting. Rather than teleporting, it is better to say, summoning. Nian. Supergirl Kara raised her eyes and looked at the black-haired young man standing not far in front. "Well, I want that," Nian shrugged. After serious consideration, he decided to use Supergirl's Kryptonian ability as the first superimposed ability. Chapter 477. After the establishment of the Destiny Alliance, the dimension rings are connected to each other. The biggest benefit and purpose is that Nian, as the pillar of the Alliance, can selectively stack buffs anytime and anywhere. It is no longer like before, whoever is present can only stack whoever. Or, choose whoever is most convenient to stack. However, with more choices, the problem arises. That is, how to selectively stack buffs. Nian has naturally considered this issue. The temporary ability state of the Lord of the Dependents is enough to last for 12 hours. After the temporary ability is triggered, it cannot be cancelled in the middle, nor can it be replaced by other abilities. It can only be stacked on the basis of the temporary ability. Through so much experience in the past, it can be concluded that the more temporary abilities are stacked, the better. Instead, it depends on the bias, system, strength, compatibility, and compatibility of multiple temporary abilities. Sometimes the fusion of 2 or 3 abilities that are too strong will make Nian uncontrollably run away, such as the 3-in-1 Apocalypse Super God mode. Sometimes, 5 or 6 abilities of a lower level are superimposed together, and they can reach an unexpectedly powerful state without losing control, such as the 7-in-1 Super Body mode. So when facing large-scale supernatural events, Nian must carefully consider what abilities to choose for superposition. If it is a powerful villain such as multidimensional or extradimensional, the physical abilities of Wanda, Aunt Diana, etc. are extremely useful. If it is a powerful enemy that tends to be intelligent and technological, the abilities of Alice, Poison Ivy, etc. will be more suitable for targeting. And if it is mainly mind control, the abilities of Invisible Woman Susan, Spider-Woman Gwen, and Undersea Queen Mara are very useful. As for encountering a powerful villain with superior physique, Nian will definitely give priority to the Kryptonian power of Superwoman Kara. In addition, Sky's shock wave ability that ignores defense is also a priority, and the early symbiotic physique of Xiao Huang in Venom. In short, when you can choose to pair abilities, it is best to selectively choose superimposed abilities. Otherwise, if the abilities stacked on him are too complex or incompatible, it will be embarrassing to have to wait for 12 hours. Now, facing many resurrected supervillains, Nian thought about it and chose to summon Supergirl Kara. When there are too many powerful enemies, and their types and abilities are different, there is no need to target them. The Kryptonian physique is strong enough to suppress 99 of the existence in the current universe without thinking. Being directly teleported to Gotham by the Dimension Ring, Supergirl looked at the black-haired young man in front of her, and her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but twisted. How dare you say that? You ran out without saying a word. Nian spread his hands. I'll explain it to you later. I really can't do anything about you. Supergirl Kara snorted lightly, and like the girl before, her white-haired hair and red cloak fluttered, and she quickly threw herself into Nian's arms. You just said, what do you want? Kara winked playfully, her soft and wrinkle-free lips slightly opened, and her pink tongue rippled with water. You. Nian replied without hesitation, his palm instinctively held up the red miniskirt and the round and beautiful legs wrapped in black silk, and gently lifted Kara up. With a loud bang. Another high-rise building in the next city collapsed, and the dust waves swept along the street lifted the dark red magic floating cloak to cover the two. The next moment, a strong wind was surging. With Nian and Superwoman Kara as the center, two similar and powerful force fields erupted, instantly sweeping away the dust waves on the street, and all the turbulence was directly suppressed. On the side, Raven's dark eyes reflected the figures of the two hugging each other, thinking, so that's it. The Lord of the Dependence was triggered. Temporary Superman mode. Nian put down Superwoman Kara, and infinite power radiated in every cell core of his body. The perfect Super 5 senses and the Super Spider sense enhanced by them made him instantly grasp all the movements and sounds of Gotham City. It seems that the situation on the battlefield over there is not optimistic, Superman Nian whispered to himself. In the past 5 years, Nian has also completely applied the Superman Kryptonian mode. Even without the foundation of spider physique, he can perfectly control a single Superman ability. What are you going to do? Superwoman Kara asked curiously. Don't worry, stack another ability first. Nian responded honestly. As for the next ability to choose to stack, he already has the answer in his mind. At this time, inside the devouring space. In a magnificent and luxurious reception hall. Miss Wanda, so amazing. Chin's eyes were as bright as stars, looking at the woman in a red-made dress in front of her. The other party was just demonstrating etiquette. The gorgeous appearance and noble temperament contrasted with each other, which made people feel pleasing to the eye. After learning about the necessary abilities of the maids of the Prince family, Jean felt that her cognition was overturned. It turned out that only when she reached an almost omnipotent level could she be competent for the job of a maid. As long as the master doesn't know, the maid must be proficient. The maid must also be proficient in what the master knows, but she must usually perform worse than the master. The more she knew, the more Jean admired Wanda. Wanda's face was calm. After all, she was often praised by someone as awesome and the best maid, so there was nothing to be happy about when facing the praise of an intern maid. But even she herself didn't notice that the corners of her mouth were still slightly raised with a smile. Ever since Lorna disappeared unexpectedly, Wanda has actually been in a very low mood. Miss Wanda, your ring is glowing. Jean suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Wanda woke up from her trance and looked down at the silver crown ring that was glowing with circles of white light. Master, calling me. Gotham, Central City. On the ruins of the battlefield. For the Dark King. The rotten Steppenwolf with a broken horn on his head growled and swung the half of the street lamp in his hand as an axe, blasting the man in the bat suit who had just arrived. Bang! Batman hit the steel bone who had just climbed up from the ground, and both of them were thrown 20 meters away. Victor, where is Superman? Have you contacted him? Batman, who was lying on the ground, asked quickly. Because he had fought with Steppenwolf before, he knew that the other party was not ordinary strong. Cyborg smiled bitterly and said, I have confirmed through the online satellite that the situation on Superman Clark's side is more serious, he is fighting the resurrected Doomsday. What? The middle-aged Batman was also shocked when he heard this. If Steppenwolf is enough to make them feel extremely difficult, then, Doomsday is their nightmare. They are facing Doomsday, let alone coming to help them, even Superman can't save himself. Batman's heart sank. God knows how many villains will be resurrected. The dead Steppenwolf was about to chase him forward, and Cyborg suddenly shouted, the Dark King you serve has been dead for a long time. What did you say? Steppenwolf's sturdy body was struck by lightning, and his dark eyes were full of incredible colors. At this time, a Batmobile with a roaring engine broke through a wall and jumped out, hitting Steppenwolf hard. Gudo. Woo! The rear drive wheels of the Batmobile were suspended in the air, constantly making a humming sound. Steppenwolf's sturdy feet plowed deep marks on the ground, and he lifted the Batmobile with his outstretched arms with the force of his hands covered with silver armor. The armored Batmobile was swung and smashed into the sky 100 meters high. Dare to insult the reputation of the Dark Lord, I will eat you alive. The dead Steppenwolf, with dark and rotten blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, sharpened one end of the street lamp's steel pole and rushed towards Batman and Cyborg who were lying on the ground. Mr. Bruce, Mr. Cyborg. Not far behind, Red Hood and Red Robin, who were guiding the people to evacuate, saw this scene and turned pale. You are the new force of Gotham, no matter what happens later, you are not allowed to come close. Batman said with difficulty, struggling to get up from the ground. He and Cyborg, who started the engine, faced Steppenwolf who rushed forward. At this moment, Steppenwolf suddenly stopped moving forward. Huh. Batman and Cyborg, who were preparing to fight, were stunned for a moment, not knowing why. What is that? The two young men, Red Hood and Red Robin, looked up in surprise at the 100-meter-high sky above the ruined battlefield. A scarlet figure was suspended there, catching the Batmobile that had just been thrown into the air. It was a very young-looking young man with a pair of burning golden red eyes, bright red hair, an S-shaped totem drawn with flames on his chest, and a perfectly proportioned body wrapped in scarlet. It was like a ball of flames, carrying the 10-ton Batmobile with one hand, standing in the sky and looking down. It's him. Batman subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He's actually here, in the city of Gotham. Cyborg couldn't hide his ecstasy, and couldn't help laughing. Tremble, Wolf Cub. It's you. Steppenwolf also looked up, looking at the scarlet young man standing in the sky with loneliness and coldness. Even if the other party has grown up, even if the other party has changed his appearance, even if the other party's breath and ability are different. But how could Steppenwolf forget the enemy who had killed him? This time, I'm going to kill you. The dead Steppenwolf roared, and it ignored Batman and Cyborg, threw the half-lamp post in its hand over, and accelerated its leap. The Scarlet Youth's face with knife-like lines was extremely calm, and his left hand easily carried the Batmobile, which was several times larger than himself, without any intention of dodging the half-steel lamp post. Swish! The sharp lamp post at one end approached the youth within 3 meters, and was gently stroked by the scarlet flame and decomposed into nothingness out of thin air. Facing the Steppenwolf that was violently jumping from top to bottom. The Scarlet Youth raised his free right hand, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and punched down simply and directly. This punch carried not only the power of Krypton, but also the surging and strange scarlet magic. The Steppenwolf suddenly opened his dark eyes wide, and his fighting instinct in his previous life prompted him to change his original punching to a defensive posture with his arms crossed over his chest. But when the Scarlet Youth's fist fell, boom! The air exploded, and scarlet swept across. The Steppenwolf's broken silver armor and arms broke into pieces, and the scarlet fist wave penetrated his chest, surging out from the back of the Steppenwolf like a vent. More scarlet magic power swept out with the fist force, blasting the Steppenwolf's burly body into a ball of blood mist, and then quickly burned and decomposed into nothingness together with the bone residue and blood mist. The newly resurrected Steppenwolf really didn't even have a bit of corpse left this time. The remaining energy of the scarlet fist wave continued to penetrate downwards, carving out an abyssal cave with a radius of 10 meters in the center of the ruined battlefield below. So strong. Red Hood and Red Robin were stunned. The previous Steppenwolf was so strong that they felt desperate and did not dare to move to fight. But at this moment, he was killed by a mysterious young man with one punch. I wouldn't even dare to act like this in a drama. Wait, such a young figure, such a powerful description. Red Hood and Red Robin looked at each other and said excitedly, it's him. If it's that person, it's normal. After all, 5 years ago, the other party appeared on the battlefield of Apocalypse to turn the tide. Tread. Are you okay? Nian landed on the ground and put down the bat chariot he was carrying. The ground suddenly trembled slightly and made a heavy sound. It's a good thing you're here, Cyborg said. Thank you. Batman also gave Nian a complicated look. He always saved people by himself, with the exception of the young man in front of him. If this time is included, the other party has saved him countless times in total. You handle the rest of the endgame. Scarlet Nian dropped this sentence, and then broke through the sound barrier in an instant, turning into a stream of fiery red flames, breaking through the clouds and disappearing into the sky. Next, where should we solve first? Tens of thousands of meters above the outer space, Nian pondered for a moment and looked down at the shrinking territory of the Earth. At the moment, what Nian possesses is the superimposed state of the abilities of Kryptonian Superman and Scarlet Magic. It is different from the Apocalypse War 5 years ago. That time, he was also superimposed with the Apocalypse ability of the Mother Box. So, this time it's truly pure magical Superman mode. Thanks to 5 years of continuous adaptation and buffering, Nian still perfectly controls the fusion mode ability even though he holds 2 top abilities together. The Kryptonian Superman, except for the kryptonite that does not have a weakening effect on Nian, is weak in telepathy and magic resistance, and Wanda's ability perfectly makes up for and strengthens this. Start with you. Magic Superman Nian only paused in near space for a moment. He quickly made a decision and took a step forward. A Mars rotating portal immediately opened in front of him. The next moment, Magical Superman Nian appeared in Queens, New York, between the scarred Hulkbuster armor and the abomination that looked like a giant monster with a yellow-green body. Who are you? Iron Man has not yet reacted, and even the artificial intelligence has not reacted. Then they saw Magical Superman Nian punching forward. This punch exploded the hateful giant's body, and the half-broken body fell to the ground obliquely, sinking a 10-meter-wide earth hole. Well, a little more durable than Steppenwolf. Nian glanced at it in passing. The two scarlet rays were like two sword rays, cutting the ground in front of him and half of the abomination's body. Complete it all. Magic Superman Nian continued to take a step forward without pausing and disappeared in place. Only the two portals formed by the rotation of Mars remained in the air with a delay. It only took less than a second from appearing to kill the abomination to leaving. On a messy supernatural battlefield, Iron Man Tony Stark, wearing Hulkbuster armor, looked blankly at the abominable corpse on the ground. What happened just now? Chapter 478. New York, Times Square. ZZ. A nimble figure like a red lightning flashed across the road with parked cars at high speed. Behind the lightning figure, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, dense tentacles transformed from rotten scarlet mucus kept chasing up, piercing and nailing all the road surfaces and parked cars along the way. Half of Times Square was already riddled with holes, like a forest of rotten tentacles, with mucus tentacles everywhere. Seeing that there were still people who had not evacuated outside Times Square, Jesse Quick, who was running at high speed, could only keep looking back, but there was less and less space to dodge in the battlefield area. The rotten scarlet tentacles transformed from mucus formed a tide and turned over. Jesse Quick's figure was as fast as lightning, and his slender body jumped up, stepping on the tentacles to dodge to the other side. Whoosh! Jesse Quick stopped, and there was still a sizzling current and a burst of heat on his body. She gasped and looked forward solemnly. At the original street intersection, there stood a scarlet decayed monster as tall as a hill. The monster's head was shaped like a skull, and a large amount of scarlet mucus and tentacles spread around it, covering half of Times Square. It was the first time that Jesse Quick encountered such a difficult villain monster. The most important thing was, this liquid monster was simply impossible to deal with. Even if it was penetrated by lightning and crushed by a storm, it would recover in less than a second. Jesse Quick also noticed that every drop of scarlet decayed liquid had an independent mind and wanted to invade her body at any time. If it weren't for her own speed, she would have been infected by the other party's decay just now. What should I do? Jesse Quick was a little at a loss. She could only rely on speed to delay the other party now, and she had no strategy or ability to deal with the other party. Black kitten, black kitten. The scarlet monster continued to growl hoarsely and sharply, like an obsession, and its red and black eyes slowly turned, looking down violently at Jesse Quick who was dozens of meters away. Jesse Quick's heart tightened, looking at the liquid that continued to form barbs on the other side's giant body, knowing that the next wave of tentacle attacks was coming again. But at this moment, Russell. Jesse Quick, who was about to start with super speed, opened her beautiful eyes and saw Mars appearing out of thin air in front of the giant scarlet monster. These Mars rotated low on the ground to form a portal. From the strange Mars portal, a mysterious red young man stepped out. Who is it? Jesse Quick was stunned, looking at the back of the young man surrounded by scarlet flames. At the same time, the scarlet monster suddenly roared like crazy, spraying many rotten scarlet tentacles down, and the target seemed to be the mysterious young man who had just appeared. Danger! Jesse Quick reminded loudly and wanted to rescue the other party. But in the next moment, the mysterious young man disappeared out of thin air, a cloud of sand and dust slowly spread on the ground, and then the dense tentacles nailed to the ground. Jesse Quick was shocked. It was not that the mysterious young man disappeared, but that the other party was too fast. This was also the first time that Jesse Quick met an existence that was so fast without the speed force. In the air, Jesse Quick used the speed force to see the other party, and saw that the mysterious young man had already flown to the head of the scarlet monster, and hit it with his right fist wrapped in scarlet flames. Bang! It was obviously just a punch, but it broke through the sound barrier and compressed the air. Goo-how! It was like a tactical missile detonated in front of her, and the scarlet explosion was more terrible than radiation. Jesse Quick lowered her head and used her hands to block the strong wind. When she looked up again, she saw an open space. The scarlet slime monster had disappeared, and only some residual broken tentacles and slime around it proved the existence of the liquid monster just now. Be careful, it's not dead yet. Jesse Quick shouted quickly. The mysterious young man standing 20 meters in the air glanced at her, and 2 scarlet lasers burst out of his eyes. Jesse Quick was startled, and soon found that the scarlet energy laser was not directed at her. Whoosh! The laser passed through the gap beside Jesse Quick's shoulder and hit a group of scarlet mucus that was quietly approaching her back. The group of mucus immediately made a tragic cry and was annihilated into nothingness without ashes by the scarlet fire. Be careful yourself. Magic Superman Nian said, and then ignored Jesse Quick, scanning the squirming mucus around. Jesse Quick couldn't help biting his lower lip and looked at the young man with a little anger. What kind of person is this? I am worried about him. Of course, Jesse Quick also knew that he was saved by the other party just now. I want to see how you deal with this monster. Jesse Quick muttered, but before he finished speaking, he saw the mysterious young man clenching his hand. As the 5 fingers of the magic Superman Nian's right hand clenched together. Gurgle. The rotten mucus residues scattered all over the street were collectively pulled over by a mysterious force and gathered in the sky in front of Nian. Those rotten scarlet mucus wanted to escape, even if they escaped a drop of liquid, but they could not escape in the magic Superman mode. The fusion and superposition of Spider Sense and Super 5 senses. Let the current magic Superman Nian have a true God's perspective, and the next step is much simpler, just use the enhanced Superman's force field to cover the entire battle area and gather the liquid. Of course, even Superman Clark and Superwoman Kara, who also possess the Superman's power field, cannot do this. Under normal circumstances, the Superman's power field can only be used to wrap a hole. Only Nian, who combines telepathy with the Superman's power field, can wrap and pull the scarlet liquid residues everywhere like this. Less than 3 seconds. In the air in front of magic Superman Nian's fist, the scarlet decay liquid was gathered and compressed into the size of a basketball. As if it was contained in an indestructible transparent glass ball, and no matter how the scarlet liquid deformed and flowed, it could not escape. Slaughter, see you again. But it's time to say goodbye again. Magic Superman Nian said in a low voice. It's you, Black Kitten. The scarlet decay liquid squirmed, and a creepy cry came from inside. Goodbye. Magic Superman Nian waved his hand, waved his left palm forward, fanned a ball of scarlet flames, and with the characteristics of scarlet magic, slaughtered and annihilated the spherical symbiote. This time it took half a minute, which delayed a little time. Nian, standing in the air, took a step, and a portal opened again. Jesse Quick stared blankly at the mysterious young man who was about to leave. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through her mind, and the person she had been looking for was the other person. There was no mistake. Realizing this, Jesse Quick instinctively used the speed force, turned into a blurry golden lightning, flowed up along the street lamp next to it, and sank into the portal where the young man disappeared. The golden lightning figure just chased and sank into the portal, and the portal also turned into a few sparks and shrank and dissipated. Chapter 479. What's going on? Jesse Quick, who was chasing the mysterious young man into the portal, stepped on the air. She felt extremely cold and difficult to breathe outside, and found herself in an extremely empty high altitude, with a beautiful arc faintly revealed below. Blue planet. The other side of the portal is tens of thousands of meters above the sky, close to outer space. Jesse Quick's beautiful face turned pale under the mask, and he wanted to turn around and return to New York through the portal just now, but the Mars portal just shrank and disappeared. Whoa! Jesse Quick exclaimed and hugged the mysterious young man in front of him tightly in time. What are you doing? Magic Superman Nian was slightly speechless. He stood high in the sky and looked down at the woman in the suit who hugged him tightly. A tight-fitting red lightning suit that is not rigid, the color scheme and style are similar to those of the Flash, and the abilities seem to be the same. Another speedster. I don't want to hug you. It's just that if I don't hug you, I will fall. Jesse Quick let out a long breath, wrapped her hands around Nian's neck, wrapped her legs covered in battle clothes around her waist, and replied feeling equally embarrassed. Jesse Quick was surprised to find that despite being in near space, after getting close to the young man, he was not only able to speak, but also no longer felt cold or lack of oxygen. This is naturally the effect of Superman's force field. Then why did you come with me? Nian asked. If he hadn't controlled a scarlet magic power, the other party would have been disintegrated into nothingness if he came closer, let alone holding his body. I did that because... Jesse Quick's face turned red under his mask, and he could feel the other person's breath when he spoke, as if his body was being burned through the special suit. The other person's body. So hot, so hard. Now is not the time to be a nymphomaniac. Jesse Quick came to his senses and quickly raised his chest and asked, "Are you the legendary Silver God?" "No," Nian denied without hesitation. "Who is Silver God?" "Don't know me. In God King mode, he is Silver God, but now he is just magical Superman." Jesse Quick looked suspicious. "So 5 years ago, during the Flash incident, were you the one who eliminated those two winged monsters that invaded the Earth?" "No," Nian denied without changing his expression. "It was Super Red mode that solved Apocalypse." "What does it have to do with him? Why are you asking this?" Nian's golden red eyes were dancing with flames as he stared at Jesse Quick in front of him. Although he was wearing a lightning suit, his true appearance could be seen directly under his clairvoyant eyes. At a glance, Jesse Quick had no secrets about him. In addition to the speed force, it is a complex thing that is thousands of times more profound than genetic structure, and cannot be cracked casually. Her appearance and figure are surprisingly good, and she can definitely be called a beauty. Nian looked away. Of course Jesse Quick didn't know that he was being looked down upon by the other party, so he responded, "I want to find that person and interview him." "So you are a reporter," Nian said calmly. "No, I study humanities. I want to know how the things he has done have changed and helped mankind." Nian shrugged. "If I knew him, I would tell him, however, he probably doesn't want to be studied by others." "So, you know him," Jesse Quick was pleasantly surprised. Nian did not respond to the other party and looked towards a place on the Earth's continental map below. Jesse Quick also turned his head and saw a sudden burst of extremely dazzling light at the top of the North American map. Buzz! Powerful energy light waves were like tidal waves, spreading layer by layer in the air, breaking the clouds above the city, and even reaching the high altitude where the two of them were. The residual power can be felt in near space. It is hard to imagine what is happening there. Guluan. Jesse Quick identified it through geographical knowledge. That's the location of the metropolitan city. Magical Superman Nian took a step forward and led Jesse Quick into a portal that was opened in cooperation with him. Dark Elf Space Cemetery. Wisps of black aura lingered around a black ring, and a burst of mental fluctuations of wisdom came from it. "Finally, I found him." At this time. Metropolis, Port, Superman Square. Magical Superman Nian appeared in the sky at the edge of the square. Jesse Quick only glanced at it and suddenly felt his scalp numb. Can be seen. The monuments on the square no longer exist with the square as the center. All the ground and green plants within a radius of 1 mile have been wiped away. The entire ground sank 3 meters downward. In the center of the original square, a ferocious monster stood there. It was bigger and thicker than the abomination. Its hard exterior was a cold, decayed gray. Its body was covered with terrifying knots and barbs. Its bloated body was made of lumpy muscles. Its eyes and mouth were filled with violent red light. Its roar can be heard throughout the metropolis, and in conjunction with the roar, violent energy is sprayed out from its eyes. There are energy currents lingering outside the body's surface, and more energy turns into tides and explodes outward. Bang! The man in the black Superman suit who was fighting with the monster was directly blown away by the powerful energy that exploded at the moment. TSK. An invisible force field was opened from Nian's body, and scarlet magic power spontaneously ignited at the edge of the force field, blocking the oncoming energy. The sound of breaking wind sounded. The man in the Superman suit with a cape on his shoulders flew to Nian. "You are here. Superman." Jesse Quick was surprised. He naturally knew this person, who was known as the strongest hero on Earth since ancient times. This is also the reason why Silver God claimed that he was not a superhero, so no one could know who was stronger between the two of them. "She is?" Superman raised his eyebrows. "I don't know her either." Nian still gave his future brother-in-law a face and urged, "How long do you want to hold her?" "Oh," Jesse Quick hurriedly got off Nian. "Leave here quickly, it's very dangerous here." Superman said to Jesse Quick, then turned to Nian and said solemnly, "Let's go together, it's more powerful than last time." "I can see that, although I didn't encounter it last time." Nian used the dimension ring, took out an object and handed it to his future brother-in-law. "You take a rest first, this is for you, if you need it later, you can find the right time to enter." It was a spear, a special spear with a dazzling green light shining at the tip of the spear. Before, Doomsday finally died under the kryptonite spear. Superman took the kryptonite spear in his hand and panted and responded, "No problem." Jesse Quick stared blankly at the young man and the man standing in the low sky in front of him. That guy is not only familiar with Superman, but Superman is also listening to his arrangements. Jesse Quick can also see that Superman is very confident in the mysterious young man, and this confidence even exceeds his confidence in himself. Who is he? Before Jessie Kwai could think about it, she saw Nian flying alone towards the monster that made her tremble with fear from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 480. Doomsday. The perfect war monster created by Kryptonian genes exists to hunt Kryptonians. Apocalypse only obtained a little Doomsday gene and added it to the cultivation of demon-like soldiers, which made the demon-like soldiers more than 10 times stronger. 8 years ago, when Nian and Gwen were involved in the New York War, Superman and Doomsday died together in the current metropolis. Later, the local city built this Superman Square in memory of Superman. Unexpectedly, after Superman was resurrected, Doomsday also resurrected in a peculiar way, and the battlefield was still the original site of the metropolis Superman Square here. Although, now the Superman Square has long been unrecognizable, leaving only a shocking giant pit. Doomsday, who was in the giant pit, cast his eyes flashing with energy and cold light at Nian who was flying towards him, and sensed the strong Kryptonian gene breath from the other party, and immediately revealed the cruelty of hunting. Ong! Doomsday roared, and his 4-meter-tall gray and cold steel body was surrounded by violent energy like lightning, and he stomped down heavily. Boom! The earth collapsed under the trampling and was flattened by the energy wave. Doomsday's strong and bloated body jumped high, rushing over like a meteorite. Nian remained calm, his chest was burning with an S-shaped totem formed by scarlet flames, and the scarlet magic and superhuman force gave the steel body a layer of burning fire, and his right fist clenched tightly. There was no excessive verbal communication. After all, Doomsday himself did not have any so-called human reason, he was an ultimate monster that only followed instinct to kill Kryptonians. Doomsday stretched out his giant black claws, which easily tore the air apart, and the powerful energy that was lingering and splashing seemed to tear the Earth's space apart. In the magic Superman mode, Nian did not dodge, nor did he use any fancy magic. He only used his full strength to punch in the current mode. This punch that burst out with scarlet energy also pierced through everything in front of him. When the giant claws of the dead Doomsday and the right fist of the magic Superman Nian collided in the air at the original site of the square 10 meters above the ground. At this moment, the port island of the metropolis was instantly quiet. Then, it was like a small nuclear bomb exploded between the two. What followed was strong light, hurricanes, shock waves, dust waves, and energy tides that swept the area of 10,000 meters. Oh, my God! The free beauty Jessie Quick at the scene opened her rosy little mouth. She felt her scalp tingling. She turned around without hesitation and used the speed force to run back to the edge of the metropolis port island several kilometers away. The Doomsday monster that could suppress Superman was terrifying enough, and the mysterious young man who could solve the symbiote massacre just now was naturally strong enough. Therefore, Jessie Quick had expected that the battle between Doomsday and the mysterious young man would be extremely fierce. But she never expected that it would be so fierce, far exceeding her previous understanding of extraordinary battles. This is just the beginning. Boom! The deafening sound of the fist explosion reached her ears again. Jessie Quick felt the trembling of the island land. Cracks spread outward from the battlefield in front of her. Two figures, one big and one small, fought fiercely together. Every fight and collision between Magic Superman and Doomsday would cause an extremely terrifying scene of power. The port island of the metropolis could not bear it and was about to break. Rumble. 10 kilometers away. In the main urban area of the metropolis, the urban building complex shook violently, some engineering buildings began to collapse and a large amount of glass was broken. The city sky. The surging clouds formed a gray eye of the storm, a scene of the end of the world, and the hideous wandering lightning kept falling down. When Batman, driving the Batplane, and Iron Man, wearing the Iron Man suit, met in the sky above Metropolis, they were both stunned. They were obviously not in the mood to say hello at this time. The entire modern and prosperous metropolis was in chaos, and countless residents fled outside in panic, choosing to evacuate to open spaces, subways, and air raid shelters. Goo! Earthquake! What happened? There is a satellite live broadcast, someone is fighting a monster in Superman Square. It's the monster that killed Superman, and that monster is back again. The residents were talking in astonishment, and one stone caused 10 waves. Doomsday can be said to be synonymous with hell. The monster that once killed Superman, 8 years ago, even the nuclear bombing that humans were proud of could not hurt it, but made it stronger. Crack. Jessie Quick looked down and saw a crack in the ground that started from the center of the battlefield and spread to his feet. She clenched her fists, terrified, and found that she had no chance to join the battle. This was destined to be the most direct and cruel battle, even the gods or God would hide and tremble. That guy must win. Jessie Quick looked ahead nervously. The outer battlefield area further ahead. Buzz. In the battlefield where the aftermath of the battle swept everything, only Superman in black Superman suit remained in place, looking solemnly at the fierce battle in front of him. It seemed to be inextricable. But Superman knew very well how difficult it was. The resurrected Doomsday obviously inherited the full energy state after absorbing nuclear energy last time, and converted it into his own power, which is several times stronger than the last time. Even Superman himself was blown away by the violent energy of Doomsday just now. And Nian is able to confront and fight with Doomsday, the ultimate monster whose strength and energy far exceed those of Kryptonians. He is already incredibly strong. In the center of the battlefield, the magic Superman Nian punched again, colliding with Doomsday's steel-like claws. At the same time, he pushed forward with a palm and slapped Doomsday into the ground 100 meters deep. But Nian's face sank. His palm was a magical attack that could directly blast the spirit out of the body. But just now, Doomsday showed no signs of any spirit being blasted out of the body. No soul. I don't know whether Doomsday himself has no so-called soul, or lost his soul through the weird resurrection. Nian can see it through the fourth permanent ability, the Eye of Death. In Doomsday's body, complex death rules intertwined into chains, connecting the original decayed body together. Rather than saying it was a resurrection, it was better to say that it was a walking corpse. Nian currently has no clues about the mastermind behind the resurrection of the dead, so he can only choose to solve Doomsday through strength. However, Doomsday, who was resurrected in a weird way, although he did not have the attribute of immortality, also made Doomsday's upper limit explode upward without limit. Even at this moment of fighting with Nian, Doomsday is still getting stronger. Doomsday jumped out of the ground unscathed, and the energy released destroyed the hole into an abyss. So strong. Nian sighed sincerely. Doomsday is definitely the strongest opponent he has ever faced. No one, even Darkseid's clone, can't compare to him. Nian can guarantee that if it were Darkseid, he would have been knocked down by the current Doomsday. That's right, Doomsday is so strong. It's simply an unlimited enhanced version of Kryptonians. Chapter 481. We can only decide quickly. Magical Superman Nian knew that he could not drag it out any longer. The longer you delay, the stronger the Doomsday Son of the Dead will become. The other party is like a newborn baby, born to hunt Kryptonians. During this period, he continuously absorbs external energy and improves his own strength without limit. Its existence is a bug in Kryptonian civilization. Facing the destroying sun, which was full of energy and violent aura, Nian waved his hand, and hundreds of dense Martian lassos immediately appeared in the surrounding space, binding the destroying sun. He has not forgotten that he is also a witch now, a mage. Supreme Mage. Boom. Layers of terrifying energy tides continuously erupted from Doomsday's body, destroying everything around him. Hundreds of Martian lassos only lasted half a second before breaking every inch. But half a second is enough. As magic Superman Nian twisted the 5 fingers of his right hand, 5 portals appeared in front of him almost at the same time. A Mars portal surrounded Doomsday's neck, and the other 4 Mars portals appeared between Doomsday's limbs. Receive. While Nian created the Mars portal, he quickly contracted and cancelled it. At this moment, due to the slow speed and delay, the portal could only be used for teleportation purposes. Under magical Superman Nian, he used it as a dimensional slash with space-cutting properties. Portal beheading. Poof. Green and black blood spurted out. The blood spilled on the ground was thousands of times more terrifying than strong acid, corroding and melting the earth in an instant. But the Doomsday of the Dead still stood where it was, and the 5 Mars portals dissipated, leaving only 5 bone-deep cuts on its neck and limbs. The Mars portal cannot be blocked. This defense is really terrifying. After all, Nian admitted that Doomsday's physique was similar to that of him who was constantly stacking his abilities. Through some special cheating methods, they have reached a level that theoretically should not be reached in this universe, and have become one of the outliers in this universe. The Doomsday roared angrily, its wounds had healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and energy lingered and strengthened on its body surface, trying to tear Nian apart from Shang. I'm not the only opponent you have, Nian said inexplicably. At this moment, Russell. There is also a 6th Mars portal, which opens close behind Doomsday. Call out. Superman wearing a black suit rushed out of the portal, and at this distance, at a speed that even Doomsday couldn't react in time, he thrust forward the kryptonite spear shining with green light in his hand. Laugh. The kryptonite spear hit Doomsday's neck incision that had not completely healed. Doomsday screamed. Nian. Superman, who was holding the kryptonite spear tightly with both hands, also yelled, but it was Superman who discovered that the tip of the kryptonite spear was stuck in the bone and could not be completely inserted into Doomsday's body like before. Not only has Doomsday become stronger, but his defense has also increased several times. Doomsday roared crazily, trying to turn his head and thrust his claws towards Superman behind him. Do you think I don't exist? Nian shook his head, flew forward at high speed, and simply punched. This punch hit Doomsday's head squarely, not only stopping Doomsday's turning around, but the powerful force and impact forced Doomsday to fall back. Drink. Superman knew he couldn't retreat, so he thrust his feet into the ground with the Superman force field. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he firmly resisted the kryptonite spear in his hand. Doomsday was somewhere between Nian and Superman. His cervical vertebrae were shattered and pierced by a kryptonite spear. The tip of the shining green kryptonite spear poked out from his throat. The roaring roar of Doomsday came to an abrupt end, the energy glow in its eyes dimmed, the violent energy lingering on its body also faded away like the tide, and its ferocious grey-cold head drooped downwards. Valley withered. Successful. Superman let go of the kryptonite spear, let out a long breath, and relaxed his tense mind. He raised his eyes and looked forward, and when he saw Nian looking relaxed, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Are you okay? Nian walked around Doomsday's body and raised his left hand towards Superman. Something's wrong. Superman clapped his palms together with Nian in cooperation, raised his eyebrows with a straight face and said, about Kara, after this incident, you come to my house. Okay, Nian agreed. Not because he is Superman, but because he is future brother-in-law Carl, so he should still be given face. The edge of the battlefield. Is it over? Jesse Quick looked at the soundless Doomsday on the battlefield in the distance, and turned around to find a Bat Fighter and a Red Iron Man flying towards here, as well as Supergirl, Cyborg, and Mechanical Girl. Superheroes from other cities also rushed to the final battlefield here. Even though he was only participating in the battle, Jesse Quick felt a sense of exhaustion. In the center of the battlefield. They're coming too, Superman said. Then I'll leave first. Nian said, turned around and left. Remember, you must come to my house this weekend. Superman Clark did not forget to remind him. Nian didn't look back and made an okay gesture. Superman smiled knowingly. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. A kryptonite spear flashing with dazzling green light was inserted into the back of his neck. Doomsday, who had been standing still like a statue, suddenly had a violent cold energy light in his eyes, and his sharp claws reached out to Superman beside him as fast as lightning. At this distance and suddenly, even Superman Clark had no time to dodge. Bang! Superman opened his eyes wide and saw the young man almost teleported in front of him, and his hands with scarlet flames barely caught the claws. Boom! Two powerful energies continued to collide and explode in front of him. Magic Superman Nian pushed hard and barely pushed the other party dozens of meters away. Doomsday ignored the kryptonite spear inserted in the back of his neck, and the violent energy that soared into the sky continued to glow from his body. How is it possible, it's not dead? Superman's resolute face was slightly pale. If Nian hadn't reacted just now, he might have died under Doomsday's claws again. Maybe it's because it was killed by kryptonite once, so it has resistance to it, Nian said in a low voice. He should have guessed this possibility long ago. How could Doomsday, who would evolve infinitely to improve his abilities, not repair the weakness of kryptonite? What should we do now? Superman was completely at a loss when even the kryptonite spear didn't react. In that case, there's nothing we can do. Nian shrugged and said, we can only take a little risk. How to take it, what risk to take? Superman didn't understand, he couldn't think of any way to deal with Doomsday who had evolved to this level. Magic Superman Nian didn't respond, took a step, and flew towards Doomsday in front. The energy aura on Doomsday was a little stronger than before, mixed with a large energy conversion field in the form of a monster. Nian suddenly activated the dimension ring in the air, and a purple gem emerged from the air, and the purple gem revealed a little light of the universe. Nian opened his right hand without hesitation and held the purple gem in his hand. Chapter 482. All the superheroes who rushed to the metropolis could see that the young man who was originally burning like a scarlet flame was suddenly enveloped in a powerful burst of purple light. Magic Superman Nian clenched the purple gem in the palm of his right hand, and his golden red eyes seemed to ignite purple flames. He crossed dozens of meters in an instant, rushed to the Doomsday of the dead and punched with his right hand. The Doomsday let out a roar that could be heard throughout the city. It was even more powerful than before. The monster's body was filled with terrifying energy, and it also stretched out its giant claws under the instinct of hunting and killing. No matter how much energy or special abilities there are between the two, as long as the genes of the Kryptonian civilization are involved, the body is undoubtedly the strongest weapon. Before the collision, the airflow within a radius of 10,000 meters was agitated, and the air pressure was chaotic. Magical Superman Nian and the dead Doomsday, right fist and claw collide again. Nian was not far behind him. Superman frowned. In his opinion, it was meaningless to continue fighting Doomsday like this. After all, as long as Doomsday doesn't die, he will evolve and grow without limit in the battle. But the next moment, Superman was shocked. Visible ahead. This time, Magic Superman Nian's right fist did not confront Doomsday, but directly smashed Doomsday's giant claw into pieces. That's right, crush it. Kaka. That fist, burning with scarlet magic power and shrouded in purple light, shattered Doomsday's giant claws that were stronger than ordinary steel bodies. It continued to move forward without slowing down and struck Doomsday's chest. Bang! Doomsday's gray, rough skin and surprisingly dense muscles exploded, and almost all of Nian's right arm was submerged into Doomsday's body. The battlefield space seemed to have stopped at this moment. The eyes of Doomsday's shining energy widened. It didn't have any confusion or hesitation. Regardless of the sharp claws that had been smashed into pieces, it continued to explore Nian with its intact ferocious left claw. Drink! Magical Superman Nian gave a low shout, and his rich voice formed a sound wave, which even spread outside the metropolis. His eyes turned into a purple glow, and his handsome and delicate face looked more ferocious, like a purple god. Bang! The fist beam of light mixed with scarlet magic and purple energy roared and erupted from the back of Doomsday. Passing over the land of the island to form an abyss several kilometers long, and continued to disappear into the wide ocean outside the port. Magical Superman Nian could be seen from the back. The right hand that is tightly clenched. The sharp claws protruding from Doomsday stopped just in front of Nian's eyebrows. There was a kryptonite spear stuck in its neck. And a bloody hole was opened in its chest from its back. You can see the figure standing on it. The figure of the young man in front of him. Boom! The sizzling energy still remained in Doomsday's body, and his 4-meter-tall burly body leaned back and fell on the battlefield of the harbor island of Metropolis. Magical Superman Nian exhaled, but the breath he exhaled was not freezing air, but hot air that turned the area into a scorching summer. Success. Superman was stunned for a moment. He quickly flew forward, came to Nian's side, and glanced at Doomsday who fell on the ground. Really dead. He was still punched to death. How did you do it? Superman felt incredible. This was Doomsday that had evolved to a certain extent, and he felt that there was nothing he could do. Moreover, it was clear that Nian had been fighting fiercely with Doomsday just now, but now he backhanded him and punched him to death. Guding. If he hadn't known Nian, Superman would have seriously suspected that this kid had been playing himself. It's very simple, I cheated. Magical Superman Nian showed fatigue and exhaustion, and showed the purple gem in his hand to Superman. That's the Power Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. The power of the Power Gem can enhance the strength and energy held by the user. Strong enough to explode into stars. This infinite gem has passed through the hands of the most civilizations in the universe for hundreds of millions of years, and it has also ruined countless top civilizations. That's because this gem has the power to destroy top civilizations, but it can also easily cause the user to lose control and go berserk. Especially without the Infinity Gauntlet, if you use it with bare hands like Nian, even just one, you will burn yourself if you are not careful. If he didn't have enough confidence in his own defense and was in the magical Superman mode, Nian would not take the risk to hold the Power Gem naked. Of course, the effect is also extremely significant. With the blessing of the Power Gem, Nian, whose strength and energy was close to the day of destruction, forcibly reached a height. Therefore, it is not surprising that he can kill Doomsday with one punch. Even though it was just a punch, it was actually a powerful blow from Magic Superman, combined with the Power Stone. In the words of God King Odin before. This is the peak combat power of a single universe, plus the combat power level of a single universe level weapon. If even this blow can't kill Doomsday, that's a big problem. Fortunately, it was successful. Magic Superman Nian felt that the strength and energy in his body had been drained, and violent purple cosmic energy surged out from the fingers of his right fist, like purple currents traveling on his body's surface and invading his body and mind. Nian hurriedly used the dimensional ring to move the Power Gem back to the devouring space, and his physical condition improved a little. Yeah, luckily it worked. Superman nodded, a rare smile showing on his stoic face. At this time, Superman Clark seemed to have discovered something and asked curiously, Nian, is the new ring you put on your right hand also used to improve combat power? What new ring do I wear? Nian replied in confusion, and soon stopped talking. He looked down blankly and found that on his right hand, in addition to the silver crown-shaped dimensional ring on the middle finger, there was indeed a new ring on his thumb. The ring was completely black, without reflecting a single ray of light, with a sense of weirdness and decay. Magic Superman Nian's thinking was very fast the moment he saw the black ring. He realized that the ring had been hidden in the skeleton and even deep in the heart and lungs of Doomsday, and even the perspective I could not scan it. And just now, when he pierced Doomsday's body, this ring took the opportunity to wear on his hand. It seems that the appearance of a large number of resurrected supervillains and even the resurrection of the dead Doomsday were all for this current action. The style of this ring is similar to the Green Lantern ring used by the Green Lantern Corps, but the whole body is low-key black. Without too much presence, but under the eyes of death, you can see that it is intertwined with a strong breath of death. I see. Magic Superman Nian understood everything in an instant, but when he saw the black ring on his hand, he was too late to take measures to save it. Run! Run! Carl. Chapter 483. What? Superman was suddenly startled and realized something was strongly wrong. Nian. When Superman saw Nian suddenly closing his eyes, without any hesitation, he used the strongest force to blast towards the black ring that Nian was wearing. Bang! The air exploded, and Superman Clark's powerful fist was firmly grasped by Nian's open right hand. Nian, you! Superman Clark opened his eyes wide in surprise. And the trembling blue eyes reflected the figure of Nian. The scarlet red that had been burning and swaying on the young man's body strangely transformed into a dark and evil flame, and the violent energy lightning of dark red light lingered and flowed. Magical Superman Nian slowly opened his eyes. There was only darkness and violence in his eyes, and the smile raised at the corner of his mouth looked a bit ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind one after another. Iron Man, Cyborg, Alice, Raven, Batfighter, etc. Many superheroes fell on the bulldozed island battlefield. It seems that it's over here. Iron Man took a quick glance and looked at Doomsday, who was lying on the ground 100 meters ahead, and Superman and the young man, who seemed to be shaking hands. Owner. Seeing that Nian was safe and sound, Alice sighed in a humane tone and was about to continue flying forward, but was stopped by the Raven next to her. Wait a minute, his condition is not right. Raven raised her little face and looked solemnly at the young man who was surrounded by black energy not far away. What's wrong? Alice glanced at the Raven in surprise. Don't you feel it? This creepy chill. The Raven, like a winter bird, hugged its petite Lolita body with its arms. As a descendant of extra-dimensional demons, it is more sensitive to the smell of energy and rules, and can also smell danger in the air. Call out. At this time, a woman's figure was faster than other superheroes, and flew down not far behind Superman in the blink of an eye. The red cloak is moving, and the white blonde hair and red skirt are flowing. Carl. Supergirl called with a smile. Cousins Carl and Nian, these two guys can still get along well. Kara thought. However, Superman, who had his back turned to her, shouted back, "Don't come over." Superman Clark's words were urgent and heavy, which stunned all the superheroes who arrived at the scene, including Supergirl. Soon they understood what was happening. In the center of the battlefield. Magical Superman Nian suddenly raised his head, the corners of his eyes were as red as irons, and two scarlet laser beams shot out from his dark eyes. Laugh. Two scarlet laser beams extended upwards, instantly penetrating the gloomy sky of the city's dome, and continued to shoot out into outer space. Penetrating the entire moon next to the Earth, until they emerged from behind the moon, and the laser beams disappeared deeper into the sky. The universe of space. Ah! The young man roared angrily, and with his body as the center, a jet-black energy beam with a radius of 3 meters also rose into the sky. At this moment, dark thunder fell from the sky in the metropolis, whirlpools and huge waves surged out of the sea next to it, and the port islands, which were already riddled with holes, began to collapse. Ah! Superman also screamed, his body flew away from gravity, one hand was tightly held by Nian, and the other hand tried to take off the ring. Nian's handsome and delicate face smiled ferociously, and his originally dark eyes seemed to be burned red by anger and lasers, and they were filled with violent red light. Nian lowered his eyes, and his violent gaze fell on Superman. His body suddenly flew up and punched Superman in the chest, who was trying to take off the ring, causing Superman to sink into the depths of the ground in the center of the island battlefield with a human-shaped missile. Glutinous rice. Caca. This blow. It also caused the core area of the already devastated island to completely explode and collapse. Ah! Magic Superman Xinyan's eyes were red, his body was surrounded by black lightning, and he completely lost control and went berserk. Supergirl Kara suddenly flew forward at great speed. Her graceful and powerful legs passed under Xinyan's arms. The feet covered with red boots were like locks, wrapping around his upper body and wrapping his belly in the Superman suit. Touching Xinyan's face, the hands wrapped in the Superman force field went down to touch the young man's shoulders and head. "Xinyan, calm down," Supergirl Kara said urgently. Magic Superman Xinyan had no reaction to this. His anger was beyond words, as if he had transformed into a being dominated by anger. Supergirl's beautiful brows showed pain. The mixed energy in Xinyan's body was corroding her superhuman force field, and the power of Xinyan's current mode far exceeded hers. In just an instant, Supergirl felt that her body was about to fall apart. "Someone help me!" Supergirl shouted. Alice didn't need to be reminded. She had already turned into an ordinary human and flew forward, hugging Hei-Hua Xinyan's left hand with all her strength. Not only does she have a vibranium body, she also has strength comparable to that of a Kryptonian. The superheroes on the scene reacted very quickly. "I'll do it. I'm coming too." The semi-mechanical cyborg and the armor-wearing Iron Man flew forward. As representatives of cutting-edge technology, the two of them hugged Hei-Hua Xinyan's other hand in perfect tacit understanding. Moment. The faces of Cyborg, who only had half of his face left, and Tony Stark in the armor changed. Such terrible power and energy. Even with Supergirl wrapping her body around Xinyan's body, the two of them holding a single right hand felt that their mechanical parts were about to break. "We can't hold on." Cyborg cried out in shame. He and Iron Man worked together to start the engine and push the young man's left hand, which was still swinging. As the blackened Xinyan began to struggle angrily, the few people who restrained him could hardly keep steady. Click. A bat claw shot out from the bottom of the low-flying bat fighter, grabbing the blackened Xinyan's left hand, and the bat fighter cooperated with everyone to fly back and pull. But the blackened Xinyan stood at a low altitude of more than 1 meter, and his body did not move at all. "It's almost at the limit," Iron Man said anxiously. Artificial Intelligence Friday is constantly issuing warnings that the iron armor is approaching its limit load. "I have to do something." At the edge of the collapsing island, Jessie Quick took a deep breath, used her speed force, turned into a stream of lightning, and rushed towards the back of the blackened Xinyan. "I can only try to stimulate the other party to wake up through the powerful electricity generated by running." With this idea in mind, Jessie Quick ran faster and faster, with a strong electric light flowing all over his body. At the same time, a Raven Phantom vibrated its wings, and like Jessie Quick, its target was the back of the blackened Xinyan's head. So, at the last moment when all the superheroes could not hold on, Jessie Quick, with his hands full of strong electricity, hit Xinyan's head together with the Raven Phantom that swooped down. There was a moment of deathly silence on the field. And then, it was like being bitten by a mosquito. The blackened Xinyan roared more and more angrily. He raised his right foot and suddenly stepped down 1 meter in the air. Bang! A terrifying black energy storm swept away, and Supergirl, Cyborg, Iron Man, Alice, Raven Shadow, Jessie Quick, Batfighter, and everything around blackened Xinyan flew out. Chapter 484. Metropolis. Thunder roared in the sky, and the seawater on the island flooded back. The eyes of the blackened magic Superman Xinyan were red, and anger burned and jumped in his eyes. With a casual punch and a kick, a strong black energy storm broke out. All the superheroes and extraordinary people who tried to stop or wake up Xinyan flew backwards. No one knew what happened to the magic Superman Xinyan at the moment. Even the mastermind behind the current incident, the owner of the black ring on Xinyan's right hand, felt a moment of doubt at this time. Why is this happening? In the black light ring worn on the thumb of the blackened Xinyan's right hand, a strange wave of wisdom and thoughts appeared faintly. The Black Death Emperor behind the scenes felt unbelievable. The resurrection of supervillains including Doomsday was naturally planned by it behind the scenes. It controls the strongest black light power, which is the death power of this universe. The Black Death Emperor can transform any living person who has died and resurrected, and the dead with corpse remnants into black light puppets. Previously, Lizard Monster, Dr. Octopus, Abomination of the Dead, Symbiote Massacre, Doomsday of the Dead, etc. were all resurrected and manipulated by the Black Death Emperor behind the scenes through the Black Lantern. Everything was to manipulate the current human named Xinyan Prince into a Black Lantern puppet. Before this, the Black Death Emperor knew through the Parallax Monster and the Goddess of Death, as well as many dead supervillains, that the strongest person in the universe at present was not a warrior from the Green Lantern Corps, nor a Kryptonian living on Earth. But now, A human youth who looks ordinary but can continuously stack extraordinary abilities. Coincidentally, this human youth had also died once, within the control range of the Black Lantern's ability. So, the Black Death Emperor has been planning behind the scenes, in order to lure out Nian and use the Black Lantern's death power to make him a puppet. Everything was actually going well. But until now. The Black Death Emperor didn't understand that the Black Lantern had clearly taken effect, but did not completely kill the human youth. Whether the other party is dead or alive now, even it can't tell clearly. Moreover, this human youth deliberately adjusted his emotions to anger at the last moment when he found the black light. The anger that crossed the edge of reason will naturally make the human youth run out of control, and at the same time make the Black Death Emperor unable to invade and manipulate the body that is out of control and angry and like a living dead. This kind of anger, like the flames of hell, made the Black Death Emperor feel a burning sensation, and he couldn't suppress and absorb it through the power of the black light. Since the birth of the universe, this is the first time that the Black Death Emperor has encountered a cosmic creature that he can't control wearing the black light ring. Ah! In the Magic Superman mode, wearing the black light ring, one foot stepped on death, and was dominated by the anger. The blackened Nian roared, he was like the incarnation of a god or demon, and he was also like a human-shaped energy conversion field. His existence was a disaster. Blackened Nian glanced forward angrily, and two dark red lasers instantly pierced the sky, with dazzling and burning red light carrying a breath of destruction. Danger! Superwoman, Alice, Cyborg, and Iron Man hurriedly dodged. The Bat Fighter, which was flying backwards, was unable to dodge and was directly cut into two pieces by the dark red laser, and then exploded into two fireballs. Bang! A seat was ejected high, barely avoiding the explosion range, and Batman escaped sitting on the chair. Iron Man! Cyborg suddenly shouted, and the engine of the semi-mechanical body sprayed backwards, forcibly stopping in midair. I know, let's use the strongest firepower together. At the same time as Iron Man spoke, the engine ports of both hands had already pointed forward at blackened Nian, and the back parts of the nano armor on his body quickly deformed, forming an energy turret behind him. The next moment, Cyborg and Iron Man simultaneously burst out all their strategic weapons, tactical missiles and laser beams, and suddenly surrounded and enveloped blackened Nian in front of them. Goose yeah! Nian's eyes were red with anger, and he just blasted forward with his clenched right fist. Bang! The materialized black energy fist wave, sizzling with destructive current, pushed forward layer by layer. The overwhelming tactical missiles and laser beams were cleared in an instant, and the fist wave continued to explode. Cyborg and Iron Man were both blown out of the island and fell into the whirlpool of the sea. Nian! Master! Supergirl and Alice wanted to continue flying forward to stop it. The blackened Nian continued to punch in the air, and the amazing energy storm exploded, and the two were blown away several kilometers and immersed in the main urban area of the metropolis. The blackened Nian's angry eyes fell on Jessie Quick not far away. Hey, no way, you won't do this to me. Jessie Quick felt her scalp tingling, she ran quickly, turned into a flash of lightning under the speed force, and passed through the ruins of the collapsed island. Blackened Nian didn't chase after him, and stepped down directly in anger. Boom! This kick undoubtedly accelerated the destruction of the port island, and the cracked island land collapsed in an instant. The land of the island collapsed, and Jessie Quick stepped into the air, and her body and the rubble fell into the sea. A port island disappeared completely. Blackened Nian stood in the low air, and under his angry body, there were backflowing sea water and sea whirlpools. At a height of 100 meters, Batman, sitting on the escape chair, was stunned, looking at the terrible scene below that was like the end of the world. In just a few seconds, all the heroes were defeated. Whoosh! The blackened Nian disappeared. The next moment, a tall and terrifying young man appeared in front of Batman. Under the other party's angry and red eyes, Batman felt like he was sitting on a judge's chair. In the face of absolute supreme strength, let alone stopping, even the hope of escaping was extremely slim. Batman had no room for resistance. The blackened Nian's fist surrounded by energy fell down, and at the critical moment, a figure taller than anyone on the field blocked Batman at a very fast speed. Green skin, bald head. Muscles, cape on shoulders. The Martian hunter's green face was heavy, his strong arms crossed, and with the energy shield, he blocked the blackened Nian's punch. Chi. The power of the fist burst out and swept. The energy shield was instantly shattered by the young man's fist. The Martian hunter gritted his teeth and persisted, blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth, and blood beads burst out from the muscles of his arms that bulged in parrying. Although it was extremely difficult, he still took it. What made the Martian hunter's face turn green was that the angry and dark young man in front of him, who was more like a monster of destruction than Doomsday, continued to swing down another fist. How to block this second punch? Boom! A thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. A fat man with a big belly and a beard fell with a wooden rattan handle and a metal blade in both hands. The silver armor he barely wore was surrounded by lightning, and the axe blade just fell under the second fist of the blackened Nian. The wooden handle axe and the dark fist collided, and there was a sound of metal clashing. Chapter 485. Zitzi. Black energy fists intertwined with blue thunder to compete. Thor, the god of thunder, was shocked to find that the storm axe, the supreme artifact of the divine clan, could not cause any harm to the young man. And Thor, god of thunder, felt an astonishing force coming from the handle of the axe, which caused severe pain in his hands, and he could hardly hold the supreme artifact Storm War axe. If I had known better, I would have exercised more. The flesh on Thor's face kept trembling, and he suddenly regretted his 5 years of decadence. 5 years ago, although he obtained the storm axe to defeat his sister Hela, the Asgard domain, his brother Loki, and many Asgardian people were lost in the infighting among the gods. Thor, the god of thunder, became disheartened and moved the surviving Asgardian people to the earth, where they lived a daily life of drinking to relieve their sorrows. Thor, the god of thunder, had bulging veins and held the storm axe tightly with both hands to prevent the storm axe from flying out. But the other party is obviously too powerful, stronger than his sister Hela and anyone he has ever encountered. Even if he wasn't decadent, he probably wouldn't be able to suppress the opponent. This is too perverted. When did such a famous figure appear on Earth? Thor, god of thunder, raised his eyes to look at the young man who was running out of control and was quickly stunned. It's him. 5 years ago, on the edge of the sea cliff where his father died, the opponent once forced his sister Hela back. The other party has obviously grown from a boy to a young man. Etc. Thor, god of thunder, saw a second shadow on the young man. The silhouette of the silver spider suit that appeared on the New York battlefield 8 years ago and defeated Loki. It turns out to be you. Thor, god of thunder, had a look of understanding in his eyes. He had encountered him not only once, but countless times since 8 years ago. However, the other party will always appear with different appearances, identities, and even abilities, leaving behind unsolvable names one after another. The storm rages and the energy rages. The black magic Superman Nian used his fists to blast the newly arrived Martian Manhunter, the former top fighter of the Justice League, and Thor, the former top fighter of the Avengers, flying 100 meters away. Batman uses his bat cape to glide to a certain distance. Nian's eyes were red, and he was about to pursue him, but then he raised his eyes angrily as if sensing something. It was dusk at this time, and the sky covered by dark clouds suddenly broke open. A light-polluted figure with colorful dazzling light plummeted downwards from outer space, and the fist wrapped in the spacesuit uniform struck down towards the black Nian with the colorful stream of light. Nian was naturally angry and punched him as well. Buzz. Up and down. The collision was like Mars hitting the Earth. The tide of colorful and dark red energy spread outwards, and the shock wave almost enveloped the entire sky above the metropolis. All the glass objects in the metropolis were shattered. I said, Nian, what happened to you? The woman in the space suit shrouded in colorful light raised her heroic brows, her eyebrows filled with worry and solemnity. She is about 30 years old, with a face with intact and beautiful facial features, brilliant blonde hair hanging down her shoulders, and a tight-fitting space suit with slim curves. At this time, the mature and exquisite body of the woman in space suit continuously releases powerful colorful cosmic energy, wrapping it around her body surface. Carol. Supergirl flew back over the whirlpool of the sea at high speed and shouted to the woman in the spacesuit. Kara, I just came back from the universe, what's going on with him? Captain Marvel Carol Danvers asked solemnly. She had returned to Earth once 5 years ago, and it was at that time that she met Nian and Kara Danvers, the daughter of Krypton who was fostered in her biological parents' home. Captain Marvel Carol and Black Nian are fighting each other with fists and energy waves, and they can clearly feel that their own binary mode is being suppressed by the opponent. This powerful and evil force far exceeds the enemy's outside space. Valley. I don't know either, no matter what, we must stop him first. Just as Supergirl Kara was talking, Captain Marvel Carol had been forced to move backwards. Call out. At this time, a golden rope formed by mana appeared and was tied forward to Nian's arm. A Mars portal appeared not far away, and a mage wearing a blue magic floating cloak flew out of it, releasing a magic rope from his hand. Supreme Mage. Dr. Stephen Strange looked at Nian solemnly. Stop. At the end of the Metropolitan Harbor railing, a purple-haired woman wearing a sexy magician's costume stood there. Her magical eyes looked at Nian in the air in front of her, and she quickly uttered strange inverse remarks. Immediately, an invisible magical effect blessed Nian, restricting his movements. Satana. Batman glanced at the magician. They're all here. 5 years later. Many heroic members of the former Justice League and former Avengers, including some members of the Destiny League, are almost gathered on the current battlefield of Metropolis. Bang! Superman bursts out of the ocean floor, causing waves. Then, Cyborg and Iron Man, who had just fallen into the sea, restarted their engines and flew out. Take off the dark ring on his right hand. Superman reminded immediately. Hearing this, everyone on the field simultaneously looked at the black ring on the young man's right thumb. Go! Without any hesitation, Thor, Martian Manhunter, Supergirl, Alice, Raven, Cyborg, and Iron Man all rushed towards the blackened Nian. Doctor Strange, Satana, and Captain Marvel continued to suppress him with all their strength. Get out of my way. Give Lorna back. The angry and out-of-control blackened Nian suddenly roared, and the roar formed a sound wave, which deafened the people in the entire metropolis city. At this moment, a series of black energy gushed out from the blackened Nian, and these black energies were virtualized into the appearance of Nian, and suddenly a double-digit magic Superman Nian appeared in the air. Quickly retreat, it's the form of Icon. Seeing this, Doctor Strange blurted out in horror. The Archon form spell does not create a clone, but a phantom incarnation, and the phantom incarnation can only perform one attack. But the Archon form combined with the blackened magic Superman. Facing a group of approaching superheroes, dozens of blackened Nian angrily punched and released a strong mode power. Boom! 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 The dark flames and thunder powerfully flattened everything, including Captain Marvel and Superman, and the superheroes who had not yet approached flew backwards again. Thor's Stormbreaker flew out of his hand, Iron Man's armor cracked and shattered on a large area, Doctor Strange fell with his cloak. Martian Manhunter's blue cloak was torn apart, and Cyborg was surrounded by faulty currents. Supergirl and Alice hugged each other. A few kilometers away, Satana, who was standing on the port dock, collapsed to the ground with her inversions failing. No one could stop it. Above the black whirlpool, only the young man stood alone in the air, his eyes burning with anger, running like a wounded beast. Suddenly, a dreamy purple light rippled in the air not far behind Nian. The purple light outlined a perfect and mature female curve. Her face was stunning, her figure was tall and slender, her breasts were tall and attractive, her limbs were long and beautiful, and her skin exposed to the air was white and flawless. The woman opened her lips with a little helplessness and tenderness. You said you've grown up, no matter what, you're a child that makes people worry. Chapter 486. Metropolis. Thunder and lightning intertwined in the gloomy sky, the earth shook violently, the sea was full of undersea whirlpools, and energy storms raged everywhere. A scene of the end of the world. Superman, Thor, Iron Man, Cyborg, Supergirl, Alice, Captain Marvel, Martian Manhunter, Doctor Strange, all the heroes of the former Justice League and the former Avengers flew out. Completely sunk Harbor Island. Only the young man with burning and violent red eyes, evil and ominous black flames burning all over his body, and violent black lightning bursting out, stood alone high in the sky above the original site of the island. Put on a black light. Magical Superman blackened Nian and lost his mind, roaring and roaring under the dominance of anger, like a humanoid demon destroying the sun, attacking all creatures in sight. He also said he has grown up. No matter what, you are a child that will make people worry. As the dreamy purple light glowed high in the sky above the battlefield, a female figure appeared with a divine sword on her back and a battle armor skirt. On the metropolitan port dock not far from the battlefield, Satana, who was sitting softly on the ground, raised her eyes with difficulty. Diana. The one who suddenly appeared on the battlefield was none other than Wonder Woman Diana Prince. Only. At this time, Wonder Woman Diana's silver crown was covered with long, lustrous purple hair. She was wearing the same red armor and blue dress as always, and she was wearing 2 divine swords, one gold and one silver. In addition, the purple ring worn on Wonder Woman's left hand is like a bright purple lamp in the shape of a small ring. The purple light glowing outward is like a gauze covering the body. The figure and the purple light merge into one to outline the curves. Her every move is graceful and elegant. Luxurious. Her already perfect appearance was so beautiful that it was dazzling. Kill. God group. Kill them all. The blackened Nian roared, his red eyes seemed to be about to erupt and spurt out lava, turning into a surging black stream of light and rushing towards Wonder Woman who appeared behind him. Wonder Woman's purple eyes revealed wisdom and dignity. She immediately raised her smooth left arm, and a round dark gold shield appeared on the back of her wrist. The dark fist carried boundless power and hit the divine shield in the next moment. Clang! The collision between the fist and the buckler made a dull bell-ringing sound, and shock waves exploded in layers centered on the two of them. One of the artifacts that has accompanied Wonder Woman Diana since the beginning of World War I is the Divine Shield. As a defensive artifact, it has withstood the blows of gods, alien gods, and even the Doomsday. For 100 years, this shield is obviously more durable than Captain America's vibranium shield. But now, facing HIATUS' full punch, the divine power shield directly erupted with divine power as bright as day, and the surging divine power was quickly suppressed. TSK. Scarlet magic, superhuman force field, plus the power of the black light. This punch was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Even Captain Marvel, Martian Manhunter, and Superman Clark were not confident that they could take this blow. Under the fist carrying the fusion energy of death and destruction, the divine power surging inside the divine shield quickly dimmed and disappeared, and cracks began to burst out in the ancient and mysterious war shield artifact. The divine shield as a Greek artifact is unbearably shattered. The young man was like a crazed humanoid beast. His delicate and handsome face looked a bit ferocious at this moment. He continued to explode with power without even taking a breath. His presence caused the natural order around him to collapse. "Thank you for all your hard work, old friend." Wonder Woman said goodbye softly to the shield on her left hand. At the last moment when the shield completely collapsed, she decisively swung her free right hand towards the black Nian. "Call out." A golden lasso emerged from the dark clouds like a dragon, and as fast as lightning, it circled Nian several times, tying up his limbs. Not only that. The purple light radiating from Wonder Woman's body flows, the mysterious substance made of virtual amethyst, and the golden lasso trapped the black-haired Nian. Kaka. Valley paintings. The surface of the divine shield lost its divine light and completely shattered into dozens of fragments. Wonder Woman's left hand wearing the ring also stretched forward. One hand used the power of the purple lamp to construct and suppress the amethyst, and her right hand clenched one end of the mantra lasso tightly. "Bad boy, can't even my aunt recognize him?" Diana's beautiful eyes looked at the black-haired young man restrained by the golden lasso and purple crystal, and she whispered to herself without any reproach. "If this continues, I'm going to get angry." Ah! Nian struggled fiercely, and his red eyes shot out two scarlet rays directly on the inner wall of the amethyst. The amethyst began to be corroded and fused a little bit. But this is amazing enough. After all, we are facing heat rays that have been enhanced and superimposed by multiple abilities. Even a vibranium shield will penetrate and melt in just a few seconds. "Okay, as long as you wake up, I won't lecture you, okay?" Wonder Woman Diana pulled back the lasso of truth and channeled her thoughts along the lasso. Nian had no reaction to this. He completely lost his mind and was lost in anger. Zitzi. As the black magic Superman Nian struggled hard, the mantra lasso was constantly being opened by his hands and feet, and the purple crystal was also filled with cracks from the inside to the outside. No, she can't hold on any longer. When Zatanna saw this scene, she struggled to hold on to the railing of the pier and tried to get up. "Miss Diana." Just as she was flying out of the whirlpool under the sea, the silver-haired girl Alice shouted. She knew that the person in this world who least wanted to confront her master was Miss Diana. Facing the lasso that is about to be stretched, and the amethyst full of cracks. Wonder Woman slowly raised her right hand, crossed her upper shoulder, and grasped the handle of the Vulcan sword. Buzz! The Vulcan sword made a clear cry, but in the past it was a cry of high-spirited fighting spirit, but this time it sounded like a mournful cry. Facing the blackened Nian who was about to break through, Wonder Woman drew the Vulcan sword. "Miss Diana." "No." Alice's little face was covered with tears, and she rose from the sea to the sky, trying to stop the two men from fighting, but unfortunately it was too late. Boom! The dark energy storm erupted again. Nian escaped from the golden lasso and purple crystal and punched Wonder Woman in the chest. Wonder Woman also made a decision and swung down the shining sword of Vulcan. Plop! The silver divine sword fell straight from the sky and fell into the surging sea below. At this moment, the battlefield suddenly became unprecedentedly calm. Nian kept pumping his fist, his body froze slightly high in the sky, his neck filled with destructive flames, surrounded by a slender white arm, the woman's other arm, from under his arm. "Go through and hug your back. As long as my aunt is here, everything will be fine." Diana hugged Nian tightly and said softly. Chapter 487. The two people who were engaged in a fighting game a moment ago suddenly embraced each other at this moment. Why is this happening? The Black Death Emperor, the master of the black lights behind the scenes, also found it difficult to understand this scene. At the last moment when the demigod woman drew her sword to strike, she actually let go of the Vulcan sword in her hand, and flew towards the young man unprepared with her free hands. What surprised the Black Death Emperor even more was, at that moment, Nian, who was in a strange state of half dead and half alive, and lost control in extreme anger, should have punched through the opponent's body with a violent punch, but instead stopped the attack without warning, allowing the demigod woman to get close to him. The Black Death Emperor, who is able to control the rules of death and darkness in this universe, feels inexplicably powerless, and everything is obviously evolving towards a situation it cannot predict. It seems that so many orders and mysteries of the universe cannot take effect on today's human youth. He is an alien in this universe. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Wonder Woman Diana hugged the Black Nian tightly. Her perfect profile face was close to the young man's face, and the purple hair under the moon crown was flowing in front of red eyes. Purple-haired Diana said softly in a coaxing tone, "Just now, I was just talking, how could I be angry with you? If you really did something wrong, it is also my problem, and I will face it with you." Diana's beautiful eyes were full of tenderness and firmness. And she was holding the left hand on the black back of Nian. The purple light ring on her ring finger glowed with circles of dazzling purple light, and the purple light enveloped the two of them. Black and Nian's eyes were still blazing red, and the flames of anger were still pulsing inside, but there was also a look of confusion. He was like a sculpture of a dark god, standing motionless in the sky, letting Wonder Woman hold his body, and her raised left fist hovering in the air. Can't swing down. He couldn't attack the woman in front of him. The instinct of the body, and even the instinct of the soul, are preventing the attack on women today. Zitzi. The heat is steaming. The redness in the corners of Heihua Xinyan's eyes faded slightly. At this time, Xinyan, Supreme Mage, Cyborg, Doctor Strange and others flew up again, wanting to help suppress it. Before they could fly closer, the body of Heihua Xinyan, who had regained his composure, was shaken. His eyes once again started to dance with angry and violent red flames, and the black energy on his body exploded. Danger, don't come close. A quick note from Wonder Woman. All the superheroes at the scene stopped in the air when they heard this. Kill. Kill them all. The black magic Superman Xinyan roared violently. He did not attack Wonder Woman, but he still started to struggle as if he was stressed. Laugh. Heihua Xinyan is shaped like a human-shaped infinite energy field. With his body as the center, waves of extremely destructive black energy sweep out. Above the turbid seawater that collapsed the island, dark lightning and storms raged everywhere. A group of superheroes were immediately forced to retreat 100 meters away. This black energy was mixed with scarlet magic and the power of black lights. Even Superman's body of steel and Superman's force field would be corroded. Miss Diana. Alice looked worriedly at the core of the storm. In addition to the Black and Xinyan, Wonder Woman was also still inside. At this time, it was in the middle of the energy storm. Heihua Xinyan struggled hard, and every move was accompanied by disaster, destroying everything around him. The light emitted by the purple light ring became increasingly dimmer in the dark storm. A few strands of purple hair were broken and annihilated nearby, and the aura of death lingered. There was no doubt that even the body of a demigod would decompose and die. Despite this, Diana's face was as calm as ever, and her purple eyes that shone with wisdom were even gentle. It's okay, it's okay. Diana gently patted Heihua Xinyan's back with her left hand, and comforted her in turn. Believe me, Aunt, everything will be fine. I know you have been under a lot of pressure these past few years. Guya. Outside the black energy storm, the faces of all the superheroes on the field were solemn. Even if they were near the edge of the storm, their skin could feel burning and tingling. One can imagine how difficult the situation in the energy storm is. Martian Manhunter looked at Wonder Woman inside the storm and said in a deep voice, "She can't last long in there. If this continues, she will die. We have to do something." Dr. Strange flew up on the imitation magic floating cloak and responded. "I'll bring her out." Supergirl Kara said, and at the same time, her body flew up quickly and was about to rush into the black energy storm. "I'll go too." Alice also flew forward. Before the two of them could fly into the energy storm, a raven shadow and a magic hat appeared, stopping Supergirl and Alice respectively. Zatanna. Supergirl turned back in surprise and looked in the direction of the port terminal. It can be seen that a few kilometers away, a woman wearing a magician's uniform stood up holding on to the port railing. Zatanna coughed and said weakly but firmly, "I won't let you pass." "Why?" Supergirl couldn't help but ask after hearing Zatanna's voice. Since Diana did this, she must have a reason. Zatanna looked at Wonder Woman, who was hugging the blackened Nian in the storm in the distance. Trust her, no one knows Nian better than her. If we can't even wake her up, we can't do it either. Raven, do you think so too? Alice looked at the phantom of the raven that blocked her. The phantom that looked like a raven nodded, it flew in the air, and turned its head to look in the direction of the blackened Nian. Raven has actually been looking for something. That was also her purpose of returning to this dimension and being reborn as a human. However, after searching for several years, she had no clue. Until she met Nian again. Until she saw Wonder Woman, who had transformed herself in the dream of the young version of Nian. Raven had a strong premonition that perhaps what he had been looking for was happening right now. At this moment, in the energy storm that repels and annihilates everything. Purple-haired Diana embraced the blackened Nian, the core of the disaster. Her entire body was covered with a layer of purple crystal, but cracks began to appear under the destruction of the dark energy. Perhaps the energy would shatter the crystal in the next second, and her body would also be destroyed. But Diana did not react to this, nor did she let go of Nian and retreat. I haven't hugged you for a long time, probably a week. Diana ignored the cracked purple crystal and smiled. At this moment, it was no different from many years ago. As if there was a stove burning firewood next to her, Diana calmly and gently embraced Nian in her arms, and whispered about the past of the gods, and the truth and secrets of the seabed and the sky. Crack! The purple crystal on her body cracked again, and Diana was like a beautiful and fragile work of art, struggling to embrace the blackened Nian's body. It seems that I can't talk to you too much, Diana whispered softly. But you just need to understand one thing. The cracks on the amethyst on the body's surface formed overlapping spider webs and were about to break completely. Diana's words were forced to speed up. Nian, you just need to remember. No matter what you become in the future, no matter what state you are in, you are the person I love the most, and this is the only thing that will not change. I will always be your aunt, and you will always be my family. No matter what happens, we will be together. Before Diana finished speaking, the amethyst on the body's surface completely broke, turning into a dazzling purple fluorescence flying in the storm, and a drop of crystal tears fell on Nian's face. Chapter 488. In the magical Superman mode, Nian wears a black light ring, and it is clear that nothing can get close to his body. Powerful as Superman, Captain Marvel and other starry warriors, and as strong as divine shields, vibranium and other items, they will be destroyed by the black fusion energy just by getting close to Nian. And now, as the core of black energy flames and storms erupting. A drop of crystal clear water, which was nothing special and without any ability or energy, fell directly onto Nian's face, which was slightly ferocious due to extreme anger. Zitzi! A wisp of white smoke came out of the corners of his eyes that were as red as hot iron, but it did not annihilate the drop of water and evaporate it. Instead, water drops fell from the corners of the young man's eyes, making it look like Nian was crying. Tears flowed along the curve of Nian's delicate face, all the way to the corners of his angry and grinning mouth. The blackened Nian suddenly stopped in the air. His angry red eyes reflected the scene in front of him. He saw the amethyst shattering into fluorescent light that filled the sky. He saw the flawless god slowly closing his eyes. He saw the lustrous purple hair and moist skin burning. Together with that elegant and noble red armor dress. The most beautiful things in the world are disappearing. Clang! A slight crunching sound. The silver crown, which was as bright as the bright moon, also shattered into countless broken lights under the wash of dark energy. A head of supple purple hair suddenly bloomed like a violet flower without restraint, and was quickly replaced by black flames. Kaka. The golden sword that Wonder Woman hung on her waist and shoulders, the sword of Odin, was broken inch by inch, including the scabbard. Buzz. The left hand holding Nian's back gently but forcefully, the amethyst ring worn on it burst into a crack, and the light ring that was originally brighter than fire also went out, and the purple light quickly dimmed under the raging darkness. The arms that had been hugging Nian lost their strength. Diana closed her eyes completely, and most of her body was shrouded in darkness, and was thrown outwards by the powerful black energy storm. Energy storm outside. The worst outcome has occurred. Martian Manhunter flew over the sea, looked up at the black storm blocking his vision, and said in a deep voice with great regret. Wonder Woman's life characteristics are constantly declining, obviously, she has failed. Master, Miss Diana. Alice clenched her fists. Although she couldn't see it, she could feel that Diana's life characteristics had dropped to a level that was inferior to that of ordinary humans. How is that possible? Zatanna on the pier felt like she had been hit hard. Under her magic hat, her sexy figure was crumbling, and she bit her lower lip. Diana, she. Supergirl was so excited that she flew forward at the fastest speed, trying to rush into the storm. Call out. In a flash of lightning, Superman Clark flew extremely fast and grabbed Supergirl. Cousin, let me go. No matter what, at least let me bring Wonder Woman out. Supergirl Kara struggled. It's too late for you to go now, Superman directly told the cruel truth. But if I don't do anything, how will I face him in the future? Supergirl Kara broke free from Superman Clark's hand and turned into an afterimage, breaking the sound barrier and rushing into the storm. Superman sighed. The incident has obviously reached a point where it cannot get any worse. Now, they should consider how to suppress the out-of-control blackening Nian. In the dark storm that raged and became more and more terrifying, the wise and powerful purple-haired goddess, who was previously dressed in a Greek divine attire, was like a lighthouse extinguished on the sea at night, and like a fragile kite floating randomly in the black energy storm. At this time, one hand forcibly tore through the black energy storm and grabbed the left hand of the goddess who was turning back to white hair. A pair of red eyes full of anger and violence emerged from the darkness. Gu Zhang. Heiwa Xinyan held Diana's left hand. At this moment, Heiwa Xinyan felt something burst inside him. An emotion arises from the depths of the soul, suppressing the anger that has soared to the extreme. That's the emotion called sadness. Regardless. No matter how angry, no matter how out of control, Heiwa Xinyan still clearly realizes that he is losing the most important thing. That is something thousands of times more important than one's own reputation, money, ability, life, and even soul. It was something he could never afford to lose in his life. Goodbye, my love. Heiwa Xinyan suddenly heard the woman's last words that she had not had time to say. White steam kept coming out of the red eyes, and the scorching heat in the corners of the eyes kept fading away, and sadness turned into mist and filled the eyes. Heiwa Xinyan went against the previous behavior of losing control of anger and took the woman's hand and hugged her into his arms again. However, this time he took the initiative. Heiwa Xinyan took the woman's left hand, moved his other hand forward, picked up the woman's slender and exposed waist, and lowered his head. He kissed her, his lips white and dry, just like they had been for many years. How could I forget you? How could I lose you? When the figures of Heiwa Xinyan and Wonder Woman reunited again, the broken and extinguished ring worn on Wonder Woman's left hand began to shine again under the influence of Heiwa Xinyan's palm. And, this time the purple light was even brighter than before. The dazzling purple light was like sunlight breaking through the surrounding black clouds. The purple light burst out from the black energy storm at dawn, and it was not only visible to the superheroes on the field. The main area of Metropolis, the Gotham City area, and even the other side of the world could see the pure and bright purple light. The purple light was like a star, and it could be seen in the depths of the universe. What is going on? The superheroes on the field were stunned. Superwoman, who had struggled to break into the black storm, also stopped. What is this? Superwoman Kara opened her beautiful eyes, and in the core area of the black storm, the blackened Nian and Wonder Woman disappeared. Instead, there was a huge purple crystal. The purple crystal was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, and it glowed purple like a small sun. Nian, Miss Diana. Superwoman Kara's perspective eyes could not penetrate the outer layer of the purple crystal, but she was sure that Nian and Wonder Woman were inside. In addition, Superwoman Kara sincerely felt that this amethyst was really beautiful. Fear and confusion connected the two hearts. It was hard to sleep alone in the darkest night. Slender fingers entered the ring to change your face, the world's lonely love filled with purple light. Nian vaguely heard a voice echoing in his ears, and the two emotions of anger and sadness were completely suppressed by another wonderful emotion. Nian suddenly realized what he had almost lost. So, the young man continued to kiss her with fear, and kissed her again and again along the beautiful chin. Chapter 489. Metropolis, the old site of the port island, above. Above the sea with a radius of 1 kilometer, the residual energy storm maintains the established rules, rotating continuously like a black hole in the universe, brewing destruction and death, making this place a dark restricted area. But in the center of this dark restricted area filled with thunder and storms, there is a strange large purple crystal. The pure and flawless purple crystal releases dazzling brilliance. In this dead sea of the dark restricted area, it is like an immortal purple lamp standing. It's so beautiful. Raven's phantom was almost illuminated by the purple light, muttering to himself. Yes, it's really beautiful. Captain Marvel couldn't help but echo. The colorful streamer of her binary mode was already bright enough, and the purple light was brighter than the binary star. Moreover, this purple light was dazzlingly beautiful. Not only Raven and Captain Marvel, but other superheroes on the field also saw this scene and marveled at the magnificent view from the bottom of their hearts. The existence of purple crystals. In other words, the things it symbolizes are too pure and beautiful, so much so that the superheroes on the field all swept away their previous tension and pressure and exclaimed in admiration. In the dark energy storm that was enough to devour and annihilate everything, the brilliant purple crystal was not invaded or polluted at all. Against the backdrop of death and destruction, this is undoubtedly a beauty that can touch people's hearts. Inside the purple crystal, the violent red light in Nian's eyes faded, turning into rational and bright broken gold, and gentleness and love flowed out like a river. Under his kiss, the woman's white hair was gradually rendered with purple luster, her dry and wrinkled lips became rosy and soft again. Her skin burned by black energy returned to a bright white, and her thick eyelashes that were originally motionless trembled slightly. Nian's movements were slow and powerful, holding the woman's hand, holding the woman's back, and completely taking her into his arms. Buzz! The purple crystal that enveloped the two of them, the light that broke through the dark night, and the purple lamp ring that shone into the depths of the universe. The broken amethyst embedded on it was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon became flawless. Nian felt that his kisses everywhere had worked, and he couldn't help but work harder. Woo-ee! The woman suddenly made an extremely cute cry, and as her thick black eyelashes kept trembling, a pair of beautiful amethyst eyes soon appeared. The moment the beautiful purple eyes opened, they were still hazy and confused when they first woke up. With the cute cry just now, there was an indescribable sense of cuteness. In particular, this sense of cuteness came from a goddess of amethyst who was perfect, tall, elegant and noble. Nian felt that he almost couldn't stand it. Is this really Diana, Prince? This is too cute. Yeah. The rare cuteness in Wonder Woman's beautiful eyes was quickly replaced by wisdom, perseverance and calmness. Seeing Nian sliding down against her body, especially when the divine clothes and artifacts on his body had been destroyed, her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. Facing Nian's inquiring eyes, Diana couldn't help but put on a cold face. She clamped her slender legs, raised her smooth arms, and tapped the young man's eyebrows with her fingers. Get up quickly. Nian did get up, but he hugged Diana back into his arms. From childhood to adulthood, you taught me to be strategic and think as much as possible when doing things. Nian took a deep breath and looked up at Diana's eyes, but this time, why didn't you think about it? I almost lost you. Nian's mentality collapsed. Even if he just recalled it, Nian felt unprecedented panic and fear. Just a little bit. He was about to lose the most important existence in this world he traveled to. Nian was covered in cold sweat, and his soul was trembling. Gu Jiang. Okay, isn't it all right now? Diana's heroic eyebrows revealed a unique tenderness. She looked directly at Nian and said firmly, also, this is the decision I made after thinking about it. Even if it happens 1,000 times or 10,000 times, I will choose to do this. Because, you are worth it. At this point, Diana couldn't help but raise an arc at the corners of her rosy lips. She was still feeling fortunate for the right decision she made. Even if the artifact is destroyed, even if she dies, even if she pays all the price. If she can get the other party back, even if there is only a little hope. This deal, which seems extremely cruel to others, is really worth it in the eyes of Wonder Woman. Because it is worth it, it is worth it. You still dare to be stubborn. Losing you, whether I am out of control or sober, is meaningless. Nian's own anger surged again, and he immediately decided to soften the other party's mouth. Don't be here. The always calm Greek goddess Diana was a little panicked. There are many heroes and acquaintances waiting outside. Nian comforted, they have been waiting for so long, it doesn't matter if they wait a little longer. He couldn't help it, don't worry, they can't see inside the amethyst. Diana's beautiful eyes showed a trace of helplessness. It is precisely because of this that I can't be more worried, okay? It seems that something has happened. The Martian hunter was outside the storm, looking solemnly at the amethyst in the eyes of the storm. But the energy storm is still going on, and this battle is obviously not over yet. As Doctor Strange said this, he floated his cloak in the air and continued to cast spells with his hands, ready for the next round at any time. What he regretted was that he lost the time stone, so he could not see the next trend of this extraordinary event from the many timelines. Supergirl Kara, who has withdrawn from the dark storm, continues to wait and see with her cousin Superman, cousin Captain Marvel, and other superheroes such as Batman, Iron Man, and Cyborg, hoping that things will develop for the better. Just like that, another 10 minutes passed. A buzzing sound. The amethyst crystal, surrounded by energy storms, suddenly shattered from the inside out. Under the surprised and uncertain gaze of everyone, Only the figure of a young man emerged from it, while Wonder Woman Diana was nowhere to be seen. The energy aura fluctuations in the young man's body were obviously stronger than before, and his hair was swaying like a brilliant purple-red flame. In addition to the capital S-shaped flame totem on his chest, he also carried a golden fire ring formed by ropes on his back at this time, and a white moon crown formed by mixed energy and divine power hung on his head. One black and one purple. The light from the two rings worn on the right hand intersects and competes with each other, forming a certain balance. Nian, how do you feel now? Supergirl Kara asked with a hint of expectation as she faced the young man in the storm. The young man replied calmly, I feel angry. Anger? On the field, the expressions of all the superheroes changed drastically. Still coming. Chapter 490. How to describe this image. Under the starry sky at dawn, on the rough sea. The purple-haired young man stood in the darkest energy storm. His stunning golden eyes dancing with bright firelight. The purple-red flames were constructed into a fusion energy coat. On his chest was the totem of the Kryptonian clan, and on his head hung a representative symbol. The silver moon crown of the Amazon royal family. The undestroyed Greek artifact, the lasso of Mantra, forms the magic mark of the mage clan, which is better than a small sun on the back of a young man. The light of the black light ring and the purple light ring intertwine and resist each other. And the left hand flashes black and purple currents from time to time. Death and rebirth are reincarnated again and again, highlighting the young man's perfect body cut in golden proportions. No matter who takes a first look at it, they will sincerely feel that it is impeccable and perfect, as if they are seeing a representative of the beauty and power of the universe. In other words, this is the existence of gods that truly echoes the inner fantasies of mankind since ancient times. But this time. On the field, a group of superheroes faced the purple-haired young man who burst out of the purple crystal. Martian Manhunter, who flew away from the Earth's gravity, raised his green-skinned hands that were constantly condensing energy. Thor, the pot-bellied god of thunder, once again clenched the storm axe with a wooden handle and a sharp metal blade in his right hand. Cyborg and Iron Man used their own engines to rush out of the bottom of the sea, and activated laser or missile locking almost simultaneously. Batman bursts out of the sea in a beetle-like dark combat vehicle, causing a wave of waves. Doctor Strange's mechanical bionic hands kept making gestures, and a series of mage clones and golden spell threads emerged in the air. Colorful lightning burst out of Captain Marvel's eyes, and the power of the twin stars originating from the Space Stone was gushing out of her body. The Raven, which has transformed into a soul body, or its true essence, is constantly flapping its wings as dark as the night, and the Raven's shadow is about to disappear in this space. Zatanna, who recalled her magic hat, supported her body with her magic wand. She still couldn't believe that Diana died like this, but all traces of Diana's vitality and existence completely disappeared. Jesse Quick, who had sunk with the island earlier, was soaked all over and stood in the sea water that was half his body. Because the hood of his battle suit was lost, a beautiful and pale face was revealed, and lightning movement appeared on the surface of his body again. The silver-haired girl Alice, as a perfect artificial creature transformed from artificial intelligence, stood dazed high in the sky for the first time. Next to her, Superman Clark with a wry smile and clenched his fists again, and Supergirl Kara Danvers. Under the night sky with the red sun sinking into the horizon. The originally bright red cloak turned dark red, and the shiny white blonde hair also turned into a dark gold background. Nian, don't make me feel desperate. With a look of sadness on her beautiful and heroic eyebrows, Supergirl Kara clenched her fists little by little, then unclenched her fists, and then clenched her fingers hard again, so that her nails dug into the palms wrapped in dark red gloves. Under the worried and nervous postures of the superheroes waiting for battle, and their solemn gazes, Nian, who had superimposed the power of Wonder Woman's demigod, suddenly raised his right hand. Buzz! The purple light ring glows with thousands of purple beams, breaking through the remaining energy storm lingering around it. The purple ring light is as bright as a lighthouse standing on the sea, in turn breaking and suppressing the darkness bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the energy storm that prevented the superheroes from approaching was swept away. The deep blue sea recovered from the turbidity of the sunken island, and was once again connected to the starry sky without any obstruction. This sudden scene naturally exceeded the expectations of many superheroes on the scene. After all, many superheroes have already made plans to die here. Nian. Kara looked at this scene in disbelief and shouted with a trembling voice. Nian, who used the purple light to break through the darkness, nodded at her. Good evening, Kara. Phew. The afterimage of the flying figure wearing a red battle suit and the figure of a petite silver girl cut across the sky. Gujai. Almost at the same time, Kara and Alice threw themselves into Nian's arms. Don't worry, slow down. Nian smiled and opened his hands to hug the two of them easily. If it weren't for his current mode, he would have been knocked backwards and flew several kilometers away. It's you, it's really you who's back. Supergirl whimpered and gently hit Nian's chest with her fist. The fusion energy lingering around Nian's side was cleverly wrapped up with Kara's body, but this time it didn't hurt her at all. Master, welcome back. Alice shouted happily and excitedly. She didn't look like an artificial intelligence at all, let alone a mechanical android, but a real young girl. I made you worry. Nian smiled, hugged each other with one hand, lowered his head and kissed the foreheads of Kara and Alice respectively. Not far away. The superheroes who saw this scene were stunned for a moment, and then they all sighed in relief. You play with people's heartbeats, right? Captain Marvel helplessly slapped his forehead, with a natural smile on his heroic face. This kid is really... Superman Clark couldn't help but grin. Great, this is really great. Cyborg jumped for joy and couldn't help hugging Iron Man, whose engine and laser cannon were fully activated. Tony Stark in the suit shrugged, and immediately issued a warning in disgust. Hey, young man, let go of your mechanical claws, or I can't guarantee whether I will shoot you. But, a smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth, and this smile was more like a relieved smile. Not only because the crisis of the current event was resolved. More importantly, it was because Iron Man suddenly recalled the many extraordinary events he had encountered before. Some unanswered questions that had never been answered were answered by the young man named Nian Prince. Black Kitten, Invisible Existence, Silver God. Middle-aged and gray-haired Iron Man Tony Stark muttered to himself, and finally smiled with relief. In this way, there is really no way to beat him. Didn't you see that the Justice League next door and many superheroes combined did not defeat each other? Iron Man felt that the biggest worry in his career as a superhero was finally removed at this moment. It's time to consider retirement. If that little spider is still there. Sorry, everyone. Nian hugged Kara and Alice and looked at the many superheroes on the field. Doctor Strange flew forward with the pseudo-magic floating cloak, smiled and said with peace of mind, Sorcerer Supreme, I'm glad you're okay. If you are in trouble, we should be in trouble too. This sentence is indeed the voice of many superheroes on the field. Just now. Even if they joined forces, they had no confidence in defeating Nian in his current mode. Only by standing on the opposite side of him can you feel that kind of despair. Chapter 491. Nian, what happened just now? Superman Clark asked in a deep voice, his solemn gaze once again falling on the black ring worn by Nian. Nian lowered his head and glanced at the light ring on his thumb. If I guess correctly, this is the so-called black light. Black light? Superman and the superheroes on the field were stunned. That's right, the black light ring, Nian nodded. He recalled that 5 years ago, when he was a soul inhabiting a bear puppet. At that time, Nian once asked her sister, in this universe where I live, who controls the rules of death? Since Nian was equivalent to death at the hands of the goddess of death at that time, he was full of fear of the existence that controlled the rules of death. After all, the attack methods of the death rule are so insurmountable that even superbody mode cannot avoid death. Nian remembers. At that time, my sister's face was as calm and elegant as ever. She was holding a small black umbrella, holding herself in her arms, swaying the cross necklace and bracelet on her chest and replied, no one can control death. Death is just a concept of multiplicity, which has existed since the creation of countless multiverses. It's just that in every independent individual universe, for billions of years, there are always a few existences who have glimpsed the rules derived from the concept of death, and are able to transcend life and death and embrace eternity. The little bear puppet Nian thought thoughtfully, just like our human ancestors, thousands of years ago, accidentally obtained firewood struck by thunder and lightning, and then borrowed the power called flame. So be it. My sister nodded lightly and opened her lips slightly. In your universe, there are indeed a few beings who have glimpsed death and borrowed power from it. She said casually, the one you met, who calls herself the goddess of death, can be ranked in the top 2 in the power of death held by the universe at the moment. There is another one, named Hela, who barely ranks 3rd. Is the number 1 sister? Nian, the little bear puppet, asked curiously. My sister shook her head. It's a black ring. No, it should be said to be a black light. Now. Nian finally understood what the Black Lantern ring was that her sister once mentioned. Diversity, and even the universe itself, is filled with all kinds of strange rules and powers, just like the upgraded version of fire obtained by human beings. Some of these powers formed entities, such as the 6 Infinity Stones. Some are integrated with the universe itself, filling every corner of the universe, with only some top civilizations or extraordinary beings borrowing from them. For example, the Mage Clan on Earth draws invisible energy from the multiverse. The Green Lantern Corps borrows the power of will from this universe through the Green Lantern Ring. As for the Parallax monster that the Green Lantern Corps was once afraid of, it borrowed the power of fear from this universe. The black light ring currently worn on Nian's right hand is undoubtedly borrowed from the death of this universe. Therefore, the Black Lantern Ring can resurrect and control dead supervillains in this universe at will. It can even kill the living person who wears this ring on his hand and turn him into a manipulating walking dead. Even in the magical Superman mode, Nian could not avoid death, so he was almost killed by the black light ring on his hand. Of course, I don't know why. The Black Lantern Ring did not successfully kill itself. Nian, who reduced his emotions to extreme anger, also successfully avoided the control of the Black Lantern Master. And there is. Nian's eyes fell on the ring finger next to the black lamp, the purple lamp ring shining with eternal brilliance. A knowing smile appeared on Nian's face. If it weren't for his aunt, he wouldn't have been able to recover from the state of losing control of his anger and being strangled by the black light. Intelligent creatures have been locked. Nian, Prince from the Earth, you have deep love in your heart, welcome to join Star Sapphire. Purple Lantern Ring, the power comes from love and hate. With this lamp ring, you can create purple crystals, imprison enemies within them, or shape weapons from the crystals. The Purple Lantern Ring can also resurrect one's other half of the lover, sharing life with the one he loves, and the power of death cannot take away any of them. Guzhen. It was precisely relying on the power of the Purple Lantern Ring that Nian successfully suppressed the Black Lantern Ring. Under the watchful eyes of a group of superheroes. It's a long story about black lights. Nian gently released Kara and Alice and said, however, I do feel angry now, unprecedented anger. Nian's words were very calm, but just a hint of his momentum in that moment frightened everyone on the field. Nian clenched his fists, and his cold golden eyes were filled with anger under his absolute reason. He tried to manipulate her into killing herself, which almost resulted in the death of her aunt, as well as her familiar relatives and friends. How can you not be angry? Bang! The clouds and fog in the sky of the metropolis exploded, and the sea surface pushed up a wave of waves. Since you are angry, you have to take action. Nian always takes revenge when he is angry, and he will never wait until the 12 hours after the temporary state if he has any grudges. At this time, somewhere in the universe. A non-living planet, the deepest part of an underground cave. In the darkness and silence, there is a stone throne. A mummy skeleton holding a metal sickle and wearing a black cloak sat on a stone seat, with a pair of faint blue pupils emerging from its eyes. What happened? The Black Death Emperor's hoarse voice was full of doubt, and he lowered his eyes to look at the several Black Lantern rings in his palm. Just now, from the moment the Purple Lantern Wonder Woman hugged the blackened Nian, it lost its connection with the Black Lantern ring worn on the blackened Nian. This should never happen. In this world, what else can suppress the power of death on the Black Lantern ring? The Black Death Emperor couldn't figure it out. It suddenly realized that there were some problems in its first step of trying to control the universe. But the Black Death Emperor would never admit that he kicked on an iron plate. It is the Black Death Emperor. The real Lord of the Black Lantern. How could he be stopped by a mere human? It seems that we need to revive and manipulate more powerful dead to form a Black Lantern army, the Black Death Emperor said hoarsely. But at this moment, something strange happened. The several Black Lantern rings held in the palm of the Black Death Emperor burst into purple-red flames without any warning. The purple-red flame burst out from the Black Death Emperor's hand, illuminating the cave in an instant, and the cold temperature soared in an instant. This purple-red flame actually directly burned and decomposed the body and soul, and even the energy and rules. Ah! The Black Death Emperor screamed, and its palm was directly cracked by the flowing flame, and several Black Lantern rings with flames fell to the ground. However, the Black Death Emperor soon discovered in horror that the purple-red flame was attached to its hand and immediately covered up along its limbs. It cannot be extinguished. It cannot escape. The flame quickly spread to every corner of the cave. No, no. The Black Death Emperor knelt in front of the stone seat, and a large section of the skeleton body that was covered and burned by the purple-red flame was wiped out without leaving any ash. Its death is approaching. Chapter 492. Inside an unknown non-living planet. The unquenchable purple-red flame spread at an alarming speed, and soon the entire underground cave was burning with raging fire. This purple-red flame, like the embodiment of anger, melted everything, erupted from the cave and spread to the earth outside the planet. At this moment, the originally dark and dead planet showed the most dazzling and bright purple light in history. Rustle. A Martian teleportation portal and a young figure lingering in flames appeared in the cave of this non-living planet almost at the same time. Strange purple-red flames surrounded him in the center. Nian, who was in Purple Lantern Demon mode, stood half a meter above the ground. His golden eyes reflected the cave covered in flames. The space inside the cave had expanded more than 3 or 4 times, with stone bases. Skeletons, rock formations, and darkness and evil, these are buried in the purple flames. This is also a matter of course. This looks like the divine energy of purple flames, but it is the fusion and sublimation of scarlet magic, demigod power. And the power of purple lanterns, 3 high-level energies of the universe, coupled with the control and drive of a superhuman force field. Even the Doomsday and Darkseid clones that they encountered before, the Purple Lantern Demon God Nian at this time is sure to burn directly into nothingness. But even so, he couldn't kill the mastermind this time with one blow. Nian's eyes fell on several black light rings that were burning in flames. From the moment he stepped here, he realized that the Black Death Emperor did not die here, but escaped from the entanglement of the purple-red flames. Of course, this does not mean that the Black Death Emperor is stronger than Darkseid and Doomsday. It can only be said that the nature and ability of the other party are extremely difficult to die. Nian, in Purple Lantern Demon mode, murmured to himself, with purple fire in his eyes that flickered like stars. It's too difficult to kill a being who has gained the power of death. For example, Hela before, as long as the divine realm of Asgard exists, the opponent will not die. Another example is the goddess of death, as long as the current universe does not completely perish and end, the other party will not die in the true sense. As for the existence of the Black Death Emperor who controls the death realm of the Black Lantern, it is obviously more difficult to kill. Even if he dies, he may be reborn through another way. Certainly. What Purple Lantern Demon God Nian can be sure of is that even if the Black Death Emperor did not die from the blow just now, he must have paid a heavy price if he wanted to escape from the burning flame of the fused energy divine power. A heavy price. It's not enough. I will definitely find you and kill you. This is what I said, and I always do what I say. Nian calmly uttered a word. If it were not for the absolute rationality controlled by emotions, the current anger would be enough to burn this uninhabited small planet to ashes. At this time. Buzz. On Nian's right hand, in addition to the purple light and black light rings, the silver crown ring worn on the middle finger suddenly flashed. Gwen. Purple Lantern Demon God Nian pondered slightly, and a figure wrapped in purple flames flickered and disappeared into the underground cave here out of thin air. At this time. Deep in the universe, there is a deserted, cold, lifeless planet. Accompanied by fluctuations in space transmission. A small section of the mummy with a skull face fell into the blue ice and snow. Only half of the face was left in the sunken eye sockets with faint blue pupils. From the corner of the twitching and grinning mouth came an angry and hoarse cry. Damn, damn, damn. It was the Black Death Emperor, and it had smelled the breath of its own death for the first time in a long time. It actually almost got killed. For billions of years, it was actually a human being who made it feel the crisis and fear. Gu-Su. Huh, so you will also have such a day. A charming female voice suddenly sounded from in front of no one. Who are you? The Black Death Emperor began to repair the small half of his body, and slowly raised his withered skull, staring at the area in front of him with his faint blue eyes. The frost and snow there were blowing coldly, and a sexy figure wrapped in black gauze walked out of the middle, with a face that was sometimes skeleton and sometimes charming. Goddess of Death. The Black Death Emperor stared at the woman in black gauze. Did you come here specifically to see my joke? The Goddess of Death was not angry, and smiled sweetly. I know, you just failed, but in my opinion, your failure is natural. What on earth do you want to say? The Black Death Emperor's eyes became colder and colder, feeling that the other party was deliberately mocking him. Nian Prince, the Goddess of Death smiled charmingly. You obviously don't know the background of that human being, this is also the biggest source of your failure. The other side. Solar system, above Mars. Energy surges. More than a dozen Green Lantern Corps elites screamed, and the weapons transformed by their will were annihilated by the power of yellow light, and fell to the surface of Mars one after another. Why don't you kill them and claim their power? A disembodied yellow resentful spirit, like a ball of energy or a ball of light mist, is floating above the surface of Mars as the essence of fear. Next to it. Standing is the most outstanding elite captain of the Green Lantern Corps, Sinestro. However, Sinestro had already put a yellow light ring on his left hand, and his eyes and face looked cold and ruthless under the light of the yellow light. Yellow Lantern Sinestro said indifferently, there is no rush, let them feel fear, the more scared they are, the more power we can ask for. Sinestro, you actually joined the Parallax Monster lineup. You are a traitor to the Green Lantern Corps. The Guardians will never forgive you. The dozen Green Lantern members who were betrayed by the captain looked full of grief, anger and disbelief. Yellow Lantern Sinestro sneered and said nonchalantly, "The blackest night is coming, and everything in the universe will usher in the end of death. The power of Green Lanterns is too weak, so I can only join the fearful Yellow Lantern. As for the Guardians, they can't protect themselves. Not to mention the Black Lantern of Death, they can't even compete with the Yellow Lantern of Fear." Many Green Lantern members could not help but show fear. Sinestro raised the yellow light ring on his left hand and released the yellow light that embodied fear. "Lend me all your power, under the control of fear, only then can the universe be saved." Immediately, every member of the Green Lantern was swallowed up by the yellow light fog. Their bodies and souls, including the Green Lantern ring, were exploited and extracted by the power of the fearful Yellow Lantern, and streamed into Sinestro's Yellow Lantern. Everyone, don't give up. On the constantly falling battlefield of Mars, a female Green Lantern member used a spider web to pull 3 or 4 Green Lantern members back, and used the huge shield formed by the power of the Green Lantern's will to resist the power of the fearful Yellow Lantern. "Oh, Gwen Stacy." Sinestro looked at her indifferently. "As a native of Earth's civilization, you really exceeded my expectations, but do you think you can resist the yellow light? I have seen too many existences on Earth that are more terrifying than yours, and there is nothing to be afraid of." Green Lantern Spider-Woman Gwen stuck out her tongue proudly, and raised a middle finger on her left hand wearing a Green Lantern ring. Chapter 493. Sinestro's eyes turned cold, and he was about to continue applying pressure with the power of the yellow light of fear, but suddenly stopped, and looked in Gwen's direction with narrowed eyes. Green Lantern Gwen blinked curiously, thinking that her warning had an effect. "Miss Gwen Stacy, watch your back." Still not far away, several surviving Green Lantern members gave hurried reminders. "What?" Green Lantern Gwen was shocked. Her spider sense did not detect the danger, so she looked back in surprise. A young figure wrapped in flames could be seen appearing on the Martian battlefield here from unknown time, standing calmly close behind him. Moon Crown Halo, Flame Totem. Purple hair and golden eyes, the tall body is filled with powerful energy and divine power, and the golden lasso aperture following closely behind him seems to be gathering infinite energy. Like a dreamlike cosmic god. "Miss Gwen Stacy, run." Several Green Lantern members not far away opened their mouths in shock. "Why?" Green Lantern Gwen was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly opened her slender arms tightly wrapped in the Green Lantern suit. Leaping forward like a rabbit and jumping into the opponent's arms, and hanging around the young man's neck like a giant spider sloth. "Ha ha ha, you're here." Green Lantern Gwen pressed close to her, her towering breasts so heavy that the flames were deformed. "Gwen, why did you come here?" Nian naturally held up her round buttocks with one hand, and rubbed the other person's short golden hair with the other hand. "You can run out, why can't I?" Gwen snorted softly, but her delicate little face was filled with an unstoppable smile. "It seems like they know each other. I think it's more than just acquaintance, they are clearly a couple." Several Green Lantern members were dumbfounded for a moment, and then breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they were not enemies. "This is impossible." Sinestro's eyes were fixed on Nian's left hand embracing Gwen. The 2 rings, one purple and one black, glowed with different lights and intertwined together. Are those 2 light rings with different emotional realms? In addition, although the young man's image has changed a bit, he still remembers that delicate human face clearly. Isn't he the mysterious human being who once forcefully broke into the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps 5 years ago? Young patted Gwen gently and said with a smile, "Just leave it to me." "Do you still want that?" Gwen asked emotionally and seriously with bright eyes. "That's enough." Nian put Gwen down and raised a pair of golden eyes in a Purple Lantern demon mode. The feeling that was reserved and gentle a moment ago has become extremely cold at this moment, the purple flames are burning, and even the battlefield of Mars is frozen by the terrifying aura. Sinestro, who was wearing a yellow light, took a step back in the air. He clearly felt fear. "Fear keeps spreading deep in my heart." The yellow light is supposed to make everything in the world feel fear and gain the power of fear from it. But at this moment, Sinestro is undoubtedly afraid. If you are afraid of yellow lights, will you also feel afraid? Parallax Monster. Yellow Lantern Sinestro subconsciously looked to the side and saw the yellow resentful spirit turning into a strong wind and flying towards the universe beyond Mars behind. The Parallax Monster that controls the power of fear, ran away. "Your mother's." The yellow light Sinestro wanted to curse, so he suddenly raised his left hand, and the yellow light ring burst into intense light. The figure of Nian in the Purple Lantern demon mode moved without any means of attack. It was more like turning into a stream of light and passing by the body of the Yellow Lantern Sinestro. Bo! accompanied by the sound of explosion. The powerful yellow light curtain was directly broken. Sinestro had no room for resistance, and his body was disintegrated into nothingness by the flames. Over the same place. Only one green light ring and one yellow light ring are left. The Green Lantern demon Nian continued to chase the Yellow Lantern parallax monster without slowing down. Valley. I didn't do anything to that girl, why are you chasing me? Parallax monster's mentality exploded. 5 years ago. It sensed that there was an invincible and powerful existence on the Earth, so it did not choose to come to the Earth, but lurked on Mars not far from the Earth. Unexpectedly, he actually lured the opponent out now, and the opponent is obviously stronger than 5 years ago. It has no choice but to escape. Without looking at the opponent, even the black and black lights were suppressed and subdued. Bang! The disembodied parallax monster was about to rush out of Mars, but it hit an invisible wall in front of it. Parallax monster soon discovered that it was not a wall, but a space barrier made of amethyst. The road ahead is blocked. As for the rear, the purple-haired young man turned into a stream of purple light, resembling a purple-red sun, and rushed over with unstoppable momentum. Don't come here, the parallax monster shouted in fear. The next moment, the Purple Lantern demon god Nian directly crashed into the Yellow Lantern wraith with his perfect body surrounded by flames. Boom! Just like a small supernova explosion, the sky-high flames bloom in the universe. This is undoubtedly the most gorgeous scene. When Nian returned to Earth with Gwen, the incident of the resurrection of the dead came to an end. Only a few people know. The darkness is still lurking in the depths of the universe, brewing a catastrophe that will sweep the universe. What's more, no one knows. As the protagonist of this extraordinary event that should have attracted attention, Purple Lantern demon god Nian did not return to the devouring space after solving the parallax monster, nor did he rejoin the superheroes. Nian restrained all the energy and divine power in his body, eliminated his halo and divine brilliance, and quietly appeared in the city of Washington as an ordinary human being. As night falls, the lights are on in Washington, and the modern pedestrian streets are bustling. Nian, wearing a shirt and uniform, was like an ordinary office worker, tired and ready to go home, and came to the intersection of Washington Street to wait for release. The green light comes on and people come and go. Young, who could shatter a city, took a smart step. Halfway there, he suddenly smiled and walked forward to the bus waiting chair on the opposite road. A Gothic woman was sitting there quietly and gracefully holding a small black umbrella, casting a small dark shadow under the street lamp. Sister, Nian stepped forward and called. The Gothic woman did not respond and continued to look at the busy modern street in front of her. You helped me before, right? Nian smiled and said. I really can't think of anyone else except you who can ignore the black light's killing power and save me. The Gothic woman lightly shrugged, without raising her eyes, and responded casually and firmly, at least you have been my trainee assistant for a period of time, I will not allow you to be killed by the rules of death. Nian said sincerely, Sister, I don't know how to thank you, you saved me twice. Precisely because it is death itself, it exists only as an observation of death. Nian has never seen her sister before, and she has saved dying creatures. No matter how strong, pitiful or cute she is, she will calmly watch her face the end of her death. Except him. Nian once had a bold conjecture, but it was just a conjecture. That conjecture was enough to make his heart beat wildly, and even he couldn't believe it. The Goth woman responded, if you feel you owe me anything, then pay the corresponding price. What price? Nian really couldn't think of any price that could be comparable to his own 2 lives. However, he still said happily and firmly, Sister, whatever you want, I will give it to you now. Even if you die. Well, even if you die. Then go on a date with me. Okay. Nian was unexpected and opened his mouth wide. Under the exquisite little black umbrella, the Gothic woman raised her happy eyes and raised the corners of her dark red lips. Didn't you say before that you wanted to introduce me to the world you live in? Then make a date with me, brother. Chapter 494. Early morning. A villa in the suburbs of Washington. When the light of dawn falls on the windows, the sky blue curtains on the indoor windows are also drawn up, making the dark room brighter. In the room, in front of the wardrobe mirror. Comb your black hair to a decent amount of oil, put on a long white shirt that fits you well, arrange the collar and cuffs properly. Put on smooth and wrinkle-free black trousers, polish the adult's leather shoes, and finally put on the winter monochrome coat. The handsome black-haired young man let out a breath of hot air, looked at himself in the mirror, and asked seriously to the silver-haired girl wearing a maid dress beside him, Alice, how do I look? Master, you look absolutely perfect, if I were the woman, my heart would beat faster. The maid Alice blinked, responded sweetly and confidently, then levitated slightly and tied the cashmere scarf for the young man. Then I'm going out now. Nian took a deep breath and said a little hastily. Master, Alice fell back to the floor, raised her sapphire eyes, and asked with uncontrollable worry. Is there really no problem? You don't have any temporary capacity now, and such a bad incident happened yesterday. Is it really okay to go out alone today? It's okay, Nian smiled lightly. I am not alone. As long as she is here, I will never have any problems. In other words, today is his safest day. If anything happens, I will notify you in time. Nian waved his hand and went out happily. Raven, be good with Alice at home and wait until I come back. Nian passed by the main hall on the first floor and did not forget to say to the black-hooded Lolita who had just finished breakfast and was sitting on the sofa. Without waiting for Loli to respond, Nian opened the door and left the villa. The villa suddenly became deserted. What? Raven, who returned to her human Lolita form, raised her eyes and glanced dissatisfied at the closed door of the villa. I'm not a child, why should I be good? You said you're waiting for me to come back, but you clearly don't want me to go out with you. Alice came down the stairs from the second floor and whispered happily, however, since 4 years ago, I have rarely seen the master so excited. No, I didn't see him so excited when he met me. There is a resentment in Raven's heart that she is alone in an empty building, so she spoke a lot more today. No, when you meet me, you clearly dislike me. The Raven's dissatisfied thoughts were like a little crow. I have to say, she was indeed sour. Light snow is falling from the slightly gloomy sky, the neon lights have not yet gone out, and the modern streets are busy with traffic. Nian came to the gate of Washington Park and glanced at his watch. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning as promised. It's just that I haven't seen the person I agreed to yet. Nian was inexplicably nervous. He couldn't even remember the last time he was nervous. The closer the appointed time is, the more nervous you will be and your heart will beat faster than expected. Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, the time came to 9 o'clock. Standing in front of the park, Nian looked around the street. There were many people holding black umbrellas, but he did not see the familiar female figure among them. However, it is normal if it does not appear. Guli. Nian didn't know whether he should feel disappointed or relieved. But at this moment. Tread. A light step sounded from the park behind him. At this moment, the surrounding snowflakes seemed to have stopped. You don't think I won't come, do you? A light and sweet female voice then sounded from close behind. Nian turned around and saw a woman dressed in Gothic clothes walking over holding the same small black umbrella as always. The woman with short black hair slightly raised her small black umbrella, revealing her elegant and bright dark eyes, and lightly opened her dark lips. Death never breaks its promise. Actually, what I'm thinking is, it would be better if you didn't come. Nian blurted out and waved his hand quickly, of course I hope you can come, but for some reason, I don't really want you to come here. The Gothic woman's beautiful eyes were slightly stunned. Nian also knew that his words were full of contradictions, and couldn't help but ask, Sister, if you don't show up here because of the death observation, is it really okay? The Gothic woman chuckled. What are you thinking about? It seems that I can only operate according to the laws of the universe, as long as I think, I can do anything. She paused and said, in this world, the only one who can influence or kill me is myself. Nian knew that the world his sister was talking about was not limited to his current universe, but also included the entire multiverse. That's great. Nian breathed a sigh of relief. He stared at the woman in front of him and his eyes couldn't help but shine. Sister, you are very beautiful today. So, has the date already started? The Gothic woman was a little curious. I heard that praising a female companion is one of the necessary dating etiquette for you people here. Nian said sincerely, I don't know what other people do, however, what I say is sincere. At this time, my sister did not wear the usual camisole and jeans. Instead, she wore a long and fluffy black dress. The dress hugged her body tightly and drew graceful curves, revealing the perfect and delicate collarbone with a cross on it, and the skin of her arms under the sleeves. With pale beauty. Under the short black hair, the black eyeliner on the right corner of the eye bends out a wonderful note, and the beautiful and valiant face is pale. She stood on the street with light snow, like a beauty in a sketch, with only 2 basic colors of black and white. She has a close affinity, and an untouchable mystery. Today's Sister of Death is really beautiful, wearing a Gothic dress, she is more gentle and moving. Facing Nian's fiery gaze, the Gothic woman was not shy, and let him admire her and said to herself, dating, it feels good. The official date hasn't started yet. Nian smiled and stretched out his hand, let's go, sister. The Gothic woman followed his meaning and put her right hand on the palm that was stretched out. Nian just held the other's hand, which was a little cold but soft enough, with slender and even fingers, perfect like a work of art. Although 5 years ago, she was often held in her arms by this hand for 3 years. But that was a state of soul after all, lodging on the teddy bear doll, but without any touch. And now. It was the second time that Nian had physical contact with death. The first time was 8 years ago, the day before Nian died. The entrance to Washington Park, as the meeting point, was also the place where Nian and death first met. What's more, this was a date, a real hand-holding, a date with death. The meaning was completely different. Chapter 495. So. On the streets of Washington, where it was snowing near Christmas. On the projection advertising screens all over the streets, news reports about the resurrection of the dead villain yesterday were broadcast. When the superheroes of the former Avengers and the former Justice League were thinking about how to face the coming blackest night. As one of the protagonists of the extraordinary event, Nian and death, the embodiment of the rules of the multiverse, were starting a date as ordinary people. Just like a normal and well-matched couple. Nian took death for a walk on the pedestrian street in Washington, and went to a 5-star hotel with him to enjoy a delicious steak lunch, and even passed by his high school. "Sister, look, that's where I used to study," Nian said to the Gothic woman walking side by side. "At that time, I was still an ordinary human who had never seen aliens, magic, or witchcraft, and had no extraordinary abilities. I was thinking about getting into a good university and supporting my aunt in the future." He sighed. "I never expected that so many things would happen later, it was just like a dream." The Gothic woman nodded slightly. "Even in the multiverse, few people have such a strange experience as you. Why do I feel that I am the luckiest person in the multiverse?" Nian smiled and shook the hand he was holding. The Gothic woman glanced at him and did not comment on it. Nian was happy. "I am definitely the luckiest person in the multiverse. After all, who else can date the real death besides him?" "Come in a little closer," the Gothic woman suddenly gestured with the umbrella in her hand. Nian couldn't help but get closer to each other, and their shoulders were almost completely close to each other. Washington High School, open-air playground. Teacher Roth Harrington, can you tell us more about the legendary story of senior sister Gwen Stacy? Yes, I heard that Miss Gwen, the current general manager of Future Chronicle Company, once attended our high school. A group of high school students were excitedly whispering in the snow. Roth, a muscular instructor with white hair and a muscular body, coughed and said, "Student Gwen's current achievements are indeed good, but if you ask me, there is a student whose achievements are much more impressive." "Who?" The high school students were stunned. "Who has ever attended this school achieved more than the general manager of Future Chronicle Company?" Roth smiled mysteriously and did not respond. But at this time, Roth looked blankly outside the campus. The high school students looked back and saw only the silhouettes of a man and a woman holding a black umbrella walking by, and they soon disappeared. "Instructor, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I recognized the wrong person." Instructor Roth retracted his gaze and grinned. "A day is long, and a day is short." Nian took death to know the place where he used to live, tasted the food he thought was delicious, and took death to watch movies and dance. When they came out of the dance hall, death whispered, "Just doing ordinary things all the time." Nian asked back, "Sister, do you hate this?" The Gothic woman shook her head. "Not only do I not hate it, but I find it very interesting and want to continue like this." Nian blinked at her and said, "This is a date, two people are together, doing what love does." The Gothic woman was silent, and then she smiled faintly. "So, this is a date." After the night, Nian and death finished their dinner and came out of the restaurant. The lights outside were already on. Death suddenly stopped and looked at a pedestrian street. Nian looked over in surprise and found that there was a claw machine in the corner of the commercial street there. "Sister, you don't want to play that, do you?" Nian was puzzled. "No." The Gothic woman glanced at him calmly. No, I just think that you like this a little novel." "Gu shi." Nian suppressed his smile and walked forward with death. When they got close, Nian found that the puppets in this claw machine, that is, the puppet machine, were all bear-shaped. Death looked at the bear doll, wondering what he was thinking. "Let's play it." Nian immediately took out his wallet and threw in a few coins. He used spider sense to enhance his perception, controlled his emotions to keep himself absolutely rational, and began to fiddle with the remote control of the doll machine. Death opened his dark beautiful eyes and looked at the moving mechanical claw with a ray of expectation. Nian pressed the button, and the mechanical claw naturally caught the bear doll perfectly, and then naturally failed. Well, that's what a claw machine is like. Under the gaze of Sister Death, Nian's eyes twitched, and he looked a little embarrassed. Sister, why don't you try it? The Gothic woman hesitated, and stepped forward to try to manipulate the joystick. The mechanical claw caught the doll perfectly again, and then the doll fell from the claw again. Failed again. Nian and Death stood in front of the claw machine, silent in the cold wind of the light snow. The two who were almost omnipotent both failed in this claw machine. Come again. Nian gritted his teeth and took out a stack of US dollars. 10 minutes later. Wow! A group of children were stunned and surrounded a claw machine. It can be seen. The black-haired young man held dozens of teddy bears, and he didn't know how much he spent, but he almost completely emptied the claw machine. As expected. Superpowers sometimes fail, but money is always reliable. The Gothic woman smiled and took a teddy bear from his arms, saying, "Give the others to these children." "I listen to you." Nian, who was in a triumphant posture, agreed happily, and the children around the two cheered. The night was getting deeper. In Washington Park. Seeing the Gothic woman holding the teddy bear tightly in her hands, Nian couldn't help laughing. "Do you like it so much?" "Yes, I like it very much, very much." The Gothic woman nodded seriously, hugged the teddy bear tighter, and looked up at Nian. Nian's heart was pounding. He found that he really liked the Gothic woman at the moment. "I fell in love with the warm and indifferent, elegant and casual, mysterious and moving Death." The Gothic woman held the new teddy bear doll and suddenly quickened her pace to trot forward. She stopped near the fountain in the park, her black Gothic dress swaying gently, and turned to look at Nian. "Thank you for your date, I will always remember this day, and I have definitely received the price you paid." "Sister, you." Nian saw his sister with the night as the background, and his heart surged again. The feeling that he would never see each other again in Gotham before. "And I will pay the price for this," the Gothic woman said inexplicably, but her face was full of smiles. She walked forward slowly, and as the fountain behind her burst, her body fell into Nian's arms. Death slightly tiptoed and sent dark red lips in the night. Nian and Death's bodies were close together, and he could feel the other's equally accelerated heartbeat, and he couldn't help but lower his head subconsciously. He could feel each other's exhalation, and the moment before the two were about to touch. Puff! The sound of something being pierced was clearly heard. Nian opened his eyes blankly, and he saw a Gothic woman who looked exactly like the embodiment of Death, standing calmly behind Death. The Gothic woman, wearing a suspender top and jeans, held a dark chain in her hand, piercing the back of Death in Nian's arms, and lifted up her body in a black dress. Chapter 496. Under the night, above the snow. The incorporeal black chain is like the embodiment of a concept. The black chain penetrates the Gothic woman in the black dress, breaks out from the front of her graceful body, and tears the stuffed bear in her arms. Nian opened his eyes wide and saw another Gothic woman who looked exactly like Death's sister. She was wearing the suspender top and jeans she wore when she first met her sister. She was calmly pulling back the black chain in her hand little by little. The second Gothic woman who appeared was almost indistinguishable from the first Death sister except for her clothes. Except for the eyes. That look was the look that Nian had seen when he first met his sister, gentle and calm, treating all creatures in the world equally, and just casting a calm gaze as an observer on the day of death. A look without any personal emotion. She is Death and only Death. Rather than showing a sense of expectation when seeing a bear doll, not wanting to go on a date and meeting him, not treating his special sister Death. Clang. Accompanied by the crisp sound of black chains in the air. Death took back the black chain, and the chain twisted and transformed into a small umbrella, which she held elegantly and lightly in her hand. Death didn't look at Nian. He turned around, held up the small umbrella, and disappeared into the night with steps. Everything happened so suddenly and quickly that even Nian had no room to react. Tap. Until the Gothic woman, who was pierced by black chains, lay weakly on his chest. Why is this happening? Even with the absolute rationality to control his emotions, Nian felt flustered for a moment, and hugged Sister Death in his arms with both hands. I don't know if it's an illusion. Nian felt that the body of the dead sister in his arms was very light, like a feather. No blood flowed out, only the plush stuffed inside of the torn bear doll slipped from between the two like snowflakes. Please, please, don't die. Nian kept mumbling, and instinctively groped for Sister Death's slender back, but did not touch the entity. His hand passed directly through the Gothic woman's body. Nian was stunned. The body penetrated by black chains began to change and dissipate into streaks of black mist under the eyes of the fourth permanent ability, Death. That is the rule concept called Death. Don't worry, I won't die. Sister Death said weakly and softly, if death means the end of all things, then I will exist eternally like this multiplicity, even if the multiplicity is destroyed, I will not end. The current appearance of a female human being is just the embodiment of the concept of the rule of death. She can become anything she wants. Yeah, it's you after all. Nian forced a laugh, but tightened his grip on the Gothic woman's back and lower abdomen, which had begun to be unable to maintain their original shape. Just now, tell me what happened, okay? Nian looked down at his sister's face, which was as pale as a sketch. Can you not say it? Sister Death hummed softly, pouting her dark red lips. No. I must know. All right. The Gothic woman turned away and whispered weakly, Death has no feelings, let alone falling in love with others. Gumi. Once Death falls in love with someone, a second original personality will automatically be born to format the problematic existence. Can you understand what I mean? The Gothic woman's pale face showed a little shyness and relief. I don't understand, I don't understand. Nian's body trembled slightly, unable to believe this fact. Nian, I fell in love with you, it's that simple. The corners of the Gothic woman's mouth rose quietly, and she leaned her head on the young man's arm. I actually don't want to say it, because, as a woman, I am also shy when it comes to expressing my feelings. Sister, is there any way I can save you? Tell me. Nian hugged the Gothic woman's body tightly, but most of the delicate body in his arms was filled with the smoke of the void rules of death. I didn't say that, I won't die, so I don't need any treatment. Don't you understand yet? The real me left the earth just now, and what is lying in your arms now is just the afterimage of my death left a minute ago. I am willing to pay a sufficient price, can you change back to what you were before? Even if I can never see you. Sorry, I can't do it. Do you still remember the last time we met? In fact, at that time, I had realized that I might have fallen in love with you, so I wanted to leave this universe forever after seeing you. I shouldn't have kept you, Nian's body trembled. He recalled the last time he met Sister Death in Gotham. At that time, the other party gave him the illusion that she came specially to see her for the last time. Even without your persistence, there is no way I wouldn't come to see you. The note drawn by the eyeliner on the right eye of the Gothic woman seems to be beating with joy. Because I fell in love with you, no matter where I go, even if I leave this world, I will miss you and want to pay all the costs, see you again and again. Because I fall in love with you, I have no solution. Promise me I'll see you again in the future. Nian could no longer feel any weight from his hands. The body in his arms turned into a semi-transparent female shadow, ready to completely turn into black death mist and dissipate at any time. Nian, brother, you must remember. The Gothic woman's semi-empty left hand gently stroked Nian's face and said softly, you are the first and last person favored by death. She suddenly chuckled and said, you, the intern assistant, really haven't made any progress, you have been carrying problems and difficulties for the past few years, but you didn't mention it when you were with me today. Remember, the Lord of Death is actually the embodiment of life. After saying this, in Nian's arms, the Gothic woman's shadow began to merge into the air towards the black death mist. If possible, I really want to see you again. The Gothic woman stopped talking before she finished. But Nian suddenly lowered his head, and the kiss that had been interrupted before finally touched each other at this time. Nian couldn't feel a touch on his lips, but he felt that this was the most beautiful and precious thing today. Sister, you have to remember one thing too. Nian and the Gothic woman's shadow looked at each other at a point close to each other. He took a deep breath and said firmly, no matter how much time has passed, no matter where you are, I will definitely find you. I will make you fall in love with me again, unless we die, our fate will not be interrupted. Chapter 497. Washington Park, in front of the central fountain. The music and splashes of the park fountain stopped. A black-haired young man in a suit and leather shoes knelt on one knee in the snow, his hands still in the gesture of hugging, but there was no one in his arms, only a black mist of death rules overflowing. The light snow continued to fall silently, falling on his hair and shoulders. Buzz. The black ring on Nian's right hand suddenly burst into a strong black light, like a ball of night trying to erode him. Then, another ring on Nian's middle finger burst into a bright purple light, like a small purple lamp, expelling and suppressing the blackness of the black ring. The lights in Washington Park suddenly flickered, and then completely went out. The moon above the city of Washington was also covered by black clouds. All of a sudden, the extremely quiet park fell into a strange darkness. The purple lamp ring worn by Nian was the only light source left in the park. Tap tap. Two figures appeared in front of Nian, accompanied by the black. One of the figures was a tall figure with a skull-faced mummy, whose eyes were shining with dark blue light, holding a huge sickle in his hand, and the black that devoured the breath and light of life was surging on his body. The other figure was a mature woman wrapped in black gauze, her sexy and perfect body was undoubtedly exposed, and her face was shrouded in a black mist, and it was faintly seen that it was a charming and beautiful face. I knew it, how could that person be with an earthling in this world? The black gauze woman chuckled, but obviously relieved. If you really compete with the other party, you will naturally not be able to rob. Why do you look so weak? What about your posture last time? Don't you plan to show it? The dark blue eyes in the sunken eye socket stared at the young man, and the skull-faced mummy had a cold and indifferent face, slowly raising the huge sickle weapon in his hand. It can still feel the pain of burning most of its body by the purple-red flame, and the shame. New York Temple, first floor. Dr. Strange Stephen Strange, with his eyes closed, was floating cross-legged on a large cauldron. Suddenly, the New York Temple trembled slightly, and a crack appeared on the surface of the cauldron. Dr. Strange suddenly opened his eyes, his pale face covered with cold sweat. It's broken. The former Justice League headquarters, the main hall that looks like a church. Batman, Superman, Supergirl, Flash, Cyborg, Martian Manhunter, Tank, and Zatanna. A group of superheroes are having a long-awaited gathering, and are also discussing the Parliament about the appearance of various lantern rings. At this time, Zatanna's face suddenly changed, she stood up from her chair and looked in the direction of Washington. Avengers Headquarters, Studio. Captain Marvel, who has eliminated the double-star energy light pollution on his body, is shaking hands with Thor, who has put down his Stormbreaker and is fat and bloated, for the first time. Tony Stark is modifying the Iron Man armor next to him. At this time, both of them noticed something and looked at the vast night outside with great solemnity. Washington, Stacy's home. Gwen suddenly jumped up from the bed in the room. She looked at the bookcase and saw that the green light ring in the drawer was glowing green in an emergency. Washington, private villa. The silver-haired girl Alice was still waiting for her master to return at the door. But at this moment, the raven, who was curled up on the sofa on the first floor, suddenly said, "They are here." "Who are they?" Alice asked. "Gu Yen. This disgusting feeling can't be wrong." Raven quickly said, "It's the owner of the black ring yesterday, and the woman who appeared on the Great Era ship 8 years ago." She pondered and said, "It's not far from here, the specific location should be in Washington Park." Alice's eyes, as bright as gems, shrank. Washington Park. Not good, the master. At this moment, only superheroes with superior perception can vaguely sense that the biggest crisis on Earth has arrived. By the time they could sense it, it was too late. Washington Park. The Black Death Emperor stared at the black-haired young man and smiled coldly. "I will destroy half of your body and make you my puppet for me to drive for billions of years." The goddess of death covered her mouth and giggled charmingly, "I want his soul." The Black Death Emperor and the goddess of death, they both came at the same time. Not to mention the Earth, even if the Green Lantern Corps came out in full force, they couldn't resist. So, dividing the spoils became a matter of course. Under the gaze of the Black Death Emperor and the goddess of death, kneeling on one knee on the ground, Nian ignored them and picked up the broken bear doll on the ground. Nian raised his eyes and looked at the goddess of death first. "Goddess of death, didn't you promise me that you would never step into the earth again?" "I regret it, is that not okay?" The goddess of death swayed her seductive body and said coldly, "My most proud subordinates died here, you must pay with your soul." "I don't know any of your proud subordinates, but forget it." Nian shook his head and his eyes fell on the Black Death Emperor next to the goddess of death. "You should be the owner of the black lamp, right?" "That's right." The Black Death Emperor stared at him dimly, his terrifying skull face expressionless. "Now that I'm here, the purple lamp can't protect you. You took the initiative to come, so that I can find them one by one," Nian said calmly. "The previous grudges will be settled tonight. Don't show your attitude last time, do you think you can really beat or kill me?" The dark blue pupils in the Black Death Emperor's eyes were shining brightly, and he said hoarsely, "Goddess of death, I'm going to take action. I have fixed the space here, he can't teleport away, and others can't teleport here," the goddess of death said charmingly. "Remember, leave his soul to me, this is the premise of our cooperation." The Black Death Emperor nodded, holding a giant sickle, carrying the all-devouring black on his body, rushed towards Nian who had no temporary ability superposition in front. Facing the overwhelming black, the purple lamp ring in Nian's hand also continued to dim. Seeing that the Black Death Emperor was about to fly to him, the black extinguished the last light source in the park. Buzz! A ray of pure white light as bright as day burst out, like a sword beam, tearing through the dark night, and also splitting the flying Black Death Emperor in midair. The Black Death Emperor screamed. "This is impossible." The goddess of death screamed even more out of control. I saw. Nian raised her left hand that had been hidden in the broken bear doll. On her left hand, she wore a strange ring that was semi-transparent and glowed with a hazy white light. Sister, thank you. Nian whispered to herself. You are right. Death is actually life. Chapter 498. Washington Park. The mysterious light that was as bright as day powerfully tore through the night and darkness, and the white light that was as bright as a sword even split the Black Death Emperor in half. The goddess of death was shaken physically and mentally. Her small mouth with dark purple lips opened wide and she looked forward in disbelief. Visible. On the originally empty left hand of the black-haired young man, an ancient ring was put on at some point. The ring burst out with a strong and piercing white light, and at the same time was filled with infinite surging vitality. Wisps of white flowing light containing vitality overflowed, along the perfect body of Nian's steel body. Turning into a set of white holy uniforms that fit the body, as if falling from the sky onto the body, covering the entire body. Every gesture is filled with the breath of life. The whitest day has light, which cleanses the soul from error. When darkness comes, look up, and when the new day comes, there is boundless light. Just like the last time I put on the purple light ring. In the dark year of Nian, I heard a secret message that has existed since the beginning of the present universe. Buzz. Under the suppression of white light. On Nian's right hand, the purple light ring, which was originally suppressed by the blackest light, glowed with light and condensed into a purple moon crown, which was worn on his head. His eyes were filled with white light, and he looked towards the Black Death Emperor and the Goddess of Death who were broken into two pieces in front of him. Damn it, it's the life force of the spirit of existence. The Black Death Emperor screamed in disbelief. It tried to quickly recover its body, and the blackest light filled with infinite death also erupted from its body. Just shrouded in the blackest light, all the plants and even microorganisms in Washington Park died. But in the next moment, the darkness was pierced by bright daylight lightning shooting out of Nian's eyes. The blackness of death that is enough to swallow up the existence of all living things, facing the light of the current white lamp, is like white frost and snow meeting the exposure of the noon sun. Zitsy. The rich and infinite black light of death continues to melt and collapse. The bright light of daylight, like flames, fell on the two corpses of the Black Death Emperor that had not yet recovered in the air. They were exactly the same as the purple-red flames last time, but this time they burned more fiercely and directly. The blackness of death touched the power of life. It's dry wood meeting the fire. How did you do that? The Black Death Emperor screamed again, and the blood-curdling sound echoed throughout Washington Park. It couldn't understand that even if its own existence was restrained by the life force of the White Lantern. How could a human who put on the White Lantern for the first time unleash the full power of the White Lantern and burst out such powerful and boundless life force? How could the spirit of existence risk everything to help the other party? The Black Death Emperor spoke angrily, Goddess of Death, aren't you going to take action? You don't need to tell me, I know it. The Goddess of Death naturally knew the urgency of the situation, and she was about to take action, but a piece of purple crystal spread out on the park floor under Nian's feet. Purple lightning flowed and quickly condensed into a large purple crystal, trapping the Goddess of Death inside. After forming another larger purple crystal shrouded the amethyst that bound the Goddess of Death, and with continuous superposition, an amethyst mountain was formed in Washington Park in an instant. Bang! The amethyst mountain in Washington Park shook violently, and a crack burst out on the crystal mountain. Nian also knew that it was too difficult to restrain the Death Goddess with the power of the Purple Lantern alone, but his purpose was just to delay the other party for a second or two. Tread! Nian ignored the Death Goddess sealed by the amethyst and rushed towards the Black Death Emperor shrouded in white light flames. The distance between the two was close enough even at the speed of ordinary humans. You want to deal with me first, but you are thinking too much. The Black Death Emperor seemed to know his intention. It roared angrily, half of its body moved, and waved the giant scythe in its hand. Gu-how! The collision of black and white, the clash of death and life. The dark blue pupils of the Black Death Emperor swayed violently, and the palm of his right hand covered with amethyst held the sharp blade of the giant scythe, while Nian, shrouded in white light, approached. I said it, the previous grudges will be settled tonight. Nian's eyes burst out with white light, and his other left hand wearing a white light ring clenched into a fist and shot it down without hesitation. Nian Prince, I remember you. The Black Death Emperor's angry words had not yet been finished. Nian's fist hit the Black Death Emperor's head, and the ring immediately erupted into a ball of white light, like a blazing fireball in daylight. At this moment, the darkness faded from half of the nighttime area of the Earth, and suddenly the entire Earth was in daylight. Countless humans and creatures woke up from their sleep. This daylight is so bright that the Atlantis Empire, which is thousands of meters under the sea, can be seen. Then, the daylight faded quickly, and the darkness that had previously eerily enveloped Washington Park also disappeared. A giant scythe fell from the sky, half of its sharp blade nailed to the ground. The Black Death Emperor's body completely dissipated under the power of life. Maybe as long as black light, the death rule of this universe, exists, it won't die. But it is obvious that the legend about the Blackest Night will no longer appear in this universe within tens of millions of years. The legend of the annihilation of the Black Knight was suppressed by another legend. At the same time, Kaka. The amethyst mountain exploded, and the goddess of death rushed out of it like a black stream of light. Seeing the Black Death Emperor wiped out by the whiteness, the goddess of death turned around and fled towards the night sky outside Washington Park without any hesitation. Nian's eyes, as bright as day, swept over. The black veil formed by the death rules on the body of the goddess of death melted at a very fast visible speed, revealing a mature and attractive white body in the sky of the park. Like her appearance, the body was also extremely charming. Just one look could make monks and nuns give up their practice, and even God would be tempted. Nian Prince. The goddess of death screamed madly, subconsciously covering her key parts, and her body with sporadic daylight flames took a step and disappeared in the air. Nian did not chase, he gasped for breath, and the white light was dimming. Defeating the Black Death Emperor and repelling the goddess of death also allowed the white light to reach the limit of life force. If the goddess of death chose to fight him to the death, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. This was undoubtedly a very dramatic and extraordinary battle. The Black Death Emperor and the goddess of death, the two who could bury this universe to the end of the world, one died and the other escaped. Such a record is the best in the universe. Nian slowly exhaled, he looked down at his left hand, the white light ring on his index finger was shaking slightly on its own. This white light ring seemed to have its own wisdom. Spirit of existence. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Nian's eyes. The source of this white light ring was afraid of itself, or in other words, afraid of the existence that was with itself before. Chapter 499. Washington Park. After the battle between black and white disappeared, the sound of breaking wind continued to pierce the sky. Superman and Supergirl rushed to the scene first. The two stopped in the air and looked down at Nian, who was glowing with white light in surprise. Boom! A beam of light from the Rainbow Bridge broke through the night sky and struck the open space in the park. From the light of the Rainbow Bridge, Thor, the god of thunder, appeared holding a storm axe, and his body was obviously fatter. Captain Marvel, who began to be surrounded by the colorful glare of twin stars, and wearing the logo Iron Man in sex iron suit. Where are the enemies? Thor, the god of thunder, shook his beard and shouted, pretending to be strong. Transmission restrictions have been lifted. Zatanna, Raven, and Doctor Strange were teleported to the scene from different places at the same time through spells or abilities. Zatanna and Raven both sighed in relief when they saw that Nian was safe. Master Supreme, what happened here just now? I clearly have insight into the powerful enemy that will bring a crisis of destruction to the universe. Doctor Strange said in shock. When his eyes fell on the giant scythe on the field, he couldn't help but stop talking. Phew! Martian Manhunter, Alice and others fell from the night sky and rushed to the park here. All the superheroes looked puzzled and looked blankly at the park where only Nian was left. In the park here, only the ground was nailed by giant scythes. Other than that, there were no signs of damage after the extraordinary fight. Even the withered and dead plants are revived and reborn under the power of life. It's over, Shi-Young said in a low voice. It's over. Some superheroes who think they are smart feel that they can't turn their heads. Is it over before it even begins? Isn't that an enemy powerful enough to destroy the universe? Is it over without anyone watching? Nian didn't say anything to anyone. He suddenly took off the white ring on his left hand, and the white light uniform on his body also disappeared. Nian looked at the slightly trembling white light ring and said calmly, let's go. The white light flashes once. Life should not be restricted, Shichiao said in a low voice. He knew that he was not recognized by the white light. Just now, Nian gained a glimpse of the rules of life from Sister Death's mouth. The Lord of Death is the incarnation of life. As a result, the incomplete power of death in his body was naturally transformed into the power of life. Coupled with Sister Death's intimidation and help, Nian took control of the White Lantern. Because of this, Nian was able to put on the White Lantern for the first time and exert the almost perfect life force of the White Lantern. After all, the Light Ring and the host have always been in a cooperative relationship, and the ability exerted by the Light Ring is directly equivalent to that of the host. Nian, on the other hand, is directly above the white lamp, driving it like a master, controlling the white lamp to exert its full power. If you want to leave, then go ahead, Nian smiled lightly. Buzz. A ring glowing with white light flew up from the palm of his hand. The white light ring flew around Nian's body several times and flashed towards the night sky in the park. Nian doesn't feel sorry for this. The darkest night of the Black Death Emperor has now been resolved, and the Death Goddess is also in trouble. She may not dare to enter the earth again for hundreds of thousands of years. White Lantern has completed its mission. I should also complete my mission, Nian said to himself. Nian, what do you want to do? Supergirl Kara flew down next to Nian and asked worriedly. You'll know right away. Nian responded and said to Alice, who was not far away, give me that thing. Owner. Salamander. Alice's body trembled slightly, but she quickly spread her hands, and a small piece of nanometal appeared in the middle of her palm. The nanometal slowly flew towards Nian. Nian grabbed the nanometal with his right hand, and the nanometal immediately transformed into a silver metal glove, which just covered his right hand. The silver metal glove had 6 small concave holes. That is, Dr. Strange opened his eyes in surprise. Thor, the god of thunder, stared at the gloves and quickly took over the words, it's the Infinity Gauntlet. No, it should be said that it is a replica of the Infinity Gauntlet. Yes, Alice said softly. 3 years ago, the Master cracked the Infinity Gauntlet and asked me to imitate one using technology and special metals. This nanometal glove has almost all the functions of the Infinity Gauntlet. Nian put on the nano gloves and activated the dimensional ring in front of a group of superheroes. Immediately, 4 gems shining with different lights appeared in the park. Blue, purple, red, green. 4 colored gemstones. It's the Space Stone, Captain Marvel's beautiful eyes gleamed. The power of his binary star mode is derived from the Space Stone's predecessor, the Cosmic Cube. There are also the Power Stone, the Reality Stone, and the Time Stone. Dr. Strange paused at the end and saw the green Time Stone again. He felt like meeting an old friend. I remember, there are 6 Infinity Stones in total. Martian Manhunter suddenly said. Yes, but the Soul Stone has been destroyed long ago and the Mind Stone is missing, Nian responded calmly. The Soul Gem was destroyed by him with scarlet magic power. As for the Mind Stone, it disappeared along with Lorna, the North Star from 4 years ago. Infinity Stones, 2 out of 6. The Devouring Space, the headquarters of the Destiny Alliance. Miss Diana, the 4 Infinity Stones stored here at the headquarters are missing, they must have been taken away. Wanda reported to the purple-haired woman in the luxurious main hall. Nian. Diana pondered for a moment, her beautiful eyes brightening slightly. Could it be said that he? Within Washington Park. 4 Infinity Stones were embedded in the nanometal gloves, leaving only 2 concave holes. Nian took a deep breath. He slowly opened the palm of his free left hand, and under everyone's surprised gaze, a little orange light emerged from the palm of his hand. The orange shimmer became brighter and brighter, turning from virtual to real, condensing into a gem. Orange gem. That's the Soul Gem. Dr. Strange opened his eyes in shock. Didn't it mean that the Soul Gem had been destroyed long ago? Wrong. Dr. Strange and everyone on the scene quickly realized that this was a brand new Soul Gem. Colorful streamers burst out. Nian set the 5th gemstone on the nanometal glove. As his left hand opened again, a little yellow light emerged from his palm. The yellow shimmer quickly solidified and transformed from fantasy into a real yellow gem, which contained indescribable powerful energy. That is undoubtedly the Soul Gem that should have been lost. It was the incredible ability that once appeared on the Apocalypse battlefield and reversed the situation of the war. Zatanna sighed in admiration, her beautiful eyes reflecting the young man's figure. Indeed. Cyborg, who also rushed to the park, showed excitement on half of his dark face. Fantasy come true. The Raven is brilliant again and again. Chapter 500. Since the long-destroyed Soul Gem was reshaped and reappeared, the yellow Mind Gem that had disappeared with Lorna was also reshaped and reappeared from the left hand of the black-haired young man. The superheroes and extraordinary people on the field were stunned for a moment. Even Cyborg and Zatanna, who had witnessed this ability on Apocalypse, could not help but show admiration. Even the Infinity Gems can be shaped from nothing to something in less than a second. What kind of power is this? I am afraid that the so-called God, the creator of the universe, is no more than this, right? If Thanos saw this scene before his death, I wonder what he would think. After all, the other party once gave everything, including his beloved daughter, for the Infinity Gems. Buzz. The yellow light glowed in the night. Nian looked calmly at the reshaped Mind Gem on his left hand. Yes, this is naturally his 7th permanent ability. Imagination creation. This permanent ability given by Wanda, Nian has only used it once. The last time it was used to create the Infinity Stones, and after the snap that reversed the war situation on Apocalypse, this ability could no longer be used. For 5 years. Nian tried countless times, but could not trigger and activate the 7th permanent ability again. Until now, Nian finally understood the reason why he lost his permanent ability. 5 years ago. His soul broke free from the shackles of death and returned to his body to usher in resurrection. In fact, that resurrection was not perfect, and a lot of death rule concepts remained in his soul. On Apocalypse, after Nian used the Infinity Gauntlet to snap his fingers, the defects of the imperfect fusion of soul and body became more and more obvious, so that even the 7th permanent ability lost its effectiveness. Until today. Nian realized the transformation of death and life, and put on the white light to control the power of life, so as to restore to the perfect resurrection state. When the soul and body are in a perfect state, the 7th permanent ability will naturally recover. The pace that has been stagnant for these years can finally move forward. Nian whispered to himself. He wore a nanometal glove imitating the Infinity Glove on his right hand, and with his left hand, he embedded the mind gem created by fantasy into the last concave hole of the nanometal glove. The blue light of the space gem, the orange light of the soul gem, the purple light of the power gem, the red light of the reality gem, the green light of the time gem, and the yellow light of the mind gem. The 6 infinity gems, 5 years later, were gathered again and embedded in the glove. Zzz. Immediately. The surging and powerful colorful energy burst out from the nanometal glove inlaid with 6 infinity gems, spreading along the arm and corroding the body of the user Nian. Nian. Master. Supergirl Kara, Alice and others all showed strong concerns and anxiety. Nian, let me do it. Captain Marvel took a step forward, clenched his fist and said in a deep voice. Although the nanometal glove controlled most of the energy of the 6 infinity gems, only a very small part of it overflowed, which was enough to cause the existence of the extraordinary physique to suffer irreparable damage or even death. Don't worry, I can handle it. Nian took a deep breath. Unlike 5 years ago, he now not only has an iron body that is almost immune to physical attacks, but also has the 8th permanent ability of energy immunity. Iron body, plus energy immunity. Nian dares to say that the physical defense of all the superheroes on the field is not as high as his. Zzz. Facing the lingering invasion of colorful lightning, Nian remained calm and pressed the thumb and middle finger of the glove together. Under the astonished gaze of everyone. Gu Tuan. Nian made a move with 2 fingers, accompanied by a crisp, snap, sound. The mysterious white light instantly enveloped the entire Earth and even the entire universe. This is also, Nian's 2nd infinite finger snap. The white light receded like a tide. Washington Park, there was no change in the park, and a group of superheroes still stood around Nian. Nian's face was only slightly pale, and the sleeve of his right arm was burned off, revealing his intact muscular arm. Supergirl and Alice quickly stepped forward and took off the gemstone glove on his right hand that was emitting billowing hot smoke. Nian, what did you do just now? Martian Hunter asked. Without waiting for Nian's response. On the field, Iron Man was suddenly stunned. However, the built-in voice communication of the Iron Man suit showed that it was remotely connected, and a panting and hurried voice came from the other end of the communication. Mr. Stark, are you there? What happened? Did you save me? Why are all those scary monsters gone? Peter. Tony Stark swallowed his saliva, and then asked with a slightly dry throat. Where are you now? The boy's voice quickly replied, I'm here on the streets of Queens, New York. By the way, why do I remember that I was knocked to the ground by a monster? Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Iron Man uttered this sentence, immediately started the engine of the Iron Man suit, took off from Washington Park, and returned to the direction of New York City. He succeeded. Superman looked at Nian, as if he understood something, and couldn't help but sigh. Cyborg said excitedly, yes, he succeeded, and completely redeemed what we failed to accomplish back then. So that's how it is. Mars Hunter, Thor and others also began to realize what Nian had just done. At this time. In a rebuilt flower shop in downtown Washington. The woman with dyed twin ponytails and colorful clown makeup and a human-shaped shark standing on 2 limbs stared at each other. The two obviously haven't reacted to what happened. Pop. At the door of the flower shop, a watering can fell to the ground. Poison Ivy, wearing a tight green dress, ran up quickly and hugged the twin ponytail woman and the big shark with both hands. Pamela, why am I here? Harley Quinn tilted her head and screamed in surprise, wow, Pamela, you actually took the initiative to talk to me? He didn't lie to me. Poison Ivy smiled glamorously and muttered to herself, he really succeeded. Chew. Shark King Nanas opened his cute eyes and gritted his teeth in confusion. New York Memorial Park. What is this? Ant-Man and Wasp were standing in front of the memorial stone with their missing names engraved on it. Not only them. In the park, many citizens appeared with white light with a confused look on their faces. They are back, they are all back. In Washington Park, Cyborg became more and more excited. From his intelligent network perspective, the number of humans on Earth, which originally only had 2 to 3 billion people, is increasing rapidly and returning to the prosperous situation 5 years ago. Chapter 501. 2020, Christmas Eve. Today is bound to be a day when a miracle comes and is recorded in history. The number of victims who should have been classified as dead or missing in the Flash event was as high as more than 3 billion, that is, half of the human race on Earth, have once again appeared in the world intact. On this day, countless families who lost their loved ones were reunited, and the Earth returned to its former glory and peak of civilization after the Flash incident. Perhaps only a few people know that the person who created this miracle and legend is just a seemingly ordinary young man. Washington Park. Nian, this world should remember your name, you are a real superhero. Cyborg looked at the pale young man excitedly and firmly. That's not necessary, Nian shook his head. Praise and fame are meaningless to him. Completing the current task is just his promise to the members of Destiny. They don't need to know about me, and they don't need to know what happened 5 years ago and 5 years from now. Rather than letting them live in worry for the rest of their lives, it is better for them to celebrate the holidays with their families. Shi Young said softly, looking at Supergirl Kara and Alice who were nearby, let's go to the headquarters. He paused and continued, I have something I want to tell you. Alice asked, Master, why don't you go back to the Washington Villa and take a rest first? No, let's just hold a plenary meeting. Nian's attitude was very decisive, and Alice could only agree. Goodbye, everyone. Nian looked specifically at Cyborg, Thor, Martian Manhunter, Zatanna and others on the field, and then left the park with Supergirl, Alice, and Raven. Nian Prince, you. Zatanna watched the young man's leaving figure and suddenly felt as if the young man was about to go to a very far away place. A place further away than the Yuan devouring space. Inside the devouring space, the headquarters of the Destiny Alliance. Reception Hall. Sister Diana, is this? The magical girl Cassie opened her clear eyes in surprise. As white lights lit up, beautiful figures wearing the same silver dimensional rings appeared in the Destiny Alliance headquarters building here. Xiaoxi, please go to the lounge and wait for me. Diana smiled slightly and stood up from the sofa. The Destiny Alliance's general meeting is about to be held. Destiny Alliance, plenary meeting. Naturally, the magical girl Cassie didn't know that this would be a decisive meeting that directly related to the future of the outside world. 5 minutes later. Alliance Headquarters, Conference Hall. When Spider-Woman Gwen, who was wearing a Green Lantern ring and a dimensional ring, arrived here, most of the members of the Destiny Alliance had already sat down on the stone chairs at the conference table. Nian. When Gwen saw the young man sitting on the main chair of the round table, she couldn't help it immediately, rushed forward quickly, put her arms around Nian's neck and said excitedly, my cousin is resurrected. My brother and friends who died in the Flash event were also resurrected. One of the members, Invisible Woman Susan, who was already sitting on the stone chair, nodded. Nian. A ray of white light fell into the main conference hall. Poison Ivy gave Nian a complex look at the chairperson and said softly, thank you. She just said this and sat down on the stone chair. Is everyone here? Diana wore a silver white dress and cape that reached her ankles, and walked into the main meeting hall with Wanda, who was wearing a red dress. The arrival and seating of the two people made the conference round table almost full, leaving only one empty chair. That is also the seat of Polaris Lorna, a member of the Destiny Alliance. Many members still felt dazed for a moment when they saw the empty chair. Fortunately, today, several years later. As the only pillar of the Destiny Alliance and the first member of the Destiny Alliance, Nian finally sat on the meeting chair again. Then. Gu Zhu. The Destiny Alliance, which had been established for just 5 years, ushered in an almost full plenary meeting. If you follow the order of qualifying for the ring, that is. Jia Nian Prince. Second ring Diana Prince. 3 rings Spider-Woman Gwen. Susan, the 5 rings Shockwave Girl. Mara, the Queen of the 6 rings. Susan, the invisible heroine of the 7 rings. Scarlet Witch Wanda Prince. Kara, the 9 rings Superwoman. 10 quit Poison Ivy. 11 rings Alice. The above members of the Destiny Alliance were present, but the Four Rings Polar Star was absent from the meeting. You should also know about things in the outside world. Nian's face has returned to rosy. He placed the nanometal gloves inlaid with 6 infinity gems on the table and explained. I restored the ability to create fantasy, using it to create the missing infinity gems, and fired an infinite shot. Snap your fingers. Nian, are you feeling okay? Many members looked worried, but they knew that snapping fingers put a huge load on the body. It's okay, I can withstand the energy backlash now. Nian said, changing the topic. However, I do not plan to use the Infinity Gauntlet to resurrect living creatures, including humans, on such a large scale in the future. Although the Infinity Gauntlet can change fate, it may not be a good thing to change the future of a universe in this way. The original order may collapse as a result. Nian never felt that he owed anything to the outside world. If he really owed something, the 2 previous snaps were enough to repay it. Nian announced. I plan to permanently seal this nanometal glove and the 6 infinity gems deep in the headquarters of the Destiny Alliance as an alliance artifact that can only be considered for use when encountering an event that cannot be dealt with. All the members of the Destiny Alliance nodded when they heard this, agreeing with Nian's decision and approach. It might be better for the outside universe without props like infinity gems. There is another point. Nian stopped talking. At this time, all the members of the Destiny Alliance on the field set their eyes on him alone. Nian glanced around, met these eyes, and said firmly, I plan to leave this world. The main meeting hall was suddenly quiet. Nian was about to explain. On the field, the members of the Destiny Alliance looked at each other and suddenly laughed at the same time. What are you guys laughing at? Nian was a little confused. This was different from what he expected. After hearing his announcement, shouldn't everyone on the field be stunned or questioning? Nian felt that the start was not right, and couldn't help but repeat in a deep voice, I said leaving this world. It's not as simple as leaving the devouring space or the earth outside. Gwen blinked and smiled. You want to go to the multiverse and find Luna, right? You all know. Nian was speechless for a moment. I'm sorry, Master. Wanda raised her hand weakly. I told them, didn't you suspect that Lorna was no longer in our universe? Superwoman Kara crossed her arms and said thoughtfully. I said, you were so anxious to snap your fingers because you wanted to finish the things outside as soon as possible. In this way, you can leave the outside universe and go to other multiverses to find people. Susan muttered, the multiverse must be very interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. Will I meet another me? Mara, who was sitting next to Susan, smiled and added, maybe, I will meet myself in cat and dog form. You guy. Susan looked at her dissatisfiedly. The main meeting hall was filled with a joyful and lively atmosphere. You want to go with me? Go to the multiverse together? Chapter 502. You're going to the multiverse with me? Destiny Alliance, main meeting hall. Nian stood up from the main seat and looked at the many female members in the meeting with a blank expression. Mara pretended to be resentful and replied, do you want to leave us all here and escape alone? That's right. Susan in the seat next to her agreed, glaring at Nian. You are a heartless person. Gwen simply snorted and showed off her cards. Anyway, I've already packed my luggage. Don't you know, as a spider, I'm very clingy. If you want to drop me, ask me about this fist before you do it. Kara fiercely raised her white and tender right hand that was clenched into a fist. Besides, the multiverse is so dangerous. How can you do it without my ability to increase your status? Nian looked at Wanda with a slight headache. Wanda, who had always been obedient, met his eyes and replied with a rare determination. I am the young master's personal maid. Wherever the young master goes, I will naturally go, and, I still go to find Sister Lorna. No matter what, I must go. Alice followed Wanda's words and smiled slightly. In this case, I am the master's artificial intelligence housekeeper, so there is no reason not to go. I want to go. Sky crossed her arms domineeringly and replied simply and directly. The multiverse sounds very interesting. Poison Ivy licked her lips seductively and said. Add me as well. This. Nian looked at the Tianming members who had almost unanimous opinions, and his eyes couldn't help but fall on the Huaguan woman sitting next to him, trying to ask his aunt to persuade everyone on the court. Diana's beautiful purple eyes flashed with wisdom, and she said softly, they have the power to choose and make decisions. This cannot be taken away by you, me, or anyone else. Of course I know. Nian closed his eyes, then opened them, looking around at the Destiny Alliance members on the field. Under his gaze, the main meeting hall fell silent again. You have to think clearly. Nian said solemnly, the complexity of the multiverse exceeds the imagination of anyone on the field. Once we leave the cosmic world we are familiar with and enter the multiverse, we will most likely get lost in various worlds. Some of the gems and artifacts that contained rules and energy in our original universe may also become ineffective as a result. Our various teleportation abilities in the past cannot allow us to return to the original world, we can only jump from world to world. From the time we leave this cosmic world and enter the multidimensional world, we may not be able to return to the original world in our lifetime. Even if we are lucky enough to return, it may be to the time and space world hundreds of years ago or later. Entering the multiverse means that there is a high probability that you will never be able to see your familiar family and friends again in your lifetime. You will wander indefinitely without a time limit. Even if you regret it, there will be no room for regret. Are you really mentally prepared? Nian's face was extremely solemn. Precisely because he knew the complexity and chaos of the multiverse, he did not ask the members of the Destiny Alliance to follow him. After all, this would mean letting them abandon everything they are familiar with and the current situation, and leave their homes to go to other universes, where the dangers and the future are unknown. Nian, have you ever thought about it? Susan was the first to reply without showing any signs of weakness. It is precisely because you will basically get lost when you step into diversity, that's why we have to go with you. Otherwise, doesn't it mean that we will never be able to see you again in our lifetime? Nian was silent. Indeed. Even he couldn't guarantee that after entering the multiverse, he would be able to return to the world here smoothly. Gusong. If we separate, it will be a long and endless wait. Nian looked at the dark blonde member wearing a tight-fitting agent suit. Sky, aren't you the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. now? As if he knew what Nian wanted to say. Sky smiled and said, yes, it just so happens that Nick Fury is resurrected, so I can throw the director's position directly back to him. For the current Destiny Alliance, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is of no use. Nian stopped talking and turned to look at the female member with bright red hair like coral. Mara, you are the Empress of Atlantis. If you leave, what will happen to your underwater people? Mara smiled lightly and quickly replied, I have been the Empress of Atlantis for 8 years, and now the Atlantis Empire is on the right track. I originally planned to retreat behind the scenes, and I have long cultivated people who are suitable to serve as the Empress of Atlantis, the choice of the Empress of Atlantis. Pamela. Nian's eyes fell on Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy said calmly, I don't have any family to begin with, I just need to tell Harley and Nanaway that my request is to bring plants. That's right, plants are Poison Ivy's family, and Nian can't refute this. Gwen, Kara. Nian finally turned his attention to the two people sitting next to each other. How should you explain to Carl Superman, Officer George, your family members? Will they agree? Spider-Woman Gwen and Superwoman Kara looked at each other, and then asked him in unison, shouldn't it be you who comes to explain? Nian choked and felt that it made sense for a moment. It seems that you have already made your decision. Nian placed his hands on the round table, his eyes complicated. If possible, he actually didn't want to part with everyone, but he didn't want everyone to give up everything familiar in their universe. Nian, you don't understand one thing. Diana whispered, we know what is most important, after all, aren't you also our family? We are a whole, it was before, and it will be the same in the future. I understand. Nian took a deep breath, and a sunny and confident smile appeared on his face, responding to everyone's gaze. In this case, let's go through this so-called multiverse together. Now, please raise your hands if you agree. The next moment. In the main hall of the meeting, all the Alliance members raised their hands. Thank you. Seeing this, Nian also raised his right hand. It seemed to be unanimous. Meow. The orange cat who had been sleeping on the window of the meeting opened his sleepy eyes, yawned lightly, and also raised his little cat paws like white gloves. So. On the night when half of the Earth's human beings who died in the outside world due to the Flash incident ushered in the resurrection. The Destiny Alliance also held its last meeting in the current universe. At the meeting, all Alliance members made a decision without objection. Leave this universe and go to the multiverse together. The goal is undoubtedly farther than the Sea of Stars. Chapter 503. The next day, morning. Metropolis, home of Superman Clark Kent. Nian, with shiny hair and a suit, was sitting on the sofa. As one of the top superwomen on Earth, Kara was wearing a small dress and short skirt with black stockings, and she was leaning next to him lovingly. On two other sofas on either side of the living room. On one of the sofas, Superman Clark, his wife Lois, and adoptive mother Lady Martha sat. On the other sofa sat Carla's adoptive parents and family. That is, Mr. and Mrs. Danvers, and Captain Marvel Carol Danvers. At this time, as Supergirl Kara's two families, several pairs of eyes focused solemnly on Nian alone. The atmosphere in the living room was strangely quiet and solid. Nian indeed felt the invisible huge pressure, which was not much easier than facing Darkseid. Kara secretly laughed, but still hugged Nian's arm tightly in her soft and warm embrace. Finally, it was a 5-year-old boy, Superman's son Jonathan Kent Jr., who broke the silence in the living room. "You want to take Aunt Carla away? Go through me first." Little Jonathan Kent ran down the stairs, rolled up the sleeve of his small right arm and said. Facing Jonathan, who was facing Shilai aggressively, Kara smiled softly and said, "Let's go, little Jonathan, I just want to warm up outside." "Huh? Not like this, right?" Jonathan was instantly frightened. He was no match for Kara. In the past few years, he had been trained by Kara's various devils from time to time. Jonathan turned around and ran away, without forgetting to wave and shout, "Uncle Nian, please, take my aunt away quickly." This kid still hasn't been taught enough lessons. Kara gritted her teeth, and her soft face couldn't help but turn red. Nian couldn't laugh or cry. In the living room, everyone was also amused by little Jonathan, and the originally tense atmosphere relaxed a lot. Nian. Superman Clark wore black-rimmed glasses and a shirt that covered his muscles. He looked as gentle as a clerk. He looked at Nian and said in a deep voice, "You can take Kara away if you want. However, I need a promise from you." Nian quickly replied, "I will protect her and won't let her get hurt." "You know, that's not the promise I'm talking about." Clark held the hand of his wife Louise. Nian said without hesitation, "I will marry Kara." Kara was stunned when she heard this, and her face turned completely red with embarrassment. "This makes me feel relieved," Superman Clark said happily. "Don't worry, after you leave, I will continue to protect the world and wait for you to come back." Captain Marvel Carol Danvers looked directly at Nian. "Kara is also my cousin. If she is wronged by you, even if you are in the multiverse in the future, I will find you out and teach you a lesson, Dayton." "If I teach you a lesson, I will also teach myself a lesson," Nian nodded. He silently added in his mind, "It is natural to marry, but it doesn't matter how many people you marry." Superman Clark didn't know what Nian was thinking, otherwise he might have started sharpening his axe. "Come on, let's have a drink together as a family." Danvers, Kara's adoptive father, spoke. After leaving Superman Clark's home. In the afternoon, Nian rushed to the next place without stopping. One of the homes in downtown Washington. Gwen's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Stacy, were setting up a dinner party at home, and Aunt May also brought the newly resurrected Peter Parker over to help. Although today is Christmas, the dinner prepared is too sumptuous, isn't it? Aunt May sighed as she looked at the sumptuous ingredients in the kitchen. "Isn't this Peter back? It's time to celebrate." Mrs. Mary smiled so hard that her eyes and corners of her mouth curled up. Also, Gwen said that she would bring her boyfriend to the door today. Could it be an engagement? Aunt May was pleasantly surprised. Mrs. Mary sighed. Yes, Gwen kept it secret so well that even her father couldn't find out who the other party was. Gu Chu. Outside the living room. Peter Parker, who was still in high school, opened his eyes wide. Cousin Gwen is bringing her boyfriend to the house. Still getting engaged. What has he missed in the past 5 years? In Peter Parker's mind, a figure of a black-haired boy could not help but appear. Could it be? Next to Peter Parker. Officer George was wearing a brand new shirt, trousers, and tie, and was sitting on the sofa looking a little nervous. But at this moment, the doorbell rings. Mrs. Mary and Aunt May, who were in the kitchen, quickly walked out of the living room. "I'll do it." The moment the doorbell rang, Officer George got up from the sofa, quickly came to the door and opened the door. Visible. My beloved daughter Gwen was extraordinarily beautiful in a little dress. Her golden short ear-length hair was swaying lively, her beautiful legs were covered with shiny white silk, and she hugged someone's right arm intellectually and charmingly. "Dad, this is my boyfriend," Gwen introduced proudly. "Hello, hello." Officer George instinctively extended his hand warmly and politely, but when his eyes fell on the unusually familiar smile of the black-haired young man next to Gwen, our Officer George was immediately struck by lightning. Father-in-law, Nian held Officer George's hand and said enthusiastically. "Gwen, I will take him away." Officer George's face froze and he touched his waist. "Where is my gun?" "Dad." Gwen glared at him. "Brother. You're here. Oh, you're resurrected too," Nian nodded. Peter Parker looked at Nian excitedly. He had already heard from Mr. Stark that the miracle that he was still standing here was caused by the big brother in front of him. Gwen's family dinner. "You brat, come again." Officer George shouted, insisting on drinking with Nian. No matter how much Mary and Aunt May tried to persuade him, it was useless. Nian could only satisfy his companionship to the end. 10 minutes later. Officer George managed to get drunk and lay down on the table, while Nian, who had a body of steel, didn't even have a hint of drunk redness on his face. One more drink for Gwen. Officer George, who had gray hair on his temples, was lying on the table. Although he was too drunk to lift his head, he slowly raised his wine glass towards Nian. Well, for Gwen. Nian agreed, clinking his wine glass with Officer George's, and then drank it in one gulp. After dinner, Nian came to the balcony outside to take a breath, and Peter Parker followed him out. There was light snow falling outside, and the stars were shining in the night sky. Brother, are you really going to take Cousin Gwen to a very far place? Peter Parker asked curiously. Indeed, Nian nodded in agreement without hiding much. How far away? Can I still see you when I grow up? It's too far away to be imagined, but no one can predict what will happen in the future, Nian said, rubbing Peter Parker's head. I know you want to become a real superhero. From now on, this will be the future. Go for it, little spider. Nian smiled and said, if we are destined, we will definitely meet again in the future. Chapter 504. Brother, I will definitely become a good enough superhero before you come back. His hair was rubbed into a mess by Nian, and Peter Parker did not avoid it. Although he was a little disappointed, he still smiled and responded. So, you must come back. This is how we agreed to meet in the future. After we have accomplished our purpose, we will try our best to return. Nian nodded in agreement. Perhaps this was extremely unrealistic in the eyes of the Ancient One Master during his lifetime. After all, once entering the multiverse, it was equivalent to wandering in time and space. Even if we can return to the original world here, there will be a gap in time, maybe 10 years, 100 years, or even thousands of years. Peter, this is for you. Nian rubbed the dimensional ring, took out something, and handed it to the curly-haired white boy beside him. This is... Peter Parker instinctively took the item in his hand and found that it was a small USB flash drive. Take it, this will definitely help you in the future, Nian shrugged, looking at the USB flash drive with a somewhat nostalgic look in his eyes. This USB flash drive was, of course, a gift from another Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who they met in the parallel universe that Nian and Gwen accidentally arrived in many years ago. It's just that Spider-Man Peter Parker is the only superhero in his world and the real king of the world. This USB flash drive contains many black technologies developed by Peter from the parallel universe, including artificial intelligence. Of course. These ultra-black technologies have now been reproduced one by Future Chronicle Company, and have been upgraded a lot. However, in the database of this USB flash drive, there are also many design drawings of spider suits, which can cope with different combat environments and are made for Spider-Man. This was a gift from a friend of mine. I feel that no one in this world is more suitable to inherit it than you, Nian responded. Thank you, I will definitely keep it safe. Peter Parker clutched the USB flash drive tightly and responded in a deep voice. Where's that brat? I can still fight. I won't lose for Gwen. Let's go in. Nian patted Peter Parker on the shoulder, then turned around and returned to the house from the balcony. Peter Parker stood on the balcony, looking at Nian's tall and generous back, looking dazed for a moment, and suddenly asked, Brother, are you the former Mr. Magneto? Nian's steps did not stop, he just waved back and walked into the living room with a strong family atmosphere. Really? Peter Parker smiled, understood many things, and kept up with Nian's footsteps. After the dinner at Gwen's house and the engagement, Nian went to New York. New York City, 2-story wooden house. A handsome silver-haired young man with goggles on his forehead was holding 2 hot model-level white girls on his left and right as he returned to the door of the wooden house. Just as he was about to take out the key and open the door, he was quickly stunned again, but there was a light on inside the wooden house. You two wait outside. The silver-haired young man said a few words, opened the door at an extremely fast speed, and closed the wooden door again. 2 hot models stood outside the wooden door, looking at each other. The first floor of the wooden house. The silver-haired young man stopped with hunting wind and saw a black-haired young man sitting on the sofa. Hi Pietro. The black-haired young man waved hello to him and said with a smile, you have good luck with women. The corner of Pietro's mouth twitched slightly. He was more attractive to women, how could he compare to the person in front of him? Glutinous rice. Boss, why are you here? Pietro said something subconsciously, and then quickly changed his words. By the way, Wanda just told me this morning that you are going to other universes to find eldest sister, right? After all, I have to take away your twin sister, so I still have to come over and talk to you, Nian smiled lightly. Aha, even if you don't take me away, Wanda will definitely follow you, Pietro spread his hands and said. Actually, Wanda mentioned it to me this morning and asked me if I wanted to leave this place with her, world. What do you think? Nian asked. I thought about it carefully and decided to stay. Pietro looked around the cabin and sighed. After all, this is my parents' home, as well as the home of Wanda and Lorna's parents. If even I leave, then this place will be really deserted. I decided to stay and wait for your return. So, I leave my two sisters to you. Pietro looked at Nian seriously. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on Wanda and will definitely get Lorna back, Nian agreed. I have always believed in this. After all, you are my eldest brother. Pietro chuckled at this. This is for you. Even if you swipe it casually, it will be enough for you to use for a lifetime. Nian handed over a gold bank card from Future Anniversary Company. Then I will accept it as a betrothal gift to my two sisters. Pietro was so pleased with himself that he put the gold card in his pocket unceremoniously, as if he was selling his sister a buy one get one free deal. So, goodbye, Pietro. Nian waved his hand, opened a Mars portal, and walked away. I must see you again, brother. Pietro stared at Nian's figure and murmured to himself until the portal disappeared from sight. Nian is saying goodbye to friends other than members of the Destiny Alliance. This is actually his farewell to the current world. Nian will embark on a journey with no deadline and no clear purpose with everyone in the Destiny Alliance, and may never be able to return. Christmas, that night. The world's first industry, Future Chronicle Company. More than 100,000 people, all employees of Future Chronicle around the world have received a message about personnel transfer. Future Chronicle has great internal competition pressure, and personnel transfer is also a common thing. But this time, all the employees who saw the information were stunned. Future Chronicle General Manager, Gwen Stacy resigned indefinitely. Her daily duties will be taken over by her deputy manager. This is not the most explosive, it's the next one. Future Chronicle Company Director Alice resigned, and the new director Shirley temporarily took over the management of the company. Although no one has seen the true face of Director Alice since the establishment of Future Chronicle. But Alice was obviously the leader of the Future Chronicle. She suddenly resigned and was replaced by Shirley, who had never been heard of, which caused an uproar in the Future Chronicle. This personnel transfer information was spread to the outside world and quickly made headlines. Only a very few people knew about it. This was also one of the last farewells made by the king and behind-the-scenes ruler of this world to the current world. Chapter 505. Gotham, Wayne Manor. The night is getting deeper. At this time, the grand and luxurious main hall on the second floor was dimly lit. Bruce Wayne, Batman and heir to the Wayne tycoon, sits on a wooden chair behind a desk. In front of the desk, 4 teenagers wearing different styles, but all with Bat logos, stood side by side. These 4 people are the Robins, the heroic successors trained as the next Batman. Dick Grayson, Jason Todd, Tim Drake, and Damian Wayne. The other 3 people stood quietly on the field, standing straight, waiting for the Master Bruce Wayne to speak. Didn't you give up on me and Dick Grayson? Why did you suddenly recruit us back today? Nightwing Dick glanced at Damian Wayne helplessly, but he also knew that Damian Wayne actually really wanted to come back and see his master. Today is Christmas, so, I think our family should get together. Bruce Wayne on the main seat spoke slowly, less serious and more tender than usual. What, there is no special mission, just call us back for this nonsense. Damian Wayne muttered, his heart still twitched involuntarily, looking at the middle-aged man with white temples in front of him, and then he realized that the other man had already begins to age. Mr. Bruce, please take care of yourself, Nightwing Dick said. Yes, I will punish Gotham's crimes, Red Hood Jason Todd clenched his fists. I am, Red Robin Tim Drake said equally resolutely. Bruce Wayne looked at the 4 people in front of him, nodded lightly, and then his face became solemn again. I'm calling you back. Apart from Christmas, it's also about one thing. Because of that thing, the problems our world will face in the future will be even more severe. What's up? The 4 Robins were all shocked, knowing that Batman never joked about. Bruce Wayne hasn't spoken yet. Along with the sound of rustling, a Mars portal suddenly appeared in the main hall on the second floor, and a figure walked out of it. Who is it? Who? The 4 Robins were all startled and turned quickly to look behind them. I didn't expect that there would be a lot of people here, the black-haired young man who walked out of the portal smiled. It's you, the 4 Robins were stunned. Nightwing Dick and Damian Wayne met Nian in a previous battle against the Hellfire Club. The Red Hood Jason and Red Robin Tim had also met in the previous battle against the resurrected Steppenwolf. I thought you wouldn't come, Bruce Wayne said looking at the black-haired young man. After all, I took away 2 members of the Justice League, so I thought I'd like to say goodbye to you, Nian shrugged. It's 3, Bruce Wayne corrected him expressionlessly. 3. Nian raised his eyebrows. Even if you include Aunt Diana and Supergirl Kara, there are only two of them. Why are there only three? Forget it, no matter so much. Come on you guys. Nian waved to Bruce Wayne and the four Robins on the field. So are you, come on, be sure to come back, Bruce Wayne replied solemnly. Thanks. Nian smiled and stepped into the portal. As quickly as he came, he leaves quickly. Really just saying goodbye. Mr. Bruce, what's going on? Farewell. Mr. Nian, is he going somewhere else? Gu Leng. Looking at the sparks being annihilated in the main hall, the four Robins couldn't help but curiously asked. Bruce Wayne was silent for a moment and said, this is the serious problem our world will face in the future. Norway, the new world Asgard, small town. In the night, the cold sea breeze blows in through the door gap of the simple wooden house, making a whining sound. The ultimate artifact of God's domain, the storm battle axe, is better than an ordinary firewood axe leaning against the corner. Tons, tons, tons. Thor, who looks like a fat man with cheeks, is sitting with an alien stone man, drinking beer. Thor, someone is looking for you. At this time. Accompanied by the words calling from outside, the wooden door of the cabin suddenly opened, and a young man with black hair wearing a rustling windbreaker walked in. Ah, it's you. Thor, the god of thunder, raised his eyes and saw the person coming. He couldn't help but belched and raised his beer glass, just in time, let's have a few drinks together. Thor. Nian looked at each other. This was the first real meeting between the two of them in their true colors, but it was also the last farewell. Loki died, 5 years ago. Thor, the god of thunder, drank a glass of beer and said hoarsely, he and old Asgard will face destruction together, but that is because he has done too many evil things and deserves it. Of course, as for the battle of the gods, I haven't completely given up yet. Thor, the god of thunder, put down his wine glass and looked at Nian solemnly, if you leave, I will deal with all the powerful enemies my father once mentioned. At this moment, he was in high spirits, as if he had returned to the prince of the divine realm, the undefeated god of thunder in Norse mythology. The powerful enemies that Odin once mentioned, apart from Hela before, are of course the gods. The only thing Nian regretted was that up to now, he still didn't know where the Celestials were. If the Celestials didn't come out, they naturally couldn't solve this major hidden danger. However, seeing Thor beginning to regain his fighting spirit, Nian relaxed his mind and body, then leave it to you. Now, the Earth is no longer the same as it used to be. Not only does Thor have the Storm Axe, but there are also Superman, Martian Manhunter, Captain Marvel and other powerful people of the level of single universe strength left behind. Even if the Celestials come, they should be able to fight. After saying goodbye to the acquaintances in the current world, Nian returned to the Devouring Dimension, and the Devouring Dimension was also preparing for the upcoming multiverse journey. Nian decided to take the Devouring Beast Xiao Huang with him, which also meant that he would take a small universe with him to set off for the multiverse. But the Devouring Dimension is not just a force of the Destiny Alliance, but also inhabited by the remnants of many top alien civilizations in the outside world. Nian also discussed with the space star Starro early on to see how to arrange the planetary civilizations living in the Devouring Space. In the Devouring Space. What did you say? They all want to continue to stay in the Devouring Space. Yes. The huge Starro floating in the sky like a hill responded with his mind. I told them the current situation and said that if they want, they can be changed back to their original size and let them return to their original outside world. But they all said that their civilized hometown in the outside world had been destroyed by Brainiac, and they have lived in a new planet home here for 8 years, they beg to continue to survive here. This, Nian did not expect that many alien civilization cities actually wanted to stay in the Devouring Space. But think about it. The Devouring Space is also a small universe world, which is safe enough, and the resources can be self-sufficient, without the danger of invasion and attack from the outside world. Starro continued to convey his thoughts, Nian, I also plan to stay in the Devouring Dimension, leaving a Guan Luo clone in the outside universe. That's no problem. Nian was just a little speechless. He originally planned to take his aunt to the multiverse, but now there are more and more people. If this goes on, will he really take an entire small universe to the multiverse? Chapter 506. In the Devouring Space, above the artificial planet, a beam of white light lit up. Nian used the dimensional ring to return to the corridor of the headquarters of the Destiny Alliance. Unexpectedly, a lowly figure carrying a plate came towards me. The blonde lowly exclaimed, and quickly raised the plate above her head with her small hands, and her petite and soft body crashed into Nian's arms. Are you okay? Nian took the plate raised by the other party and looked down at the frightened little Lolita. I'm fine. The blonde Lolita's little head was a little dizzy from the impact. She held on to Xinyan's uniform with her little hands and smoothed her body. When she raised her eyes and saw that the person she bumped into was Xinyan, she stuttered out with a look of trouble on her face. I'm very sorry, Mr. Xinyan. The little loli quickly took a step back, her movements were very unfamiliar, but still standard, and she bowed to Xinyan. Qin, why are you still here? Dressed like this? Xinyan couldn't help but look at the other person in confusion. The somewhat reckless golden retriever Lolita in front of him was the Qin Grey whom he had saved before. But at the moment, Qin is actually wearing a classic maid outfit in black and white. The white scarf on her head, the collar on her chest, the cuffs and the edges of her skirt are all made of translucent and cool white lace. The black uniform and the long skirt wraps up her petite and exquisite body. The two small soft legs under the skirt are covered by white stockings, and the small feet are wrapped in pure black low-cut classic shoes. Under the well-combed fluffy blonde hair, there is a delicate and childish little face that is timid, and the smart and bright eyes reflect itself. Xinyan subconsciously touched the shiny blonde hair with his free right hand. After feeling the silky texture on his palm, he retracted his hand as if he was startled. Feel sorry. Xinyan really didn't mean it, but seeing Xiaoqin dressed like this made him have the illusion of meeting Wanda when she was a child. No, it's okay. Qin was also stunned for a moment, then leaned forward with a slight blush and said, I am a trainee maid of the prince family, please give me your advice in the future, Mr. Xinyan. Trainee maid? Xinyan frowned. Didn't I tell Wanda that you could stay here to recuperate for a while? Qin quickly replied, it was me who requested to stay and work here, Mr. Xinyan. Xinyan looked at Qin, who was lacking in confidence, and pondered for a moment. You know, I will leave this world with the Prince family, the Destiny Alliance, and even everything here. Miss Wanda has already told me, but I still decided to stay at my job. Qin took a deep breath and responded seriously. I don't have any family outside, rather than wandering around, I would rather stay here. After all, what's the point here? All. Quite sincere. Xinyan handed the plate back to Qin and said, since you are the maid here, remember to call me young master from now on. Yes, master. Qin quickly changed her words. Xinyan nodded, walked around Qin's body and walked towards the corridor. Until Xinyan's back disappeared around the corner. Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if she was under tremendous pressure, her face flushed like a ripe little apple. Tread. The sound of footsteps sounded again ahead. Qin quickly looked around and saw that she was a perfect maid wearing a red dress, with first-class appearance and temperament. Miss Wanda. Qin was holding the plate and said with a distressed face, I screwed up, I've been taught by you for so many days, but just now I bumped into Master Xinyan recklessly. No, Wanda looked at her and smiled. Congratulations, Qin, that internship prefix on your trainee maid can be removed. Gu Yan. Hey. Qin was completely stunned. Just now, the young master obviously agreed to your stay, Wanda blinked and said. You have to remember one thing, as a maid of the prince family, the most important thing is to be recognized by the master. Xinyan came to the reception hall and found that the main hall was already filled with various potted plants. The sexy red-haired woman in a tight green dress was still moving plants inside. This is also a relocation unique to the other party. Pamela. Xinyan looked at the charming woman who looked like a fallen elf, thought for a while and said, I still don't understand, among the Destiny Alliance, you should be the one with the least reason to leave with me, right? 5 years ago, in order to resurrect Harley and Nanawi, you chose to temporarily join the Destiny Alliance. Now that they have been resurrected, the agreement between you and me is over, you can continue to stay and live with them. Xinyan's words were full of sincerity. He felt that there was no need to force someone to follow him. When Poison Ivy heard this, her hands holding the plant stopped. Slowly putting down the plant in her hand, Poison Ivy turned around and stepped forward with one beautiful leg between Xinyan's feet. She leaned over with her naturally fragrant body and gently poked Xinyan's chin with her slender white fingers. You are here, say what? I should be the one in the Destiny Alliance who has the most reason to follow you and leave. Don't forget, if you die, I will die too, so no matter where you go, I will follow you and watch you. Poison Ivy's fingers slid down and penetrated into Xinyan's neck. Xinyan felt that his anger was aroused. This guy was definitely a goblin, the evil version. I think you need to water it. Poison Ivy smiled brightly and continued to slide her fingers down. I think so too. Xinyan looked serious and held his vine-like waist. Poison Ivy quickly backed away from Xinyan and said, wait a minute, Harley said she wants to see you, it won't be too late to water the water when you come back. Okay, Xinyan agreed. Washington. A flower shop that is almost empty, with a second floor covered with green vines. When Nian stepped out of the Mars portal, what he saw was a humanoid shark sitting on the sofa on the second floor playing a game console. There is also a woman with twin tails with different hair colors. She is wearing the same short shirt and hot pants as always, with her hands on the second floor window here. Half of her body leaning out of the window where light snow is falling, her neck and buttocks painted create a beautiful and attractive curve. "Hi, Nanawi," Nian greeted. "Chew, boss." King Shark stopped operating the controller and opened his cute little eyes. "Also, long time no see, Harley." Before Nian's second greeting ended, as the light and shadow from the window flickered into the room and the two dyed twin ponytails swayed, the woman jumped up and hugged his neck, and clasped her legs around his waist. "Hi, Nian." Harley Quinn had the cat's foot mark on the side of her neck, and the corners of her mouth raised wildly. "I know that you resurrected us, and I also know that you are about to leave this world. Take good care of Pamela for me. And..." Harley's red lips came close to Nian's ear. "If you can come back to this world again, I will prepare a small dark room and iron chains myself." Chapter 507. Nian wiped off the red lip marks on his face and left the flower shop with his shirt and uniform slightly disheveled. Nian didn't understand what Harley Quinn meant at all, but the other party's proposal did make him a little excited. Never mind. Nian put aside his thoughts, opened a Mars portal and stepped in under the Scarlet mode that had already been triggered. Scarlet mode comes with a magic portal, which is perfect for saying goodbye to different places. Because he is under the disguise of the magic floating cloak, his hair is still black, no different from when he was an ordinary person. Nian takes one step forward. One moment it was on the streets of Center Washington. The next moment he appeared in downtown New York, in front of a 4- or 5-story church-style building. As if sensing the arrival of Nian, the building portal opened automatically. Nian walked in directly. Supreme Mage. Dr. Strange levitates down the wooden stairs in a replica of his levitating cloak. "Steven," Nian met the other person's gaze. "What are you going to do?" "I don't know if it's an illusion, but I vaguely sense that the world's contact with diversity is intensifying." "That's probably not an illusion." Nian spread his hands. "I am about to leave this universe and enter the multiverse. Now I come here to say goodbye to you." "What? If you leave, what will happen to the 3 major sanctuaries? What will happen to the Earth? Isn't there still you?" Nian stepped forward, patted Dr. Strange on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Steven, in the name of the second-generation Supreme Mage, I declare again that from now on you will be the Supreme Mage. The responsibility of guarding this Earth will be handed over to you. Here you go." Dr. Strange was stunned. "Don't worry, Master Gu Yi and I believe in you. After all, you are the second best among us," Nian encouraged. "Oh well." Dr. Strange knew that Nian had decided to leave, so he could only agree with a wry smile, "But I can't guarantee that I can completely protect this world." "Didn't Master Wang assist you?" Nian shrugged and said. "In addition, I will use my unique method to leave a trump card here in the New York sanctuary." "True card?" Dr. Strange looked at Nian doubtfully. "That's right." Nian nodded and said, "That trump card can only be used once. In the future after I leave this universe, if there is a critical moment that even you and other heroes cannot stop, you can try to uncover the trump card I left behind." Departure from New York Sanctuary. Nian did not return to the devouring space, but returned to Washington and his suburban villa in Washington. Standing in the yard at the door, Nian raised his eyes and looked at the villa and wooden house. This is the home of the Prince family rooted in this world. After saying goodbye this time, I don't know when I will be able to come back here. Auntie, Wanda, and Alice are all in the element-devouring space. The villa seemed extremely deserted. Nian hesitated and pushed the door open. What Nian didn't expect was. The moment the door of the villa opened, a small figure in a black hood stood in the corner of the sofa, waved to him and called out, "Come back. Raven?" Nian's eyes showed confusion. "Why are you still here? Didn't I agree before that you would be my bodyguard to offset the debt of gratitude? Since the last Black Knight battle, you should have completed your mission." "That's true." Raven closed the book lying flat on his knees and whispered, "I said I would be your bodyguard, but I didn't say I would only protect you once, nor did I say a time limit." "You don't have to be like this," Young breathed out. "It's necessary. Valley." The Raven was extremely persistent and raised his little face under the shadow of the hood. "Because of my origin, I cannot accompany you to leave this world. Once I enter diversity, it will affect your search. So, I decided to stay here and guard everything here until you come back." "Is this considered one of the bodyguard's jobs?" Raven said matter-of-factly. "You may have to wait a long time," Nian said solemnly. Raven responded calmly, "It doesn't matter, anyway, I can be reborn infinitely and have an almost eternal life. Once I leave, I may never come back." Nian came to sit on the sofa opposite and looked at the hooded girl solemnly. "Forever, as long as you don't come back for a day, I will stay here for a day." Raven's tone was extremely calm, as if for her, loneliness was something that already existed. "Can you tell me the real reason why you are staying here?" Nian asked. "The little help you did before is not enough for you to waste such a long time here." "The answer is simple, isn't it?" Raven put down the book in her arms, and she slowly stood up from the sofa. A pair of energy black wings spread out on her back, and the empty black feathers floated like snowflakes. "I, reincarnated into a human form in this life, have been looking for one thing." The raven fluttered its black wings and flew forward. "I don't know where that thing is, I just know it's on you, so I decided to stay with you to find that thing. Until a few days ago, I saw the Wonder Woman I had transformed into, awakening you from a state of extreme anger and out of control. I suddenly understood what I was looking for." As the raven spoke, its black wings of energy flapped, carrying a black whirlpool, as it approached Nian. "What is it?" Nian's heart trembled slightly as he looked into the gray-black eyes of the hooded girl. The hooded girl Raven did not speak, but responded with her own actions. As the girl opened her black hood, a head of shiny black hair spread out, and two pieces of cold, soft and sweet things fell gently and forcefully on the corners of Nian's mouth. After some intense entanglement, the hooded girl retracted her little head and said softly, "Remember, the raven will always guard the villa and cabin here. If you never come back, then he will guard it until my life comes to an end. Nian knows. There are more and more reasons for me to come back." And he had to leave. After bidding farewell to all acquaintances from the original universe, Nian returned to the Destiny Alliance headquarters in the devouring space and found that everyone from the Destiny Alliance was already there and had made a series of preparations before departure. "Only. Why are you here?" Nian looked at the purple-haired woman dressed as a magician standing next to her aunt in surprise. "I also want to see the multiverse, don't you?" Zatanna glanced at him angrily. "It's not impossible. Nian understands why Batman said before that he abducted 3 members of the Justice League." Meow. Xiao Huang, who looked like a little orange cat, jumped onto Nian's shoulders. Nian touched Xiao Huang's head and looked at everyone in the main hall. "Are you all ready?" "Ready." On the field. Wonder Woman Diana, Supergirl Kara, Spider-Woman Gwen, Scarlet Witch Wanda, Shockwave Woman Sky, Invisible Woman Susan, former Empress Mara, Poison Ivy Pamela, Housekeeper Alice, the new maid Xiao Qin, and the unexpected extra magician Zatanna nodded in response. "Then let's go." Nian's eyes became serious and he opened his mouth to make an announcement. Chapter 508. The day after Christmas, afternoon. At dusk, the sunset dyed the sky crimson, and one side of the sky began to turn black. New York, Future Chronicle headquarters, top floor. Whoops. 2 figures, a man and a woman, cut across the sky. They broke through the sound barrier from different directions, fell from the clouds, and landed on the top rooftop almost at the same time. The former wore a red cloak on his shoulders, while the latter's body was surrounded by flowing light, and a powerful aura swept away. They undoubtedly represent the current Earth and are also the top combat power in the universe. Nian hugged the little emperor of the devouring beast without any trace of nervousness. He blinked and looked at the two of them. "I told you, there is no need to come here to give it to me. I just happened to be on a business trip to the newspaper office, so I'm on my way." Superman Clark pursed his lips, and it was hard to tell whether it was the truth or a lie on his resolute face. "I'm not here to see you off," Captain Marvel Carol Danvers said, turning sideways, and another orange cat could be seen lying on her back. The appearance of this orange cat is very similar to that of Xiao Huang, but it is completely larger than Xiao Huang's body. The female orange cat jumped down lightly, raised her head, and stared at the little orange cat in Nian's arms. "Go ahead." Nian stroked Xiao Huang's stunned little head and said softly. "Ding dong." The bell on Xiao Huang's neck made a crisp sound, jumped out of Nian's arms, and rubbed the head of the big female orange cat together. The big female orange cat's eyes flashed with tenderness, and she began to lick the little emperor's hair hard, combing the orange hair neatly and shiny. This is also how the mother and daughter of the Yuan-devouring beast separated. Superman looked at Nian and said, "How do you plan to leave this universe?" "It's very simple." Nian took out a pair of metal necklaces from under his collar. The pendants of the necklaces were each inlaid with a gemstone. Sapphire and yellow sapphire. "This is a magic weapon made of space gems, which can temporarily open the passage to diversity," Xin Young said in a loud voice. He followed the previous practice of Master Gu Yi. The gem weapon alone is still very useful and has much fewer side effects than the Infinity Gauntlet. However, the function and effectiveness of the gem weapon are relatively single. The space magic weapon that Master Gu Yi made for Xinyan before can allow him to randomly teleport back to the place he has visited. And now the only function of this space necklace magic weapon is randomly teleport to any other dimensional universe. Xinyan felt a little helpless and said softly, "Once I leave this world, the power of the infinite stones will be greatly reduced, and I will be unable to remember the coordinates of the current universe." Aren't you looking for a needle in a haystack? No, it's more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. How long does it take to randomly teleport to any dimension of the universe, plus how much luck does it take to arrive at the North Star by chance? So, I added that. Xinyan motioned to wear the soul gem necklace on his neck together with the space necklace. When Lorna the North Star left this universe, she also wore a soul gem from the current universe around her neck. Even there are mind stones in other multiverses, but the mind stone I created with my fantasy creation ability is absolutely the same as the one on Polaris. So, when the space gem triggers random travel, under the guidance of the mind gem like a beacon, I can try to reach the universe where the North Star is. Xinyan's eyes were bright and he slowly expressed his thoughts and arrangements. Of course, this is all just theory. The complexity of the multiverse is so complex that even Ancient One, the supreme mage who has lived for hundreds of years, feels extremely taboo. Even with the guidance of the Mind Stone, it would be impossible to find the North Star in one step in the vast multiverse. But no matter what, the existence of the Soul Stone has undoubtedly increased the originally slim hope of finding someone countless times. Glutinous rice. Meow. After Xiao Huang and the female orange cat looked at each other, they turned around and jumped back into Xinyan's arms. Everyone on the field knew it was time to say goodbye. I wish you good luck. Captain Marvel's beautiful eyes reflected Xinyan's figure. Xinyan, you must come back safely, and Carla and the others. Superman clenched his fists and stared at Xinyan. I will. Xinyan nodded and started the mechanical watch on his left wrist without hesitation. A layer of silver nanometal immediately covered the body surface to form a battle suit. Xiao Huang lay on Xinyan's back, and the nanometal was also wrapped in it, forming a pet backpack. A dark red cloak and a red magic belt flew out and merged with the silver nanosuit covering Xinyan. Although Xinyan was confident in his physical defense, he still carefully made a set of travel suits. With the protection of the magic floating cloak and magic red belt, technology and magic can be regarded as being armed to the teeth. Goodbye, Carl, Carol. Xinyan waved to the two people on the rooftop. Under the battle clothes, two necklace pendants touched each other gently. At this moment, the space gem and the soul gem exerted their effects respectively, and the blue light and the yellow light band intertwined dreamily. Buzz. Xinyan and Xiao Huang were enveloped in a blue light mist. As the light became more and more dazzling, it finally turned into a blue light pillar and went upwards. Call out. The blue beam of light broke through the night sky that had just fallen in New York, and also broke through the cosmic barrier where the Earth was located, and disappeared in the vast chaos in a flash. Superman and Captain Marvel looked up at this strange phenomenon. 2020, December 26th, night. Xinyan took the little emperor of the Yuan devouring beast, that is, all members including the Destiny Alliance, and left the universe. At the same time as the blue transmission beam broke through the night sky and left Washington, Hellfire Club, Headquarters Manor. The leopard coat fell to the ground. The beautiful young woman who turned into a human-shaped female leopard looked up, looking at the moon outside and the blue sky, and the narrow and long animal eyes flickered with dark pupils. He left. Who? Who left? The White Queen Emma, who was shining like a human-shaped diamond and wearing a gorgeous silver-white dress, stepped forward in high heels. The only person who can bind me. Cheetah Barbara raised the corner of her mouth and said coldly. He left. The Greek ruins shook slightly at the bottom of the Earth's sea. Not only inside the Earth. This idea was also in the dark of the universe, among the mysterious and unknown races. They were either sighing, excited, or feeling aggrieved. After Xinyan left, the entire universe was undercurrent, and mystery and strangeness were reviving. But these had nothing to do with Xinyan. The blue beam of light broke through the space barrier, like a meteor, sinking into the gap of multiple space and time until it completely disappeared. On that day, many New York citizens took pictures of this scene as if it were a meteor. Chapter 509. New York City. It is summer now, and the sun on the street is very bright and dazzling. At noon, in a video store on the Central Street. The white man Huey is still busy working in the video store. Although he is only in his 20s, Huey is still very satisfied with the current situation. For ordinary people like them who are not gifted, it is already very good to find a job not far from home with good treatment, unlike those superheroes who are born proud. Of course. If the boss gives him a raise, it will be even better. At this time, Huey was sorting out the audio and video on the counter in the store. There was a sound of footsteps from the door, accompanied by a woman's words, "Hello, I want an audio conversion cable. I'll find it for you right away." Huey replied subconsciously, and felt that the voice was very familiar. He looked up and saw that it was a curly-haired woman, and the smile under the curly hair was very bright and charming. Luo Bin. Huey smiled immediately. He was able to be satisfied with the current situation because he had a beautiful and gentle girlfriend. The two were also about to get married. After getting off work at noon, Huey held his girlfriend Luo Bin's hand and strolled on the peaceful street, enjoying the sun and chatting about various interesting topics. For example, which superheroes participated in the recently released movies. Because they supported different heroes, the two of them had their own opinions and felt very happy bickering. Of course. As for which superhero was the strongest, there was no dispute between the two, or the whole world had no objection. Chatting. Luo Bin suddenly stopped at the edge of the curb, turned around and looked at Huey and said, "Let's move out and live together, we can't always live in your father's house, any noise will be heard." At this point, Luo Bin's face flushed slightly, but his eyes looked directly at Huey. "Oh, you have planned this for a long time." Huey's heart was lifted, and his heart was also moved. He smiled and kissed the other party. But at this time, accompanied by the whistling sound of the air, it seemed as if there was a sense of déjà vu of a train speeding past him. Huey felt his vision blurry for a moment, and his face was hurt by the sharp wind in front of him like a knife. Before he could react, warm and sticky blood splashed on his face and body. Huey was stunned. His girlfriend Luo Bin, who was standing in front of him a moment ago, had disappeared. No, not disappeared. A pair of women's broken hands with residual warmth were still held in his palms intimately. It only takes a moment from heaven to hell. Huey's mind was blank. Whoosh! A figure moving beyond human dynamic vision turned back along the street again, and stopped beside Huey to reveal his true appearance. It was a black-bald man wearing blue armor and goggles. The black man was covered in blood, took off his goggles, and explained to Huey incoherently, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry and can't stop." Throwing this sentence away. As the strong wind blew, the road was shaken by the running, and the black man disappeared at the end of the street at lightning speed. Guyu. No, Luo Bin. Huey, who stayed in place, wailed desperately and fell to his knees. Huey naturally didn't notice. The black man, who was running at lightning speed and as strong as a train, accidentally bumped into a young man who suddenly appeared at the corner at the end of the street. It was too late to dodge or stop, and the black man could only run faster. But this time. Bang! The black man who passed by the young man screamed. And the armor on his right shoulder burst in response, and the whole right arm was directly separated from the body. The whole person fell diagonally from the state of extreme speed into a small store building dozens of meters away. My hand. My right hand. The black man wailed continuously, supported the broken wall with his left hand, and looked at the place where he had just collided. There was nothing on the ground except for his broken armor and broken arm. Where was there anything else? Oh my God. Is that a locomotive? Indeed, it's one of the 7 locomotives. Passers-by on the street gathered around him. The black man endured the pain of his broken arm, walked forward at a very fast speed, picked up his broken hand and left quickly. Devouring space, the headquarters of the Destiny Alliance, the main meeting hall. When the black-haired young man appeared in it, all the female members stood up. Nian, how is the situation? The multidimensional space shuttle was successful, and we arrived in another universe. Nian put down the little emperor in his arms and brought him in again. The devouring space became the adjacent space of the external universe that was shuttled, and it could be simply and directly jumped back and forth through the dimension ring. I haven't learned much about the outside world yet. But it seems that the outside world also has Earth, New York and superhumans. Nian pondered for a moment and looked at Alice among the crowd. Alice, come with me to find out the situation first. Since there is Earth, New York, human technological civilization, and intelligent networks, Alice can undoubtedly exert perfect abilities. I just don't know what the level of technology in the outside world is, and the strength of superhumans. Only after knowing these can we start to find out whether there is any trace of Polaris Lorna. Nian felt that he had to be cautious enough when he came to a strange universe. At least the speedster who just hit him had scratched a layer of the coating of the nano-metal armor. If superhumans of this strength can be seen everywhere in the outside world, then the strongest group of people should not be underestimated. So, in the unknown parallel Earth of the outside world, several police cars with sirens blocked the New York street where the incident just happened for investigation. A young man from another universe, with a silver-haired girl, appeared in the street alley not far away. Nian was cautious enough. If the situation was not right, he would immediately take Alice back to the devouring space. Alice maintained the caution that her master Nian should have, and carefully began to invade the artificial intelligence program system with nearby civilian electronic products. This is also a worry that there are other advanced artificial intelligences in the current universe. Just as Nian and Alice began to obtain intelligence information about the current parallel Earth. The tallest building in New York at present. This super commercial building located in the center of New York has exploded. What did you say? One of the Super 7 team members, the locomotive, hit a female passerby to death. The locomotive also broke an arm. Someone took a picture of it. What is going on? Compared to the previous message, the latter message shocked and puzzled the strong woman even more. Chapter 510. New York Center, Water Company. In the luxurious office of the company's general manager. A middle-aged woman in her early 40s sat on an office chair, wearing luxury goods and brand-name uniforms. Her dignified demeanor was gone under the uncontrollable anger, and she was pushing a stack of documents and a cup on the table to the ground. In front of the desk. The young female employee who was reporting the information was trembling. But at this moment, without any sound or knocking, the door of the office was opened from the outside. As the American Empire flag cloak draped over his shoulders fluttered wantonly, a man in a tight blue battle suit walked in casually. His dark golden hair was combed shiny and cool, and his handsome face showed a standard smile. Homelander. When the female employee saw the other party, she was like seeing a god, and immediately showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Okay, you go out first. The man called Homelander grinned and waved his hand kindly. Okay, thank you. The female employee bowed respectfully to the Homelander, but she didn't notice that the man's eyes naturally passed over her collar when she bowed her head. Clang. The door closed. The only people left in the office were the middle-aged woman on the office chair and the American cloaked man with his hands behind his back. Madeline, what's so worrying? The Homelander still had a smile on his face. Madeline's chest rose and fell under her shirt uniform. You should have known it, the locomotive got into trouble outside, not only killing a girl, but also breaking an arm. This will deal a heavy blow to our company's reputation as a superhero. It's only been a few hours since the incident, and the shares of Water Company have fallen by several percentages, with a loss of nearly tens of billions of dollars. What do you think we should do about this? How can I not be angry? Madeline had a headache. It's actually very simple to deal with it, Homelander said cheerfully. Just remove the locomotive from the Super 7. What did you say? Madeline frowned and looked at Homelander. You want to remove the locomotive? It doesn't matter if a girl is killed, just make compensation and suppress the discussion. The smile on Homelander's face gradually disappeared, and his handsome face was calm and a little cold. But, that idiot actually broke an arm outside. Our Super 7 only needs perfect superhumans. A disabled idiot is not qualified to sit at the same table with me. Madeline thought for a while and said in a deep voice, you have to know, the Super 7 is already short of people. If the locomotive is removed, locomotive, there are only 5 people including you. 5 people are 5 people, just choose more. Isn't there a new member candidate called Starlight recently? Homelander shrugged, I'll leave the selection of candidates to you. I'm more curious about how the locomotive's arm was broken. Homelander narrowed his eyes and changed the subject. No matter what, that waist is still fast, and his physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary superhumans. He actually broke an arm outside. Madeline heard this, picked up her mobile phone, flipped it, and handed it to Homelander. I just received a surveillance video of the scene, you can take a look. Homelander took the phone. A video was opened, and it can be clearly seen from it that it is a public camera view located at the corner of a New York street. The video has been processed in the background for slow playback, and you can see the bloody locomotive passing quickly on the street road. But at this moment, a mysterious figure accompanied by blue light mist appeared on the road without warning, just blocking the way of the locomotive. Gu Shi. The locomotive, unable to slow down, continued to rush forward, brushing past the mysterious figure, and then his right hand broke directly, and the man was thrown from the extreme speed to the store. And before the locomotive landed, the mysterious figure disappeared strangely again, and only existed for a few frames in the video. The video ended here. The Homelander raised his eyebrows, watched it again several times, and then couldn't help asking, who is he? Madeline shook her head and said, I also want to know who the mysterious man who looks like a young man in the video is. Get me a picture, the Homelander said coldly. As long as he is in this world, I can find out who he is. Madeline pondered, the opponent's speed should be very fast, and his physique or armor defense is at least higher than the locomotive. No matter how fast the speed is, no matter how strong the defense is, will it be useful to me? The Homelander looked at her expressionlessly. Madeline smiled, yes, then I'll leave it to you. There is no reason, just because he is the Homelander, this name represents. Invincible. At this time. In the alleys of New York streets. After Alice gradually gained control of hacking into nearby civilian electronic devices and connected to the city's public network, 99% of the city's intelligence information was immediately digested by Alice. Alice then relayed the refined intelligence information to Nian. After listening to Alice's narration, Nian's eyes showed a hint of strangeness. Interesting. First. The current Earth world of the subuniverse, humanities, geography, politics, etc. are almost the same as their Earth. It's just that there is no alien invasion, no Stark Industries, no Gotham and Wayne, and very few black technology products. What makes Nian interesting is that the proportion of superhumans here far exceeds that of the Earth's own world. According to the generally accepted statement on the public internet in this world, some humans are innately gifted with the abilities of extreme speed, fire breathing, and shrinking, hardening and other innate superpowers. This is a world where superpowers and ordinary people coexist. Superhumans are very popular in this world. They are potential talents with sufficient superiority. Some of these powerful superhumans, under the training and packaging of the company, punish rape and eliminate evil and maintain world peace. At the same time, they are also superstars worth easily over 100 million. Among these companies that cultivate and package superheroes, Vought Group is the largest superhero company in the world. The Super 7 team developed and launched by Vought Group is not only the strongest team of heroes in the world, but also the most famous and valuable stars. Nian thought about it and felt that something was wrong. That speedster who was rampaging on the streets and smashing ordinary people to pieces was actually not a supervillain, but a member of the Super 7. In addition, among the Super 7, there is a superhero who is known as the world's strongest superhero and is also the leader of the 7. The other party's name is People of the Motherland. Chapter 511. Master, do you need to continue to hack into the military systems of some major countries or the internal networks of organizations? Alice raised her eyes and asked Nian in a low voice. Just now. What Alice obtained was the intelligence information available to the public in this world. This information often cannot represent anything. It can only allow them to simply understand the world, and cannot directly penetrate into some of the essence and secrets of the world. Can we ensure that no one will find out? Nian asked. I can only ensure that I can hack in to obtain intelligence information, but I cannot guarantee that it will not be discovered by others. Alice's eyes were apologetic. My time in contact with the world's internet is too short. If you give me a little more time to control the local satellite or supercomputer, I can completely control the world's internet. There's no rush. Nian touched Alice's silver hair and said thoughtfully, go back first and discuss it with everyone. The next moment, the two turned into a white beam and disappeared into the streets and alleys. And not long after the two, Nian returned to the Yuan devouring space. A man wearing a cloak with the American Empire flag flew past the blocked streets of New York at high speed. While flying at low altitude over the city, the people of the motherland constantly scanned the urban area below, and many secrets were clear at a glance with their ability to see through. Yuan devouring space, Destiny Alliance. Headquarters, Conference Hall. Nian sat in the main seat and asked Alice to repeat the information just now to the members of the Destiny Alliance present. Next, in the main hall, stereoscopic projection images flashed continuously. Superpowers and ordinary people coexist harmoniously. The Super 7, heroes and stars. This multidimensional world is really interesting. Heroes are treated so well. There are so many superhumans, at least tens of thousands, right? A brief understanding of the worldview and external intelligence is completed. Members of the Destiny Alliance talked a lot about the novelty and desire to explore the new world outside, which also dispelled everyone's disappointment in leaving the original world. At this time, Diana, who was wearing a crown that reshaped the silver moon with her fantasy creation ability, asked softly, Nian, what do you think? The conference hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned their attention to the main seat. Nian pondered for a moment and said, Alice, we did not find any information related to Lorna from the online information just now. But this doesn't mean that Lorna is not in this world. There are many things that cannot be understood through the internet alone, so I decided to step into the outside world and find out more deeply. Nian made a decision. Come. He would not leave this world easily if he did not check 3 times whether Lorna was here. In that case, let's go out together. Diana smiled slightly. I think they all really want to go out and hang out. Is it really possible? Gwen's eyes lit up and her hands were itchy. No spider can refuse to leave its web in a strange city. The problem is, while Alice can fake our identities, it would be too obvious if too many people go out together. Nian had to consider this. Except for him, everyone in the main conference hall was a first-class beautiful woman. If we go out together, our presence will be the focus, and it will be difficult not to reveal our identity as outsiders. In this case, why don't we just act separately? Diana smiled and said. We can combine in pairs and go to the outside world to explore the world with our own abilities and methods. This can also improve the efficiency of exploring the universe. Okay, Nian agreed. When members of the Destiny Alliance are combined in pairs, they will basically not encounter difficult situations. Moreover, with the maintenance of the dimensional ring, they can recruit people or return to the devouring space at any time. There is no problem in terms of safety. Nian also saw another intention of Aunt Diana, which was to let the members of the Destiny Alliance act together, and also to change their state of mind after leaving the original world. Grain is gone. Diana and I team up together. In the main hall of the conference, a purple-haired woman dressed as a magician took the lead in speaking. Nian glanced at the other party. Damn it, are you trying to steal your aunt with him? That's right, the other party is Zatanna, who embarked on a journey of diversity together. After Zatanna followed along on the road, she naturally joined the Destiny Alliance and became the 12th member here. Gwen, let me come with you, Kara said to Gwen next to her. No problem, Gwen agreed with a smile. Then I will team up with Mara, Susan smiled. Okay, Mara nodded. Pamela, Shockwave Girl Sky raised her eyes and looked at Poison Ivy on the field. A strange look flashed in Poison Ivy's eyes, and then she nodded. The two of them successfully matched up. After most of the duos were settled, Wanda and Alice both raised their eyes and looked at Nian on the main seat. Alice, you'd better go out with me, Nian continued the arrangement. Wanda, you stay at home. If anything happens, you can always provide support. Yes, Master. Wanda reluctantly agreed, her cheeks puffing up on both sides. Okay, before you go out, listen to me. Nian looked around at everyone and reminded them, although according to intelligence data analysis, there are not many existences in this world that can pose a threat to us, we still need to act with caution. After all, judging from the Super 7 team alone, there are also members who can communicate with marine life. It is not ruled out that there are hidden extraordinary forces such as Atlantis. And this Homelander, his ability is very similar to that of the Krypton family. It is not ruled out that there are alien forces such as Kryptonians in this universe. The action is mainly based on exploration and investigation. If there is a discovery or encounter, contact at any time. Try not to fight if you can. Remember, your safety is the most important. Nian looked at everyone seriously. Understood, the members of the Destiny Alliance responded in unison. Nian exhaled and arrived in a strange universe with the Destiny Alliance and the devouring space. It is right to be cautious. If this universe hides some top forces or existences, it will be a disaster if it turns over. From the moment Nian stepped into the multiverse, he wanted to find the whereabouts of Luna, and then lead everyone to trace back and return. No one can have any accidents. The next day, morning. In this world where Homelanders and superpowers and ordinary people coexist harmoniously, two groups of travelers that do not exist in this world appeared in various places in cities such as New York, Washington, and Chicago. However, they have identities that can be verified through the public institution system, and even have a series of tax payments and various records in previous years. Nian and housekeeper Alice, as a pair of travelers from a divorced and reconstituted family from a foreign country, returned to New York here. The commercial advertising screens on the streets of New York kept looping about the incident of the superhero locomotive hitting people yesterday, and the company statement that locomotive was expelled from the Super 7 team. New York citizens were talking about this. Master, Alice called Nian. Call me by my name, or call me brother. Nian wore a peaked cap, a t-shirt and jeans, and was dressed like a young traveler. Alice also wore a sun hat, held down her shiny silver hair, and was very lovely in a floral dress. Her petite body stood next to Nian. Yes, brother. Alice said sweetly, where are we going next? Water company. Nian looked up at the end of the street, and saw a huge building with a dome reaching into the blue sky. Alice's eyes showed surprise. The target chosen by Nian was obviously beyond her expectations. Water was the company of the Super 7 team. It can be said that it was one of the cores of this world. Chapter 512. Today is Friday, a weekday, and the weather is sunny. In the morning, there are not many pedestrians on the streets of New York. The young man and the girl strolled on the busy streets, like a pair of ordinary foreign tourists, and did not attract much attention from others. The two walked casually while approaching the city center. When passing a crossroads, a strong wind suddenly blew on the side road, and the girl exclaimed, and the white sun hat she was wearing fell off and was blown to the other side of the street by the wind. "It's okay, I'll help you pick it up." The young man comforted gently, and just walked a few steps, and quickly stopped. But the white sun hat that was blown away was caught in time by a right hand wearing a golden glove. The black-haired young man was surprised. It was a white woman wearing a leather uniform with a gold and white background. Her golden curly hair casually and coolly fell on her shoulders. There were several golden pentagram patterns on the chest of her top, and a pure white cape on her back shoulders. Her hands and feet were wrapped in long gloves and combat boots respectively. Her perfect absolute domain was revealed under the uniform skirt. Her pretty face and thin neck were very white. In the sun, it was a little shiny. The white woman in the strange uniform picked up the sun hat and walked towards the black-haired young man and the girl. Came to the front. The white woman, who looked like a college graduate, had a hint of surprise in her blue eyes. She looked at the girl with soft and shiny silver hair in the sun and couldn't help but say, "So beautiful." The silver-haired girl heard the words and timidly hid behind the black-haired young man, secretly poking her head out to look at the white woman. "Don't mind, my sister is a little shy." The black-haired young man smiled slightly. The moment she saw the face of the young man under the cap, the white woman was obviously stunned for a moment, and then handed the hat over in a panic. "This is yours." "Thank you." The black-haired young man took the sun hat, turned around, and put it on the silver-haired girl behind him, and reminded, "Wear it well this time, don't fall off again." The silver-haired girl nodded obediently. Looking at the black-haired young man and the silver-haired girl, neither of them paid too much attention to themselves, and after thanking them, they planned to continue walking away. The white woman hesitated, but still pointed to her face. "Don't you know me?" The moment she asked the question, she regretted it. The black-haired young man looked at her in confusion. "You are." The white woman's face immediately turned red, and she hesitated, not knowing how to start. "Sister, you are the candidate of the Super 7, Starlight, right? I have seen you on TV before." "Yes, I am Starlight. I am planning to go to water company now. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to be a new member of the Super 7. She pretended to be serious and said, "Of course, this is still a business secret, I shouldn't disclose it to others, please keep it secret for me." The black-haired young man was speechless. "Since it is a so-called business secret, don't disclose it." "Oh, come on." The black-haired young man thought about it and gave a word of encouragement. Starlight's smile froze on his face. Is this reaction too calm? Knowing that one of the future members of the Super 7 is standing in front of him, shouldn't he be excited, and even cheering? The Super 7 is the strongest group of superheroes in the world, and the hottest superstars in the world. "I'll do my best." Xinguang said goodbye with a little grievance, standing on the street in a slightly messy manner, watching the young man and the girl go away. Th. After walking away, the silver-haired girl blinked, changed her previous timidity, and said with a teasing smile, "Master, well, brother, even Xinguang doesn't know, this is indeed a bit excessive. The problem is, I really don't know him." The black-haired young man, that is, Nian, shrugged his shoulders. As for this world, he only briefly read the introduction of the members of the Super 7 team, and did not know much about the substitute candidates. "Brother, can you suppress your ability?" Alice pouted. Just now, when Xinguang saw you, the hormones in her body increased sharply, and she almost climaxed directly. "That, I can't control it." Nian spread his hands helplessly. The supernatural opposite sex favorability value is full, which is the passive of the dependent master. This passive ability will also be adjusted and changed according to the strength of the supernatural ability of the opposite sex. This ability is nothing in the original world. After all, there are not many people with extraordinary abilities in the original world. But coming to the world where the proportion of extraordinary people is extremely high, there will indeed be some problems. Nian glanced at the silver-haired girl and slapped her curly hair wrapped in a floral dress. "Alice, you dare to tease the master, right? Isn't this just playing the role of a younger sister? In addition, it was Miss Diana who asked me to supervise you. You are also bringing up your aunt, right? I think I need to teach you a lesson." Nian put his fingers under the sun hat, brushed across the shiny and soft silver hair, and pinched Alice's soft chin. "Brother, I was wrong. Alice's eyes were sparkling, as if they were about to burst into tears. The girl's soft and weak look made her want to be bullied even more. Xinyan's heart moved. He suddenly realized that it looked like Alice could eat it too. No, it should be said that it has been eaten long ago. Alice's face turned red, and her inner energy core was heating up. The host's body hormones are soaring. What should a smart housekeeper do? The two masters and servants, Xinyan and Alice, came to a corner and stopped. Looking ahead, a huge super-commercial building towers into the sky. This is the heart of New York, the headquarters of the Super 7, the Vought Corporation building. Master, are you really planning to sneak into Walter Company? Alice asked curiously. Xinyan nodded. I always feel that something is not right about this company, and, as the world's #1 superhero company, there must be many unknown intelligence files here. Xinyan didn't know whether it was his own illusion or the psychological suggestion of the Mind Stone. The moment he came into this world, he always had a strong feeling. If there are clues related to Lorna in the current world, they can definitely be found from the Walter Company in front of them. At this time, at the entrance of the What Company building, many security guards were on duty, blocking a large number of reporters from outside. Sudden. The reporters at the door of the building became excited and chased toward the side of the street. It's Starlight. Starlight is here. Miss Starlight, can you accept an interview? Are you here to fill the Super 7 spot? Is there an official announcement or press conference today? Dozens of reporters surrounded a white woman in a strange platinum uniform in the center. She was not the superhero Starlight that Xinyan and his wife had met by chance on the street. Chapter 513. Commercial secrets, no comment. All the security guards stepped forward, separated the reporters, and protected Xinguang in the center. The enthusiastic reporters and passers-by almost pushed down the human wall built by the security guards, and the scene was very chaotic. The opportunity has come. At a corner not far away, Xinyan and Alice looked at each other. Xinyan held the little face of the silver-haired girl and bowed down without hesitation. Alice also stood on tiptoe and raised her snow-white neck. The pedestrians on the street were all paying attention to Xinguang, so naturally no one noticed this scene. The video footage of the public cameras nearby was also deleted by 2 to 3 seconds. Xinguang successfully entered the door of the building under the protection of the security guards. What? I am still quite popular. She didn't notice. On her golden curly hair, there were 2 extremely tiny ants that could not even be detected by the camera, following her into the interior of the Vought Corporation building. On the other side. New York, Queens, densely populated area. 2 beauties with perfect faces and figures walked side by side at a certain distance. I didn't expect you would take the initiative to choose me as a team member. Among them, a woman with red hair and a sexy long dress suddenly spoke. I just have no choice. The dark golden, cold and heroic beauty next to her said with her arms around her chest. Sky, the shockwave girl, said calmly, Zatanna and Diana, Gwen and Kara, Susan and Mara, because of their friendship, they are also familiar with each other's abilities, so it is difficult to separate the combination. As for Xinyan, he will definitely choose Alice the housekeeper or Wanda the maid. After all, their abilities are more comprehensive and suitable. So, there are only you and me left. If I don't team up with you, I can only stay in the Devourer. Sky said, it seems that I have a choice, but in fact I have no choice. So that's it. Poison Ivy. Pamela smiled and didn't care about it. Both of them are smart people. They have played too many conspiracies before. Now they can talk openly, which undoubtedly makes them feel harmonious and comfortable. Sky glanced at Poison Ivy, but, if it weren't for Xinyan, the 2 of us would never be able to be together in our lifetime. I think so too, Poison Ivy agreed with this. Before this, one is a super agent, the other is a super criminal. One is in S.H.I.E.L.D. And the other is in Gotham City. If it wasn't for Xinyan, how could they have joined forces? Sky and Poison Ivy looked at each other and continued to turn the corner of the alley. At this time, behind the 2 of them, a few dozen meters away, a bearded man hid behind the wall, carefully spying and tracking. He watched the 2 disappear at the corner of the alley in front. The bearded man was about to continue to follow, but suddenly stopped, and a strong sense of crisis prompted him to stop. Although the bearded man believed that with his professional tracking level and carefulness, it would be impossible for others to notice him. But the sense of crisis still lingered in his heart. His own keen sense of crisis saved him countless times when he was dealing with the edge of the extraordinary world as an ordinary person. So, without any hesitation, the bearded man gave up tracking and turned around to leave, but just after running a few steps, a thorny vine suddenly grew wildly from the side and attacked. Sky and Poison Ivy walked out of the alley side by side, watching the bearded man tied up by the vines and hanging in the air. The tracking technique is good, quite professional, but unfortunately they met us, Sky muttered. Tell me, why are you following us? Gu Tang. Poison Ivy asked directly, her right hand clenched, and the vines began to tighten, making the tall and strong bearded man unable to move. The bearded man responded painfully, nothing special, it's just that this is my jurisdiction, so I will pay special attention to some outsiders. Who are you? Sky asked. Former CIA Black Action Team member, Billy Butcher. The bearded man responded with difficulty, and continued involuntarily, the leader of the Black Robe Patrol, the Butcher. Black Robe Patrol. Sky and Poison Ivy looked at each other and felt that they had obtained an unexpected important intelligence. Billy Butcher suddenly opened his eyes wide. Damn, why did he say the secret identity behind it? Billy suddenly noticed that his eyes were hazy with purple, and his consciousness was drowsy, and it was difficult to think rationally. He is poisoned. Chicago, Beach. Mara, what are you doing here? Susan looked at Mara curiously. They both had angelic faces and devilish figures. Fortunately, they did not change into swimsuits, otherwise they would have attracted a lot of attention. I want to see for myself what the ocean in this world looks like. Mara said as she took off her sunscreen jacket and handed it to Susan. She herself was wearing a shirt and jeans and dived directly into the sea in front of her. Her diving posture was extremely graceful, without even a splash of water, like a real mermaid, and her figure quickly disappeared in the near sea. The parallel Earth at the moment, Washington. Two mature and intellectual women walked together, like the most perfect urban female white-collar workers, with elegance and noble temperament. Satana, what do you think of Nian? Diana asked suddenly. Ah, Miss Diana, why do you ask this suddenly? Satana's body trembled, and her purple eyes trembled violently, and it was difficult to maintain elegance and composure. It's just a casual question, why do you react so much? Diana looked at Satana calmly, her beautiful eyes flashing with wisdom. No, it's just a little unexpected. Satana turned her head away, avoiding Diana's sight, and replied softly, after all, you taught him, he is naturally good and excellent enough. Really? Diana smiled slightly, her face thoughtful. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, Satana hurriedly changed the subject and said seriously. Diana, I don't know if you have sensed that there is a very strange smell somewhere in this city. There is a little bit, but I can't be sure where it is, Diana nodded and asked. Can you lock the location? Yes, Satana nodded. She was involved in multiple magic and rules, and her perception of energy and space was more acute. Then let's go. Diana was resolute and put her hand on Satana's shoulder. Satana used the inversion magic, and the two of them disappeared immediately. The next moment, Diana and Satana appeared in an unknown place. What came into view was a closed large room, as if it was in an extremely secret underground, and the ceiling was lit with daylight. Under the light. The room here is full of glass culture beds. At a glance, there are more than 20 of them. In each glass culture bed, there is a baby less than half a year old. The baby's body is connected to various instruments and equipment, as well as a bag of transfusion fluid labeled, Compound No. 5. This is. Diana and Satana saw the truth of this world with their own eyes. Chapter 514. What corporation? As a candidate for the Super 7, Starlight stepped into the headquarters company that cultivates the Super 7 for the first time, and pressed the elevator to the manager's office with great expectations. Naturally, Xinguang didn't notice it at this time. On top of his golden curly hair, two mysterious beings as tiny as ants are sitting on a few strands of hair. Their tiny size and invisible coating cannot even be scanned by surveillance cameras. From Xinyan's perspective, Starlight hair is like a piece of golden hillside grass, which is quite comfortable to sit on. Alice, who was also made smaller by Pim's technology, sat next to her. The elevator goes directly to the 100th floor. Along with the ding-dong sound of the elevator door opening, Xinguang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and said to himself, "You can do it," and stepped forward firmly out of the elevator. Becoming a superhero as one of the Super 7 has been Starlight's goal and ideal she has strived for since she was a child. Now is obviously the time when she is closest to success. Xinguang just stepped out of the elevator and walked into a huge office. A middle-aged white-collar woman with a light on her back sat on an office chair and looked at her with a smile. "You must be Xinguang, right?" "Yes, yes. I came here to report according to the notice." Starlight nodded quickly and came to the office chair. The white-collar woman smiled and said, "Starlight, I have been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. By the way, my name is Madeline, and I am responsible for the Super 7. At this time, above Starlight's head, Nian and housekeeper Alice in hallucination mode were also looking at the middle-aged woman wearing a hip-hugging uniform in front of them. Alice directly set up an online message chat with Nian, and explained through the network, "Master, she is the person in charge of Walter Company and the exclusive behind-the-scenes person of the Super 7. Can you hack into her computer files?" Nian nodded and asked. Although he can now try to hack into the internet, it's better to leave it to the professionals. Alice nodded quickly. At this distance, there is no problem at all, she won't even have a chance to notice. Then let's get started, Nian ordered. "Xinguang, you look great, even more beautiful in person than in the video." Madeline looked at Starlight standing in front of her from head to toe and praised her. "Thank you," Starlight smiled slightly. Madeline was still very satisfied with Starlight's appearance. It was not like choosing a superhero, but more like choosing a superstar. But when her eyes fell on Starlight's conservative collar that covered her chest, she frowned visibly. "That's right, it would be nice if the clothes could be deepened and the material exposed." "Miss Madeline, what are you talking about?" Starlight asked in confusion, not hearing Madeline's whisper to herself clearly. "It's okay," Madeline waved her hand and frowned. "After you join the Super 7, we will have someone specialize in making you a brand new superhero suit." "That's great," Starlight happily accepted. Madeline pointed upstairs. "You can now go to the exclusive lobby of the Super 7, which is just one floor up. It is the company activity area of the Super 7, where you can get to know your future superhero colleagues." "Okay," Xinguang looked expectant. After Starlight left, Madeline's voice murmured to herself in the huge office, "The appearance and figure are good, and the abilities are quite cool. If the uniforms are more sexy, the popularity will increase, and I can become the Super 7 in the future. One of the team's signature heroes. Finally, as a superhero, I can punish criminals and deliver justice." Starlight was secretly excited when she returned to the elevator and headed to the next floor. On top of their hair, Nian and Alice continued to communicate. Alice responded, "Master, we have successfully hacked into the company's file system without triggering the protection system. However, the files have been multi-layered and it will take some time to crack." "How long will it take?" 3 minutes. "I know," Nian was happy. In a world without artificial intelligence and a technological network, Alice is an unsolvable existence. Grain wine. While Alice is cracking the archive file, Xinguang walked out of the elevator and arrived at the top floor of Walter Company, where the layout was even more grand. The large main hall has floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook most of New York City. In the center of the main hall is a round table with a radius of 10 meters, and 7 luxurious chairs are placed at intervals next to the table. This is the lobby of the Super 7. Her starry eyes flashed brightly, and she didn't know how much sweat she had put in just to be able to stand here. After all, the Super 7 is the greatest, glorious, respected and eye-catching superhero profession. Now, her dream finally comes true. Newcomers are welcome to join. At this moment, a male voice came from behind Xinguang. Starlight looked back. It was a man wearing a one-piece green tight-fitting leather uniform, tall and strong, with a sexy stubble on his face and an attractive face. "You are Deep Sea." The Starlight was full of excitement, as if seeing an idol. Deep Sea, one of the veteran members of the Super 7, can understand the speech of marine creatures, has physique and strength far beyond ordinary people, and is good at fighting underwater. "Aha, it seems that I am quite popular among the outside world." Deep Sea smiled evilly, came to the round table in the hall, and gestured to a chair. "This is the chair for the people of the motherland, but he and other members are still out on duty." He smiled and said, "From now on, there is a chair here that belongs to you." I am so excited." Starlight's face was flushed, unable to conceal her excitement. While the two were talking, the 3-minute countdown reached 0. Alice reported through the online message, "Master, it has been successfully cracked." But at this moment, Shanghai made a move and said with a smile, "As a newcomer, I think you should deepen your emotional exchanges." Starlight was stunned. But the superhero Deep Sea, who was polite and friendly just a moment ago, now took off his uniform and pants. "Newcomer, come and help with this," Deep Sea smiled evilly. "After all, I am also the second in command of the Super 7, if you cannot satisfy me, I will consider raising an objection to the company and revoking your qualification as one of the 7. When Xinguang heard this, his face turned pale. At this moment, some of her perceptions experienced collapse and subversion. "I see." At the same time, Nian, who was shrunk by PIM technology in vision mode, looked at the reversed scene in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared on his delicate face. No wonder. From the moment he got on the locomotive, Nian felt that the superhero group in this world made him feel a little subtle discomfort. Now, Nian finally understands the reason for his discomfort. The so-called superheroes in this world are actually just a group of extraordinary villains. Chapter 515. New York. Queen Maeve. I will always support you, Queen Maeve. Queen, we are your fans. Please continue to fight for justice. On the street, a large group of New Yorkers blocked the entrance of the community, surrounding a brown-haired woman wearing silver light armor and a silver forehead ornament. With a smile on her pretty face, the brown-haired woman waved to everyone, causing a round of cheers, and then returned to the luxurious residence through the gate of the community. After closing the door of the luxurious residence to block out the sounds of the outside world, the woman looked tired. Justice? Queen Maeve leaned her back against the door and muttered this term, with a trace of ridicule on her face. I don't know. He is laughing at justice and still laughing at himself. As a member of the Super 7, she seems to be in comparable glory, but she is the only one who feels struggling and tired about the unknown secret. Forget it, I have to go to the company today. Queen Maeve felt that she should take a bath and wake up. No matter what, there were many things she couldn't change. But at this moment, in the luxurious villa where he lived alone, the sound of some kind of footsteps suddenly sounded from the closed balcony outside, accompanied by the vibration of the building. Queen Maeve's beautiful face froze, her body trembled, and fear flashed across her eyes. Queen Maeve closed her eyes, opened them again, and went over to open the balcony. Really? A strong-haired young man wearing a cape with the American Empire flag on his shoulders and a tight-fitting blue uniform was standing outside the balcony with his hands behind his back, smiling at her. John, we broke up a long time ago, you should not enter my house without permission, Queen Maeve said with a straight face. The motherland responded disapprovingly, I was just on a mission and passed by here, I saw you were at home, so I came over for a cup of coffee. He searched the blocked streets of New York, but still could not find any trace of the mysterious young man. Naturally, the people of the motherland didn't know that the target they were looking for at this time was in the hall of his headquarters. You. Even though Queen Maeve wanted to say no, she couldn't really say no. She knows that with the temperament of the people of the motherland, if they really irritate or make the other party anxious, they will do anything. Good thing. The sudden ringing of the cell phone came to Queen Maeve's rescue. Queen Maeve picked up her cell phone and connected it, listened for a while, and then handed it to the motherland in front of her. It's Madeline, she's looking for you. Oh. The motherland man raised his eyebrows, but still took the phone. It's me. Madeline's voice rang on the phone. People of the motherland, there is a great thing coming. What good thing? The motherland asked curiously. Just now, an American Airlines plane flying over the Atlantic Ocean had an emergency and was hijacked by gangsters. Madeline said excitedly. With your ability, you can definitely save that plane. Actually, I don't really want to go, the native looked at Queen Maeve and said casually. This is a great opportunity to regain the company's reputation that Locomotive has lost recently. It can also raise your popularity to a whole new level. Okay, the motherland thought for a while and finally agreed. Send me the location. New York City area. A short-haired woman in uniform and a long-haired woman in a short skirt were strolling on the street. I don't know what's going on with Nian and the others, Gwen muttered. I heard many voices here, the superhumans in this city seem to live in peace with ordinary people, but they have more of a sense of superiority, Kara frowned slightly and said. The superhumans in this world hero, something's not right. Just in time. The advertisements on the screens of the commercial street buildings switched to real-time news. Now an urgent news break, a Boeing aircraft flying from Poland to New York was hijacked by robbers over the Atlantic Ocean, the crew of the aircraft uploaded there are 112 guests in total. Oh my god. This is too scary. You won't attack New York, right? Many New Yorkers stopped on the streets, and fear spread in everyone's heart. Hijacking? Gwen and Kara looked at each other. At this time, over the Atlantic Ocean, a medium-sized Boeing aircraft was flying at an altitude of 600 meters. In the cabin, hundreds of passengers were sitting on their seats in fear. 3 gangsters were standing in the aisle pointing guns at everyone. There was a bang. The door on one side of the plane was violently pulled open from the outside. With the strong wind and turbulence caused by the internal and external air pressure, a man wearing a cape with the American Empire flag on his shoulders broke in holding a woman in silver armor. Damn it. The 3 gangsters opened their eyes wide. The man hugged the woman and rushed inside. In just a moment, all 3 gunmen fell to the ground. Everyone, are you okay? The man showed a standard smile and placed the silver-armored woman on the aisle. All the passengers in the cabin were stunned for a moment, and then cheered excitedly. He is from the motherland. And Queen Maeve. Great, the motherland and Queen Maeve are here, we are saved. Queen Maeve smiled and reassured everyone, calm down, everyone, believe us, you will all be saved. Goo-hoo. Indeed, you can already think about what to have for dinner tonight. With a cocky smile on his face, the native walked down the aisle to the closed cockpit of the plane. Turning his back to everyone, his smile disappeared. The people of the motherland were exactly the same, using their super strength to violently remove the cockpit door. Inside the cockpit, the two gangsters were pointing guns at the two captains sitting in the driver's seat. When they noticed someone intruding, they couldn't help but screamed and turned around to point their guns at the people of the motherland standing at the door. Shoot me. The handsome and stern face of the motherland grinned ferociously, and his eyes immediately shot out two heat visions. The heat vision moved forward slightly casually, cutting off the gangster and the captain together. TSK. The red light is killing and twisting. The aircraft pilot panel was also scratched and destroyed by the heat sight. John. At Queen Maeve's shout, the people of the motherland stopped the heat vision attack, but the cockpit was already in a mess. This plane can't be saved. The motherland people shrugged helplessly and said, let's go. Wait. Queen Maeve hurriedly grabbed the motherland and shouted. You can fly under the plane outside and carry the plane back. You're overthinking, the motherland man spread his hands and said. If I did that, my body would go right through the plane. No. We can't leave them behind, this is a plane full of people. Let's go. The motherland man decisively took her hand and left the cockpit directly. People of the motherland, save us. Please, please, at least save one child. Ignoring the cries and shouts of the passengers in the cabin, the people of the motherland had a cold face and forcibly took Queen Maeve out of the cabin. Queen Maeve's body is like falling into an ice bank. She knew that since the people of the motherland could not save the entire plane, they would never save just one passenger. After all, saving one person will cause controversy and fallacy in society, and revealing the truth about what happened on the plane will be detrimental to the reputation of the motherland. No, it shouldn't be like this. Thousands of meters above the ground, Queen Maeve was held by her motherland, watching helplessly as the out-of-control Boeing plane continued to fly towards the sea below. Let's go back and pretend we've never been here. The man from the motherland looked calm. He was holding Queen Maeve in his arms and was about to fly back to New York. An unexpected scene appeared for the motherland and Queen Maeve. The Boeing plane that was out of control and about to plunge into the sea in the distance suddenly climbed upwards at a very fast speed, regained its stability and continued to fly towards New York. This, Queen Maeve was surprised. This is impossible. The people of the motherland looked even more disbelieving. Under supervision. Visible. A figure of a young woman wearing a red cloak is putting her hands up under the belly of the Boeing aircraft, pushing the Boeing aircraft forward to fly forward. Not to mention the other party passed through the plane. Not even the slightest dent appeared on the belly shell of the aircraft that was pressed against it with both hands. Top floor of Vought Corporation, Super 7 Lobby. Nian has understood that the so-called superheroes here are actually just a group of villains with extraordinary powers. Alice's next words also verified what he thought. Master, I found it from the intelligence files of the company here. The superhumans in this world are all cultivated from infancy using a product called Compound No. 5. And, in this Vought company, most of the cases and deeds of heroes fighting criminals are created through acting and filming. I see. Nian closed his eyes. Also, Alice paused and said hurriedly. There is a file record. 3 years ago, Walter Company accidentally discovered a woman who was not through Compound No. 5, but was born with extraordinary abilities. The other party has dark green hair, is 7 meters tall, and has an outstanding appearance. Continue. Nian was shocked. Alice continued. Vought Company sent out all the Super 7 teams at that time to try to capture the opponent. Later, the transparent man, one of the members of the 7-man team, was killed by the other party. The intelligence file record is gone here. Alice said this and said quickly. Master, don't be anxious, and don't be impulsive. I'm not anxious or impulsive at all. Nian chuckled, his eyes glowing red. In the hall, the deep sea is still forcing Starlight to submit. Whoosh! From between Starlight's golden hair, 2 red-hot lasers cut through the air forward. Before Deep Sea had time to react, a certain part was cut open. Ah! Shanghai let out a scream like a slaughtering pig, clamped his legs, and fell directly to the ground. The smell of burnt fish spread. Even Xinguang was shocked by this scene and didn't understand what was happening. Nian clenched his fists and slowly said. I'm just angry. Chapter 516. Ah. The extremely painful screams and wails resounded in the lobby on the top floor of Water Company and echoed in the luxurious and huge room. When the tall man in a dark tight leather uniform and even his head was covered with a black hood, and Madeline, the head of Water Company in the office on the next floor, arrived at the scene. What they saw was Shanghai, who was lying in a pool of blood, holding a piece of bloody pants. The air was still filled with a pungent smell of burning. As for Xingguang, she still stood in front with a look of bewilderment. My God! What happened here? Xuanze, one of the Super 7 team, also felt a little weak under his body, but he still quickly looked around, and his eyes under the hood scanned and confirmed that he did not find a third person at the scene except Shanghai and Xingguang. You. Xuanze's eyes quickly fell back on Xingguang. He wanted to molest me, Xingguang's face was pale, with a frightened expression. Before Xingguang finished speaking, Xuanze moved behind her very quickly and restrained her hands behind her back. Madeline was so angry that she stomped on the floor with her expensive high heels, making a heavy stomping sound. Even if he wanted to take advantage of you, you could report it to us, instead of directly taking action. No, I didn't, it wasn't me. Xingguang closed her eyes and kept shaking her curly blonde hair. But how could Madeline and Xuanze listen to her explanation? After all, here, there are only Shanghai and Xingguang. Xingguang also has a reason to take action. And Xingguang's ability is to control the light energy on the scene and emit energy rays or shock waves similar to light. Madeline's eyebrows were twisted into a ball, and the thick makeup on her face could not hide the crow's feet. She was so angry that she kept stomping on the floor. Yesterday, the company had just had a series of scandals about the locomotive. As a result, there is now an internal incident in which the old member Shanghai has bad intentions and has a part of his body destroyed by the newcomers. Although Madeline has long known that many members of the Super 7 have various indiscreet or bad temperaments, she has always turned a blind eye as long as the interests of Water Company allow. Damn Shanghai, why did he cause such trouble at this time? What made Madeline angry was not Shanghai's indiscreetness, but if this scandal spread to the outside world, Water Company's reputation would undoubtedly continue to suffer. Absolutely can't let the outside world know. Madeline made a prompt decision and immediately arranged. Send our company's direct medical personnel to the headquarters to treat Shanghai's injuries. As for Xingguang, lock her up in the headquarters first and don't allow her to contact the outside world in any way. Everything, wait for Homelander and other members of the 7 to come back, and I will also report this matter to the company's top management. Madeline said to the masked black man Xuanze at the scene. Xuanze nodded and took Xingguang to a place. Xingguang was undoubtedly hit hard. A series of beautiful fantasies were shattered at this moment, and she was taken away by Xuanze in a daze. Madeline took a last look at Shanghai, who was lying in a pool of blood on the field, and turned away without looking back. I hope the action of the motherland can succeed, so as to save the reputation of Water Company. Madeline murmured to herself. She still had certain expectations for the motherland. Although the temperament and style of the motherland were 100 times worse than Shanghai, no one could question the strength of the motherland. That was the weight of the strongest in the world. Guzhen. At this time, no one in Water Company noticed that outside the window on the top floor of Water Company, 2 tiny beings like ants stood on the glass mirror, watching everything that happened in the main hall just now. Master, Alice looked sideways at the young man beside her. What surprised Alice was that the master actually held back and did not continue to take action just now. Nian retracted his gaze and said calmly, go back to the devouring space first, call the members of the Destiny, and hold a unified meeting. Yes, Master, Alice's sky-blue eyes revealed a ray of enlightenment. Obviously, the Master did not decide to let the current Water Company go. Instead, he was seriously and cautiously preparing to brew a follow-up measure. Water Company. Alice looked back at this luxurious and large commercial building located in the center of New York City, and shook her head regretfully. The Master was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. At this time, high above the Atlantic Ocean, the handsome face of the motherland froze. He held Queen Maeve and looked at the mysterious blonde woman in front of him who was pushing the plane that he thought could not be rescued and flew towards the direction of New York City. The other party's Superman battle suit was very similar to his own, but it was a female one, with a bright red cape on the back shoulder. The sunlight at the scene seemed to focus on her alone, and her perfect body was coated with a layer of light that was better than a god. This is impossible, it shouldn't be like this. Compared to his companion Queen Maeve, he was excited and happy about the plane being reversed and saved. Homelander couldn't smile at all, his originally cold face became gloomy, and his expression was even a little distorted. That was jealousy and anger. Homelander didn't care about the safety of the Boeing plane and hundreds of passengers. What he cared about was that the other party could do something that he couldn't even do. The strongest and most perfect superhero should be him, and there should be only him in this world. Maeve, let's do it immediately and kill her. Homelander couldn't stop the impulse in his heart and spoke directly. What did you say? Are you crazy? The other party is helping us. Help what? Homelander sneered. She is not from our company, she wants to save the plane now. Is she helping us or destroying us? Don't forget, we just threw all the passengers on the plane away. If she succeeds in saving the plane, both of us will be ruined. Listening to Homelander's words, Queen Maeve's face became uglier. Homelander continued in a cold voice, she is not a registered superhero, we can kill her and then judge her as the murderer who destroyed the plane and report to the company headquarters and the people. But, without waiting for Queen Maeve to speak, Homelander held her and took off at a very fast speed. Accompanied by a boom. The sound barrier was broken and the air was turbulent. Thousands of meters above the sea, the clouds were directly broken. With a surging murderous intent, Homelander turned into a blurry black line and chased the woman in the battle suit who was pushing the plane a few kilometers away at a high speed. Chapter 517. Kill, kill, kill. The eyes of the people of the motherland are red and they are desperate. It doesn't matter who the other party is, nor does it matter what the purpose is. The important thing is that the other party is saving a plane that he has just sentenced to death and abandoned. If the plane was actually rescued by the other party and returned to New York, the people of the motherland would simply not dare to think about the social fallacy. The only way is to kill the other party, cover up everything, and transfer the guilt. Then he can continue to be the glorious #1 superhero. But, damn. Why is the plane flying so fast when the opponent is pushing it? Only by raising their flying speed to almost full speed, the people of the motherland could barely get closer to the woman in battle suit pushing the plane forward. Whoops. The cloak in the shape of the American imperial flag moved in a hunting manner, and the eyes of the motherland were already glowing red. They led Queen Maeve to keep getting closer, trying to erase the mysterious woman and the plane together. Just as the people of the motherland were chasing the last 100 meters, they were preparing to launch a heat vision attack. Laugh. A huge and weird black sphere appeared in front of the people of the motherland without any warning, blocking the way between the people of the motherland and the plane. Get out of my way. The motherland man roared, and his eyes immediately erupted with 2 scorching rays. But the always unfavorable scorching ray did not successfully penetrate the black sphere this time. Instead, it was absorbed by the black sphere. This black sphere has a radius of 5 meters, and it also has an extremely terrifying suction force, dragging the people of the motherland who are trying to fly around. This is a black hole. Queen Maeve, who was in the arms of her motherland, screamed in surprise. What? People of the motherland opened their eyes wide. This black sphere hanging in the air and blocking the way is just a black hole. It is an extremely small black hole. Therefore, this so-called suction is actually an unimaginably powerful gravitational force. The motherland and Queen Maeve were caught off guard and both fell into a small black hole and were trapped. Call out. Another silhouette glowing with green fluorescence appeared in the sky. After one glance at the two of them, they ignored it and chased after the blonde woman who continued to push the Boeing plane away. 30 seconds later. The small black hole that tended to be translucent broke open, and the motherland dragged Queen Maeve out of it. However, at this time, the Boeing aircraft had long been lost in a high altitude above the sea. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The people of the motherland could no longer calm down. Their eyes were red and they roared angrily at the sky. Queen Maeve was pale and trembling, and she did not dare to talk to the people of her motherland. New York. The news that the Boeing plane was hijacked has completely spread, and many citizens are worried and starting to pray for safety. Many passengers' families have also rushed to the airport to wait for news. People hope. Which superhero can at least save the people on the plane? For example, a native of the motherland? At this time, along the New York coast, Waterfront Park Plaza. Many citizens and tourists feed the seagulls here, and many people take photos and cameras to record the sea view. But at this moment, a roaring sound came from above the head, causing a dense flock of seagulls to fly up. Mom, look! Goo how! A little girl opened her eyes in surprise and pointed towards the sea and sky. New Yorkers who heard the commotion looked up. Immediately, they witnessed a scene that they would never forget in their lifetime. A medium-sized Boeing aircraft with a damaged nose and smoke rising from it was being held up by a woman with a perfect and slender figure. Her white blonde hair and red cloak continued to flow, and it slowed down from the blue sky. Tap! The beautiful woman with an S-shaped totem battle suit on her chest slowly lowered the Boeing plane to the square. The dismantled hatch coincided with the slide in the park, and passengers continued to slide down from the hatch. Call. Supergirl Kara finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and confirmed the safety of the passengers. Someone captured this shocking scene on camera. Someone clapped their hands first, and then the entire seaside park and the passengers who got off the plane cheered and applauded excitedly. Supergirl waved her hand, and with a strong gust of wind, she took off and disappeared into the sky. Yuan devouring space, the headquarters of the Destiny Alliance, the main meeting hall. Sorry, we're a little late. When Kara, wearing the exclusive uniform of Supergirl, and Gwen, the Green Lantern Spider-Girl, rushed back here. Including Nian, other members of the Destiny Alliance also sat down in their chairs. Including Kara and Gwen who finally returned, all 11 members of the Destiny Alliance were present. It's okay, I just waited for a while. Nian on the main seat opened his eyes. And, Kara and Gwen, who were sitting down, both looked like they were causing trouble. Finally, Supergirl Kara raised her hand weakly and spoke, Nian, I'm sorry, just now, a plane encountered an accident outside, and Gwen and I couldn't help but take action. When we moved the plane back to New York, many people saw it. Gwen added, my existence should not have been discovered, however, I also indirectly dealt with 2 members of the Super 7. It doesn't matter, if you are seen, see it. Nian asked the members to stay hidden before, because he was worried about everyone's safety and took into account the unknown combat power in this world. Now, after learning a lot of information from the water company, Nian has already understood the combat power level of this world. Homelander, is it really the strongest combat power? But, Kara wanted to say something. Kara, Gwen, you two don't need to apologize at all. Nian looked at the 2 women seriously, you are superheroes, no matter what the situation is, I have never thought of restraining your actions to save others and uphold justice. Compassion for others, justice in mind, full of the brilliance of humanity, these things in you have always been advantages. So, there is no need to change anything, just do what you want to do. Nian's words are indeed his inner thoughts. He never thought of himself as a superhero. After all, he has always only cared about himself and the people around him. However, Nian does not reject superheroes, and he sincerely recognizes the greatness and brilliance of superheroes. After all, around Nian and in the Destiny Alliance, there are too many superheroes who save people in distress for no profit. Therefore, Nian felt disgusted and disliked the outside world, the group of people who pretended to be superheroes but did a series of supervillain behaviors. Kara and Gwen looked at each other, their heartbeats accelerated, and they smiled and said, okay. It is precisely because of this kind of Nian that they deserve their love. Nian took a deep breath, looked around at the members of the Destiny Alliance, and spoke calmly and forcefully. Well, now let's summarize our intelligence on the outside world. And, next, our Destiny Alliance will take action against the outside world. This is also a judgment from the high dimension. The next action of the Destiny Alliance will inevitably affect the future of the outside world, and even change the direction of the history of the times. At this moment, they are the true destiny of the Black Robe world. Chapter 518. On the carpeted corridor, blonde lowly Chin, wearing a maid's dress, stood guarding the door of the conference room with her chest upright. At this time, Destiny Alliance, main meeting hall. The dome of the main hall glows with a sacred and dazzling light. Next to the solemn round table, there is only one empty chair, and the other 11 chairs are occupied by exclusive members. Some of them are from the Kryptonian civilization, some are of the bloodline of ancient Greek gods, some are extraordinary mutants, some are mutants with extraordinary talents, and some are mages who can see into diversity. Once a superhero, or a supervillain. Empress, director, or ordinary people. Now under the leadership of Nian Prince, they have only one name, which is, members of the Destiny Alliance. Nian, who was sitting in the main seat, looked around at everyone. I declare that the plenary meeting has officially begun. Nian did not rush to draw conclusions. He thought for a moment and said, let's talk about the intelligence results obtained by your respective teams from the outside world first. Kara was the first to speak, and said sheepishly, Gwen and I just saved a plane in distress, and didn't investigate anything else. She paused and said, however. When I heard the many voices in the New York City outside, I felt that the extraordinary and ordinary humans in the outside world did not coexist peacefully as it appeared on the surface. They were like 2 different classes with a huge gap. There is a lot of controversy and discord. Yes, Gwen nodded and said in a deep voice. In addition, when Kara rescued the plane in distress, the Motherland and Queen Maeve from the Super 7 were also present. They seemed to want to attack Kara. I stopped you. Trying to attack Kara? The eyes of many people in the main meeting hall suddenly became sharp. They are a unit and they also follow Xinyan's usual temperament, which is to be extremely protective. Poison Ivy and I may know more about this, Sky suddenly said. What did you two find? Tell me, Xinyan looked over. Sky said slowly, we met a man named Billy Butcher outside. After questioning, we learned that he was just an ordinary person who had worked in the local intelligence agency. His wife was strange. He disappeared and later found out through private investigation that he was violated by people from his motherland. This man named Billy Butcher, codenamed The Butcher, established himself as a black-robed picket organization composed of ordinary people. Through various intelligence investigations, he confirmed that most superheroes have bad personalities, scumbags, especially the most famous Super 7. It's a pity that as an ordinary person, his power and ability are too far compared to those of the motherland, so he can only look for opportunities in secret. Sky couldn't help but sigh. Poison Ivy added coolly, I don't agree that they are supervillains, as outright villains, they have to put on the skin of superheroes, I feel ashamed for them. As expected of you. Xinyan smiled, glanced at Poison Ivy, and then turned his attention to the other members, what about you? Mara blinked, Susan and I went to check the outside sea. There is no Atlantis Empire on the seabed outside, nor any traces of super-ancient civilization. Obviously, the extraordinary world outside should have been developed in recent years, just born. Hear this. Diana and Zatanna looked at each other, and Diana recalled what she had just seen and heard, and opened her lips in a sweet and calm voice. Zatanna and I discovered an underground laboratory in Washington, belonging to the Vought Corporation. There, no, 5 compound is injected into babies to create superhuman beings. This experiment has been going on for decades, and the people of the motherland are the best products. Goohoo. It is basically certain that the superhuman beings in this world are all made from the No. 5 compound. This No. 5 compound will significantly change the genes in the human body, but there is no guarantee that it will develop in a good way. So the superhuman abilities cultivated mostly flawed. It's not just a simple ability defect, Zatanna continued with a hint of disgust. This No. 5 compound can also make superhumans addicted. Once too much is taken, while enhancing their abilities, it will also make superhumans addicted, losing your mind. After Diana and Zatanna finished speaking, the conference hall couldn't help but fall silent. After gathering the intelligence, things hidden in the outside world have obviously surfaced. The superhero companies in the outside world are actually genetic bioengineering companies that have been creating supermen for decades. And by supporting well-packaged superhumans and building them into superhero brands, they deceive the public and attract money. Through superheroes, the darkest and most evil industrial chain in the world is formed. You've finished talking, now it's my turn. Xinyan put his hands on the table and spoke calmly. Alice and I sneaked into the headquarters of Walter Company and obtained many files about the things you mentioned. We also confirmed that 3 years ago, Lorna was suspected to have appeared in this world. However, it also triggered a secret pursuit by the Super 7. The files are not fully recorded, so I don't know what happened to Lorna in the future. Xinyan clenched his fists little by little. Diana reached over, held Xinyan's fist, and comforted her softly. I believe that with Lorna's ability, she will be able to protect herself. That's what I thought too. Xinyan took a deep breath and continued, now, we have enough information in current situation, it's time to make a decision for the outside world. As soon as these words came out. On the field, all members of the Destiny Alliance focused their eyes on Xinyan. I decided. Xinyan stood up from the main seat, his brown eyes were firm and cold, and his hands were on the table. Strike the Super 7 team from the outside world in one fell swoop, and dig out everything related to Lorna from Water Company. His loud and calm voice echoed in the main hall of the meeting. If possible. As foreign forces from another world, Xinyan and the Destiny Alliance do not want to intervene in an independent multiverse world and affect the order and rules that the local world already maintains. But now, it is Xinyan who makes the action decision without hesitation for both reason and emotion, personal feelings and justice. Who supports and who opposes? Xinyan glanced at the many members on the field and asked. Need I say more? Wanda was already in a bad mood because she had not participated in the exploration of the outside world due to staying at home, and now she immediately raised her hand. She was not the only one. In the main meeting hall, all the Alliance members raised their hands happily and vigorously. It seemed that it was passed unanimously. Then. Xinyan raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashed coldly. Let's get started. Chapter 519. Interviewed by a group of reporters. As one of the passengers of today's hijacking incident, the girl trembled and said with lingering fear. I thought I was really going to die, I didn't expect that I could still be standing here alive. Until now, I can't believe it, the motherland actually abandoned us. After he killed the gangster and the captain, he abandoned us as passengers on the plane. He didn't even want to rescue anyone, so he left with Queen Maeve. Many passengers recorded the video. You all know what happened next. It was a girl in a red cloak whom we had never seen before who saved us. Thanks to her, she is the real superhero compared to the people of the motherland. Outside, it's night in New York City. But the whole city was in an uproar when the lanterns came on. Ever since Supergirl Kara rescued the distressed plane back to the port, the entire New York, no, I should say the entire world has completely exploded. As the most popular superhero at the moment, the native of the country actually chose to abandon an entire cabin of passengers after accidentally killing the captain and destroying the plane's control cabin. His cold and cruel behavior was even photographed by passengers on the plane. It was completely different from the humor and justice he usually displayed. The plane hijacking incident, coupled with the dark true face of the motherland, and the appearance of a mysterious woman wearing a red cape and a real superhero. This undoubtedly became the headlines of major media reports that day. Suddenly, it became the most hotly discussed and controversial topic event. The reporter went completely crazy, and the citizens were completely shocked, just like a kiloton nuclear bomb detonating in this seemingly peaceful era. The whole world was shocked and people were in an uproar. The listed shares of what corporation fell to the limit that day, and tens of billions of dollars evaporated out of thin air. At this time, many reporters and excited family members of passengers were blocking the door of the What Company headquarters building asking for an explanation. Billy Butcher, the leader of the black-robed pickets, and Huey, who was hit and killed by a train with his girlfriend, were also among the crowd standing at the door of the building. They clenched their fists hard and could not suppress their excitement. They felt that today would be an opportunity to overthrow the rule of heroes. Compared to the noise outside the building. At this moment, the atmosphere at What Company dropped to freezing point. In the main hall on the top floor, on the luxurious and huge conference table, there were only 4 people sitting here in silence in the darkness. They are a native of the country wearing a cape of the American Empire flag, Queen Maeve wearing a silver armor uniform, Black dressed in black, and Jupiter Jack, one of the red-skinned members. Locomotive was fired, Deep Sea was injured and treated, and Starlight was locked up in claustrophobia. The 4 people here now have all arrived to represent the Super 7 team. But in the stiff and cold atmosphere, no member spoke. Snap! Suddenly, the lights were turned on, and the lights as bright as day revealed the 4 people in the darkness. Madeline, with messy hair and who seemed to have aged 10 years in just a few hours, walked into the main hall. The current situation of our company, I believe you all know it. Madeline's face was pale and she no longer cared about her appearance. She said seriously. Even if I ask my boss and partner media companies to suppress the fallacies together, I can't suppress the impact of the incident that has been fully fermented. People of the motherland, you really did something wrong this time, a big mistake. The bad things you committed with Locomotive and Deep Sea are 100 times 1,000 times more serious. Goo guy. Madeline closed her eyes tiredly and said painfully, you shouldn't have done that, as perfect and powerful as you are, you shouldn't abandon those passengers openly. Enough. The motherland punched the table, and the large round table burst into cracks. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and the handsome and cold face of the motherland couldn't help but look angry, and his eyes were staring downstairs. The clairvoyant eyes looked at the crowd blocking the door of the company building, and the super hearing listened to their noisy words asking for explanations. The motherland resisted the urge to sweep them away with heat vision. It's all that damn woman, if she hadn't saved the plane, this thing wouldn't have happened. The people of the motherland don't think they are at all wrong. It's a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. It should be that other superhero companies want to discredit us in order to steal the fame and popularity accumulated by the Super 7. Madeline felt more and more tired, as if there was a stone pressing on her chest, making her gradually out of breath. She felt that she was too used to the children of her motherland. Schwanza suddenly said, what the people of the motherland said, in fact, it is not unreasonable. What do you mean? Madeline looked at one of the members, Black. Schwanzi responded indifferently, with the intensity of Starlight's light energy attack, it is difficult to hurt the Deep Sea, even if it can be hurt, the wound will not be so smooth. Madeline's expression changed, if it wasn't Starlight, in other words, a third person hiding in the dark did it during the day. This possibility cannot be ruled out, Schwanzi nodded. It all connected. The handsome face of the motherland was full of ruthlessness, including the time when the locomotive broke off its arm, it should have been done by the mysterious forces behind the scenes. Queen Maeve murmured to herself, so, is there really a mysterious force that is against the Super 7 and sniping at our members one by one? In this case, there is room for detours, Madeline pondered. Find them out and transfer the recent black material to them. I will definitely kill them and twist their heads off. Homelander laughed grimly, unable to control his emotions. Come in. Madeline suddenly clapped her hands outside the main hall. Under the gaze of everyone on the field, a mature woman with black hair tied to her left ear and wearing a cape and leather jacket walked in elegantly. Madeline introduced, she is Storm, sent by the company's senior management, and will be a member of the Super 7 in the future. I know that the company is facing a major incident now, and I will work with everyone to overcome the difficulties. Storm smiled charmingly, and his deep eyes fell on Homelander. I called the locomotive back, too. They're on their way, Madeline thought. If we need to kill someone, they can be useful. Very good, very good. Homelander slowly stood up, the American flag cloak on his shoulders fluttering again, grinning. Let's find them, take off their heads, and regain our reputation and prestige. The members at the scene have not responded yet. But at this moment, a shocking change occurred. With a boom, the ceiling collapsed directly. The entire headquarters building was shaken, and a calm and powerful male voice sounded from above the main meeting hall of the Super 7 team. No need to bother, we're here. Chapter 520. In a windowless storage room on the upper floors of Vought Corporation. Starlight sat on the floor of a room full of clutter, her hands and feet locked, her hair slightly messy after being specially groomed. The uniform, which was as dazzling as Starlight, was now covered with dust, and darkness without lights filled every corner. Compared to the coldness of the floor and the room temperature, Starlight's heart was undoubtedly colder, and her aspirations and dreams since childhood were shattered one by one at the moment. Before this, who outside would believe it? The Super 7, who seemed to fight for justice and were extremely glorious, the world's top superhero team, were actually a group of supervillains full of selfishness and greed. Once upon a time, I devoted countless blood, sweat and tears to train myself, wanting to become a hero who saves others. As a result, now I have become the one who needs to be rescued by others, and the only superhero who could be pinned with hope has become a nightmare. Can anyone save me? In the dark storage room where there was no air circulation, Xinguang pursed her dry lips helplessly. Not to mention other aspects of the Super 7, they are still very professional when it comes to supernormal. The closed room at the moment has no circuits, so there is no external energy to absorb. Although Xinguang's physique is stronger than ordinary people, she is best at controlling external light energy. She is locked in a storage room isolated from external light energy, and she can't even break free from the chains that bind her hands and feet. Where will her future go next? Xinguang's consciousness became more and more drowsy, and she was about to lose consciousness. Boom! Accompanied by a huge sound from above the building, the whole building shook violently, countless storage items rolled to the ground, and the solid wall cracked and burst with cracks. Buzz! A few rays of light as bright as day passed through the gap, and fell from the corridor outside into the dark enclosed room, falling on Xinguang's face full of confusion. Xinguang subconsciously reached out to grab the light. On the upper floors of the water company building, there is an exclusive medical room. Shanghai, one of the members of the Super 7, is undergoing surgery. His eyes are as white and lifeless as a dead fish, and his body, which has been anesthetized, is almost naked on the operating table. The superhero uniform pants that have been removed are full of blood and burnt smell. The exclusive doctor of water company is standing aside, looking at the charred object that has been mixed into a ball in difficulty. It can barely be seen that it was once a column. How to connect it back? The doctor can only stop the bleeding for Shanghai first, and then consider the next step. But at this time, the whole building shook violently, and the equipment in the medical room fell to the ground one after another. The doctor and the nurse were stunned for a second or two. After seeing the cracked walls and floors, they all evacuated out in horror, shouting in panic. Earthquake! Run! After a while, Shanghai was the only one left lying alone on the operating table in the exclusive medical room. Shanghai, who was still unable to move under general anesthesia, trembled his lips slightly, revealing the most desperate and helpless look. But what made Shanghai even more desperate was that a piece of concrete fell from the ceiling above as the building shook violently. He watched the concrete block crack and peel off, and fell freely to his lower body. I. At this moment, Shanghai wanted to curse, but couldn't say a word. At this time, in the round table hall on the top floor of Water Company, the Super 7 and Madeline looked up in doubt. The dome of the building was almost completely wiped out, and they could directly see the night sky shining with stars outside. Above the night sky, several figures that could not be ignored stopped in the air. One of them, the dark golden hair and red cloak fluttered, wearing a blue top and a red short skirt battle suit. With an S-shaped totem on the chest of the top, the appearance of the woman are both excellent. Isn't she the mysterious existence who saved the plane during the day? Next to her, there is also a woman with short golden hair. Her petite and plump body is wrapped in a green tight coat with spider web pattern, and a dazzling green lantern ring shines on her left hand. And a woman with smooth hair like flowing mercury, wearing a maid butler-style expensive dress, with a pale yellow gem shining between her eyebrows, a pair of sky-blue transparent eyes, and a petite and cute body with a silver-plated metallic luster. Even more eye-catching is the fourth person. The other party has long silver-white hair with a purple luster. The top hair is combed and tied into a dignified and noble flower braid style. And a new crown after reshaping is worn on the smooth forehead, and under the crown is a flawless beautiful face. She wears a long armor dress that reaches her feet, a pair of silver bracelets on her wrists, and a sword on her back behind her hair that falls like a waterfall. The moonlight falls delicately on her perfect figure, drawing an elegant and beautiful body curve. The moment they saw the crowned woman, Storm and Queen Maeve, who were always confident in the Super 7, could hardly feel the slightest bit of confidence. How could there be such a perfect woman? If she really existed, she could only be a god, right? What made Homelander and the others feel incredible was that the positions of the four women hovering in the night sky were all surrounding a person in the middle of the sky. That was a black-haired young man wearing an S-shaped totem battle suit and a dark cloak on his shoulders. The body was cut in golden proportions, and the muscles were bulging just right. The whole body seemed to be poured and cast with fine steel, and a chi called power spread out. There is no doubt that he is the leader. Let's get started. Pick your own opponent. Nian, the black Superman suit parked in the air, looked down and said calmly. The people of the motherland also reacted at this time and roared angrily, "It's them. Enemy attack. Kill them all, kill them all." The words are not finished yet. The air exploded and the wind stirred. The eyes of the people of the motherland are dazzling. A few dozen meters away, the black-haired young man appeared close in front of him at an astonishing speed equivalent to teleportation. "You are from the motherland, right? Your opponent is me," Nian said calmly, and at the same time, his right palm was pressed on the chest of the blue uniform shirt of the motherland. "You." The motherland's eyes widened. The next moment, the floor beneath the feet of the motherland was the first to collapse unbearably. Nian and the motherland disappeared at the same time, leaving only the building exploding floor by floor. Seeing this, Green Lantern Spider-Woman Gwen muttered, "That guy Nian said that, but he ended up stealing a good opponent." At the same time, Wonder Woman Diana, Supergirl Kara, and artificial butler Alice also rushed down together. "Ah, wait for me!" Gwen exclaimed, as if she was worried that all her opponents would be robbed. She followed closely behind. "Give it a try. Expel and kill them." Storm and Jupiter Jack shouted, and Black and Queen Maeve also stepped forward. Under the night, the war is about to break out. Chapter 521. People of the motherland must give an explanation to society. Yes, we must give the people an explanation. Are you worthy of the supporters who have always supported you? Fuck God, give me your money back. What company? At the entrance of the building. People and media reporters blocked the door and blocked the way. Slaughter, Billy Butcher of the Black Pickets was among them. "It's not okay to continue like this," Billy Butcher murmured to himself, listening to the voices of people crusading against his motherland getting louder and louder. Instead, his face was full of worry and his brows were knitted tightly together. His words were heard by Huey standing aside. "What's wrong? Are you a supporter of the motherland?" "Of course I'm not." Billy Butcher shook his head calmly. More than anyone else, he wanted to sanction his motherland and the Super Sevens. But Billy Butcher also knew clearly that abandoning the stricken plane was only a stain on the people of the motherland, but could not completely defeat the opponent. After all, the people of the motherland not only have a reputation that is higher than that of everyone in the country, but also have extraordinary strength that is difficult to match by everyone in the country combined. If the people of the motherland are really angered and make the other party abandon their hypocritical face and take desperate revenge and actions, it will be devastating to the world. Some people compare the people of the motherland to gods. Indeed, in this world, the people of the motherland are gods. How on earth can one defeat the gods? Billy Butcher and the Black Pickets are still on the road to finding answers. But at this moment, facing the peaceful condemnation, the Vought Corporation headquarters building suddenly trembled, as if the dome of the building had been punched by a god or giant. Immediately afterwards, it was the faint roar of the motherland that came from the top floor of the building. "The enemy is attacking, kill them." The people at the door of the building have not yet reacted. With the second astonishing roar, all the glass in the headquarters building was broken, and cracks continued to appear on the outer wall of the entire building. A large amount of glass and stones fell out, scaring the people who were surrounding the building downstairs and hurriedly evacuated. Only Huey and Billy Butcher stood. No way. Huey trembled and let go of his hands holding his collar, ignoring the glass that kept falling to his side. Billy Butcher was even more unbelievable, raising his bloodshot eyes. Someone actually stormed the headquarters of the Super 7 to attack the motherland and God. Boom. 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 From the lobby on the top floor down, the solid floors and walls of the building are broken layer by layer, as brittle as tofu. The young man in the black Superman suit pressed his right palm on the chest of the motherland, pushing the opponent down and smashing through the floor and wall of the building. Ah! The motherland growled, grabbed the young man's wrist with his left hand, and put his right hand on the young man's shoulder, trying to push him away. But the other party is like an unshakable mountain. The black-haired young man was actually stronger than him, and that was just with one hand. How is this possible? The eyes of the people of the motherland were full of anger, bloodshot eyes burst out, and the heat quickly heated up and turned red. But after crashing down 10 floors in an instant, he should continue to crash through this 100-story building. The motherland's back hit the floor of the 90th floor high-rise building hard, but it did not break the floor. The motherland's body was shaken, and she felt that the floor seemed to have its own superpower. The astonishing suppression of the black-haired young man and the superpower on the floor formed a pincer attack, forcefully pouring into the bodies of the people of the motherland. This is not as simple as 1 + 1. 2 forces greater than his own exploded in his body. The motherland screamed and directly sprayed out a cloud of blood mist, but the blood could not get close to the black-haired young man. It's as if the opponent's body is surrounded by an astonishing invisible force. Biological force field, don't you know? Nian, the black Superman suit, smiled indifferently. Superman's power separated from his body, forming a force field and spreading outward, making it impossible for particles in the air to get close. Die to me. The people of the motherland coughed up blood, and their red eyes suddenly shot out 2 red and hot rays, trying to penetrate Nian. On the other side, the top floor lobby. This place has turned into a raging sea of fire. Queen Maeve was thrown heavily and hit an inner wall, her body sinking into the sunken wall. At this time, the silver armor on her body was full of cracks, the gorgeous silver jewelry on her forehead was missing, and her brown hair was extremely messy and stuck to her face. Tread. The sea of fire in front automatically parted, and a perfect figure walked out of it. Queen Maeve broke free from the sunken wall, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, covered her dislocated right arm, and shouted forward, "Won't you pull out your sword?" The hem of the light blue armor dress stopped swaying. Diana looked back, glanced at the new Vulcan sword on her back, and shook her head slightly. "That's not necessary. Am I not worthy of you to draw your sword?" Queen Maeve pursed her lips with a hint of bitterness. "What's your name?" "Wonder Woman," Diana replied. "Wonder Woman, Wonder Woman. Did you know? Your existence is exactly the same as the superhero I once dreamed of becoming when I was a child." When Queen Maeve saw Wonder Woman for the first time, she felt ashamed. The more perfect the other person was, the uglier Queen Maeve felt. Wonder Woman's beautiful eyes were full of wisdom, and she whispered, "You can also be me, every girl can be me." "Really? But now, I can't turn back." Queen Maeve laughed bitterly, raised her only remaining left fist, and rushed towards Wonder Woman with a gust of wind. Wonder Woman raised her graceful left hand, and Queen Maeve's left fist landed on her silver bracelet. The single protective silver bracelet emitted a divine light wave, which directly shook Queen Maeve away. Bang! Queen Maeve broke through the French window and flew out from the top of the 100-story building with countless glass fragments. "It's better to end like this," Queen Maeve murmured, and was about to close her eyes, but saw a golden lasso buckled up. "I have something else to ask you." Wonder Woman stood at the edge of the broken window, holding the golden lasso of truth in one hand, and pulled the bound Queen Maeve back. 10 floors down. The corners of Homelander's eyes were as red as iron, and his eyes turned into actual heat rays, trying to pierce the young man's head directly. But the black-haired young man did not dodge, but just raised his chin slightly. The heat rays that were enough to destroy the plane and penetrate the metal fell on the chin of the nearby young man without any hindrance, and the black-haired young man also turned his chin in response. Then the words of Nian came to Homelander's ears, "It just so happens that I didn't shave today." "You bastard." Homelander coughed up blood again, purely out of anger. From childhood to adulthood, how could he have suffered such a humiliation? No matter who it was, he was not his opponent in one blow. He is omnipotent. He does whatever he wants. He is God. "You're scolding me, right?" Nian slapped him directly, his palm carrying a strong wind, faster than the speed of sound, and the loud slap echoed throughout the building. Chapter 522. Snap. A gust of wind swept away the gravel and dust, and an extremely loud slap sounded from the 90th floor of the building. The sound even formed a sound wave and spread to the city outside the building. The American flag cape draped over his shoulders was completely submerged in the hole in the floor. The motherland man's hair was messy, his face was tilted to one side, blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he looked confused. "You slapped me? What happened to hitting you?" Nian looked at him calmly and slapped him again. He knocked out a tooth from the motherland and pierced the outer wall like a sniper bullet. "How dare you, how dare you!" The handsome face of the motherland was distorted, and his body was shaking violently. He is a native of the motherland. He is truly the strongest in the world. From childhood to adulthood, no one, not even the senior management of Walter Company, can disobey him. Everyone has to look at his face to speak, and everyone is envious and fearful of his strength. And now, the pride and pride of the motherland, which is unique in the world, were completely shattered by these two slaps. This was the first time for him to lie on the ground in such a mess, feeling burning pain and coughing up blood. "Ah! I'm going to kill you, I'm definitely going to kill you." The motherland man opened his mouth with a missing tooth and blood stains, his eyes were full of red anger and roared fiercely. The sound was enough to be heard by the whole building, no, it should be the whole New York. What responded to the motherland was the fist of Nian in the black Superman suit. Boom! Nian's punch landed, accompanied by storms and breaking sounds, like a small missile exploding on the people of the motherland. And this is just the beginning. Nian punched down, and then received another punch. He rode on the face of the motherland, bombarding him with punch after punch. Boom! 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 Every punch carries indescribable terrifying explosive power. Even if there is an invisible biological force field coating the 90th floor, the whole building still cannot withstand the violent shaking. Ah! The screams formed a sound wave that radiated outside the building and spread extremely far, almost covering the entire sky of New York City. At this time, a large number of New Yorkers walked out of the streets and looked at the what building, the source of the earthquake, with its outer wall bursting with surprise. This voice, is it from the motherland? How is that possible? That's a native of the motherland. Yeah, how could the people of the motherland scream? No one believed that this tragic cry could be made by the people of the motherland. Just like no one wants to believe, gods can bleed. At this time, on the top floor of the What Company building, a sea of fire battlefield began to extinguish under the intervention of golden divine power. Wonder Woman Diana held the lasso of truth in both hands and lifted up Queen Maeve's bound body. Diana asked, "Tell me, did you meet a young woman with green hair 3 years ago?" Queen Maeve was shocked, and she didn't expect that the other party would suddenly mention the incident 3 years ago. Buzz! The mantra lasso glowed with golden light. Queen Maeve's eyes were also filled with golden light, and she couldn't help but replied. "Yes, 3 years ago, Madeline suddenly issued an order to our Super 7 team, which was to arrest a mysterious green man who appeared in the suburbs of New York, hair women. What happened next?" Diana continued. "Under the power of the lasso of truth, the other party can only reveal the truth. Queen Maeve said, we originally thought that it would be easy for the Super 7 to complete the mission. But later we found out, we were wrong. The other party was actually able to control a wide range of metals. And could also emit an extremely powerful magnetic field impact. One of the members of our team, the Invisible Man, was quickly damaged and was crushed to pieces by a pile of metal. The people of the motherland decided to arrest the other party at all costs. With the efforts of the remaining 6 of us, we finally got close to within 10 meters of the other party. We were shocked to find that the other party looked very weak and was holding a baby girl in his arms." "What did you say?" Diana's beautiful eyes trembled, and she couldn't help but ask. "What happened next? How was she?" "I don't know," Queen Maeve shook her head. After approaching the other party, she suddenly glowed with a burst of yellow light, causing almost all of us to lose consciousness. The only ones who didn't lose consciousness were the people from the motherland, but when we woke up, the people from the motherland took us back, so even I don't know what happened next. Due to the mission failure, this was also the first time that the Super 7 team failed a mission when all members were deployed, and one member was lost. The company completely suppressed the matter. That's what it's all about. Queen Maeve did not hide anything, nor could she hide it, so she revealed all the information. Diana pulled back the lasso of truth, and Queen Maeve, who was freed from her bonds, fell to the ground and lost consciousness. "Nian, you heard everything, right? People of the motherland should know something else." On the battlefield not far away, Jupiter Jack, one of the Super 7, braced his horse and pushed forward with his extremely strong chest. You can't defeat me, my body is invulnerable and can withstand missile bombings, I am born invincible. The words are not finished yet. A fair-skinned woman's fist, which was not too big, fell. Bang! Jupiter Jack's battle suit burst open, and his bulging chest sank inward. A sound of bones breaking broke out, and he spat out blood, rolled his eyes, and collapsed, like a shrimp falling into boiling water. Tat! The red combat boots fell lightly on the ground, and Supergirl Kara blinked and muttered, are all the supervillains here so brave? On the other side of the battlefield, the boundless Storm was swallowed up by a small black hole. How is this possible? Storm, who had just joined the Super 7, showed a trace of astonishment on her charming face, and then was tied up tightly by tough spider silk. Her body fell straight down, wriggling back and forth like a human-shaped silkworm. Who are you? Storm looked at the short-haired woman in the green battle suit standing in front of her in horror. She had lived for 80 years and was one of the founders of Compound No. 5 and the superhuman manufacturing program. However, she had never seen such a strange and powerful ability. I have never seen the mysterious enemy that descended on the Super 7 tonight. It's just like the green-haired woman 3 years ago, whose origin and abilities are mysterious and unknown, and who appeared out of thin air in this world for no reason. Destiny, you can call us Destiny. Gwen smiled slightly, pulled the spider silk, and threw the woman into a small black hole. Is it almost solved? Green Lantern Gwen clapped her hands and looked back at the other members. But saw. Alice's petite vibranium body was suspended in the low air, her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and she muttered to herself, it's gone. What's gone? Gwen asked curiously. Alice replied, the member in black clothes is gone, his ability is not right. Chapter 523. Boom, boom, boom. The building kept shaking violently, as if a giant was wielding a hammer and pounding hard. The 90th floor. The biological force field protects almost everything here, otherwise this building would have been razed to the ground long ago, but the power is almost concrete and filled everywhere. Nian, who was wearing a black Superman suit, had a stern look on his face. He rode on the face of the motherland and struck out. His fists falling like a storm. Each punch created a contrast in air pressure, and the punch waves continued to explode outwards, splattering thick blood. Beneath him, in the depression, the people of the motherland can no longer see the appearance of the people of the motherland. His hair was stained with his own blood, his teeth were almost all polished off, his tall nose was crooked, and his eyes were obviously swollen and sunken inwards. His face was twisted ferociously due to madness, and his battle clothes were in tatters. Blood seeped through the clothes, and no part of him was intact. It should be said that he is worthy of being a native of the motherland. If it were another member of the Super 7, even Saturn Jack, who was known for his defensive power, would have been reduced to a puddle of mud under such an attack. Nian had no intention of stopping. Nian raised his fist and was about to drop it again, but at this moment, a figure pushed open the door and rushed into the battlefield on the 90th floor. Stop. That's Madeline, the leader of the Super 7. Madeline obviously ran down the stairs and lost all the high heels she was wearing. Madeline looked at the inhumane motherland and the arrogant Nian, and immediately knelt down on the ground. Please, don't kill him. He is just a child, I failed to educate him well and allowed him to make mistakes again and again. Madeline fell to her knees crying. Child. Nian lowered his eyes and glanced at the motherland. Are you? Shut up, shut up. The people of the motherland looked sideways, and a red ray suddenly passed through the air, piercing and melting the entire body of Madeline, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. I am a native of the motherland, I don't need anyone's sympathy. The native of the motherland coughed blood and smiled cruelly. I knew it. Nian shrugged, suppressed the motherland, and continued the bombardment. But at this moment, the motherland man suddenly stretched out his hands and grasped Nian's wrists tightly, his eyes bursting with a crazy red light. Die. Oh. Nian was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized it. A black figure appeared on the battlefield on the 90th floor here at a very fast speed like teleportation, appearing close behind him without defense. People of the motherland, if you want to live, just hold on as hard as this, and don't let go until you die. The man's black figure said something indifferently, and at the same time, he slashed the back of Nian's neck with his hands and palms with the terrifying power and speed, his palms undoubtedly turned into the sharpest blades in the world. Call out. The air was cut directly by the two-handed knife. Although the people of the motherland didn't know who the other party was, they intuitively told themselves that this was the only way to do it. He firmly grasped Nian's hands and wrists to prevent him from returning to defend himself against the fatal blow from behind. Nian didn't seem to react, he was frozen in place and motionless. Successful. The mysterious black shadow was ecstatic. But when the blade of the hand fell on the back of Nian's neck, the black shadow that appeared behind Nian let out a scream and looked at the broken palms of his hands in shock. This? The mysterious black shadow and the people of the motherland were stunned. My physical defense is the strongest. Nian shook his head and sighed with some disappointment. Forget it, it turns out you are the trump card. In this case, I won't pretend anymore. Buzz. The original short black hair suddenly grew and turned into silvery white hair falling down. Nian's eyes seemed to be burning with golden flames, and powerful golden lightning bolts splashed and lingered from the black Superman suit. The overflowing powerful divine energy condenses into a sun-like crown on the top of the head. Boom! The moment Nian showed his true strength, the divine energy swept outward. The people of the motherland were shocked to find that their hands were directly bounced away by the overflowing energy. The mysterious black figure was blown away by the energy erupting nearby, and hit the wall behind. His hood was ignited and destroyed by the divine flames, revealing a young man's face that was exactly the same as that of the motherland. Allow. Black, you. The people of the motherland looked in disbelief. Clone. Silver-haired and black-clad Nian stood up slowly, the divine energy overflowing and lingering around him, making him like a sun. Just in time, you guys come 2 against 1, won't you suffer? Boom. Black directly crashed through the wall of the building he was trapped in, broke through the sound barrier in an instant, and fled out of the building at an astonishing flying speed. Fight, what to fight with? Xian-Sei's strongest blow just now resulted in his own hands being crippled. That guy is a monster. An absolute monster. Not to mention joining forces with the people of the motherland, even 10 of us can't defeat each other. Xuanzi understood this very well, so he directly chose to escape. His choice was undoubtedly the right one. Pity. Nian glanced at the fleeing black night sky. Just one glance, and his eyes suddenly burst into 2 beams of heat vision. Different from the heat vision of the people of the motherland, they were completely golden rays. Laugh. The golden ray was like a bolt of lightning, instantly cutting through the night sky, and like a judgment from the gods, it hit the black color 2 kilometers away. Black was directly penetrated and fell freely from a high altitude. Zitzi. The remaining golden lightning flashed through Nian's eyes, and he calmly looked back at the people of the motherland in front of him. That's right. Tonight. Nian not only triggered Kara's ability, but also Aunt Diana's demigod power. Therefore, what he holds should be after fusion and superposition. Super God mode. However, in order to prevent Vought Company or the Super 7 from having a trump card. Therefore, Nian had been hiding all his strength before, only showing the strength of Superman mode. Now, Nian felt that there was no need to hide it anymore. The people of the motherland got up from the ground, looked at the young man in front of them, who was as dazzling as the sun, and felt jealous for the first time. How could there be such a powerful existence in this world? He doesn't allow it. That's not true. The motherland smiled ferociously and punched forward. Nian, the super god mode, also responded with a punch. This punch combined the power of Superman and demigod, like the first ray of morning light cast by the sun. Golden lightning exploded on the spot, and the golden divine light suppressed everything on the scene. The motherland's eyes widened as he punched forward with his right fist. The fist and arm were broken every inch, and a golden fist stopped in front of his face. You still have the last bit of value left in your life. Nian in super god mode stretched out his finger, and the mantra lasso emerged from the void like a dragon, binding the half-broken body of the motherland. Chapter 524. Water Company, 90th floor. In the super god mode. Nian was surrounded by a strong force field and divine light. His golden eyes seemed to be burning with blazing flames, like a human-shaped sun radiating dazzling divine light. He held the lasso of truth in his hand and hung up the bloody man. The man was no longer human, his face was purple and bloody, his right arm and half of his body were disabled, and his battle clothes and cloak were tattered like cloth strips. Only the faintly visible national flag logo indicated his identity. Homelander. But if he was outside on the streets of New York, no one would recognize him. You still have a little value in your existence. Nian said, holding the lasso of truth to hang Homelander in the air, and asked in a deep voice, 3 years ago, where did the green-haired woman you tried to hunt go? He had just heard Aunt Diana's question about Queen Maeve, and learned that in this world, Homelander was the last to see Lorna's existence. 3 years ago. Homelander's half-disabled body struggled for a moment, and under the effect of the truth lasso, he spoke, she disappeared. Disappeared? Nian raised his eyebrows. That's right, at that time. The woman glowed with a yellow light and knocked out the other 7 team members on the field. I felt my spirit was also dulled for a moment. After a short period of dullness, I wanted to control the other party, but the woman disappeared out of thin air in front of me. Afterwards, I kept searching secretly for 3 years, but I could no longer find any clues about the other party. Just like appearing out of thin air in this world, the woman with the baby was wiped out from this world out of thin air. Homelander slowly uttered the truth. Lorna, Nian sighed secretly. Obviously, they missed it. What he arrived at was undoubtedly the universe where Luna had been. There was a trace of the spirit gem's aura here, which led them. However, Nian was not naive enough to think that he could find Luna's time and space at once by searching in the multiverse. And coming to this world is not nothing. Super God mode. Nian thought of this, retracted the truth lasso in his hand, and the Homelander immediately fell to the ground from a low altitude. Homelander's teeth fell out, he knelt on the floor with both knees, barely supported his half-broken body with one hand, coughed blood and said hoarsely, "You can't kill me." "Oh, why?" Nian looked at him curiously. Homelander's bloody face showed a hideous expression. "Ahem, I used compound No. 5 to create many killers. Once I die, they will all be released, and this world will usher in the most chaotic era." Nian had a blank expression and looked at him with an idiot's eyes. "You don't think I care about how this world is, do you? And you don't naively think that my team is just this small, right?" "What?" The smile on Homelander's face disappeared. Nian continued, "The compound laboratories you secretly set up are concentrated on the West Coast, Africa, and Myanmar, right?" The smile on the motherland's face has completely disappeared, replaced by disbelief. "How did you? Over there, it should be almost over." Nian raised his eyes and looked at the vast night outside the building. At this time. On the West Coast, on an uninhabited mountain. "This time, let me do it." A cold female voice sounded. As a crescent moon peeked out from the dark clouds, a cold and beautiful woman in a black leather agent uniform was seen standing on the top of the mountain. The uniformed woman took a deep breath, clenched her fist, shouted softly, and punched the ground on the top of the mountain. Bang! The air was filled with a terrifying ripple. The trees and gravel around the woman were swept out one after another. This was just the movement that could be seen on the surface. The invisible shock wave was passed down layer by layer along the huge mountain. The forest fell into a dead silence. "Okay, Wanda, the next place." Sky stood up slowly. The red-haired woman not far away nodded slightly, raised her fair and delicate hand and drew a circle, and a Mars portal suddenly appeared in front of her. The two of them walked into the Mars portal one after another and disappeared. The next moment after the two women left, as if delayed, shocking cracks broke out in the mountain. These cracks spread from the top of the mountain to the ground at the foot of the mountain, making the entire mountain lose its support, so it naturally collapsed with a roar. Under the ground of the mountain, a secret experiment in a base, those who were not killed by the earthquake were buried alive. It should be said that they were relatively lucky, at least there was a trace of their life. If Wanda had taken action, it is estimated that even the body would not be left. At the same time, in Africa. A secret base. Countless transformed extraordinary killers fled out in panic, but the sea water from nowhere poured directly into the base exit, and many green vines grew madly to harvest lives and absorb nutrients. I found that my abilities are quite compatible with yours. Outside the base. Mara blinked and put away the trident artifact in her hand. This is the trident artifact of the original world. As for Atlantis, Nian specially used his imagination to create an identical one for her as a substitute for the Emperor of the Empire. No. Poison Ivy shook her head in response to Mara's words. "My plants don't like seawater." Tonight. While Nian took Diana, Gwen, Kara, and Alice to the headquarters of the Super 7. The other members of the Destiny Alliance also eliminated Homelander's backers one by one. How is it possible? I don't believe it. Homelander's face was pale and he stared at Nian. Go to hell to witness it. Nian, who was in super god mode, shook his head, raised his right foot, and aimed at Homelander's head. Don't kill me. Homelander suddenly opened his eyes wide, and at this moment, his eyes finally revealed a look called fear for the first time. It turns out that when you are afraid, your body will tremble, your legs will be weak, and your back will be weak. Homelander lowered his conceited head, facing Nian, with his forehead touching the floor. Don't kill me, I can give you everything you want. What do you want, beauty, money, or power? I can give you all of them. Water Company will belong to you in the future. By the way, Starlight, I can give you Starlight. As long as you give me a chance. Opportunity. Have you ever given others a chance before? You don't really think of yourself as a child, do you? Nian shook his head and turned away. At the moment Nian turned around, Homelander's eyes flashed with madness, and he rushed towards him. But Nian seemed to have been warned long ago. When he turned around, he raised his right knee and kicked back hard. So. Homelander, who rushed forward, looked like he had offered his chest to him on his own initiative. No. Homelander screamed in despair while in the air. Chapter 525. Bang! Powerful power and divine power exploded together, and a golden shock wave swayed outward, bursting out from the 90th story building and covering the sky above the central city of New York. People throughout New York City can see the dazzling golden light erupting like a judgment from the upper floors of the What Company building in the heart of New York City. Boom! A black figure with sizzling golden lightning flew out from the 90th floor of What Company, passing through half of the sky in New York City, and finally hit the holy grail of New York's landmark, the Statue of Liberty. The tourists who were visiting the Statue of Liberty were stunned, raising their eyes to stare blankly at the existence hanging on the holy grail. What is that? Oh my God, no way! People of the motherland, those are people of the motherland. The scene was like a high-explosive grenade detonated, causing a complete sensation. Under the howling night wind, a blood-stained strip of the American Empire flag cape fell down. Visible. There is an obvious footprint dent in the chest of the motherland, which almost divides his body into two parts. Upper and lower. His right arm is gone, and his left hand and feet are spread out and sunk into the center of the holy grail of the Statue of Liberty, as if they were nailed to it. Blood dripped down the outer wall of the holy grail. The heads of the people of the motherland drooped downward, and they had lost all signs of life. What corporation? Nian in super god mode retracted his feet, his body broke away from gravity and flew above his head, reaching the top where the battle had also ended. Storm, Jupiter Jack, and Queen Maeve fell here, plus the countryman and Black who died just now. The Super 7 team ushered in the team destruction. Let's go. Super God Mode Nian said to Wonder Woman, Supergirl, Green Lantern Gwen, and Alice on the scene. Everyone nodded. The battle was over, even though it lasted less than 10 minutes. Just as Nian levitated from the top floor, he was about to leave with the 4 members of Tianming. But at this moment, the door on the top floor of the What building opened, and a young female voice rang out urgently, wait a minute. Nian, who was in super god mode, looked back and saw that it was a blonde woman wearing a silver uniform. Isn't it Starlight who was imprisoned by the Super 7? After cracks and damage appeared in the closed room, Starlight manipulated external light energy to break through the chains and cages and escape. Who are you? Can you tell me your name? Nian Prince. Nian no longer hides anything, and there is no need to hide anything from this world. Nian Prince. Xinguang raised his eyes and looked at Nian, his eyes finally brightened, twinkling like stars. Can we meet again in the future? In the anticipation of Starlight. Nian shook his head decisively and responded bluntly, we come from another world, after tonight, we will leave this world and there will be no chance to see each other again. So that's it. Starlight's eyes dimmed. Nian turned his back and said, if you want to be a superhero, don't think about becoming famous. Starlight looked at him blankly. There is a saying in my hometown, do good deeds and don't worry about your future. You think about becoming famous and making money. And you will never become a real superhero in your life. In my world, when you wear a masked uniform, you may be a superhero who saves the world, but after taking off the uniform, they may just be ordinary students, workers, or even disabled people without social security. Nian left these words and disappeared into the night sky with the 4 Wonder Women. Only Xinguang stood there, staring at the direction in which his back disappeared, and did not leave for a long time. Devouring space. Nian passed through the dimensional ring and moved from the Destiny Alliance headquarters to another civilized planet. Here is a brand new civilization that has been merged and reorganized from the remaining cities of several top alien civilizations. It can also be regarded as the first local civilization force in the Yuan universe. A few years down the road, the alien races here live in harmony, so that the civilization becomes more and more prosperous. Nian came to the city where the Kryptonian civilization was located and entered a research room. Several old men in white coats quickly discovered him. Rare guest, Carla's fiancé is here. Why didn't you bring little Kara over to play? That's right. Be serious, one of them, a white-haired old man wearing a Superman totem suit on the inside and a white coat on the outside, said. Xiao Nian, do you have anything to ask of us? Indeed, old gentleman, Nian still respected them very much. These old people are the few survivors of the Kryptonian civilization, and they are also the top scientists of the Kryptonian civilization, and they are related to Kara to a certain extent. I want you to help me research this. Nian handed over a glass tube filled with blue substance. This is it. The old man took it in his hand and looked at it doubtfully. It is compound No. Nian feels that this gadget can produce an inferior version of Kryptonian superhumans, and it still has certain research value. Walk out of the Kryptonian Civilization Science Research Laboratory. Nian came face to face with a woman wearing a white coat, but with eye-catching long silver hair, a cool and charming face, and a beautiful and attractive figure that could not be concealed by the white coat. Hi, Teacher Cat. Nian subconsciously said hello, then stopped quickly, and his eyes widened after realizing it. Wait a minute, teacher, why are you here? I've always been here. Felicia Hardy's beautiful eyes moved and she glanced at him expressionlessly. I haven't left since I came here. Why did you stay? Is it for the Kryptonian civilization and technology? Felicia rolled up a strand of her silver hair with her fingers. Maybe, also, the top technology here can heal the two split mental personalities within me. Nian asked curiously, then, which personality do you have now? Facing this question, Felicia raised the corners of her beautiful lipstick lips slightly. She stepped out of her white coat with a pair of slender legs, straightened up her surprisingly rounded body, and leaned face to face with Nian. Nian resisted, and he could clearly feel that something with a perfect shape in front of him was obviously deforming. The silver hair fell forward like a waterfall, giving off a faint fragrance. The tip of Nian's nose felt itchy. What came into view was the snow-white side neck with collarbones, and a meaningful female voice came to my ears. Nian. Which personality do you think I am now? Is your black cat teacher, or Catwoman sister? Nian teleported back to the Destiny Alliance headquarters, in the corridor. Master, are you back? Alice walked forward with light steps, swaying the hem of her black and white dress and shining silver hair. Nian, who was full of anger, immediately took the girl's soft body into his arms. Owner. Alice's face was stunned, but she suddenly realized that a certain parameter of the master's physical condition was not normal. Her artificial intelligence system was running unprecedentedly slowly at this time, as if it was down. Alice, you came just in time. Nian said as his hands picked up the silver-haired girl who looked like she had stepped out of a fairy tale. Chapter 526. Nian picked up Alice with both hands. Although Alice's body was made of vibranium, all Nian felt at this time was lightness and softness. Since the Mind Stone gave her a new life, Alice has undoubtedly become a new existence that is truly free from artificial intelligence and robots. Rather than saying that Alice is a product of a branch of technology, it is better to say that she is the perfect fusion of technology and magic. She can change her own gravity at will, and she can also change her body at will. She is no different from a real human girl on weekdays. This is wrong. A human girl cannot be as flawless as her, as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale world. Nian picked up Alice like a princess, raising the black boots on her small feet, and the fluffy made dress with excellent fabric tightly wrapped around the young and curvy girl's body. Alice blushed slightly and said quickly, Master, I will contact other members of the Destiny Alliance. No need, just be here. Nian said, already carrying Alice towards a room. Alice knew she couldn't escape today, so she couldn't help but whisper, at least wait until I finish taking a shower. Does the robot also need to take a bath? Nian was surprised. Outside world. Morning comes, and the long night that is destined to change the world and history passes, and the darkness fades. The police cordoned off the Vought Corporation headquarters building and the Statue of Liberty area, and quickly confirmed the news that all members of the Super 7 except Queen Maeve and Starlight were declared dead. And police investigators also discovered a large amount of illegal black material about Compound No. 5. Superhuman baby experiments. Superhero acting and maintenance characters, as well as the Super 7 and other superhero companies in Vaught's data files. After the file was publicly reported to the outside world, it caused a sensation all over the world. On this day, almost all the senior executives of what company were arrested, and other superhero companies were also sealed off one after another, facing their own trials and sanctions. The people of the motherland died, and Walter Company collapsed. The judgment came so suddenly. Overnight, superheroes went from being highly anticipated celebrities to street rats that everyone yelled at and scolded. On this day, Huey pinned a flower, put on a suitable suit that was supposed to be used for the wedding, and went to his girlfriend's funeral. Billy Butcher was delighted to return to his former home. Looking at his wife's photo, he knelt on the floor and shed silent tears of joy. Although, they don't know who sanctioned the Super 7, including the people of the motherland, that night. But they are determined that this is a judgment from the gods, and are grateful to the people behind the crusade against the motherland. On the other side, a wooden house located in the suburbs of New York. A news report was being played on TV, and the host was talking. Superhumans are all genetically deformed humans created by Compound No. 5. The strongest halo of honor for superheroes has faded, which also means that the era of superheroes has come to an end. On the sofa in the living room, Xinguang, wearing casual home clothes, picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Xinguang, it's your mother who is sorry for you. You should not have listened to the what company and sent you to an incubation institution as an infant. The middle-aged woman on the side had red eyes and stepped forward with great regret. It's not your fault. Starlight hugged her mother and said inexplicably, the era of superheroes will not end here. What did you say? The middle-aged woman looked at her doubtfully. Because we have never ushered in a true superhero era. Starlight said with a smile, her eyes shining brightly like stars, looking out the window at the rising sun hanging high in the blue sky. Because she once met a real superhero. Where will the future of the black robe world go? The people of the motherland died, Vought Corporation collapsed, and all superheroes were knocked off their altars. Has the world really changed for the better? Nian can't guarantee it, but things about the black-robed world will have nothing to do with him and the Destiny Alliance in the future. They are destined to be just passers-by in another world, just passing by, and will once again embark on a purposeless and diverse journey. Yuan devouring space, Destiny Alliance. There is never darkness here, and the divine light shines everywhere. In the main meeting hall, except for Lorna, all 11 members of the Destiny Alliance were present. Nian, who was sitting on the main seat, glanced at everyone and said, although we didn't find Lorna this time, we don't know everything. At least, we have confirmed that Lorna is still alive and living in the multiverse. Moreover, Lorna is suspected to have the same ability or props that can travel through multiple universes. Nian thought, Polaris Lorna once arrived in the black-robed world outside 3 years ago. According to the description of the Super 7, Lorna was very weak at the time. So the outside world should be where Lorna first entered the multidimensional advent. I have a question, Susan raised her hand and said curiously. Since Lorna once appeared in the outside world 3 years ago, why don't we just travel through 3 years and go back to the past to directly find Lorna at that time? Nah. You know, it was Lorna at that time. Nian shook his head. He himself had thought about this question. Even if we really cross time and go back to the past, we can only find the past Lorna, but in that case, the current Lorna will continue to wander endlessly in the multiverse. This is the complexity of the multiverse. Nian said in a deep voice, if we can't find Lorna who is synchronized with our own time in the multiverse, then no matter what, there will always be a Lorna who continues to wander in the multiverse. I vaguely understand, Mara said softly. If time and space cannot reach an agreement, we will not be able to find the real North Star Lorna. That's it, Nian nodded. The main hall of the meeting fell silent. Many members gradually realized how difficult it is to find Lorna who was lost in the multiverse. How many universes did Lorna travel through in the 4 years when she was missing? Even with the guidance of the Mind Gem, it is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. Diana suddenly smiled, then why don't we chase her quickly? That's right, Gwen seconded. Sky crossed his arms, looked at Nian and said, go on. Kara waved her fist, it's just the first universe, I don't think it's even a warm-up. The next world must be interesting too, right? Let's keep chasing, we will definitely find Luna back. Nian, let's go, what are you waiting for? Other members also said with a smile. The members of the Destiny Alliance rekindled their fighting spirit and looked at Nian on the main seat with interest. Nian was stunned, then stood up from the main seat and said with a smile. Then, let's go to the next universe. Nian's eyes were like torches, reflecting the figures of all the members. No matter what time and space, no matter what diversity. As long as I am with them, I will be fearless. Chapter 527. 1983, New York. Although it was the 1980s, as a world-class economic capital, this was undoubtedly an early startup area for the rapid development of human technological civilization. There are row upon row of high-rise buildings, huge and gorgeous inflatable airships are swimming in the blue sky and white clouds of the city. Thousands of cars are shuttling back and forth on the open and regular roads, and the bustling streets are crowded with people. In the morning, the streets of New York are shrouded in sunshine and filled with steam. In a newspaper at the corner of the intersection, a bald white newspaper owner was sorting out the stacks of newspapers on the sales table, when a figure happened to stop in front of the newspaper. The newspaper owner lazily looked up and saw that he was a black-haired Chinese young man. He was wearing a simple and plain collared suit, shiny black leather shoes and a briefcase. He was no different from ordinary passers-by. However, there was a little orange cat lying on the other person's shoulder, which was very cute. "Would you like a newspaper?" The newspaper owner greeted enthusiastically. "Just a copy of the Wall Street Journal." The black-haired young man glanced briefly and picked up a newspaper. 2 cents, said the newspaper owner. The black-haired young man habitually put his hand to the little orange cat's mouth. Under the surprised gaze of the newspaper owner, he quickly reacted and put his hand into his pocket. At this time, a passerby threw down a coin, picked up the newspaper and left. The black-haired young man took a special look at the coin. Under the cover of his suit pocket, an old-era coin appeared in his palm from virtual reality. "Boss, give you the money." The black-haired young man naturally took out the coin. The black-haired young man is Nian Prince, who has just left the world of black robes, activated the mind and space gems, and traveled through the multiverse again. "I didn't expect it to be another parallel universe with New York, it's just a bit older." Young whispered to himself, sat down on a public chair, picked up the Wall Street Journal he just bought and started reading. The first news report was about mutants. Opening lightning strike. As everyone knows, 10 years ago, in 1973. For the first time, mutants were recognized by the world and the public. The peace meeting turned into chaos and Paris fell into chaos. A mutant named Eric Lenscher, also an evil element known as Magneto, in front of the White House, he tried to kill the then president. Fortunately, a young female mutant named Mystique stopped that terrible attack in time. She also became a symbol of the new era and a hero who changed the world. Because of her, the Sentinel program came to an end. After Nian read the newspaper, his eyes flickered. In today's old age, intelligent networks are not very developed, so Alice's artificial intelligence control has been weakened a bit. But the simple information obtained through the newspaper was enough to surprise Nian. First, this world is a parallel universe in 1983, with a rapidly developing New York City exactly like our own world. However, it is the same as the Black Robe world. This parallel Earth has no Stark Industries, no Wayne Industries in Gotham, and no metropolis guarded by Superman. Yes, they are just a special kind of human existence called mutants. You can find out through newspapers. These mutants are special humans with congenital genetic mutations of human descendants. They have various talents: metal control, telepathy, ice making and fire control, etc. Unlike the previous Black Robe world, which required the use of No. 5 compound for manufacturing. In this world, when two ordinary humans are united, there is a very small chance that the offspring will be a mutant. Therefore, mutant groups have begun to exist in human society for an unknown period of time. 99% of mutants hide themselves out of fear that others will discover their differences. Until 10 years ago, a mutant officially appeared on the stage of history. His name was Magneto. Magneto attempts to overthrow the old human society and create a new world with only mutants. This is also the origin of the subtle opposition between humans and mutants in the current society. Nian found it interesting. Just the opposite of the Black Robe world. Human beings in this world not only do not admire mutants with special talents, but also reject them. Ordinary people and mutants are like two different racial groups, with constant contradictions and disputes. If Mystique hadn't stopped Magneto's attack 10 years ago, the president would have probably accepted the Sentinel project to eliminate all mutants. Mutants. Nian pondered for a moment, put away the newspaper, and was about to get up from the public chair. But at this moment, a figure with short silver hair walked across the street in front of the public chair. Nian was shocked. He suddenly stood up from his chair and subconsciously shouted, "Little brother." "Who is it?" The figure stopped and turned around in confusion. He was a white young man with short silver hair, about 20 years old, with a somewhat handsome face, wearing a dusty windbreaker and jeans. "Hey man, do we know each other?" The white young man looked at Nian doubtfully. Looking at the appearance of the familiar person in his memory, Nian paused, shook his head and said, "Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. I just said, I have always been the big brother to others, how could I be the little brother to others?" The white youth shrugged and left after saying something. "Wait a minute," Nian stopped him and asked. "Do you have brothers or sisters? Why are you asking this?" The white youth glanced at him, waved his hand and said casually, "It doesn't matter if I tell you, I'm the only son in my family." Looking at the back of the white youth going away, Nian sighed in his heart. The multiverse is so amazing. There are really people who look exactly the same. The white youth just now, isn't he one of the twins, Quicksilver Pietro? However, Pietro, who lives in the mutant world, is obviously just another similar person, without even a sister Lorna and a younger sister Wanda. Nian calmed down his emotions. He thought, or returned to the devouring universe first, and explained the general situation of the world to the people of the Destiny Alliance. But at this time, Nian was shocked physically and mentally, and quickly looked around at the bustling streets around him. The spider sense is warning. Who is spying on me? Nian stood on the busy and noisy street. He scanned the surroundings, and his spider sense spread, but he could not lock on the potential unknown threat. No, it's not impossible to lock on. Nian quickly realized, and his eyes fell on the many passers-by around him. Everyone on the street here is the source of the threat. Everyone is secretly watching him. Nian was not nervous, his face was calm without any expression. He had experienced too many extraordinary events, so he was just surprised for a moment. He suddenly took the initiative to pat the shoulder of a girl passing by, and asked inexplicably. Are you looking at me? Chapter 528. New York, School for Gifted Youngsters. In the Ivory Tower teaching building, which is no different from other schools, there is a huge and hollow mysterious basement hidden directly underneath the building. The basement door has an eye-catching X pattern, a sophisticated intelligent mechanical door and a highly technological interior space design. Even if someone says this is a secret military base, they would believe it. Kaka. The metal door of the basement with extremely high security factor opened, and a male school instructor slowly pushed a silver metal special wheelchair into the basement. The straight and smooth underground corridors were lit up one after another. It can be seen that a young man wearing an ordinary shirt is sitting on a silver metal wheelchair. If his legs weren't crippled, he would look like a playboy who just walked out of a nightclub. His handsome appearance is even younger than that of his male mentor. The male instructor spoke with respect. Professor, why do you suddenly want to come in here? I have a very strange feeling. The young professor in the wheelchair responded softly. Strange feeling? The male instructor pushing the wheelchair pondered the meaning of this sentence. The young professor did not continue to speak, and his furrowed brow revealed a hint of worry and doubt. He didn't tell the truth. In fact, it was a very ominous premonition, as if something extremely terrible was about to happen. The deepest part of the basement is a circular room, like a large alien flying ball. Countless electronic composite panels are pieced together to form an arc-shaped inner wall. In the center is a helmet device that connects the entire circular room. Technology can really change the world. The male instructor Hank sighed softly and continued to push the wheelchair to the end of the basement, where the helmets were placed. This is undoubtedly one of the greatest technological inventions in the world today. It's called Consciousness Enhancer. As the name suggests, the sole purpose of technology is to enhance consciousness. But this consciousness-enhancing device, which is the size of a Boeing aircraft cabin, cannot be used by ordinary humans. Even if it has ordinary telepathy, it will be difficult to activate it. Only when the telepathy reaches a certain height, an extraordinary individual can drive this consciousness enhancer and combine forces to achieve an incredible effect. The male tutor Hank's eyes fell on the young professor in the wheelchair. In the entire mutant world, currently only the beings in front of you can use this consciousness enhancer. The young Professor Charles Francis Xavier took a deep breath and skillfully put the helmet on his head. Since he noticed the ominous premonition, he had to use the consciousness enhancer to explore it anyway. Here we go. Hank released his hands from the wheelchair and turned on the switch of the consciousness enhancer. Charles nodded, tilted his helmeted head slightly, put the two fingers of his right hand against the temple of his right head, and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, his already powerful telepathy spreads through the signal of the consciousness enhancer, instantly covering the outside of the school until it covers the entire Earth. At this time, in Charles's mind, the thoughts and thoughts of billions of people around the world emerged. These mental thoughts are also different. The minds and thoughts of ordinary humans are embodied, and they look like blue people. As for the embodiment of mutants' minds, they are people with yellow light and shadow. Charles can use his enhanced consciousness to explore one of the individuals or a group of living beings at will, and can perceive their thoughts and thoughts at will, and can even kill the group on the other side with his spirit. At this moment, Professor X, Charles, is like an omniscient and omnipotent God. From God's perspective, Charles quickly froze and muttered, "What is that?" "Professor, what did you find?" Hank asked curiously. "A unique existence." Charles still had his eyes closed, with a look of disbelief on his face as he explored a certain street in New York with enhanced awareness. In his perception, human society was originally divided into ordinary people and mutants. Among the blue and yellow telepathic groups, a telepathic figure stood out from the crowd. The other party's telepathic manifestation turned out to be golden. Yes. That golden figure that has never been seen before is like a blazing human-shaped sun, extremely dazzling from the perspective of telepathy. I can't detect his mind, Charles was surprised. There was only one person in this world who could avoid his telepathic detection. That person was also living in the school for gifted youngsters at this time. Therefore, the other party is the second one to avoid his telepathic detection, and the telepathic color is different from that of ordinary people and mutants. Since it is impossible to directly detect the other party's mind, Charles can only transfer his consciousness to other people nearby and observe the unique and mysterious individual through their perspectives. Who is he? Hank couldn't help but ask. He is a young man, a Chinese young man, in his 20s. Charles's words stopped abruptly. Professor, what happened? Hank saw something was wrong and asked. He found me. Charles spat out. What? Hank was shocked. Charles opened his eyes. But it was the voice of the black-haired young man, which was clearly transmitted to his brain through the intermediary of the passerby girl. Are you looking at me? On the streets of New York. Nian stared at the passerby girl who was about to pass by. Sir, what are you talking about? The girl stopped and raised her eyes in confusion, her eyes full of confusion. Is this interesting? I know you are looking, you and I are curious about each other, right? In this case, let's show each other a little sincerity. The girl's face was full of confusion. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly covered with a layer of brilliance, and she said in a deep voice, My name is Professor X, what is your name, friend? Just call me Student S, Nian replied seriously. Professor X, dot. The girl was silent for a moment and said, I understand, come to me, I'm at the Academy of Gifted Youths, come over, and we'll talk face to face. Nian pondered for a moment and agreed, I'll go over. I'll wait for you. After the girl said this, the brilliance in her eyes faded. The girl looked at Nian in surprise, and felt as if she had forgotten something, so she continued to walk along the street. As for the other passers-by on the street, they seemed to have not heard Professor X and Nian's conversation across the air, and walked back and forth beside Nian. The bustling streets of New York in the 1980s were as noisy and peaceful as ever. The devouring universe, the Destiny Alliance. That's what happened. In the headquarters conference hall, Nian told the members of the Destiny Alliance on the scene about the general situation of the second universe world of Shuttle, and what they encountered just after they came to the outside world. Sky pondered, due to the congenital mutation of the genes of human descendants, the mutant race born from this, is interesting. Interesting, shouldn't it be that there is another Pietro in this world? Gwen blinked. Kara also muttered, I just don't know if the abilities are the same. Pietro. Wanda didn't know what she was thinking. Meeting a twin brother from another world would indeed make people feel overwhelmed. Diana looked at Nian with her beautiful eyes and said, What are you going to do about Professor X's invitation? He has invited me, so I will go. Nian smiled calmly, since the other party has discovered my existence, there is no point in continuing to hide, it is better to follow his invitation and see if we can find any clues about Lorna. Mara said worriedly, I am worried about the other party's telepathic ability, the fact that he can detect you so quickly shows that his telepathic ability is very strong. Don't worry, I have naturally thought about this, Nian spread his hands. The worst result is that he tries to control my heart through telepathic abilities in a face-to-face situation. But, you also know, even if he has the mental manipulation ability of the super body mode that is enough to control the world, it can't have any effect on me. Nian has no confidence or arrogance, but seems to be describing a fact. Hearing this, many members cast their eyes on the silver-haired girl. Ah! Alice looked at the ceiling blankly with her eyes blankly, as if pretending to be down. Of course, what Nian didn't know was, Professor X was able to achieve the level of ability performance just now, also with the help of the consciousness enhancer. Unlike the super body mode, which can directly control the world with individual consciousness without assistance. That day, before night fell. The Academy for Gifted Youth is here. Nian stood at the gate of a school in the New York City area. The school gate was marked with the Academy for Gifted Youth. This is also the only academy in the world dedicated to mutants. The principal who founded this mutant school is Professor X. I'm here to find Professor X. Nian walked towards the school gate and told the security guard directly what he was here for. Main teaching building, office on the second floor. The security guard looked at him and said, Professor X, we're waiting for you. From the school gate through the spacious main road, the first Western European building is the main teaching building. Nian walked inside. The lawns and green plants, ivory buildings, humanistic atmosphere, etc. were no different from other schools. The only difference is, There are no students. Nian did not meet a single student from the time he entered the school gate to the steps in front of the teaching building. There was not even a single student in the main teaching building. It was still afternoon, not the weekend, and students should still be in class. It seems that the other party is also afraid of me, Nian quickly realized. Indeed, compared to the famous person in the local world, Professor X. My existence that appeared out of thin air is obviously more scary, right? I am the villain. Nian secretly complained. At the corner of the wooden stairs leading to the second floor of the teaching building, a man dressed as a teacher stood there, looking at Nian, who walked in with great caution. I warn you, don't mess around in this school. The teacher said. As if even he felt that this had no deterrent power, the teacher's body suddenly twitched. And his originally upright face turned into a blue lion face, with blue lush hair growing all over his body, and his hands and feet turned into ferocious lion claws. Do you know, roar. Hank turned into a beast, opened his mouth to reveal terrifying sharp fangs, and a loud roar came from the depths of his throat. But as he said this, Nian's face did not change at all. Without even a glance, he just calmly passed by the beast Hank. Beast Hank froze and stood there in a daze. Before Nian opened the door was opened by an invisible force. On the second floor, in the office, a young professor with cool hair was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at him. You must be Professor X, Nian looked at him calmly. Professor X nodded and said, let's get to know each other again. My name is Charles Francis Xavier, you can call me Charles. My name is Nian. Oh, Mr. Nian, my friends outside didn't scare you, did they? No, Nian shook his head. The other party didn't scare him, after showing that attitude. Nian felt that he couldn't be cautious anymore, there was no need at all. Really? Professor X Charles smiled, his eyes looked straight at Nian, without any sign, an invisible force swept and exploded. At this time, the Academy for Gifted Youth, the other side of the campus opposite to the main teaching building. The sunny wooden bridge by the lake. A beautiful woman with long red hair suddenly raised her head, her expression startled, her deep and wise eyes looked towards the teaching building. Jean, what's wrong? Scott, who was wearing special sunglasses, looked up in surprise and also looked towards the teaching building, but he didn't see any clues. It's the professor, he is using his mental control ability, or the maximum ability. Jean threw down a sentence and hurriedly ran towards the main teaching building. Scott also hurriedly followed. Buzz. The powerful mental power overflowed from the office. Even standing outside the stairs on the second floor, Beast Hank felt a splitting headache. Professor X is serious. At the moment, in the office on the second floor, Professor X Charles stared at Nian in front of him, and in the face-to-face close situation, he continued to increase his mental power. Until 100. The powerful mental power overflowing outward is enough to directly affect real objects. In the office on the second floor, the tables, chairs, and various hanging decorations could not remain intact, and dense cracks appeared. This is impossible. Charles felt incredible. He used all his strength to test the other party, but the result made him more shocked. Generally speaking, under the mental power of this distance, the other party has only two possibilities. 1. Being controlled by him. 2. Being backfired and being controlled by the other party's higher-level mental power. However, neither of these two results appeared on the other party. Professor X Charles suddenly realized something. It's not that the other party's mental power is stronger than his, but no matter how strong the mental power is, it has no effect on the other party. For example, sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum. The world is so big, nothing is impossible, Nian responded calmly. In fact, for Nian, mind and magic attacks are the few remaining weaknesses for him who has a steel body and energy immunity. And just before leaving the black robe world, Nian just made up for this weakness. That was a blessing from Alice. Mind immunity. Perfect mental immunity, no matter high-dimensional or low-dimensional, any mental and spiritual attack will not have any effect on him. This is also Nian's 9th permanent ability. Chapter 529. Gifted Youth Academy, 2nd floor teaching building. The air was still and the furniture was shaking. The metal wheelchair involuntarily left the floor and floated in the low sky. Professor X Charles frowned and stared at the black-haired young man standing in front of him. The powerful spiritual power filled every corner of the room. This power ignored defense, and even the strongest creatures would be directly occupied by spiritual power. But facing this spiritual power, Nian, who was in the core area of the spiritual realm, did not react at all, but took the initiative to walk forward. Since you have finished the test, it's my turn now. Nian said as a matter of course, he always pays attention to reciprocity. Professor X Charles's face turned pale. In the entire mutant world, his telepathic ability is the top, so he can be fearless of anyone. This is why Beast Hank dared to let Charles meet Nian alone. Although Charles's ability is single, as long as he wants, no one can hurt him. In the extremely high-intensity spiritual realm, all creatures and objects will be controlled. With this skill alone, he is a mutant who is able to stand at the top. But when he encounters a being with true mental immunity, Professor X Charles becomes the weakest mutant, a severely disabled person who is far inferior to ordinary people. If you have something to say, we can talk it out. The metal wheelchair fell back to the ground from low altitude. Charles, who was sitting on it, looked at Nian who kept approaching and said hurriedly with a rare panic. I was thinking of talking to him, but since you have used your ability, you can just do it directly. Nian shrugged. Charles really regretted it. He would use telepathy on the other party because of his own habits since awakening his mutant ability. No matter who he met, Charles would almost instinctively use telepathy. In particular, the other party was mysterious all over, which made Charles want to directly detect his identity and origin with telepathy. As a result, the telepathic ability that had always worked hit the iron plate that was exactly countered by itself. You. Charles wanted to say something, but he saw Nian rub the crown ring he was wearing, and then a golden lasso was directly wrapped around his waist from head to bottom. What is this? Charles looked down at the rope with a strange light, and his expression was stunned. Nian held the truth lasso and showed a friendly smile. Now, let's have a formal exchange, Professor. When Jean and Scott hurried to the teaching building, they found Hank lying on the stairs on the first floor, in the transformed appearance of the beast and unconscious. Teacher Hank. Scott was surprised and quickly stepped forward to help Hank up. He's fine, I'll wake him up. Jin's narrow and beautiful phoenix eyes seemed to be able to directly see the inner consciousness of the beast Hank. As her words fell. The next moment, the unconscious beast Hank suddenly opened his eyes, and his strong body like a beast jumped up from the ground as if in response. Scott hurriedly asked, Teacher Hank, why are you unconscious here, and what happened here? Since half an hour ago, the professor stopped all the classes today and asked the teachers and students to leave the teaching building. I felt something was wrong. Jean looked at Hank, his eyes flashing with wisdom. Teacher Hank, is the professor meeting someone in the office of the teaching building? Right. Beast Hank seemed to remember something important, and rushed to the second floor without explaining to the two of them. Teacher, what is he doing? Scott was stunned for a moment. Jean's eyes turned, but she had already read the thoughts of Beast Hank. Today, there is really a very special guest visiting the college. Teaching building, in the office on the second floor. Nian and Professor X started a very friendly and harmonious question-and-answer mode of truth. Of course. If Nian was not holding the lasso of truth, it would be even more friendly. After asking a few questions, Nian confirmed it. Professor X had no ill will towards him, he was just curious. He also wanted to confirm his identity and background, and whether he had the potential to destroy peace in the current world and society. In this way, Professor X is also a good guy in the Avengers in this world, and he has been committed to the harmonious coexistence of ordinary people and mutants all his life. There is one last question. Nian pondered for a moment, looking directly at Charles who was bound by the lasso of truth. Have you seen a green-haired woman in her 20s who has the innate ability to control metal and magnetic fields? He paused and added, she should be accompanied by a baby or a girl. Control metal. I do know someone with such ability, but he is a man, named Magneto Eric Lancher. Really? Nian's eyes dimmed. Professor X Charles is a top-level warrior who is equivalent to half a god in this parallel world with mutants. His telepathy and mental control ability also give him experience and knowledge that no one can match. Even Professor X Charles does not know the existence of Lorna, which means that Lorna may have never been to the current mutant world. Nian was naturally frustrated. In this case, this world he came to is meaningless to him. Nian was about to take back the truth lasso and leave, but unexpectedly, Professor X Charles paused and continued. By the way, the green-haired woman who can control metal, I have actually seen one. No, I have seen her in another person's memory. Whose memory? Nian was shocked and asked in a deep voice. Charles's eyes were filled with golden light, and he said, his name is James Logan, and some people call him Wolverine. Where is he? I don't know. 10 years ago, he disappeared from this world and no one has seen him again. Nian was not disappointed. It would be easy if there were clues. What he feared most was that he would come to a world without any clues, which would be the most frustrating and powerless. Bang! Hank, who had transformed into a beast, smashed the wooden door of the second-floor office with force. Because of excessive force, he threw the door and himself into the office. Scott with radiation eyes also rushed into the room after him. But the scene in the office made Hank the Beast and Scott with radiation eyes stunned. It can be seen. In the office, Professor X Charles sat in his wheelchair, and the black-haired young man sat on the sofa chair opposite. If they hadn't barged in unreasonably, the room should have been a peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 530. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became awkward. Beast Hank lay on the floor hugging the wooden door, and Scott with radiation eyes who rushed in also froze. Professor, nothing happened here, Beast Hank asked with his eyes wide. No, Charles shook his head. Nian picked up the cup and took a sip of hot coffee. No matter what happened, the place was so peaceful and harmonious that it was like an academic seminar. This isn't right. Beast Hank was embarrassed for a moment. He was clearly stunned by the overflowing mental power just now. Hank stood up from the ground and looked directly at Professor X, wanting to say, Professor, just blink if you are kidnapped. Professor. All right. Hank the Beast and Scott the Radiant Eyes looked at each other. Forget it, it's time for me to leave, so as not to disturb the normal teaching of your college. At this time, Nian put down the coffee cup in his hand and stood up to say goodbye. Charles did not hold back, but still said, Mr. Nian, if you have time, you can come to the college to sit more often. I guess I'm not available anymore. Nian waved his hand and left through the broken door of the office without looking back, leaving behind Professor X Charles, Beast Hank, and Radiant Eye Scott in the office. Hank and Scott felt a little embarrassed thinking they had ruined the conversation. Charles watched Nian's leaving figure with complicated expressions in his eyes. This trial and confrontation was obviously his complete defeat. Not only did he fail to detect any information on the other party, but he also allowed the other party to obtain enough information from him. This is the first time in Charles's life. In his opinion, there are more secrets in the other party. But what makes Charles feel lucky is that the other party's behavior should not be a bad person. Otherwise, he would not let himself go so easily. Leave the second-floor office. Nian, who was going downstairs, happened to meet the red-haired woman going upstairs at the corner of the stairs on the second floor. Nian's eyes couldn't help but fall on the woman's face. You must be the guest meeting the professor, right? The red-haired woman took the initiative to greet him and smiled politely at him. Well, my name is Nian. Young nodded, without moving his eyes away from the woman's face. Although the other party is indeed very beautiful, her natural red hair does not look like dyed hair, her smooth white skin shows the redness of a mature girl, her nose is high and her lips are red, and her deep and charming eyes are soul-catching. Coupled with a slender waist, long legs, big breasts and beautiful buttocks, as well as the elegant temperament of intellectual Tao Ji, this is a very top-notch beauty. But if the other party is just a beauty, it will be difficult to attract Nian's attention. After all, the most important thing in the Destiny Alliance is beauty. What worried Nian was that the other person's appearance seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. The red-haired woman handed over her slender white right palm. Mr. Nian, hello, my name is Qin Gray, you can also call me Phoenix. Nian was stunned for a moment, and held each other lightly. He knew why the other party looked so familiar. It's actually Qin. The other party does look similar to the second mate Xiao Qin. If Xiao Qin grows up and matures, and the pure gold hair color turns red. I met another similar person from a parallel universe. Nian sighed secretly. Mr. Nian, is your conversation with the professor over? The mature Qin of the parallel mutant universe, also known as Phoenix, asked. Yes, I'm leaving now, Nian nodded. Where are you going? Phoenix blinked. I know, there is a very delicious restaurant here, if you haven't made a reservation for dinner today. I still have things to do. Nian declined, and looked at the other party in embarrassment. Can you get out of the way? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I definitely didn't mean it. It doesn't matter. Nian smiled lightly, walked around Feng Huang's body, and continued to leave. Feng Huang covered his flushed face with both hands and stared straight at Nian as he left, his heart beating faster than ever before. This is too embarrassing, showing such an unreserved side. Phoenix didn't know what was wrong with him. As if he couldn't control his abilities, his body couldn't help but press against it. It wasn't until it was attached that I realized that I was completely overenthusiastic. This gives people a very bad first impression. Phoenix's heart was beating wildly, and he was panicked by his previous performance. What made him even more embarrassed was that the other party was obviously leaving here. If I miss this time, can we meet again in the future? At least, you will definitely regret not having a real understanding today, right? Thinking of this, Feng Huang subconsciously ran down the stairs, trying to catch up with Nian who was walking out of the teaching building. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor was like the beating of a heart. But when Phoenix trotted out of the teaching building in anticipation and nervousness, the college outside had long been shrouded in the dusk glow. Where was the black-haired young man? Phoenix, who was wearing a floral dress, was also shrouded in the glow, and stood there in a daze for a long time. Nian returned to the devouring space. He was destined to be just a passerby in this parallel mutant universe. Once he found the location or clues about Lorna, he would take the devouring space to travel through the multiverse again and leave this world. Therefore, there is no need to have anything to do with the people in this world. This should be the best way to deal with it. Next, it is to find the key figure in the outside world, Wolverine. Nian thought to himself that as long as the other party was in the outside universe, the Destiny Alliance would definitely be able to find the other party. At this time, on the second floor of the teaching building, in the office. "This is not right," Professor X Charles suddenly spoke. "Professor, what's wrong?" Hank looked at him in confusion. Charles frowned. If the existence that made him have an ominous premonition was not Nian just now, then who was it? Charles quickly said, "Quick, take me to the X-Men base, I want to use the consciousness enhancer again." At the same time. Parallel mutant world, near the Egyptian pyramids, Cairo City. Under the night, the dusty slum area. A tall being wearing a tattered cloak to cover the dust walked into a local house with an open door, and his eyes fell on the old-fashioned TV with a lit screen. "Who are you?" The local woman in the house looked at the tall being in horror. Under the cloak, there was a strange blue man's face. The strange man ignored her, but stretched out his blue palm to the TV and pressed it on the top of the TV. The screen of the TV immediately turned white, as if the signal was abruptly cut off. Chapter 531. Yuan Devouring Space, Destiny Alliance. In the huge and magnificent conference room of the headquarters, under the sacred and eternal light, 11 members sat in the round table hall with 12 stone chairs. This is what happened. Nian recounted the intelligence information previously obtained from the outside world. "In the Academy for Gifted Youngsters, I met with the mutant named Professor X and got specific information about this mutant world from him. Confirmed, the mutant population is indeed derived from innate genetic mutations of human descendants, rather than artificial creations obtained from chemical experiments like in the Black Robe world. Furthermore, Professor." "Excuse me," Shockwave Female Sky raised her right hand and spoke seriously. "If the mutants in the outside world are all derived from innate genetic mutations, does that mean that in the outside world long ago, there are a large number of mutants, but they have not been discovered because they are hidden in society?" "Indeed," Nian nodded. "Professor, special groups like mutants. I will use this as a premise to extend another idea." Mara's beautiful eyes revealed a thoughtful look. "If mutants were born thousands of years ago, are there special mutants with immortality who have survived to this day? And quietly peek into or control the outside world?" The members of the Destiny Alliance on the field nodded in agreement. "This is not so much a construct as it is a low-probability fact that can be inferred. This possibility cannot be ruled out." Nian narrowed his eyes and put his hands on the table. "However, this has nothing to do with us, our goal is just to find everything related to Lorna, as long as it does not affect our actions, there is no need to pay attention to external events. As long as it's not too extreme." Nian feels that even if the outside world is a world ruled by villains, he will not care too much. As a passerby of diversity, there is no need to intervene and change the original balance and peace of a world. Speaking of this, Nian pondered, "Of course. If I didn't have the special ability of psychic immunity, I wouldn't have gained an absolute advantage over Professor X so easily. 1/3 of our members present should not be able to defeat X Professor. So, the risk factor in the mutant world outside is more than one level higher than that in the black-robed world, so we still have to be cautious enough." Nian ignored the expectant looks of some members and directly made follow-up arrangements. "Exposed to the outside world, it is extremely easy to be known by beings with psychic or mutant detection capabilities. You should stay in the devouring space, and I will go outside to find the person named the whereabouts of Wolverine. As long as members of the Destiny Alliance stay in the devouring space, they will not be known to anyone in the mutant world. They have become the most secret and powerful trump card. Okay, please be safe." When Gwen, Kara and other members of the Destiny Alliance heard this, they suddenly lost interest. They also wanted to go shopping in a whole new world outside. Wonder Woman Diana looked at Nian, her beautiful eyes shimmering, and she asked softly, "To find a missing person outside who even the strongest telepathic person doesn't know whereabouts, which one of us do you need the temporary ability of?" Many members of the Destiny Alliance once again showed signs of anticipation. "Wait, what's there to expect? Among them, Zatanna, who had just joined the Destiny Alliance, secretly spat and looked away with red cheeks. Of course, if Nian wants it, she must also provide the ability medium. This is one of the default internal rules since joining the Destiny Alliance. Alice. Nian spoke directly and determined Alice's abilities. When it comes to finding people and obtaining data and information, which one is better? As long as there is a smart network in the world, you can basically choose Alice without any thought. Although, the parallel world outside is a bit old, and smart networks have not spread all over the world. But Alice is still the first choice for finding people in the era of technological civilization. Nian hesitated, then pointed his finger at the second person among the crowd. Plus, you're. The light flashed. By the time Nian returned from the devouring space to the parallel New York in the mutant world outside, the sun had completely disappeared, and what was above the dome was a vast night sky that was very similar to his own main world. Nian stood on the top of a church tower not far from the Academy for Gifted Youngsters, with his bright silver hair swaying in the night wind, and his light red jewel-like eyes looking down at the New York of the old era. Let's get started. Nian had a thought in his mind. In an instant. His thought spread out like static electricity and began to take over surrounding electronic equipment, and quickly extended back to take over satellites, supercomputers, and smart networks in various regions. In this era without artificial intelligence and emerging intelligent networks, any level of security firewall is useless to him. Nian began to search for information related to Lorna or Wolverine. At the same time. Academy for Gifted Youngsters, basement, deep inside the X-Men base. Hank was helping Professor X Charles push his wheelchair, and Phoenix Jean and Radiation Eye Scott followed him in. Charles suddenly said, "You two are my most proud students, you saw him just now, tell me what you think of him." Mr. Nian, who just met the professor. Scott thought for a moment and said. "He looks like a good person, he should be easy to get along with, but he's a little young, could he be a senior who used to study at school?" Beast Hank and Professor X Charles were speechless for a moment. Professor X also knew that his student was not stupid, but too young, and his mentality was still in the student stage of adolescence. "Jean, what about you?" Professor X didn't expect Scott to have any opinions. He mainly asked Jean, who followed him in. Jean was the only person in the world that he couldn't read minds. Jean, the most proud student, remained silent. So Professor X could only urge again, "Although your mind reading and telepathy are not stable enough, they are better than mine, what do you think of him?" Under the gaze of Hank, who turned back and Scott beside him, Phoenix hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed her chest and bit her lower lip to respond, I like him." "Huh? What?" In the basement corridor. Beast Hank, Radiation Eye Scott, and Professor X Charles, 3 men of different ages, were struck by lightning. Chapter 532. How is it possible? You only met him once, not even once. You just met him once, how could you fall in love with him so quickly? Radiant-eyed Scott jumped up on the spot as if someone had stepped on him, and said hurriedly. Maybe this is what the book calls love at first sight. Feng Huang, who has always been intellectually mature, showed a slight smile, no different from any other young girl who was wise and young. 1. Love at first sight. Scott with radiation eyes was completely dumbfounded, his brain was buzzing and he lost the ability to think. Of course, Beast Hank knew that this boy Scott had been secretly in love with Jean. Of course, Jean is both beautiful and intellectual, and she is the face of the school for gifted boys. There are many students like Scott who like Jean. But after tonight, a lot of boys in the school are probably going to be heartbroken and their defenses broken. A goddess can also fall in love with others at first sight. Jean, are you sure you like him? Professor X, Charles, was also a little confused. This answer was completely beyond his expectation. Yeah, I'm sure. Phoenix covered his chest and said softly, after seeing him, my heart has not calmed down yet, I really want to see him again. Scott was completely petrified, motionless like a sculpture. Charles was silent for a moment and sighed softly, I know that one should not stop a person's feelings, but that person. I know he's special. Phoenix smiled slightly, but there is no way, even I can't stop my feelings, just like I haven't been able to fully control my abilities since I was a child. You are an adult, you can make up your own mind. Professor X Charles could only respond in this way. He didn't regret it just now, but now he regrets that he let that person come to the Academy for Gifted Youngsters. After all, no amount of intelligence information can compare to Phoenix Jean's heart. Deep inside the X-Men's basement base. Professor, stay behind. Soon. Professor X Charles closed his eyes, his face changed slightly, and he explored a town in Germany. He heard it clearly. A male roar that comes from the heart of anger and hatred. He saw it. A very large steel factory covering an extremely large area was lifted directly, and countless metal creations rose into the sky like quicksand in storms. Eric? Professor X Charles muttered to himself. That seemed to be his old friend who was inconsistent with his beliefs and had been missing for 10 years. Magneto Eric Lenshare. But the other party is obviously stronger than before, several times stronger. Magneto Eric, who was far away in Berlin, Germany, heard the call from his old friend in his brain, and immediately sneered, "Charles, you are really everywhere." "Eric, what happened? We can sit down and have a good chat." "There's no need for that." Magneto chuckled. "My daughter is dead and was shot by ordinary people. There is no need for ordinary humans in this world to exist." "Your daughter, how could?" "Professor. There are others, other mutants." Professor X suddenly realized that there were 3 other mutants who were with Magneto. One of the mutants gave him a creepy feeling. This is it, the ominous factor that has made him feel very uneasy recently. At the same time as Professor X Charles confirmed. A blue-skinned palm rested on Magneto's shoulder. At this moment, a cold and ruthless voice sounded directly from Professor. "Who are you?" "I am the first mutant born in this world, and the only god in the old era. Of course, I will also be the god of the new world that is about to usher. My name is Tianqi, the god of all living beings." The cold and loud voice echoed in the brain, and Professor X couldn't even block it and cut it off. His consciousness is being invaded and controlled by the other party. It just so happens that your ability can help me directly destroy the old world. As Apocalypse's words fell, Professor. No, no. The soldiers and staff at the secret nuclear bases of various major powers were also a little confused at this time, looking at the nuclear warheads that had begun to launch on the central control screen. The peaceful world ushered in the end of the world at this moment. Nuclear bombs from various countries were launched straight into the sky under mental control. In space, they all independently turned around and headed towards the blue planet below. Destroy the consciousness enhancer quickly, it's too late. Professor X's face turned pale and he screamed in fear. Scott wanted to take off his glasses immediately, but at this moment, a red hand suddenly rested on Professor X's shoulder. "You want to destroy this world, at least wait until I find someone." A plain voice suddenly inserted itself between Professor X's and Apocalypse's consciousness, forcibly intervening in the diversion of many nuclear bombs in space. "Who is it?" "Berlin, Germany." The blue-skinned mutant with a blue palm on Magneto's shoulder showed a trace of surprise in his dark and deep eyes. Although he didn't know who it was, the other party's consciousness was definitely not weaker than his. At this time. In the basement. Beast Hank opened his eyes in shock, and his beautiful phoenix eyes clearly reflected the front. A red palm was resting on Professor X's shoulder. The red palm was an infinitely transparent nothingness, or it was just a 3-dimensional projection formed by a light beam. It was vaguely visible. The 3-dimensional projection image of the owner of the red palm was a silver-haired young man with a blurred face. This is naturally Nian. To be more precise, it is Nian in the Red Master mode. Red Master mode. It is a fusion ability that combines the vision ability of Alice, the supervisor, with the scarlet magic of Wanda, the maid. Although it is only a 2-in-1 mode, both Alice and Wanda are undoubtedly at the top and extreme of their respective fields. This is also a perfect fusion of magic and technology, magic and machinery. Chapter 533. Gifted Youth Academy, deep in the underground base. The red shadow of the silver-haired young man loomed, without substance, as if cast by the indoor lights. He appeared out of thin air at the underground base without any warning, and with his right hand on Professor X's shoulder connected to the consciousness enhancer, the originally extremely urgent emergency situation suddenly ushered in a reversal. "You are." Beast Hank and Radiation Eye Scott, the two of them were surprised to look at the non-substantial young man standing in the air, and felt that he was a little familiar. This feeling. Only Phoenix's heart beat suddenly, and her beautiful eyes appeared with a strange light, looking at the existence like an artificial intelligence projection. It's him. In the X-Men base. The red right hand of the red main mode Nian was on the shoulder of Professor X Charles. It was exactly the same as the first mutant Apocalypse who put his blue palm on the shoulder of Magneto Eric in Berlin, Germany, across the sea. The two were like facing each other in the air, wrestling with each other with amazing thoughts, determining the survival of the current mutant Earth, and also determining where the future of the era should lead to. Berlin, Germany. Who are you? Tianqi's eyes flashed with coldness, and he couldn't help but growl. At this moment, the powerful will was directly transmitted to Professor X's brain through Magneto Eric as an intermediary, trying to regain control of Professor X's consciousness. I am your father. No, I don't have a son like you. Want to catch the author's trace as soon as possible? Come to the Tgthegood reading review area. Talented Youth Academy, deep in the underground base. The red shadow of the silver-haired young man was looming, without substance, as if it was condensed and cast by the lights in the room. He appeared out of thin air at the underground base here without any signs. With his right hand on Professor X's shoulder connected to the consciousness enhancer, the extremely urgent emergency situation suddenly ushered in a reversal. You are Beast Hank and Radiation Eye Scott. Both of them were looking at the non-physical shadow of the young man standing in the air in shock, and they felt that he looked a little familiar. Only Phoenix's heart beat suddenly, and her beautiful eyes showed a strange light, looking at the existence that looked like an artificial intelligence projection. Red main mode. Nian's red right hand was on the shoulder of Professor X Charles. It was exactly the same as the first mutant Apocalypse who put his blue palm on the shoulder of Magneto Eric in Berlin, Germany across the sea. The two were like facing each other in the air, wrestling with each other with amazing thoughts, deciding the survival of the current mutant Earth, and also deciding where the future of the era should lead to. Who are you? Apocalypse's eyes suddenly shone with cold light, and he couldn't help but roared. The powerful thought was directly transmitted to Professor X's brain through Magneto Eric as an intermediary, trying to regain control of Professor X's consciousness. I am your father. No, I don't have a son like you. Talented Youth Academy, deep in the underground base. The red shadow of the silver-haired young man was looming, without entity, as if condensed and cast by the lights in the room. He appeared out of thin air at the underground base here without any signs. With his right hand on Professor X's shoulder connected to the consciousness enhancer, the originally extremely urgent emergency situation suddenly ushered in a reversal. Beast Hank and Radiation Eye Scott, the two of them were shocked to look at the non-entity of the young man standing in the air, and they only felt that they were a little familiar. Only Phoenix's heart beat suddenly, and her beautiful eyes emerged with a strange light, looking at the existence like an artificial intelligence projection. Red main mode. Nian's red right hand was on Professor X Charles's shoulder. It is exactly the same as the first mutant Apocalypse who put his blue palm on the shoulder of Magneto Eric in Berlin, Germany, across the sea. The two are like facing each other in the air, wrestling with each other with amazing thoughts, determining the survival of the current mutant Earth, and also determining where the future of the era should lead to. The powerful thoughts were directly transmitted to Professor X's brain through Magneto Eric as an intermediary, trying to regain control of Professor X's consciousness. The red shadow of the silver-haired young man is looming, without entity, as if it was condensed and cast by the lights in the room. He appeared out of thin air at the underground base here without any signs. With his right hand on the shoulder of Professor X connected to the consciousness enhancer, the extremely urgent emergency situation suddenly ushered in a reversal. Beast Hank and Radiation Eye Scott were both looking at the non-physical shadow of a young man standing in the air in shock, and they felt that he looked a little familiar. Only Phoenix's heart beat suddenly, and her beautiful eyes glowed as she looked at the existence that looked like an artificial intelligence projection. Red Master Mode. Nian's red right hand rested on Professor X's Charles's shoulder. Beast Hank and Radiation Eye Scott were both looking at the non-physical shadow of a young man standing in the air, and they felt that he looked a little familiar. Only Phoenix's heart skipped a beat, and her beautiful eyes glowed as she looked at the existence that looked like an artificial intelligence projection. The red right hand of Nian in the red main mode is placed on the shoulder of Professor X Charles. It is exactly the same as the first mutant Tianchi who placed his blue palm on the shoulder of Magneto Eric in Berlin, Germany across the sea. Tianchi's eyes burst into cold light, and he couldn't help but roared. The red shadow of the silver-haired young man is looming, without substance, as if condensed and cast by the lights in the room. He appeared out of thin air at the underground base without any warning. With his right hand on Professor X's shoulder connected to the consciousness enhancer, the originally extremely urgent emergency situation suddenly ushered in a reversal. Beast Hank and Radiation Eye Scott, the two of them were surprised to look at the non-physical shadow of the young man standing in the air, and they only felt that he was a little familiar. It was exactly the same as the first mutant Tianchi who put his blue palm on the shoulder of Magneto Eric in Berlin, Germany across the sea. Apocalypse's eyes burst into cold light, and he couldn't help but roared. At this moment. I am your father. No, I don't have a son as talented as you. In the Youth Academy, deep in the underground base. Who are you? The powerful will, with Magneto Eric as the intermediary, was directly transmitted to Professor X's brain, trying to regain control of Professor X's consciousness. You are. Just like the first mutant Apocalypse who put his blue hand on the shoulder of Magneto Eric in Berlin, Germany, across the sea. The two seemed to be facing each other in the air, wrestling with each other with amazing thoughts, determining the survival of the current mutant Earth, and also determining where the future of the era should lead to. Apocalypse's eyes suddenly became cold, and he couldn't help but roared. I am your father. No, I don't have a son like you. Chapter 534. Tell that man that if he wants to save the other party, then come to me. Apocalypse glanced at Beast Hank, Phoenix and others, and then his eyes fell back on Professor X Charles. Professor X Charles's lips moved, and he wanted to say that he really didn't know the one who had just made the move. Do it. Radiant Eye Scott finally couldn't help it, and reached out to take off the glasses he had been wearing. Scott, don't. Phoenix exclaimed, but it was too late to stop him. The moment Scott took off his special glasses, 2 radiation lasers suddenly burst out of his eyes, shooting towards Apocalypse not far ahead. The new world is coming, kids, goodbye. Facing the terrifying radiation laser attack, Apocalypse calmly uttered a sentence, turned around, and the purple light enveloped himself, the 4 horsemen, and Professor X Charles, and disappeared in the basement of the X-Men. And the radiation laser continued to miss and hit the energy center of the base. Boom! With the huge explosion, the blazing fire exploded outward from the basement, wreaking havoc on everything. The academy teaching building above the ground was naturally within the range of the explosion. At this moment, a silver-haired non-mainstream man holding a business card and wearing goggles happened to come to the door of the Talented Youth Academy. Pietro suddenly felt that it was time for his performance. Found it. Red Master Mode Xinyan's pale red eyes lit up. He raised his index finger, and the tip of his finger quickly rotated to draw a circle, and a Mars portal suddenly appeared in the sky next to the tower. Xinyan took a step forward and walked into the Mars portal. On the other side of the Mars portal was an underground military base, the bottom of the military base, a confidential security area with a very high security factor. Strangely, there was no one guarding here. The air in the underground base was filled with a bloodthirsty and murderous atmosphere, as if some kind of beast was kept in captivity. Xinyan looked forward and fell on a tightly closed thickened iron door. The iron door kept shaking, as if the beasts kept inside were constantly hitting the door, making waves of restless and terrifying noises. Xinyan walked forward without any fear or hesitation and opened the gate of the iron door upwards. At this time, in the monitoring room of the underground secret military base, an American soldier was sitting lazily on a chair. This base is specially used to detain and study mutants, so the security factor goes without saying. For 10 years, no one has ever broken in. But when the American soldier inadvertently glanced at the monitoring screen, suddenly all the muscles in his body trembled, and he jumped up directly from the chair. God, how did he get in? The American soldier looked at one of the monitoring screens in disbelief, and the mysterious silver-haired young man who appeared at some point showed an expression of seeing a ghost. And when he saw the silver-haired young man in the monitoring screen, he reached out to open the iron door at the deepest part of the base. The American soldier took a breath and felt his scalp tingling. Hey, who is locked in that door? Is there anyone? Stop him quickly, someone wants to open the cage that must not be opened. The American soldier quickly pressed the alarm button in horror, but the alarm button did not respond at all, as if it was scrapped. The automatic security system did not issue any warning in the face of the silver-haired young man's intrusion. So, the American soldiers in the monitoring room could only watch as the silver-haired young man on the other side of the screen opened the thick iron door. He's dead, he's dead. We're going to die too. Deep in the military base. The moment the gate opened, it was like a wolf escaping from a trap, and the thick iron door was knocked open by a powerful brute force. A man with an instrument on his head rushed out, like a ferocious and ruthless human wolf. Driven by instinctive hunting. He swung his fists, and 3 sharp claws extended from the ends of his fists, like 3 metal blades that could tear everything apart. Swish! The air was torn apart, and 6 special metal blade-like claws hit the body of the silver-haired young man. But the penetration and tearing that the American soldiers expected did not happen. The special metal blade-like claws fell on Xinyan's chest, easily piercing through his shirt, but all of them were isolated from the skin with intact chest muscles, unable to break the skin inside. Are the claws made of metal similar to vibranium? Interesting. Xinyan looked down at the 6 claws flashing with cold light, and suddenly remembered Leopard Barbara, who had also made vibranium claw weapons before. However, unlike Leopard Barbara, the man's body has been fused with vibranium-like metal to form a whole. Unable to break the defense. This scene made the wolf claw man who hunted instinctively also sluggish for a moment. You are Wolverine, right? Let's talk. Xinyan smiled friendlily, raised his hands, and grabbed the other's wrists. Woo-woo. The wolf claw man gritted his teeth and growled, but no matter how he struggled with the beast's brute force far beyond ordinary people, he could not break free of the young man's hands. Come, let's sit down and talk in your room. Xinyan enthusiastically pulled the wolf claw man, and took the other party who was struggling and growling, back to the cage just now. In the monitoring room. The American soldier who watched this bizarre scene was completely stunned. Who is that guy? The only one who can subdue a monster is a monster among monsters, right? At the last moment when he pulled the wolf claw man back to the cage, the harmless and friendly young man raised his head and glanced at the camera in the corner outside intentionally or unintentionally. That glance seemed to be looking directly at himself through the camera. The American soldier was so scared that he immediately collapsed on the ground, and his pants were wet. Inside the cage. Nian looked at the small dark room made entirely of special metal, with no windows and only an iron bed, and shook his head. This really keeps people like beasts. The wolf claw man pulled by Nian was still struggling frantically, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake a finger of Nian. Alice's vision power was only one level lower than that of Krypton Superman. It was undoubtedly an insurmountable barrier to the brute force of the beast. And Nian's current physical defense is naturally needless to say. Even if this world is destroyed, he will not die. The body of steel and vibranium, plus the dual immunity of energy and mind, this is no joke. So, maybe the man's metal wolf claws can destroy everything in this world, but it can't leave even a trace of scar on Nian's body. The magnitude of each other is too different. Have you been brainwashed? A flash of red light flashed in Nian's eyes in the Red Master mode, staring at the man who had lost his humanity like a beast. He suddenly loosened his right hand, raised it up, and knocked his fingers on the top of the other's head as fast as thunder. This knock. The equipment on the wolf claw man's head suddenly exploded, and a wisp of red static electricity went down into the other's brain. Under Nian's gaze. The wolf claw man stopped struggling, and his bloodthirsty and ruthless eyes showed the emotional ripples of being a human being. Chapter 535. Not only did the beast-like bloodthirsty eyes regain their emotional ripples, but the fierce evil aura on his body also quickly calmed down. The wolf-clawed man raised his eyes blankly and looked at the silver-haired young man beside him. How does it feel? Nian smiled lightly. At that moment, he destroyed the brainwashing equipment on the other party and stimulated the other party's brain memory with a ray of static electricity. Who are you? The wolf-clawed man asked hoarsely. My name is Nian, but who I am is not important. What is important is that I know you are Wolverine. Nian's pale red eyes stared at him. I have something to ask you. Wait a minute, where is this? Wolverine looked around blankly, looking at the scene in the underground cage. When he lowered his head and saw his metal claws, his eyes quickly revealed a look of understanding. By the way, this is a military research base. According to the original timeline, I was captured by Colonel Stryker, the body was injected with Elman metal, and I spent nearly 10 years here. My name is indeed Wolverine, Wolverine James Logan. A glimmer of light flashed in Wolverine's eyes, and his humanity and consciousness had been completely restored. Wolverine took back the 6 blade-like metal claws in his hand, and the skin on the end of his fist healed at an extremely fast speed. He looked at Nian again and thanked, you saved me, thank you. Nian shook his head, no need to thank you, I came to you because I want to get an answer to a question from you. That question for you. Want to capture the author's traces as soon as possible? Come and get started. Click on the reading comment area. Not only did the beast-like bloodthirsty eyes regain their emotional ripples, but the fierce evil aura on his body also quickly calmed down. The wolf-clawed man raised his eyes blankly and looked at the silver-haired young man aside. A glimmer of light flashed in Wolverine's eyes, and he had completely restored his humanity and sanity. Wolverine took back the 6 blade-like metal claws in his hand. The skin on the end of his fist healed at an extremely fast speed. He looked at Nian again and thanked him, you saved me, thank you. That question not only caused emotional ripples in your bloodthirsty eyes like a beast, but also quickly calmed down the fierce evil aura in your body. The man with the wolf claws raised his eyes blankly and looked at the silver-haired young man beside him. That question not only restored emotional ripples in your beast-like bloodthirsty eyes, but also quickly calmed down the fierce evil aura in your body. The wolf-clawed man raised his eyes blankly and looked at the silver-haired young man aside. Nian smiled calmly. At that moment, he destroyed the brainwashing equipment on the other party and stimulated the other party's brain memory with a ray of static electricity. Nian smiled calmly. At that moment, he destroyed the brainwashing device on the other party and stimulated the other party's brain memory with a wisp of telekinetic static electricity. The wolf claw man asked hoarsely. My name is Nian, but who I am is not important, what's important is that I know you are Wolverine. Wait, where is this? When he looked down and saw his metal claws, his eyes quickly revealed a look of enlightenment. By the way, this is a military research base. According to the original timeline, I was captured by Colonel Stryker and my body was injected with Elman metal. I spent nearly 10 years here. Wolverine's eyes flickered, and he had completely recovered his humanity and consciousness. Wolverine took back the 6 blade-like metal claws, and the skin on the end of his fist healed at a very fast speed. He looked at Nian again and thanked him. "You saved me, thank you." Nian shook his head. "No need to thank me, I came to you to get the answer to a question from you." That question not only restored the emotional ripples in your beast-like bloodthirsty eyes, but also quickly calmed down the raging evil spirit on his body. The wolf claw man looked up blankly at the silver-haired young man beside him. "How do you feel?" Nian smiled indifferently. At that moment, he destroyed the brainwashing equipment on the other party and stimulated the other party's brain memory with a wisp of telekinetic static electricity. "My name is Nian, but who I am is not important, what's important is that I know you are Wolverine." Nian's pale red eyes stared at him. "I have something to ask you, wait, where is this?" Wolverine looked around blankly, looking at the scene in the underground cage. When he looked down and saw his metal claws, his eyes quickly revealed a look of enlightenment. "Oh, right. This is a military research base. According to the original timeline, I was captured by Colonel Stryker and injected with Elman metal. I spent nearly 10 years here. My name is indeed Wolverine, Wolverine James Logan." Wolverine's eyes flickered. And he had completely recovered his humanity and consciousness. Wolverine took back the 6 blade-like metal claws in his hand, and the skin on the end of his fist healed at a very fast speed. He looked at Nian again and thanked him. "You saved me, thank you." Nian shook his head. "No need to thank me. I came to you to get the answer to a question from you. That question is for you." Chapter 536. You. Colonel Stryker has been on the battlefield and seen countless dead people, and has already developed a heart of steel. But facing the current scene, he felt like he was falling into an ice cave. The 2 people who walked out from the depths of the base, one of them a man with black hair and a beard wearing a yellow vest and torn jeans, was the Wolverine who had been imprisoned and experimented here for 10 years. At this time, the opponent's eyes were indifferent, and his hands clenched into fists shot out Elman's metal claws stained with blood. What surprised Colonel Stryker even more was that the vicious Wolverine was standing next to the second person, the mysterious silver-haired young man, and was following him. In the back compartment of the vehicle where the person was detained. "It's him." Beast Hank recognized Wolverine Logan, his comrade he had fought alongside. Feng Wang on the side looked out the window, the black light in his eyes faded and returned to the previous brightness. "It's him." What she recognized was the silver-haired young man next to Wolverine. "Kill them quickly," Colonel Stryker shouted with a vibrato without hesitation. At the command, the soldiers at the base raised various armed guns. Nian looked calm and turned a blind eye to this. Ever since he obtained his first permanent ability, the Body of Steel, a long time ago, thermal weapons have no deterrent effect on him, let alone thermal weapons that are still in the ordinary technological stage of the old era. Tread. A strong wind blew next to Nian, and Wolverine faced everyone. Want to capture the author's traces as soon as possible? Come start and click on the reading comment area. Feng Wang on the side looked out the window, the black light in his eyes faded away, returning to the previous brightness. "It's him." A strong wind blew next to Nian, and Wolverine faced the crowd of you. The one she recognized was the silver-haired young man next to Wolverine. Kill them, kill them." Colonel Stryker shouted without hesitation with a trembling voice. At the command, the troops at the base raised various armed guns. Nian's face was calm and he turned a blind eye to it. Since he got his first permanent ability, the Iron Body, a long time ago, thermal weapons have no deterrent effect on him, not to mention thermal weapons that are at the ordinary technological stage of the old era. Step. A strong wind blew next to Nian, and Wolverine faced the crowd. You. Colonel Stryker had been on the battlefield, seen countless dead people, and had already trained a heart of steel. The 2 people who walked out from the depths of the base, one of them was a black-haired bearded man wearing a yellow vest and torn jeans. Wasn't he the Wolverine who had been imprisoned and experimented here for 10 years? At this time, the other party's eyes were cold, and his hands were clenched into fists, each bursting out with bloody Elman metal claws. What made Colonel Stryker even more suspicious was that the murderous Wolverine was standing next to the second person, the mysterious silver-haired young man, and following him. In the back compartment of the detention vehicle, Beast Hank recognized his comrade-in-arms Wolverine Logan, who had fought side by side with him. Phoenix looked out the window, the black light in her eyes faded, and returned to the previous brightness. "It's him." She recognized the silver-haired young man next to Wolverine. "Kill them," Colonel Stryker shouted without hesitation with a tremor in his voice. At the command, the soldiers at the base raised all kinds of armed guns. Nian had a calm face and turned a blind eye to it. Since he got his first permanent ability, the Iron Body, A long time ago, thermal weapons have no deterrent effect on him, not to mention thermal weapons that are at the ordinary technological stage of the old era. Step. A strong wind blew beside Nian, and Wolverine faced the crowd. You. Colonel Stryker had been on the battlefield and seen countless dead people, and he had already trained a heart of steel. But facing the current scene, he felt like he was falling into an ice cave. The two people who walked out from the depths of the base, one of them was a black-haired and bearded man wearing a yellow vest and torn jeans. Wasn't he the Wolverine who had been in prison and experimented here for 10 years? At this time, the other party's eyes were indifferent, and his hands clenched into fists burst out with blood-stained elmen metal claws. What made Colonel Stryker even more suspicious was that the murderous Wolverine was standing next to the second person, the mysterious silver-haired young man, and following him. Beast Hank recognized his comrade in arms, Wolverine Logan, who had fought side by side with him. Phoenix, who was standing by, looked out the window, the black light in her eyes faded, and returned to its previous brightness. It's him. Quick, kill them. Colonel Stryker shouted without hesitation with a tremor in his voice. Nian had a calm face and turned a blind eye to it. Since he got his first permanent ability, the Iron Man, a long time ago, thermal weapons have no deterrent effect on him, not to mention thermal weapons that are at the ordinary technological stage of the old era. Trample. A strong wind blew beside Nian, and Wolverine faced the crowd. You. Colonel Stryker had been on the battlefield, seen countless dead people, and had long trained a heart of steel. The two people who walked out from the depths of the base, one of them was a black-haired, bearded man wearing a yellow vest and torn jeans. Wasn't he the Wolverine who had been in prison and experimented here for 10 years? At this time, the other party's eyes were indifferent, and his hands clenched into fists, each bursting out with blood-stained elmen metal claws. Beast Hank recognized his comrade in arms, Wolverine Logan, who had fought side by side. Phoenix on the side looked out the window, the black light in her eyes faded, and returned to the previous brightness. It's him. Colonel Stryker shouted without hesitation, his voice trembling. At the command, the soldiers at the base raised their weapons. Ever since he got his first permanent ability, the Iron Body, long ago, thermal weapons have no deterrent power to him, not to mention thermal weapons that are at the ordinary technological stage of the old era. The two people who walked out from the depths of the base, one of them was a black-haired, bearded man wearing a yellow vest and torn jeans. Wasn't he the Wolverine who had been in prison and experimented here for 10 years? At this time, the other party's eyes were indifferent, and his hands clenched into fists burst out with bloody elmen metal claws. In the back compartment of the detention vehicle, Beast Hank recognized his comrade Wolverine Logan, who had fought side by side with him. At the command, the soldiers at the base raised all kinds of armed guns. Nian's face was calm, and he turned a blind eye to it. A strong wind blew next to Nian, and Wolverine faced the crowd. You. At this time, the other party's eyes were cold, and his hands clenched into fists, each bursting out with bloody elmen metal claws. Colonel Stryker shouted with a tremor in his voice without hesitation. At the order, the soldiers on the base site raised various armed guns. Since he got his first permanent ability, the Iron Man, long ago, thermal weapons have no deterrent effect on him, not to mention thermal weapons that are at the ordinary technological stage of the old era. A strong wind blew next to Nian, and Wolverine faced the crowd. Chapter 537. Mystique knows Wolverine. A man like him, who is between a beast and a human, has the concept of the weak and the strong embedded in his bones. At this time, he will look at the meaning of a young man. This at least means that the other person's strength has been recognized by Wolverine. Wolverine Logan looked at Nian and said hoarsely with rare sincerity, "The person you are looking for is not in this world, therefore, you should not be from this world." Not from this world. Everyone else at the scene was stunned. Especially Phoenix, who is currently in the mutant world, stared blankly at the silver-haired young man in front of him, with a glimmer of understanding emerging in his beautiful eyes. "So that's it. That's why you keep rejecting her invitations." Phoenix's heart was complicated, as if his chest was pressed by a stone, making it difficult to breathe. "No matter what happens in this world, even if it is destroyed, it should have nothing to do with you," Wolverine continued. "So, I want to know your attitude towards the upcoming battle. Are you on our side? Either side of Tianqi, or do nothing?" Nian smiled lightly. "I thought you would persuade me to stand on your side. I don't think I have that much face." Wolverine shrugged and said straightforwardly, "Whether you intervene in this war or not, no one in the world can change your decision." Nian approved in his heart. After Wolverine Logan wakes up, he doesn't look like a humanoid beast. Fall. Want to capture the author's traces as soon as possible? Come and start reading the comments section. No matter what happens in this world, even if it is destroyed, it should have nothing to do with you, Wolverine continued. So, I want to know your attitude towards the upcoming battle. Are you on our side? Either side of Jianqi, or do nothing. Mystique understands Wolverine. For a man like him who is somewhere between a beast and a human, the concept of the weak and the strong is deeply rooted in his bones. At this time, he will look at the meaning of a young man. This at least means that the other person's strength has been recognized by Wolverine. No matter what happens in this world, even if it is destroyed, it should have nothing to do with you, Wolverine continued. So, I want to know your attitude towards the upcoming battle. Will you stand on our side, or on the side of Apocalypse, or do nothing? Nian smiled indifferently. I thought you would persuade me to stand on your side. Wolverine shrugged and said bluntly, whether you intervene in this war, no one in this world should be able to change your decision. Nian praised in his heart. After waking up, this Wolverine Logan did not look like a human beast. Mystique understood Wolverine. A man like him who is between beasts and humans has the concept of the survival of the fittest deeply rooted in his bones. At this time, he would look at a young man's meaning, which at least means that the other party's strength has been recognized by Wolverine. Wolverine Logan looked at Nian and said hoarsely with rare sincerity, the person you are looking for is not in this world, so, you should not be from this world either. Especially the Phoenix in the mutant world, staring blankly at the silver-haired young man in front of her, a ray of enlightenment emerged in her beautiful eyes. So, is that why he has been rejecting her invitation? Phoenix's heart was complicated, as if a stone was pressing on her chest, and it was difficult to breathe. No matter what happens in this world, even if it is destroyed, it should have nothing to do with you, Wolverine continued. So, I want to know your attitude towards the upcoming battle. Are you on our side, or on the side of Apocalypse, or do nothing? Nian smiled indifferently. I thought you would persuade me to stand on your side. Wolverine shrugged and said very bluntly, whether you intervene in this war, no one in this world should be able to change your decision. Nian praised in his heart. For a man like him who is between beasts and humans, the idea of the survival of the fittest is deeply rooted in his bones. At this time, he would look at a young man, which at least means that the other party's strength has been recognized by Wolverine. Especially Phoenix in the mutant world, staring blankly at the silver-haired young man in front of her, a ray of enlightenment emerged in her beautiful eyes. So, why did he keep rejecting her invitation? Phoenix felt complicated, as if a stone was pressing on his chest, and it was difficult to breathe. No matter what happens in this world, even if it is destroyed, it should have nothing to do with you, Wolverine continued. So, I want to know your attitude towards the upcoming battle. Will you stand on our side, or on the side of Apocalypse, or do nothing? Mystique knew Wolverine. A man like him who was between beasts and humans had the idea of the law of the jungle deeply rooted in his bones. At this time, he would look at a young man's meaning, which at least meant that the other party's strength was recognized by Wolverine. For a man like him who is between a beast and a human, the idea of the survival of the fittest is deeply rooted in his bones. The fact that he would look at a young man at this time attentively means that the other party's strength has been recognized by Wolverine. Especially Phoenix in the mutant world, staring blankly at the silver-haired young man in front of her, with a ray of enlightenment in her beautiful eyes. So, is that why she has been rejecting her invitation? Phoenix felt complicated, as if a stone was pressing on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. After waking up, Wolverine Logan did not look like a human-like beast. For a man like him who was between beasts and humans, the idea of the survival of the fittest was deeply rooted in his bones. At this time, he looked at a young man, which at least meant that the other party's strength was recognized by Wolverine. So, did he keep rejecting her invitation? After waking up, this Wolverine Logan does not look like a human beast. Chapter 538. But it doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Apocalypse didn't care, waved his hand to the side, and lifted Professor X's body with his ability to manipulate objects. Apocalypse took Professor X and approached the new pyramid with his flying ability. A door opened in the middle of the new pyramid, through which there was an empty and magnificent main hall for worship. There were 2 stone platforms with similar distances in the main hall, like the sacrificial platforms in ancient times. Apocalypse placed Professor X's Charles on one of the stone platforms. I have gained countless abilities in 1,000 reincarnations, and now, I finally met you. That's right, Apocalypse, as the first mutant in this world, actually has only one ability. Absorb the abilities of other mutants so as to continuously optimize himself. As a god worshipped by ancient humans in the past era. With the scepter and power of the king and god, Apocalypse has absorbed countless mutants' abilities, including but not limited to, invulnerable body, instant transfer, self-healing, mind control, material conversion, energy control, flame explosion, stimulating mutant potential, immortality. Every time he wakes up, he will be stronger than the last time. After all, a single body represents one mutant group after another from the old era. I have absorbed your abilities, I will be omnipresent and omnipotent. So, it doesn't matter whether the one behind you participates in the war, Apocalypse said, and the sand formed handcuffs and leg cuffs on its own, holding Professor X. Want to catch the author's trace as soon as possible? Come to the reading comment area. There were 2 stone platforms close to each other in the main hall, like the sacrificial platforms in ancient times. Apocalypse placed Professor X Charles on one of the stone platforms. I have gained countless abilities in 1,000 reincarnations, and now, I finally met you. To absorb the abilities of other mutants, so as to continuously optimize himself. With the scepter and ability of the king and god, Apocalypse has absorbed countless abilities of mutants, including but not limited to, invulnerable body, instant transfer, self-healing, mind control. Material control, material conversion, energy control, flame explosion, stimulating mutant potential, immortality. Every time he wakes up, he will be stronger than the last time. After all, a single body represents one group of mutants from the old era after another. So, it doesn't matter whether the person behind you participates in the war or not, Apocalypse said, and the sand formed handcuffs and leg cuffs on its own, holding Professor X. But it doesn't matter whether he comes or not. A door opened in the middle of the new pyramid, and through the door, there was an empty and magnificent main hall for worship. There are 2 stone platforms with similar distances in the main hall, like the sacrificial platforms in ancient times. That's right, Apocalypse, as the first mutant in this world, actually has and only has one ability. So, it doesn't matter whether the one behind you participates in the war, Apocalypse said, and the sand formed handcuffs and leg cuffs on its own, and Professor X. But it doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Apocalypse didn't care, waved his hand to the side, and lifted Professor X's body Charles with his ability to manipulate objects. There are 2 stone platforms with close distances in the main hall, like the sacrificial platform in ancient times. Apocalypse placed Professor X Charles on one of the stone platforms. After thousands of reincarnations, I have gained countless abilities, and now, I finally met you. Every time he wakes up, he will be stronger than the last time. After all, a single body represents one mutant group after another from the old era. So, it doesn't matter whether the one behind you participates in the war, Apocalypse said, and the gravel formed handcuffs and leg cuffs on its own, and Professor X. But it doesn't matter whether he comes or not. There are 2 stone platforms in the main hall, which are close to each other, like the sacrificial platforms in ancient times. Apocalypse placed Professor X Charles on one of the stone platforms. Since thousands of reincarnations, I have gained countless abilities, and now, I finally met you. Apocalypse placed Professor X-Men Charles on one of the stone platforms. After thousands of reincarnations, I have gained countless abilities, and now, I finally met you. With the scepter and ability of the king and god, Apocalypse has absorbed countless abilities of mutants, including but not limited to, invulnerable body, instant transfer, self-healing, mind control. Material control, material conversion, energy control, flame burst, stimulating mutant potential, immortality. With the scepter and power of the king and god, Apocalypse has absorbed countless mutant abilities, including but not limited to, invulnerable body, instant transfer, self-healing, mind control. Matter control, matter conversion, energy control, flame burst, stimulating mutant potential, immortality. Every time he wakes up, he will be more powerful than the last time. After all, a single body represents one group of old era mutants after another. Absorbing your ability, I will be omnipresent and omnipotent. So, it doesn't matter whether the person behind you joins the war or not, Apocalypse said. At the same time, Charroy formed handcuffs and shackles on his own, and put Professor Tianchi didn't care, waved his hand to the side, and used his ability to lift Professor X Charles's body up. Apocalypse takes Professor X and approaches the new pyramid with the ability to fly. A portal opens in the center of the new pyramid. Through the portal, there is an empty and magnificent main worship hall inside. There are 2 stone platforms placed close to each other in the main hall, just like the sacrificial platforms in ancient times. Apocalypse placed Professor. That's right, Apocalypse, as the world's first mutant, actually has one and only one ability. Absorb the abilities of other mutants to continuously optimize yourself. As gods worshipped by ancient humans in past eras. Through the scepter and ability of the king and god, Apocalypse has absorbed the abilities of countless mutants, including but not limited to, invulnerable body, teleportation, self-healing, mind control. Material control, material conversion, energy control, flame erupt, inspire mutant potential, live forever. Apocalypse didn't care. He waved his hand to the side and used his ability to lift Professor X's body up. So, it doesn't matter whether the person behind you joins the war or not, Apocalypse said. At the same time, the gravel formed handcuffs and shackles on its own, pulling Professor. Chapter 539. Apocalypse's eyes were dull, and his tall body, which looked like an ancient god, was cut into several pieces in an instant. The cuts were as smooth as if they were slashed by the sharpest sword. The silver-haired young man who appeared in the main hall of the new pyramid at some point in time, then waved his hand, and a ball of scarlet light suddenly rushed forward like a flame with life. Bang! Some of Apocalypse's remaining energy flames in the main hall of the sacrifice were immediately swallowed up and annihilated by the scarlet flames. It was like a small witch meeting a big witch. Apocalypse's body, which was cut by several circles of Mars, was in midair. Before it fell on the stone platform, it was completely covered by the strange and terrifying scarlet flames. The scarlet flames buried everything. All this happened too suddenly. In a flash, the situation was reversed. Professor X, Charles, who had just been nearly deprived of his telepathic and mental control abilities by Apocalypse, now had a smooth bald head without a flowing head of hair, and his eyes reflected the deep red of the scarlet flames that were flowing in front of him. "You are." Professor X, Charles looked at the silver-haired young man standing next to him, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and smiled bitterly. "I was saved by you, Mr. Nian. I will stay in this world for a while longer. If he takes away your abilities, it will be very troublesome." The silver-haired young man shrugged. In fact, just as Apocalypse had just thought, he shot at the critical time. After all, Wolverine and the others had arrived near the pyramid here by fighter plane, and how could he be slower than the former team with the ability of the portal? Since he decided to take action, Nian would not hesitate. Nian had arrived here 10 minutes ago, but he was in the parallel mirror space of the current mutant universe to confirm the abilities of Apocalypse and the Four Horsemen of Apocalypse. In Nian's view, the strength of the Four Horsemen of Apocalypse is not very strong, mainly Apocalypse. After knowing that Apocalypse's mutant ability is to absorb the abilities of other mutants, Nian took advantage of the closest stage of Apocalypse's absorption of mutant abilities, and was also the weakest stage, to pull Professor X and Charles away, and then connected the two-shot attack of portal cutting and scarlet magic. Because the portal is slow to cast and close, it can generally only be used as a space movement. But the portal spell itself has spatial characteristics, and in theory it can be used as an attack spell that ignores armor. It happened that Apocalypse's state just now was not convenient for action, and he could only suffer this loss when he was caught off guard. At this time, a fierce fighting sound came from outside the pyramid, and there were also calls of Professor and Charles, Hank, Jean, and Raven. They are all here too. Professor X, Charles, hurriedly got up from the ground and glanced at the door of the main hall of sacrifice. "Mr. Nian, let's go out and help them." But Nian shook his head and said inexplicably, "Things here are not over yet." "Not over?" Professor X looked down at his hands and said to himself belatedly, "By the way, why is my ability still sealed? This means..." Swish! A ball of purple light burst out from one side of the sacrificial hall inside the pyramid, and Apocalypse, who had just taken back the head in his hand, slowly walked out from it. Nian was not surprised to see this scene, but just smiled indifferently. So that's how it is. In the moment before being decomposed and annihilated by the scarlet magic, he used the teleportation ability to move his severed body to another place. Compared to Nian's calmness, Professor X was terrified. At this time, Apocalypse was so angry that he could hardly control himself, and there was still a remnant of fear in his heart. Just a little bit. If the transmission had not been activated in time, he would have been wiped out just a little bit earlier. He is a god. The ruler of the earth who has lived for thousands of reincarnations and countless years, the god of mutants. He has countless mutant abilities, but in the end, he was almost killed by a young man of unknown origin. This is a shame. A shame for God. You must die. Die at my hands. Die on the eve of a new world and a new era. Although Tianqi was angry, he was surprisingly calm, and his eyes with white light stared coldly at Nian. He is not a fool, and naturally knows that this is definitely the strongest person he has encountered in countless years. But Tianqi still has enough confidence and confidence. He represents the mutant group of the old era, the giant ancient god who truly stands on the pyramid. In the two encounters with the opponent, it seemed that he was at a disadvantage, but in fact it was not the case. The previous mental confrontation did not have the upper hand, just because his weakest shortcoming was the mental control ability, but even the weakest one was enough for him to seal and surpass Professor X. And the previous near killing was also because he was at the weakest and careless time of ability absorption, and the opponent undoubtedly used the strongest ability to attack, but the opponent obviously failed. So, the advantage is actually on him. Tianqi is sure of this. At this time, the large area of cuts on his neck and body have all healed as before. This is, mutant ability self-healing. Kill me? You can try. You are indeed very strong, but you are still too young, Tianqi suddenly spoke. Oh. Nian blinked curiously. You shouldn't show up in front of me. Tianqi suddenly smiled strangely and took a step forward. The next moment, Tianqi disappeared from the spot, accompanied by a ball of purple light, and teleported to the back of Nian. His speed was extremely fast, with a gust of wind. Mutant ability speed optimization. Not only that. When Tianqi teleported to the back of Nian, the blue right fist he raised suddenly expanded to 10 times the size. Mutant ability body change. And mutant ability armored armor, mutant ability strength optimization, mutant ability mutant optimization. Mutant ability sand control, mutant ability flame, mutant ability lightning, mutant ability piercing. Since mental power is your advantage, you should fight me remotely instead of standing in front of me recklessly. Tianqi's eyes flashed white light, and in just a moment, more than a dozen mutant abilities appeared on his right hand. The giant right fist was like the hand of an ancient giant wearing armor. With a ferocious spike formed by sand at the end of the fist, the giant hand was surrounded by blazing flames and lightning, and it blasted towards the defenseless back of the young man's head extremely quickly and powerfully. This was simply a blow from the ancient god. Mr. Nian, be careful behind you. Professor X Charles shouted in fear, but the giant fist of the ancient god with various abilities and pressure had already fallen one step ahead of his warning. Boom! The giant fist fell, and the main hall of the sacrifice was the first to explode without being able to withstand the force. U003C. Over, U003E. Chapter 540. Outside the new pyramid, there is a vast desert with dark clouds and chaotic magnetic fields. Lord Apocalypse is absorbing the opponent's abilities, no one is allowed to enter and interrupt the sacrificial ceremony. Storm, one of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, is flying 100 meters high in the sky. After the optimization and amplification of Apocalypse's mutant abilities, every move can trigger a thunderstorm that sweeps across the earth. Magneto is still standing on a high mountain near the new pyramid, manipulating countless metals to form a giant magnetic field that affects the world. In the desert ruins area where a modern fighter plane crashed not long ago, Nightcrawler just used his teleportation ability to teleport Phoenix Chin, Beast Hank, Wolverine Logan, Quicksilver Pietro, Mystique Raven, and Radiation Ice Scott to the open space next to him at the last moment before the fighter plane crashed. Even if it was a short-distance teleportation, Nightcrawler was exhausted and fell to the ground. Before the X-Men team approached the new pyramid, they were stopped by another Apocalypse Knight who flew down, Archangel. The Archangel has superhuman endurance and healing power. After being repaired and optimized by Apocalypse, his wings have turned into hard and sharp organic metals, making him a Sky Knight truly suitable for fighting and killing. Don't even think about getting close to the Pyramid of God. The Archangel swooped down from the low altitude of the desert at high speed. His metallized long and wide silver wings spread out, and the air was directly cut by the wings. Countless metal feathers fell like razors. Be careful. Wolverine and Beast Hank could only face countless razors and block the intensive attacks for others with their strong enough bodies. Radioactive Ice Scott took off his special glasses, and his eyes shot out 2 beams of bright radiation lasers, sweeping towards the Archangel in the sky ahead, but the Archangel, who was flying freely, easily dodged them. On the field, Quicksilver and Mystique were nowhere to be seen. Please, catch up. Phoenix took a deep breath and glanced at the new pyramid hundreds of meters away. Her beautiful face turned pale, not good. As soon as the words fell, the only passage leading to the main hall of the new pyramid was suddenly blocked by a door made of purple matter. Step. Quicksilver Pietro, who was almost invisible at high speed, could only stop in front of the purple door. Damn it. Quicksilver Pietro gritted his teeth and looked to the side, and saw an Asian woman holding a purple double blade made of telekinesis in both hands and walked out. It was the last of the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse. Psylocke. A super mutant assassin with telepathic ability, who can read thoughts and materialize telekinesis into weapons. Psylocke looked at Quicksilver and sneered, I have read your thoughts a long time ago. The second battle plan is to let you, who have super speed, enter the main hall of the pyramid and rescue Professor X. I don't want to do anything to women, open the door, or I won't be polite. Quicksilver Pietro glared at her. It's too late. Psylocke looked sideways at the pyramid passage that was sealed by the portal formed by her own thoughts. Now, Lord Apocalypse, it should have succeeded. What did you say? Quicksilver Pietro's face turned pale. If Apocalypse succeeded, it would mean that they had completely failed. No, Apocalypse has not succeeded yet. Hundreds of meters away, Phoenix's beautiful eyes looked in the direction of the pyramid. Telepathy seemed to sense something, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. It's him. Ah! Accompanied by a sudden female scream. A slender female figure fell straight down from the sky above the desert. That is. In the desert battlefield in front of the pyramid, the X-Men team and the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse who were fighting were stunned for a moment. It can be seen that the one who suddenly fell from the sky to the ground was Storm, who was still summoning thunderstorms just a moment ago. However, Storm's body was now firmly tied up by a glittering golden rope, and she was like a silkworm crawling in the desert, with the lingering thunder crackling. What is this thing? Storm struggled hard in doubt, but found that no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from the golden rope. This golden rope was made of unknown material, but it was tougher than steel cables, and it could not be destroyed by storms and thunder no matter how it was ravaged. The old pyramid, the end of the tower. A white-haired woman in a long armor dress with a stunning appearance and perfect figure stood there with 2 swords on her back, looking down with lavender eyes. Storm, one of the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse, was knocked down. Without waiting for the 2 sides in the battle to react. Whoosh! A graceful red figure appeared out of thin air behind Psylocke, and the textured red-made dress swayed, and even Quicksilver Pietro didn't know how the other party appeared. Die! Psylocke's telepathy could not read the other party's thoughts, but she still instinctively swung the mind blade in her hand and stabbed at the mysterious existence behind her. Under the lace cuffs, the white and slender palm gently pushed out a palm, hitting Psylocke's back. Psylocke's movement of turning around and stabbing suddenly froze, and a woman's phantom was blasted out of her body. Faced with this bizarre scene, Quicksilver Pietro opened his mouth wide. At the same time, the Archangel was in the air. Suddenly, he was blocked by a female figure with his back against the sun. In the sunlight, her hair was white gold and soft. And under her impeccable and soft face, she was wearing a blue and red suit with an S-shaped totem. Her figure in the air seemed to suppress everything, and no wind or sand could get close to her 10 meters. This feeling was. Facing the X-Men team, the Archangel, who dared to fight against the crowd alone, turned around without hesitation and wanted to escape. But as soon as the Archangel turned his head, he saw a female figure with short hair, a small face, a petite body, and an especially plump chest in the sky behind him. The other party wore a ring like a green light on her left hand, and her petite and plump proud body was wrapped in a spider-web green suit, emitting strands of green beams. On the desert mountain. I said, Raven, I can't turn back, you can't stop me. Magneto said to Mystique, who was trying to dissuade him, and he also noticed the subtle situation on the battlefield. While controlling countless metals, he glanced down the mountain. Mystique opened her mouth and was about to say something, but suddenly she shouted to the empty space next to Magneto, "Who's there?" Huh? Magneto raised his eyebrows and glanced to the side subconsciously, and saw a mysterious woman in a supermodel figure coming out of invisibility. This distance is enough. The mysterious woman in the battle suit quickly clenched her right palm towards Magneto. The next moment, powerful energy emerged from the air, forming a circular shield that just covered Magneto. As the circular shield isolated Magneto from the outside world, countless metals in the sky above the desert fell down immediately. Digression. I took a 2-day break at the beginning of the month, and continued to update steadily. Chapter 541. In the mutant universe, the major countries on Earth. In the large military base, generals, researchers and others all looked at the real-time data on the big screen in doubt. Just a moment ago, the global magnetic field was in turmoil, and the magnetic field that affected the world from Cairo, Egypt as the source point was aggravated, enough to make human civilization go extinct. Under the influence of such a super-large magnetic field, giant tsunamis continued to destroy the coastline, countless metals destabilized the Earth's crust, and creatures went extinct on a large scale. But the next moment, this super-large magnetic field, which can be regarded as a precursor to the end of the world, disappeared suddenly, just like a joke from God. What happened in Cairo, Egypt? This is the common question in the hearts of all major countries. Just now, the city of Cairo has been destroyed, and even the satellite signals have all failed in the local area. No one can understand what happened there. At this time, Cairo. The desert battlefield in front of the 2 new and old pyramids. On the top of the mountain. Magneto Eric opened his eyes wide and looked at the circular energy shield that wrapped him, and the invisible girl not far away. Without Magneto's control, the metals that formed the super-large magnetic field fell down one after another. You! Magneto raised his right hand in shock and anger. Although he was isolated from the metal outside the shield, he still had a lot of metal objects on his body. In an instant. Under the control of the power, many iron blocks that formed the metal uniform on Magneto's body, like sharp flying knives, flew towards the invisible girl at a high speed. Chi. The invisible girl's empty hands pressed forward quickly, distorting the force field in front of her body, causing all the iron blocks to stagnate between the two. This confrontation lasted only half a second. The barren mountain land under Magneto's feet suddenly broke open, and several green vines with thorns emerged from it. The vigorous green vines spread like poisonous snakes, and soon spread all over Magneto's body along his legs. Giggle. The poisonous vines twisted and dented the metal uniform, and the thorns broke through the metal protection and pierced into Magneto's inner body. Magneto groaned in pain, his face turned pale, and his right hand that was manipulating the metal fell down powerlessly. Eric! Mystique exclaimed. Don't get close to him. A cold female voice sounded, and Mystique looked behind her and saw a seductive woman in a green dress walking up. Wherever the woman passed, the originally barren desert land suddenly grew green vines and plants. Don't worry, he won't die for the time being, he just lost his ability to fight, the invisible woman shrugged. Who are you? Mystique spoke solemnly. She has been wandering around the back of this world for many years, and she is very sure that she has never seen or even heard of these two people in front of her. Although they were working together, they were able to subdue Magneto after his ability was strengthened, but it was obviously not a powerful existence that she could contend with. You can call me Susan, that's Poison Ivy. Invisible hero Susan blinked. We are with Nian's group, you should have seen Nian, right? Of course I have. Mystique was awed. Wolverine once said that the young man came from another world. It turns out that there is more than one person, but a team of unknown number. It seems that it's over there too. Poison Ivy suddenly looked sideways at the battlefield area on the side of the mountain. It can be seen that with a burst of dust, a sand pit with a radius of 50 meters was formed next to the desert ruins. The body of the Archangel, one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, was lying in the middle in a big letter shape. His pair of metal wings had been broken, and he was unconscious with foam at the mouth. He was much more miserable than Storm, who was tied up with the truth lasso. High above the sand pit, one in front and one behind stood a young woman with a fluttering red cloak and a glowing green light. Kara, are we going too hard? Green Lantern Gwen muttered. No way, I've already restrained my strength, Supergirl Kara puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. It's that Birdman who is too weak. Not strong enough. The two girls' discussion was vaguely heard. At the edge of the sand pit, Wolverine, Beast Hank, and Nightcrawler, who had just recovered his breath, looked at each other. Just one punch changed the terrain of the desert ruins, you say it's not strong enough. If the Archangel was still awake, he might have fainted from anger. Mom, this place is too scary. Nightcrawler shrank his neck in horror. If he had to face the woman who appeared, he felt it would be better to fight Apocalypse alone. Phoenix stared blankly at the woman with both strength and beauty in the sky, and couldn't help but clenched his fists in a sense of crisis. Oh. Supergirl Kara and Green Lantern Gwen looked down respectively, and felt a hint of hostility from the extremely beautiful red-haired woman in a long skirt. Trouble. Kara and Gwen quickly realized something and spat. Of course, trouble is not used to describe the Phoenix, but to describe a certain guy. The entrance to the main hall of the new pyramid. You are. Quicksilver Pietro looked at the strangely separated spirit of Psylocke, and his astonished eyes fell on the woman who suddenly appeared. She was a very beautiful red-haired woman, wearing a gorgeous and elegant red dress, and her snow-white and smooth skin was not stained with sand and dust. For some reason, Quicksilver Pietro always felt that the other person had an inexplicable sense of intimacy, just like seeing a relative. It's really quite similar. The woman raised her beautiful red eyes and glanced at him, took a step forward, and her figure wrapped in a red dress disappeared. Wait, your name is, Quicksilver Pietro hurriedly shouted. Wanda. The red-haired woman disappeared, leaving only a plain word on the spot. Wanda, Wanda. Quicksilver Pietro whispered the name softly, and glanced at the desert battlefield behind him absent-mindedly. In just less than half a minute, the four horsemen of Apocalypse had all been defeated. This was something no one could have predicted. Are the mysterious women too strong, or are the four horsemen of Apocalypse too weak? In any case, they are four mutants carefully selected by Apocalypse, and four top mutants with enhanced abilities. They were defeated just like this, not to mention the four horsemen of Apocalypse, even the X-Men couldn't accept it. Just now, they were suppressed by the four horsemen. Before Quicksilver, Pietro, and the X-Men could react, the hundreds-meter-high new pyramid suddenly shook violently. Boom! The huge and loud sound was transmitted to the outside world through the thick outer wall of the new pyramid. The outer layer of the newly cast new pyramid immediately burst into shocking cracks. Soon, the new pyramid exploded from the inside out in the middle of the dense cracks. The rubble flew and the storm was surging. Except for the mysterious women who knocked down the four horsemen of apocalypse, under the astonished and shocked eyes of everyone else on the scene. A tall blue figure flew out of the new pyramid first. Chapter 542. The new pyramid exploded from the center, and the figure that flew out first was all blue, and its right arm was like a doubled giant's hand. Only, the flames and lightning lingering on it collapsed, the sandy spikes and metal armor cracked and shattered. And the end of the fist was obviously sunken into a depression the size of an ordinary fist, making the giant's hand deflated and shriveled like a balloon. Is that Apocalypse? Seeing this scene, the X-Men and the four horsemen of the Apocalypse who were still unconscious were all stunned in shock. Not to mention them, Tianqi was also sluggish at this time. People were thrown into the air together with countless gravel and dust. Through the outer walls of the new pyramid that had been blasted through, Tianqi could directly see the inner sacrificial hall, and the figure of the silver-haired young man standing low in the room, who was still pumping his fist. They were punching each other. Why was it him who flew out? This is wrong, very wrong. What went wrong? Apocalypse is in turmoil physically and mentally, unable to accept or understand. As the number one mutant, no one understands the laws of this world and the mutant community better than Apocalypse. Because mutants are basically the random mutations of genes among the offspring of ordinary humans. Therefore, mutants have all kinds of strange and varied abilities, ranging from controlling matter to deforming beasts. But because of this, the genetic abilities awakened by mutants are not actually comprehensive development, but rather entry-level or extreme development that is biased toward one side. Therefore, the bodies of mutants with strong control, attribute or mental abilities are often the same as those of ordinary humans, or even worse. For example, Magneto, Professor X, Storm, Phoenix, Radiant Eye, etc. are representative mutants of this type. As for mutants with strong physiques or transformation abilities, their control, attributes, and telepathy abilities are basically the same as ordinary people. For example, Archangel, Wolverine, Hank the Beast, Mystique, etc. It can be seen from this. The performance of mutants is that they are extremely partial to science, heading towards heresy and extremes. This is also the source of Apocalypse's own self-confidence and confidence. He is the only alien in this mutant world. He can absorb and transform other people's mutant abilities, making him an immortal who is heading for comprehensive improvement. The direction of his inference was actually correct. Since Nian had demonstrated supermental and ideological abilities before, his physical strength and close combat ability must be on par with ordinary people. Unfortunately, this theory only applies to the current mutant universe. I never said that I was a mutant. Nian, the Red Master Mode, shrugged, holding Professor. Bang! The air surged open again. Apocalypse was still flying upside down with huge inertia. When the Red Master Mode Nian kicked in the opposite direction, he was immediately thrown to the new pyramid again. The Red Master Mode has Alice's ability bonus, and its power is only one level behind Kryptonian Superman. Boom! Apocalypse was like a meteorite rushing into the new pyramid, causing the pyramid, which was already full of cracks, to finally collapse because it could no longer bear it. Sharp. Professor. Go down, I don't have time to care about you. Nian stood high in the sky, talking casually, and threw Professor X in his hand towards the area where the X-Men team was. Charles. Beast Hank hurriedly jumped up and caught the falling professor. The site of the new pyramid collapsed into a large ruin. Damn, damn, damn. I can't possibly lose. Countless rubble rose into the sky from the center of the ruins, and the embarrassed Tianqi stood up from it. His eyes glowed with white light, and he raised his blue palms with a low roar. Immediately. Sandstorm, fire wave, thunder, energy blast, thought impact. Several powerful mutant abilities erupted at the same time, and a mixture of terrifying power swept forward, and the ruins in front were directly destroyed. But a ray of red fire ignored the numerous mutant abilities, tore apart the power and barriers, and arrived in front of Apocalypse unimpeded. Apocalypse stiffly raised his head, his pale eyes reflecting the silver-haired young man whose body was covered in scarlet. The scarlet was like a raging flame burning on his body, burning all variant attacks including fire, thunder, sandstorms, energy, etc. Tianqi felt that his thoughts of impact were also stinging like burning. In the Red Master mode, Nian didn't say much. He stared at the opponent calmly and directly swung his right fist filled with scarlet magic power. Apocalypse subconsciously raised his doubled right hand, which was mostly withered. As soon as he hit the opponent's right fist, The muscles and bones were broken inch by inch, and at the same time, it was disintegrated into nothingness by the surging scarlet magic power. Body strengthening, armed defense. Under the scarlet, nothing works. Ah! Apocalypse couldn't help but scream, and hurriedly used his cutting and barrier mutant abilities to actively separate his right arm, thus preventing the scarlet from spreading all over his body. Nian has naturally raised his scarlet left fist again. When Tianqi faced this punch, only half of his body suddenly trembled. He was scared, he was really scared of being beaten. What he saw in front of him was not a mutant at all, but a monster beyond his own common sense, a monster from the outer universe wearing human skin. There was no way he could defeat the opponent. Apocalypse had noticed it just now, and the four knights had all been defeated, and their only support was gone. There is a huge gap between individual strength and team power. Apocalypse finally felt the despair that his enemies felt only after thousands of reincarnations. You won, but even you can't kill me. Apocalypse's eyes flashed with white light, but he did not catch Nian's second punch. His body was suddenly enveloped in a purple light. That's teleportation ability. No, he's running away. Phoenix's telepathy sensed this. Escape. Did I allow you to escape? Nian looked at Tianqi, who was instantly submerged in purple light, and his light red eyes suddenly shot out two scarlet lights. However, this time it was not a normal direct laser. The moment the scarlet light was exposed to the air, it was like a weird lightning drawing two parallel Z-shaped trajectories. In the universe that is unknown how many light years away from the Earth. There is no life here, just loneliness and endless darkness. Purple light appeared and quickly disappeared. With only half of his body left, Apocalypse appeared alone on a lifeless planet. Transfer successful. After confirming that the young man was not chasing him, Tianqi could not help but relax. As an immortal mutant, Apocalypse used teleportation to escape to space far away from the Earth. With dozens of mutant abilities, he can naturally survive in outer space. I'm just temporarily defeated. Apocalypse sneered in his heart, his injuries would soon heal as before, and the four horsemen could choose again in the next round. To be on the safe side. Apocalypse has decided to avoid the Earth for the time being and sleep for 100 years before returning. One day, your god will come back. Apocalypse glanced at this small planet and was planning to use its desertification ability to build a brand new pyramid restroom. But at this moment. ZZ. Apocalypse saw a flash of red light in front of his eyes, and two scarlet lightnings pierced the universe, also crossed his body, and disappeared behind him in a flash. Chapter 543. ZZ. ZZ. In the dark and vast universe. Two scarlet lightnings that were too regular flashed by at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that even Apocalypse had no chance to react. The scarlet lightning had already passed through his body and disappeared into the depths of the vast universe behind him. What just passed by? Apocalypse on the small planet realized it later, and the scarlet light still remained in his vision. Apocalypse reached out and touched his chest, and found that there were two tiny holes in his shirt. The holes went through the skin, muscles, heart and bones, and broke through the skin and shirt on the back. Obviously, there were so many defensive mutant ability bonuses, but at that moment, he was easily penetrated. A trace of astonishment flashed in Apocalypse's eyes, which glowed white, but he did not panic. Although it pierced his heart, such a tiny wound was not even a wound for him who could still heal as before even if he was cut into several pieces or burned into debris. One of his mutant abilities makes his vitality far beyond that of ordinary humans. As long as he is not burned to ashes, he will not die, and he can quickly recover to his prime with his mutant ability of self-healing. Even if he is burned to ashes, with Apocalypse's super strong spiritual will, he can abandon his body and live in other organisms. And the near-eternal life makes Apocalypse not anxious. Even if thousands of years have passed, there is always a chance to make a comeback. That young man's ability is too terrible, I'd better go to other cosmic areas and hide for at least 1,000 years. Apocalypse muttered to himself, and immediately used his teleportation ability to escape to the depths of the universe farther away from the Earth. But when he raised his palm, there was no movement. Why is this happening? My teleportation ability. The teleportation ability that he had already mastered was not able to be used successfully this time. Apocalypse suddenly found that after a few seconds, the tiny hole left by the scarlet lightning still existed, and it was not healed under his super strong self-healing mutant ability. This is too abnormal phenomenon, something is wrong. The moment Apocalypse noticed something strange, he used his mental power to scan his body, which caused him to crash on the spot. With the tiny double holes in his chest as the center, the destructive and imperceptible scarlet static electricity had already spread and covered his entire tall body, and the originally extremely vigorous vitality was instantly wiped out. The remaining scarlet energy and genes were directly annihilated, which was also the main reason for the failure of Apocalypse's teleportation ability. Not only that. Apocalypse was horrified to find that the scarlet energy was like an invisible flame of nothingness, burning from his body and incinerating his mental thoughts. No mutant ability could stop it. From the moment the scarlet lightning hit him, he was dead. Pain, fear, burning, death. These were all Apocalypse could feel. No, no, this is impossible, how could I die here, I should die on Earth. Apocalypse cried out in pain, and his tall blue body turned into a shriveled corpse, like a mummy falling straight back on a small planet without signs of life. He died. Although the remains were well preserved, the scarlet lightning directly penetrated and wiped out his body and soul, cutting off all life. This is also the terrible thing about the Omega effect. On the mutant universe Earth, Egypt, on the ruins of the pyramid. Red Master Mode Nian retracted his gaze from the purple light group left by the transmission. The moment he used the Omega Ray, he basically sentenced Apocalypse to death. Yes, this is the Omega Effect Ray that once made Nian feel difficult, as Darkseid's signature skill. In the original Apocalypse War. In the Super Red Mode and the ultimate 3-in-1 power of the Mother Box, Nian successfully comprehended the Omega Effect Ray. Of course. Even if he comprehended the Omega Effect Ray, it was not something Nian could perform in the normal mode. Only the Red Master Mode, which combines the current technological intelligence with scarlet magic, can perform the minimum standard of the Omega Effect Ray. However, as a Nirvana, the Omega Effect Ray is too simple and unsolvable. Once it is used, even the Kryptonian Supermen cannot take it. At the beginning, even the Super Red Mode Nian was almost killed by this ability. So no matter how many life-saving mutant abilities Apocalypse has, from the moment when the Red Main Mode Nian decided to use the Omega Effect Ray, Apocalypse has no possibility of survival. After all, the Omega Effect Ray can even penetrate space. It's over. A pleasant and familiar female voice sounded from the sky. Step. A head of soft and shiny white hair fluttered, and the perfect tall female figure fell next to Nian. The long blue skirt matching the armor fluttered, looking heroic and elegant. And Nian smelled the fragrance of violets in the air around him, and nodded to the goddess of Huaguan who was carrying 2 swords on her back. I'm done here. We finished a long time ago. Nian, you're too slow. Accompanied by 2 other gentle and crisp female voices, red cloaks and green lights flashed across the desert sky. And Superwoman Kara and Green Lantern Gwen also flew down and stood next to Nian in the Red Master Mode, all with an air of pride and seeking credit. Great, Nian gave the 2 girls a thumbs up without hesitation. Master. The air in the ruins had a mirror texture, and Wanda, a maid in a red dress, walked out of it. We're done there too. Susan, the invisible heroine, whose tight-fitting battle suit basically covered her entire body, waved her hand, and walked over with Poison Ivy, who was wearing a thin and sexy green dress with cutouts. Alice, the silver-haired girl who had not participated in the battle just now, also fell back to the ruins of the pyramid from the high sky where the dark clouds had dispersed. And reported to Nian, who was surrounded by the girls, in a loud voice. It has been confirmed that there are no potential enemies. In addition, without the amplification blessing of the Apocalypse mutant ability, the energy in the bodies of the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse has also dropped a large level. How to deal with the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse? Alice blinked her clear and bright silver eyes and asked. Don't worry about them. Nian shook his head. Without the amplification of the power of the Apocalypse, the so-called 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse could no longer pose a threat to the world. Even if they could pose a threat, the superheroes of this world would be enough to compete. And this is just a dispute of positions. Nian is not interested in who wins or loses, or who will be the master of the mutant world in the future. Nian chose to take action this time because Apocalypse is indeed a difficult existence for this world to deal with. Also, it was not Apocalypse who kept provoking him and asked the X-Men to bring him here. Nian just went to Apocalypse's appointment to send him away from this world. Chapter 544. Mr. Nian. In the desert outside the ruins of the pyramid, Professor X-Men Charles approached in a floating wheelchair, followed by Wolverine, Quicksilver, Radiation Eyes, Nightcrawler, and Phoenix. The X-Men opened their eyes in doubt, watching the women who had just easily defeated the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, who were first class in appearance, figure, temperament and ability, and surrounded the young man intimately. Facing this scene, Phoenix Chen's beautiful eyes dimmed, her white hands were clenched into fists, and her nails were deeply embedded in her palms. Nian, we'll go back first, and you can handle it next. Green Lantern Gwen took Supergirl Kara's arm and pulled her. Supergirl Kara hesitated, but still nodded. The two gently stroked the identical silver rings on their hands, and turned into two white lights and disappeared on the spot, returning to the headquarters of the Destiny Alliance in the devouring space. Since the battle is over, we are all going back. Susan and Poison Ivy followed closely behind, and they turned into two white lights and disappeared. They were not familiar with the current mutant world at all, and had nothing to say to the X-Men, so they chose to return to the headquarters first. Master. Master. Wanda and Alice looked at Nian with their red and silver eyes. Nian pondered for a moment and arranged, "You should go back too, I guess we will leave here soon." "Okay." Wanda and Alice nodded in response, and gently stroked the dimensional ring in their hands. Soon, on the ruins of the pyramid, only Wonder Woman Diana was left beside Nian. "Let's talk it over." Diana raised her beautiful eyes and glanced at the approaching X-Men. Her eyes paused on Phoenix and she said softly to Nian, "Just follow your own ideas, Auntie will always support your decision." "I know, Auntie." Nian smiled knowingly and felt from the bottom of his heart again. Having Auntie is undoubtedly the most proud and lucky thing for him. White light flashed, Wonder Woman retracted the lasso of truth and disappeared on the ruins of the pyramid. After the members of the Destiny Alliance who came out to fight returned to the devouring space, Nian in the Red Master mode flew towards the X-Men team outside the ruins and hovered in the low desert in front of everyone. Professor X Charles looked up at Nian and said gratefully, "Mr. Nian, thanks to you this time, I thank you for your help on behalf of the X-Men and the Academy of Gifted Youth." Beast Hank was moved. He knew that Professor X actually had his own pride and had never admired others, let alone young people younger than himself. However, if the target is the silver-haired young man in front of him, Beast Hank can fully understand. He also has some yearning and emotion. What kind of world can cultivate such a young person who defeated the mutant god Apocalypse? "Nothing to thank you for," Nian shrugged. "It's just that I want to do it, so I did it. If I don't want to do it, no matter how much you persuade me, I won't do it." "You are right, Logan." Nian glanced at Wolverine who put away his metal claws. "But you still took action, which deserves our gratitude," Wolverine responded. "That's right." Professor X nodded in agreement, and the young face with a bald head flushed, and he couldn't help but say ashamed, "Mr. Nian, I apologize for the offense and temptation when we first met. If you don't mind, please let me entertain you again." Professor X Charles seemed very sincere. "That's not necessary." Red Master Mode Nian stood less than 1 meter above the ground and said bluntly, "There is no one I'm looking for in this world, I plan to leave this world today." When these words came out, everyone on the field was silent, and Phoenix's pupils suddenly shrank. Multiverse travel, amazing. Professor X Charles was silent for a moment, and sighed, "Although I have learned from Hank and Logan that you are from another world, it is still unbelievable." Beast Hank echoed, "I also learned today that there are other multiverses besides our world." "Yeah, Radiation Eye Scott smiled. Knowing that Nian is about to leave this world completely, Radiation Eye's hostility towards Nian is also greatly reduced. "Mr. Nian, I have a question." Wolverine looked straight at Nian and said in a deep voice. "The person you are looking for once appeared in another future timeline in the current world, but 10 years ago, I changed the original course of history, and that future time and space has already." Wolverine. Nian interrupted him and said calmly, "You think that you have changed history by going back to the past through the future, will the past future time and space be covered by the changed past time and space? Isn't it?" Wolverine Logan's beard-covered face turned pale in an instant. Wolverine Logan actually has a huge secret hidden in his heart. His inner consciousness actually comes from the future time and space. In the future time and space, the mutant world should have turned into a human purgatory, the end of the world. That was the end of the world time and space that even Wolverine felt desperate for a time, and the Earth and human civilization were almost destroyed into ruins before his eyes. As one of the few survivors on Earth, Wolverine was sent back to the past by another surviving mutant, that is, 10 years ago in the current peaceful time and space. 10 years ago, Wolverine stopped Magneto from killing the president of the White House, thereby ending the Sentinel program that would cause the future apocalypse. Therefore, the current mutant world is a reset time and space that has changed history. Only Wolverine knew about this matter, and he kept it secret until Nian asked. "Even I can't explain the complexity of the diversity," Nian looked at Wolverine and said. "But I can tell you clearly that going back to the past, you cannot reverse the future. If you go back to the past, at best it will create another parallel universe, which is the current time and space. And your original future time and space still exists." Nian's calm words were like the last straw that broke Wolverine's back. "How is this possible? In other words, in that future time and space, only I was spared, and the others were still living in that hellish future time and space." I thought I had endured everything alone. Unexpectedly, he was the only survivor. Wolverine can't accept this fact. You can also understand it according to your own interpretation, as long as it makes you feel better. Shi Young said softly, turned around in the low air, and was about to leave. Wait a moment. But at this moment, a clear and determined voice sounded. Professor. Phoenix's beautiful eyes stared firmly at Nian, and she lightly opened her lips. I have something to tell you. Chapter 545. The dark clouds dispersed, and the brilliant golden sunlight fell back on the vast desert land. Next to the ruins of the new pyramid, as if stimulated by something, Wolverine Logan knelt on the ground with his hands holding his head. After the death of Apocalypse, Professor X's ability to read minds was unlocked. He seemed to know something from Wolverine's consciousness, and he couldn't help but look at Wolverine with concern. Only a few people, including him, knew Wolverine's helplessness and pain. If possible, Wolverine would probably rather return to that troubled future time and space again, even if he died in battle. Then, Professor X's Charles looked sideways at the desert ruins not far away, and saw the silver-haired young man and the red-haired woman alone there. Seeing this, radioactive Eye Scott looked anxious and wanted to follow, but was quickly grabbed by Beast Hank. Teacher Hank, let me go. Scott glared at Hank, who had recovered from the blue-haired beast body, through his special sunglasses. Hank met the gaze of his favorite student, but did not let go of Scott's hand. Jean wants to talk to that person alone. What are you doing there? Be a light bulb. I. Scott blushed and hesitated. Okay, Hank waved his hand and said. No, it should be said that everyone in the Gifted Youth Academy knows that you have a crush on Jean. Scott was stunned and simply admitted, yes, I like her. Beast Hank said in a deep voice, since you like her, then compete fairly with others. You and Jean have known each other for much longer than each other. As a genius student of the Gifted Youth Academy, don't you have this little confidence? Radiant Eye Scott opened his mouth, but did not respond in the end. Competing with a peer who had just defeated the mutant god Apocalypse, who was mysterious and charming enough. Scott really had no confidence, not at all. That's why he wanted to destroy Jean's solitude with the other party. Beast Hank patted Scott's shoulder and comforted him softly. You just heard it, the one from another world will soon leave this world completely. In addition, he has many extraordinary female companions, and Jean, who is as proud as Jean, will not leave with him. That's true. Radioactive Eyes Scott thought about it, and his anxious and tense heart suddenly relaxed a lot. I guess Jean also thought of this, so it's just a final farewell to him, Beast Hank continued. If you even ruin this moment, what will Jean think in the future? Indeed. Teacher Hank, thank you. I didn't expect that you have such a rich emotional experience. It's nothing, just as a person who has experienced it. Beast Hank shrugged. He turned around with his merits and fame hidden, and secretly glanced at the desert high ridge opposite. The defeated Magneto Eric, at this time, was still with Mystique Raven, and did not come down from the desert high mountain. Beast Hank's eyes dimmed for a moment, but he quickly turned his gaze away without paying any attention. On the other side, Nian and Feng Huang walked side by side along the ancient ruins left in the desert, and the dusk lengthened their backs. Nian, who originally refused to land in the Red Master mode, now stepped on the desert, which was a special treatment that even Professor X did not have. Feng Huang, who was beautiful and elegant in her plain floral dress, was in her early 20s, just as she was entering maturity from a girl, and was the most beautiful and charming period. The afterglow of the colorful clouds fell on her waist-length hair that had turned from gold to red, and the soft red hair that was scattered fell down on her graceful figure. You said, you came from another world? Feng Huang asked softly as he paced forward. Yes, Nian nodded and responded. That world also has an Earth similar to yours, but it is already in the 21st century, and there are no mutants born here. A world without mutants? That's great. Phoenix's beautiful eyes showed a look of longing. When I was a child, because of the awakened mutant gene, people around me, including my parents, treated me as a monster. It was not until later that I was sent to the Academy of Gifted Youth that things got better. In fact, there is nothing good about my world. Nian spread his hands and complained, it's either monster mutation or alien invasion. I have been facing the crisis of extinction since high school. In terms of crisis coefficient, how can the current mutant world compare to his world? The so-called mutant god Apocalypse was just a small villain at best when he went there. It turns out that even if you are so strong, you will have all kinds of troubles. Phoenix covered her mouth and laughed. I haven't always been so strong, Nian muttered. The mutant world has lost its meaning to Nian, and there are no secrets. Therefore, facing the current Phoenix, Nian seems much calmer, without the initial caution and vigilance towards the new world. Phoenix suddenly asked, you came to this world to find someone? Yes, Nian answered bluntly. Her name is Luna, she is my boss and also my girlfriend. What about those women who appeared just now? Yeah, that too. All. Nian admitted it directly, after all, this is the fact. Phoenix lowered her eyes, was silent for a moment, and continued, I also heard the conversation between you and Wolverine just now, you said that you came to the wrong timeline. Nian nodded and said, this is another parallel time and space in the past where Wolverine has modified history, and the person I am looking for once appeared in Wolverine's original time and space. Phoenix shook her head, but in my opinion, you came to the most correct timeline. Nian looked at her in confusion. Phoenix looked up at the eastern sky where the night had already begun, and smiled slightly. According to what you said, the multiverse is so complicated, but you only came to the current time and space, and appeared in front of me who is in my youth, not a little faster or slower, just right. Phoenix smiled at the corner of her mouth, lowered her head and looked at Nian. Her beautiful eyes seemed to fall into the starlight and sparkled, isn't this the correct timeline? Nian's heart trembled. Nian. Phoenix suddenly stopped, she stood on the old and new ruins in the desert, facing the starry sky with the dusk, which made her look beautiful and moving. She lowered her head and smiled, her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, reflecting the young man, and she opened her rosy lips. Nian, I like you. I like you who just came to this time and space and met me at my best. Chapter 546. Facing the beautiful Phoenix in its youth, with its fiery eyes and words. Nian was stunned, then he let out a breath and said in a deep voice, you clearly know that I come from another world. Yes, Phoenix nodded. Nian continued, you also know that I am about to leave this world and continue on a diverse journey of searching for people until I find the person I am looking for. Nian looked directly at her, so, you still want to confess to me? Yes. Phoenix nodded again and spoke firmly, if you didn't hear clearly just now, I can say it again, I like you. Even though she confessed her love, Phoenix still held her chest and head high, without any timidity, and raised her beautiful head proudly. As if to say, even if I like you, I will not bow down for you. I just like you, no one can stop me from pursuing beautiful things. Under such an indomitable momentum, Phoenix, who was still a student's young lady, turned into a queen-like domineering one. Nian had a vague headache. He knew that the other party was obviously serious. As for how to respond to the other party, Nian has not yet decided. You don't have to worry or fret or anything. Phoenix smiled slightly, whether you want to leave this world or continue to do whatever you want, I will not stop you. As long as you remember, there was a time and space where mutants existed, and a girl named Qin once liked you, and confessing to you is enough. I like you and it has nothing to do with you. The hem of the dress swayed slightly, and Feng Huang took a few steps forward, with her fair hands behind her back to Nian and her face to the starry sky. You go. Phoenix suppressed his emotions and lowered his voice and said, leave this wrong timeline and continue to find the person you love. You, Nian was about to step forward. Don't come here. Phoenix's body trembled violently and stopped him. He continued to turn his back and said, I couldn't help it, I must be ugly with makeup on, I want you to remember my best look. I see. Nian took a deep look at Phoenix's back, as if to burn it into his memory. His body flew up slowly without gravity, turned around and flew towards the X-Men team, leaving Phoenix standing alone at the ruins. Mr. Nian. Professor X Charles in the wheelchair raised his head and looked at Nian flying towards this side. Seeing Nian returning alone, Radiant Eyes Scott was completely relieved. I came here to tell you that I am about to leave this world, Nian said softly, hovering 3 meters above the desert. Professor X said sincerely, I wish you a safe journey, and I hope you can find the person you are looking for soon. Yeah, Nian thought for a while and said bluntly. By the way, there is one more thing. What's up? I want to take Qin with me and leave this world. What did you say? The smile on Professor Scott with radiation eyes suddenly became red and warm, and said anxiously, how could you do this? Of course, I will ask Qin what she means later, it is up to her to decide whether to leave with me, Nian looked calm and said softly. If she wants me to leave with you, then her family, including her friends you all can choose to leave with me. He paused and continued, I control an independent small universe, it has everything that your current world has and doesn't have the most important thing is enough peace. Wait, let me slow down. Professor. Multiple travel, independent universe. This is really unbelievable. Far more than they realize. If Nian had not defeated Tianqi just now, Professor X would never have believed it. I have never considered leaving this world, Professor. Professor. Radiation eyes became anxious. Beast Hank patted Scott on the shoulder and said softly, "Scott, Mr. Nian has said that everything is decided by Jean herself. I don't believe Jean will leave this world. I will persuade her to stay." Scott shook his head, gritted his teeth and rushed towards the desert ruins. Wolverine Logan suddenly stood up slowly from the ground and said in a deep voice with a smoky voice, "If you want to leave, then take me with you, this past time and space means nothing to me." He is like a truly lonely wolf, a wolf abandoned by the original future time and space. "I will." Nian agreed. Just as he was planning to return to the desert ruins, he asked Phoenix what he meant. But at this moment, a loud and sharp cry sounded, with the power to penetrate gold and crack stones, enough to make the soul throb. Just like the cry of the legendary Phoenix. "Feng Ming. It's the desert ruins, over there with Qin." Beast Hank shouted in surprise. "Not good." Professor Charles's face changed drastically. He was also shocked by the sound of the Phoenix, and showed a more panicked expression than when he faced Apocalypse before. "Phoenix girl Jean, she is completely out of control." The Night Walker next to him screamed, "Where is that person just now?" The X-Men realized that the young man who was originally in the low altitude had disappeared. "Jean!" Radiant Eye Scott shouted loudly. He only rushed to the edge of the desert ruins and could not get any closer. Scott looked forward through his special sunglasses. The red-haired woman dozens of meters away opened her hands. Her beautiful face was covered with visible tears. Her body floated several meters below the desert ruins, and thousands of golden flames burst out from her body. The golden flames were translucent, like non-existent flames, gushing and lingering on the body surface, turning into a huge phoenix phantom. "Ong!" Under the phoenix cry. Everything around the red-haired woman was silently annihilated. Even if they were dozens of meters away, standing at the edge of the ruins. Scott with radioactive eyes felt his skin stinging, his will was exhausted, and he knew in his heart that if he moved one step closer, he would surely die. But in the next moment, a tall figure of a silver-haired young man appeared out of thin air inside the ruins. The young man broke into the life-forbidden zone where the golden flames of nothingness spread. And continued to approach the phoenix with a painful face and out-of-control thoughts. "Please." Looking at the figure of the silver-haired young man, at this moment, Scott with radioactive eyes couldn't help but shout in his heart. Chapter 547. Chong Chong. The loud and sharp phoenix cry resounded over the desert, and the ancient ruins next to the pyramid turned into nothingness. 10 meters above the original site of the ancient ruins. With the body wrapped in the phoenix girl's long skirt as the center, strong and strange golden firelight burst out, lingering to form a huge phoenix silhouette with wings that could be 10 meters wide. It's like a sun that makes half of the sky covered with starry night in the desert, making it as bright as day again. No one dares to get close to the edge of the ruins. Even if Professor. What is this creepy feeling? Nightcrawler looked at the dazzling golden fire hundreds of meters away, and immediately hid behind the X-Men with his devilish tail between his legs. Professor. And once Qin awakens that potential power, no one, including him, can stop Qin. Professor, what should we do now? Beast Hank showed concern, but still looked at Professor Charles, the leader of the X-Men. "We just went there to die." Professor Charles sighed and murmured to himself, "Now, I can only rely on him." Over the ruins. Nian, who escaped from gravity and flew in suspension, flew towards Qin, who was transformed into a fire phoenix. The inner core area was thousands of times more severe than the edge of the ruins. Accompanied by the sound of the phoenix that can penetrate and intimidate the soul, the golden fire sweeps through every corner within. Nian recognized it at a glance. This was no ordinary flame. But the idea has become so powerful that it is beyond imagination, enough to be embodied in the real world, forming a golden flame similar to the current one, which is enough to burn any items and even souls in the universe. This thought is full of resistance and destruction. Therefore, everything around Phoenix was directly erased one by one. This is Phoenix power. Nian had seen it once in his own world, in the Hellfire Club, from the video provided by the White Queen. When Qin encountered a life-and-death crisis as a child, a ray of Phoenix power triggered by unintentional awakening was enough to destroy everything within a 10-meter radius of the scene. What's more, Qin, who is currently in the adult stage, the Phoenix power triggered by her awakening is more than 100 times more powerful. Odin said it before he died, a long time ago, in the battle with the gods, there was also a holder of the Phoenix power. Nian suddenly understood. Both the young Qin and the adult Qin are far from being able to control the power of the Phoenix. They are not so much owners of the Phoenix power as temporary hosts of the Phoenix power. This power is an ancient inheritance with a long history, and it reincarnates forever in the multiverse. Even Nian, who was in the Red Master mode, felt the blazing heat under the sweep of the golden fire, and the scarlet was accelerating the consumption of resistance. The scarlet magic power, that is, the resistance to the power of chaos, actually directly erases the approaching phoenix power, thereby directly avoiding the direct damage of the phoenix power. However, this will also continuously consume scarlet magic power. Nian was suspended in the sky and glanced at Phoenix, which was about 20 meters away. The closer they get to the opponent, the more difficult the situation becomes. Under the desperate rejection of the Phoenix power, even flying close becomes extremely difficult. Nian immediately waved his hand and drew a circle, a spark glowing in front of him, trying to open the portal and approach Phoenix directly. The glowing sparks had just rotated into a semicircle, and before forming a complete portal, they were burned by the golden fire. It's a bit outrageous to even burn the space. Nian raised his eyebrows. Ahead. The phoenix raised its fair and soft neck, its beautiful face full of pain, and spread its hands like a fire phoenix, constantly releasing the power of the phoenix. Nian knew that if things continued like this, the phoenix would probably be overstretched and die by the phoenix power it had released, or it would be burned together with its own body by the phoenix power. There is nothing we can do. Nian sighed. He suddenly took off his dimensional ring and took off his shirt. The shirt soon transformed into a dark red cloak. I can't worry about you anymore. Nian said, stuffing the dimensional ring into the dark red cloak. Go ahead, wait for me outside. Nian used the scarlet magic power to form a protective shield, attached it to the dark red cloak, and threw it high behind him. The scarlet protective shield was quickly destroyed by the golden flames, but the dark red cloak still took the opportunity to roll up the ring and fly out of the ruins where the phoenix power was raging. Outside the ruins. What is this doing? Scott, with radiant eyes, was a little dumbfounded as he looked at the young man who took off his shirt, revealing his perfect muscle curves that were forged from steel. Call. No longer worried about protecting his belongings, Nian immediately removed the scarlet protection on his body without hesitation, truly revealing his undefended body. At the same time, Nian put all his power in the Red Master mode, which was no longer consumed by burning, into flying. The body that was stagnant in the air immediately rushed in facing the golden fire. In the eyes of others, this is obviously a suicidal behavior. Nian suddenly broke through 10 meters forward, and his pants, shoes, socks, etc. were instantly burned into nothingness by the power of the phoenix. But the golden flame, which could burn all things, washed and baptized the young man's body, but it did not destroy even a hair. Sure enough, the essence of the phoenix power also belongs to the category of spiritual power. The corners of Nian's mouth rose slightly. The 9th permanent ability, Psychic Immunity. Laugh. The naked Red Master mode Nian broke through the phoenix power with her body alone, rushed into the huge shadow of the fire phoenix, and came to the phoenix Qin, the host of the phoenix power. Qin, wake up. Nian shouted at the phoenix in the sky in front of him. Phoenix's face was pale, as if he didn't hear his words, and he was obviously completely lost under the control of the phoenix power. In this case, it can only be awakened by using the mental side's ability. Nian took a deep breath and put his right hand on Feng Huang's shoulder. The 5th permanent ability, Emotional Control. At this moment, Nian felt the pain, sadness and confusion in Phoenix's heart. Also, there was a huge fire phoenix with wings that could cover the vast stars. That fire phoenix was arrogantly and indifferently watching his spiritual body. Nian looked at him without fear. He soon discovered that this fire phoenix only had one wing and half of its body. It's actually mutilated. Nian was stunned. Such a huge phoenix power is actually just an incomplete inheritance fragment. Certainly. Even if it is an incomplete fragment of the phoenix force, there are absolutely not many people in the multiverse who can look at the phoenix force at close range with their mind and body intact. Chapter 548. Nian originally wanted to awaken the phoenix, but soon realized that too much phoenix power was accumulated in the phoenix out of control. Even if the phoenix can be awakened, it will instantly lose control again. But with such a huge overflow of phoenix power, I don't know how much chaos power it will take to erase it, and the phoenix's body can't wait too long. Nian thought very quickly and made a decisive decision, turning Phoenix's inner emotion into anger. It's like adding a bucket of gasoline to the fire. Accompanied by a louder and more harsh phoenix cry, the golden firelight flooded everything in the desert ruins, shocking Radiant Eyes Scott and the X-Men to step back. Since you can't suppress it, then release it. Nian said in a deep voice. Qin, let out its power completely. At this moment, as if he finally heard Xi Nian's words, Phoenix's open arms suddenly pushed upwards. Bang! Rays of golden fire intertwined into giant light pillars, and all the out-of-control Phoenix power was released, rushing towards the vast starry sky above the desert. At this moment, people in the small hemisphere of the earth can see when they look up, the golden light pillars that break free from the shackles and go straight upward, like the most gorgeous fireworks, directly penetrate the sky. The bright light only lasted for a few seconds, and the desert was soon shrouded in darkness again. The golden fire light dissipated, and the shadow of the fire phoenix was hidden inside the phoenix body again. The phoenix suspended in the sky immediately fell in free fall. Nian stretched out his hand to catch the unconscious phoenix and dropped it back to the desert ground at the ruin's old site. The magic floating cloak flew over immediately. Nian grabbed the cloak and draped it back. The cloak immediately turned into a brand new shirt and uniform, which fit his strong body. He put the dimensional ring rolled up in the cloak back on his hand. Fine. A few hundred meters away, Professor. Beast Hank patted his chest and sighed with complete conviction. It should be said that it is him who can even stop such a powerful out-of-control force. Just as everyone in the X-Men on the field breathed a sigh of relief. Nightcrawler, who was as sharp as a demonic beast, suddenly pointed his finger at one place and said weakly, "Wait a minute, look, what is that?" Professor. It can be seen that the starry sky was just impacted by the cathartic phoenix power. The dark blue starry sky was glowing red after being burned. Countless sparks were falling downwards in the night wind. An invisible coating seemed to have been burned, causing the red starry sky to peel off and break. Gradually, the broken corners of the red starry sky were reconnected with a dark, starless sky. The dark sky on that side was completely different from the other starry skies that showed dark blue and red. Not just the sky. On the side of the desert facing the original site of the ruins, a burst of black mist also appeared, connecting with the dark sky above. What's going on? Beast Hank and others were stunned for a moment. Wolverine looked at the dark sky and earth not far away, suddenly trembled, and rushed over there. Logan. Professor X, Charles, looked at his back and his pupils shrank. Passing through the thick black fog with the smell of blood, Wolverine soon arrived at the land area under the dark sky. Wolverine stopped and saw the same endless desert. However, the sky above this desert area was pitch black, and no stars could be seen, as if there were countless dust filling the sky. There is no life at all. Although the desert is originally lifeless, the current pitch-black desert makes people feel even more depressed. There are also pyramids in this desert, but they have all collapsed. Both the old and new pyramids have turned into ruins. But just now, the fight between Nian and Tianqi only destroyed a new pyramid, and the old pyramid should be preserved. With sharp eyes, Wolverine saw countless human remains scattered on the ruins of the old pyramid, piled up like hills. A rotten atmosphere was blown towards him by the wind and sand. Wolverine also saw several metal signal towers standing on the desert in the distance, flashing microlights. Their cold and technological appearance meant that they were not products of the 1800s. And coincidentally, Wolverine recognized what it was. But this kind of thing should exist in his sealed and buried memories. Logan. Beast Hank called, also walking through the black mist and setting foot in the desert here. What's wrong with you? Beast Hank looked at Wolverine Logan in confusion. Wolverine Logan, on the other hand, looked at Hank the Beast like crazy and spat out a sentence from between his teeth. Tell me, how many years are it now? Beast Hank frowned, and although he was confused, he still responded, it's 1983, we've only known each other for 10 years. No, this isn't right. Wolverine shook his head violently and roared hoarsely, in this era, it is still an old era that has changed history, how can there be such a high-precision signal tower for detecting mutants? Signal tower to detect mutants? What is that? It's coming this way. Above the dark sky, about 500 meters high, a strange-shaped aircraft was approaching this side quickly. Rather than an aircraft. In Beast Hank's view, it was more like a giant mobile floating metal coffin, and it was moving vertically in the air. There is not even an engine, how did it do it? Beast Hank was still amazed. From the moment he saw the strange aircraft, Wolverine was trembling all over, as if the fear implanted deep in his genes was awakened. I actually returned to this hell again. Hank, go. They are coming. Who are they? It was the first time that Beast Hank saw Wolverine so panicked. Without waiting for him to sort out the current situation. The strange flying machine with a smooth metal outer layer had already flown over the two people's heads, and just passed by the intersection of the dark and red starry sky. While flying, the coffin-shaped flying machine opened the bottom cabin and dropped two unknown objects 3 meters long. Beast Hank couldn't see clearly, but he was sure that it was not a bomb, but Wolverine showed an expression that was more terrified than seeing a bomb. He is back. Back to this hopeless mutant apocalypse. Chapter 549. A strangely shaped, engine-free, futuristic-looking aircraft flew over hundreds of meters in the sky, just passing through the junction of the dark and red starry sky, and dropped two unknown objects towards the desert under the red starry sky. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by two huge throwing and smashing sounds, a mysterious thrown object 1 meter wide and 3 meters high landed about 50 meters away from the X-Men team, and plunged directly into the desert. Dust flew. Then, after less than a second of silence, the sand and gravel within a radius of 10 meters in the desert vibrated violently, as if some life form was wriggling and reviving underneath. At this time, on the desert mountain nearby, Magneto Eric, wearing a metal armor, sat dejectedly on the ground. His still young and handsome face was covered with dust and paleness, and his eyes were blank. Mystique Raven stepped forward to comfort him. "Give up, Eric, your life doesn't have to be filled with hatred and anger all the time." Magneto exhaled and laughed at himself. "I was easily defeated like this. Even if I want to take revenge on the world, what qualifications do I have?" "No, I know. You are the king, the real Magneto. How could you be used by others? Even the so-called gods can't control you." She paused, as if she saw through Magneto's heart. "You actually want to give up, but you don't have the confidence to give up. You are worried that after losing revenge and anger, your life will be meaningless." Magneto was silent. He opened his mouth, and was about to say something. But at this time, the desert mountain where the two were suddenly shook violently, and a lot of gravel and rubble fell from the mountain. Shocking cracks spread from the bottom of the mountain to the mountainside, and soon reached the top of the mountain. "What's going on?" Mystique looked down in doubt, looking at the cracked mountain below her feet. Magneto also stood up quickly, sensing something, and said in a cold voice, "There's something approaching us down there." As if in line with Magneto's words, the rock layer on the top of the mountain a few meters in front of the two suddenly cracked, and an extremely tall being emerged from it. "What the hell?" Mystique opened her eyes in astonishment. It can be seen that it was a humanoid being more than 3 meters tall, with a dark and smooth appearance contrasting with the cold light of metal. A strong and slender left arm hanging down to the knee, and a sharp and spiral-long cone on the right hand. Its eye sockets were sunken inward, and its eyes, which looked like electronic eyes, were like two golden flames shining, looking down at the two mercilessly. The moment it emerged from the mountain and saw Magneto and Mystique, the tall humanoid being raised its slender left arm directly with the intention of attacking. Mystique was not too flustered. After all, there was a man who specialized in driving metal products next to him. But Magneto Eric's face changed. "Wait, it's not made of metal." Mystique was shocked. As one of the most powerful mutants in the world, Magneto still reacted very quickly and raised his hands. Several slightly larger sharp metals burst out from his body and quickly nailed into the palms, chest, and lower body of the tall humanoid. Faced with the fatal, heavy blow, the tall humanoid only took a half step back, and then the dark body surface quickly turned red and heated up, and in just a few seconds, all the metal blocks inserted into the body melted. Not only that, the injured tall humanoid body has also recovered. How is this possible? Magneto was stunned, and inexplicably felt that the existence in front of him was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The golden electronic pupils locked the two as always. The tall humanoid was on fire all over, and the right cone formed like lava stabbed towards Magneto. "Be careful." At the critical moment, Mystique threw Magneto to the ground. The next moment, swish! The flaming right cone of the tall humanoid being sank into the earth, melting a hole in the rock layer on the top of the mountain. In a sand pit left by the previous battle in the desert. The Archangel, one of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, coughed up blood and struggled to slowly climb out of the sand pit. He felt as if his whole body was falling apart. "Those 2 damn women, I remember. I will definitely avenge this." The punch was a little off, only breaking half of the wings and arms. If it was closer to the important parts of the body, the Archangel felt that it was still unknown whether he could survive. Where is Lord Apocalypse? The Archangel did not think that Apocalypse, who was worshipped as a god, would lose. He climbed out of the sand pit and was about to confirm the situation outside, but saw a 3-meter-tall humanoid being walking towards him. "You are." The Archangel's words were not finished yet. A dark hand like metal reached out, and 5 cold fingers without temperature wrapped around his neck. Woo! The Archangel's feet left the sand, his eyes widened, and with his super physique, he tried to pry open the opponent's 5 fingers with both hands, and one intact wing also flapped forward violently with a strong wind. But the opponent was like an unshakable copper wall, standing indifferently in the desert, and the 5 fingers holding the neck suddenly exerted force, making a crackling sound of broken bones. Blood gushed out of the archangel's facial features, his eyes widened, and he looked at the opponent with his eyes wide open. Killing the archangel with a super physique is like killing a chicken. The tall humanoid existence casually threw the archangel's body aside, and the muscles on his back transformed into a pair of extremely wide and long black wings. Looking at the tall humanoid existence that easily crushed the archangel to death dozens of meters away, Nightwalker immediately took a breath of cold air, and a creepy feeling surged from the bottom of his heart. What kind of monster is that? Nightwalker hid behind Professor X in fear. Although Nightwalker also looked like a demon monster, it was obvious that no one was in the mood to pay attention to him at this time. That's not a creature. X-Man Charles stared at the tall humanoid existence not far away and said in a deep voice, "That's a sentinel robot." "Is that a sentinel robot?" Nightwalker was startled. Rumor has it that the Sentinel project was terminated by you 10 years ago, and it was terminated under the leadership of Wolverine and you. The tall humanoid existence not far away does look like a sentinel robot. However, compared to the sentinel robots that looked like they were made up of a dozen metal parts 10 years ago, the robots in front of us are undoubtedly more perfect, and the complete bodies no longer have any welding and assembly processes. 10 years ago, we did terminate the Sentinel project, but it was only in our current time and space. X-Man Charles's face was extremely solemn. He had peeked into some of Wolverine's memory consciousness, so he knew more than others, and understood what these beings in front of him represented. Chapter 550. Boom! The storm swept through, and a deafening thunder suddenly sounded over the desert. You actually killed the Archangel. Seeing the Archangel's body, Storm, who was not bound by the truth lasso, had piercing white lightning in her eyes. She flew to a height of dozens of meters with a storm, and as she pressed her hands down, several thunders suddenly intertwined and bombarded the Sentinel robot. Boom! The thunder struck the tall body of the Sentinel robot from high above, causing the desert land in the area to explode, and the destructive lightning energy roamed along the sand and raged. Die! Storm, in anger and venting emotions, continued to launch the second and third strikes after the first strike, and continued the storm and thunder offensive. The sandstorm and lightning flooded the desert area where the Sentinel robot was. 10 seconds later, Storm stopped the attack panting. But soon, she was stunned. It can be seen that after the sandstorm and lightning disappeared, a pair of huge wings that were charred by lightning appeared. These wings spread upward like a shield, and the ends of the wings touched the sand on both sides. ZZ. The residual current flowed on the wings and quickly transferred into the sand. As the wings transformed into metal, texture trembled slightly and separated, a 3-meter-tall intact adult body appeared, casting a pair of ruthless golden electronic eyes at Storm in the sky. It raised one of the metal wings and flapped it upward, and countless feathers were like dense flying knives, covering Storm in the sky. Everything reversed too quickly. Storm didn't react for a while, staring blankly at the approaching feather spikes. At the critical moment. Step! A slender female figure leaped up lightly, and as her right hand was raised, her mind turned into a huge purple shield, blocking all the metal feathers. Psylocke. Storm was surprised to see the back of the woman in front of her, and it was her teammate Psylocke, one of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse. I can't read its mind, that guy has no life. Psylocke shouted. The next moment, a golden red energy laser shot up from bottom to top, directly hitting Psylocke's mind shield. The mind shield exploded, and Psylocke groaned in pain, and hit Storm hard backwards, and the two of them flew backwards together. The edge of the sand pit. The Sentinel robot with wings stood there, and its face was used as a laser muzzle, and it fired another energy laser cannon, trying to directly kill the 2 people who fell. Swish! A red radiation light intercepted the energy laser cannon in time. Ah! Not far away, Scott with radiation eyes had taken off his special glasses, and his eyes merged to emit a bull-sized radiation beam, confronting the cannon in the middle door of the double-winged Sentinel robot. For a moment, the energy laser cannon and the radiation beam cannon were in a stalemate. At the same time, a male figure pounced forward from behind like a wild wolf, and the 3 claws he stretched out directly sank into the back of the Sentinel robot's head, and the other 3 claws tore off the opponent's wings. We must not let it break into this time and space. Wolverine growled. Hank, let's go together and kill it. Ong! An inhuman roar responded to Wolverine, and Hank, who turned into a strong blue-haired beast, followed closely and hugged the Sentinel robot. The body of the Sentinel robot was difficult to move, and the back of the head and torso were constantly torn by the Elman metal claws, and the power of the laser beam was greatly reduced. The radiation beam immediately pressed forward and hit the face of the sentinel robot directly, causing some parts to melt immediately. Don't give it a chance to recognize it, destroy it before that. Hurry, it's almost done. Wolverine roared hoarsely and accelerated the tearing speed. With the combined efforts of the three, the double-winged sentinel robot almost completely fell apart in about a second. At this time, Professor X's voice rang out from their hearts, "Logan, Hank, you are up there." "What?" Wolverine and Beast Hank raised their eyes and noticed that the second sentinel robot was flying down here. It's too late to dodge. Wolverine and Beast Hank only felt that their bodies were pulled, and the next moment they were away from the double-winged sentinel and appeared next to Professor X. Charles. The second sentinel robot rushed behind the double-winged sentinel robot in a delayed manner, blasting a big hole in the desert. "Fortunately, we caught up." Quicksilver Pietro, who was behind Wolverine and Beast Hank, said, shaking off the dust on his hands. "That was close," Beast Hank grinned with fangs in a palpitation. Wolverine was not optimistic about this, and clenched his fists with gritted teeth. "It's almost there, if you can't kill it, it will be difficult to kill another one." In front. The double-winged sentinel robot, with most of its body destroyed, suddenly shed its torn and broken wings, and replaced them with sharp claws extending from the ends of its fists, and its body also healed itself at an extremely fast speed. The two sentinel robots mechanically cast their cold electronic eyes at the X-Men team. "Professor, can you invade it?" Beast Hank asked nervously. Professor X shook his head. "I can invade and control all creatures on the Earth, and 99 of mutants, but they are highly intelligent robots without mind consciousness. Now, what should we do?" Nightwalker said in fear, "Otherwise, let's just flee from here." "No, we must stop them here." Wolverine said in a deep voice. "It will scan mutant genes and hunt them. If such a thing breaks into the peaceful space and time here, this world will turn into purgatory. Then we can only bear it." The X-Men stared at the two sentinel robots solemnly. The two sentinel robots are simply mutant nemesis and killing machines. The golden electronic eyes locked them coldly and ruthlessly, and the deformed bodies that can read mutant genes and borrow abilities that were ready to start. The next moment, a strange change occurred. A fist surrounded by scarlet flames suddenly fell on the head of the claw sentinel robot. Immediately, the head, torso, and legs of the sentinel robot were pierced by the scarlet fist and the entire tall body was smashed into the desert. Bang! The fist wave stirred up dust all over the sky, making the local desert surging like waves in the sea. The fist was withdrawn from the broken sentinel robot, and the silver-haired young man fell from the sky holding the red-haired woman in one hand. Crack! The other sentinel robot burst into flames and turned into a giant fireman, flying and diving towards the woman in the arms of the silver-haired young man. The young man did not make any other movements, but just glanced back. Zzz. Two parallel scarlet lightning flashed in the trajectory of the letter Z, piercing the head of the flaming sentinel robot. Chapter 551. ZZ. Scarlet lightning flashed past. The second sentry robot had two tiny holes on its forehead. And sizzling destructive currents shot out from them. It was obvious that most of the tears that had been torn before could heal quickly, but this time it seemed to have failed. The tall body of the sentry robot stiffened. Then he fell straight back and fell to the desert ground. See this scene. The X-Men present, Storm and Psylocke not far away, and Magneto and Mystique coming down from the mountain were all stunned for a moment. The sentry robot that had made them extremely troublesome one moment was easily destroyed at the moment, both ends. Is this the Sentinel robot? It's interesting, reminds me of a guy named Ultron. The silver-haired young man shook his head. He looked away from the second sentry robot, hugged Phoenix Girl, who was still in a coma, and stepped forward on the remains of the other sentry robot on the ground. Nian said to the man with strong hair and chin among the X-Men, "Wolverine, look at your expression, you should know what happened, right?" Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Wolverine Logan. "Actually, I haven't quite figured it out yet." Wolverine retracted Elman's metal claws, his hands clenched into fists were shaking constantly, and he looked towards the junction of the red and black starry sky not far away, "But I was definitely not wrong just now, that was me, once world." "Logan, what on earth are you talking about? Isn't your world right here?" "No, this is your world." Wolverine shook his head. Under everyone's confused expressions, he took a deep breath and said, "I'll tell you all the secrets I hide." Wolverine Logan looked up at the unpolluted bright starry sky here, and said hoarsely. "You all know that due to my mutated self-healing ability, my lifespan is very long and I basically don't age, so since the First World War from that period to the present, my appearance have basically remained unchanged except for my claws. Even in 2023, I will still look the same as I do now. Wait a minute, Quicksilver Pietro raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Now, it's just 1983. Listen to me and you will understand. Wolverine said solemnly, in 2023, the Mutant Research Institute of the Great Power will fully upgrade the first-generation Sentinel robot into the second-generation Sentinel robot. Compared to the first-generation Sentinel robot, which can only be used as a reconnaissance aircraft and cannot compete with powerful mutants, the second-generation Sentinel robot is not only made of non-metallic material, but also carries the most advanced detection system, which can detect at a distance of 1 kilometer. Find the mutant genes in humans, target them and start hunting them. They have advanced intelligence, super resistance to blows, body weapon transformation, rapid self-repair, head energy laser, etc. What's even more terrifying is that they can copy mutant abilities at will and then share them with all Sentry robots. They are real war monsters and mutant nemesis. From the moment thousands of second-generation Sentinel robots were launched, in less than 3 months, Sentinel robots killed almost 99 of mutants. Wolverine said this. The faces of Beast, Radiant Eye, Quicksilver, Nightcrawler, as well as Magneto, Mystique, Storm, and Psylocke who were approaching here changed. They had vaguely guessed that the one they encountered just now was obviously the second-generation Sentinel robot. Just 2 ends are enough to make them feel troublesome and dangerous. If there are tens of thousands of second-generation Sentry robots, thinking about it makes people feel desperate. Of course, the scientists who developed the second-generation Sentinel robots soon suffered a bitter pill, Wolverine continued. The intelligence of those second-generation Sentinel robots will be deduced and upgraded. And as the technology for detecting mutant genes becomes more advanced and perfect. How could they? Humans carrying invisible mutant genes are detected and hunted as mutant threats. Could it be that? Beast Hank opened his eyes wide in shock, recalling the corpses all over the place he had just seen. That's right, Wolverine said solemnly. In the next 3 months, the war between the second-generation Sentinel robots and humans is about to break out. The number of humans has dropped by billions, countless countries and cities have been destroyed, and the dust from the explosion as it rushes up to 10,000 meters into the sky, making the sky dark during the day. It will take at least 1,000 years to eliminate it. After the second-generation Sentinel robot was born, half a year has passed. And the number of mutants has not even reached 100. And humans are left with only a few million people without invisible mutant genes. Of course, they are not always safe. As long as they are born, future generations may also face the attack of the second generation of Sentinel robots due to mutant genes. Wolverine laughed miserably. Yes, 2023 is the end of the world ruled by the second generation Sentinel robots. They will create and operate themselves, patrolling and scanning the world day and night until they kill the last human carrying the mutant gene. After listening to Wolverine's words, everyone on the field fell silent. What happened next? Logan, what happened next? Wolverine sighed. Even if some mutants and humans without invisible mutant genes secretly join forces, facing thousands of second-generation Sentinel robots, it is basically impossible to reverse the future of human extinction. However, because there is a mutant among us named Phantom Cat, she can send people's thoughts to the past time and space. So, we devised a plan. That is to say, let my mind be sent back to the past time and space 50 years ago, and let me stop the Sentinel project from its original source. Magneto couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. I see, Mystique Raven murmured to herself, fully understanding everything. That's why you came to see me as a young man 10 years ago in 1973. You succeeded, Professor X. Charles looked at Wolverine and said. Yes, I succeeded. I returned to the past with my mind and successfully stopped the original Sentinel project. Wolverine smiled bitterly. I originally thought that time and space would be reset in the future because of this, but in fact, perhaps a parallel world was born because of this, time and space. So. Beast Hank suddenly turned around, looking in horror at the dark desert world connected to the starry sky and Earth here. Logan, just now, the two of us arrived over there. Yeah, it can't be wrong. Wolverine nodded heavily. That's my original world over there, the mutant apocalyptic time and space of 2023. The peaceful time and space of 1978 without the Sentinel project, and the time and space of 2023 ruled by Sentinel robots. Two different time and space, different parallel worlds, are connected together at this moment. Chapter 552. As Wolverine reveals his biggest secret, it's also the most shocking mysteries of two parallel worlds. Everyone in the X-Men lineup and the previous Apocalypse Knights lineup felt a big stone in their hearts. It turns out that if Wolverine, who traveled back from time and space in the future, had not stopped the Sentinel project, their world would have reached the end of the world in another 40 years, that is, in 2023. fully usher in a world where sentinel robots dominate the world and mutants and humans are gradually extinct. What is even more terrifying now is that the future time and space are actually connected to the current time and space, using the desert here as a shuttle. Apparently. This was when the Phoenix Force finally lost control and inadvertently broke through the barriers between two parallel time and spaces, and welded them into a shuttle interface connecting the two time and space. Present. The mutants at the scene also gradually realized why Wolverine was still trying desperately to kill the Sentinel robot just now, even though he couldn't defeat it. This second-generation Sentry robot from the mutant apocalyptic spacetime of 2023 has grown into a force that truly dominates mutants. It can even be said to be a nemesis hunter that exists for mutants. If these two second-generation Sentinel robots are allowed to completely enter the current time and space of 1983, it will be a catastrophe for the entire world. If this attracts more second-generation Sentinel robots, it will be a veritable dimensionality reduction blow. Just thinking about it makes them feel creepy. It was so dangerous, I almost couldn't stop those two Sentry robots, Scott said with palpitations with radiation eyes. We really couldn't stop it. Beast Hank said, his eyes falling on Nian holding Phoenix. He was the one who stopped it. Others looked at Nian one after another, not knowing what to say. As a mutant nemesis, the second-generation Sentinel robot has also caused the apocalypse in another future time and space. It is naturally powerful and terrifying enough. But the person in front of him is undoubtedly an even more incomprehensible existence. Magneto King Eric's eyes flashed slightly. Even though it was the first time he met Nian, he knew that the other person was the person who had just defeated Apocalypse. He was younger than he expected. In addition, the ability to kill two second-generation Sentinel robots in an instant made Magneto Eric feel a little scared. Storm and Psylocke looked at the remains of two Sentinel robots not far away. They were lucky enough not to encounter Nian in the previous battle. Although the opponents they encountered were also unsolvable. Their methods could be gentle. More. Who wants to stand on the opposite side of such an unsolvable existence? Not looking for death. Mr. Nian, can you leave this world later? I feel that you are the only one who can bring me a sense of security now. It's really reliable. Quicksilver Pietro nodded with deep understanding. The two second-generation Sentry robots that he had just seen destroyed in an instant made him mistakenly believe that what he encountered was not the same thing as what Nian encountered. By the way, why didn't the Sentry robot attack you, Mr. Nian, just now? Beast Hank suddenly made a point in confusion. Just now, after the first Sentry robot was destroyed by Nian, the second Sentry robot did not attack Nian immediately, but directly attacked the Phoenix in Nian's arms. Nian shrugged and replied casually, maybe it's because I don't have mutant genes in my body. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the field was once again stunned. Wolverine was even more shocked. He stared at Nian, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his face with a thick beard on his jaw kept twitching, showing an ecstatic expression. That's right, that's right, that's right. Wolverine Logan suddenly rushed over and said excitedly to Nian, the situation in the future time and space over there, no matter how hard the survivors work and try their best, it has reached a point of irreversibility. But if it were you, you could definitely do it. Wolverine is absolutely sure that he has found a way to truly save the future of time and space. Other mutants at the scene could also understand why Wolverine was so excited. It can easily destroy the second-generation Sentinel robot and will not be scanned and copied by the second-generation Sentinel robot. This is not the nemesis of the second-generation Sentinel robot. You should know that I am preparing to leave this world. Facing the emotional Wolverine, Nian said calmly. This. The excitement on Wolverine's face subsided, and he also knew that it was not very kind to ask others to save the past time and space here, and now he wants to ask others to liberate the future apocalyptic time and space. However, Nian paused for a moment and looked at Wolverine. You have said before that you have seen the person I am looking for in your future time and space, right? That's right. Wolverine nodded without hesitation, I have indeed seen a green-haired young woman who can control metal. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Nian did not hesitate and immediately walked towards the desert area where the two times and spaces were connected. Late 2023, Mutant World. It was only about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky was filled with dust and was completely dark, without any sunlight falling. Ashes fell down like gray snowflakes, landing on the dark and cold earth. The lifeless and smoke-filled ruins of the city, the garbage dump full of human corpses and bones. The roads full of crashed and overturned vehicles, the former civilization and light no longer exist, some surviving humans lined up to go underground and began to live in the cracks of the ruins of civilization. Even if they don't have mutant genes in their bodies now, there is no guarantee that their bodies or offspring will have mutant genes in the future. And mutant genes will attract those terrifying existences, turning this world into a purgatory on Earth, symbolizing the unsolvable existence of the end of the world and destruction. At this time, Moscow, a well-preserved suburban factory. Under the factory. This place has been transformed into a temporary base with lights on. Several members with strange shapes are busy in it, and they are more or less carrying armed ammunition. But at this time, two suspended flying bodies passed quickly from a height of 100 meters above the factory. After driving about half a kilometer, one of them suddenly opened the bottom cabin and dropped three 3-meter-long smooth cone-shaped objects. The ground soon began to shake slightly. They are coming. Under the factory, one of the male members changed his expression and quickly warned his companions. Quick, prepare to retreat. Give up this place, we have been discovered. The many fully armed mutant members did not have any will to resist, but chose to abandon the base directly. This is also one of the reasons why they, as mutants, have survived to this day. Chapter 553. They found this place. The Sentinel robots are coming. In the temporary base hidden under the factory, this warning was first spread to every corner. Every mutant member's face changed when they heard it, and they tensed their bodies and minds like a frightened bird and took action quickly. And their so-called actions were just to prepare for the final evacuation. Facing the incoming Sentinel robots, no mutant had the idea of fighting with them, because it was no different from committing suicide. Even if everyone put together to kill a Sentinel robot, it would be meaningless. Then there will be Sentinel robots to reinforce here, endlessly, until the mutant gene reaction in this area is wiped out. Sunspot, Iceman, Colossus, Flash, you block the Sentinel robots and try to delay time. Phantom Cat, we enter the deepest room and start the evacuation procedure immediately. A black man with an Indian appearance picked up a special firearm with energy. His dark face was serious. He spoke quickly while striding towards the depths of the base. Understood. Knowing that Phantom Cat was the key to their evacuation, several adult mutants, both men and women, responded quickly. I am Iceman. It should not be a problem to hold a Sentinel robot for 30 seconds. Then I can also hold it for half a minute. Another male mutant member, Sunspot, curled his lips. The muscular man in his prime glanced at him, you can brag, but don't die before me later. Ha! The other mutant members smiled at each other after hearing this. After a simple teasing, the tense atmosphere in the room eased a little. A beautiful pale face with black eye makeup on the side, charming and sexy Flashing Bing opened her purple lips slightly, with Phantom Cat here, we will not die, and we will definitely be able to evacuate from here smoothly. Phantom Cat, who was given high hopes for evacuation, is an underage mutant girl. Her ability is to allow her body or the things she touches to pass through any object, including time. Therefore, as long as Phantom Cat can make one of the members' consciousness go back to a week ago, she can avoid the dilemma of being discovered by the Sentinel robot. Got it, I'm over there. Phantom Cat also knew that the situation was urgent, and she swiftly passed through several walls and rushed to the deepest part of the base. Less than 10 seconds. All the mutant members in the factory base were ready to fight the enemy and evacuate. It is precisely because of this that their team has survived to this day and lived to the end of 2023 when the world is about to end. Among them, many mutants only wish to survive this year. Buzz. The factory base began to tremble slightly, and the mutant members who stayed behind to buy time knew that this was the Sentinel robot drilling into the ground to surround them. Damn it. Sunspot really wanted to swear. The Sentinel robot not only could fly, but its body could also be freely switched into a tool, so hiding underground was meaningless. However, they still have to hide underground like rats every day to survive, at least this way they can avoid the detection and scanning of the Sentinel robot as much as possible. Sunspot opened his mouth, but no words came out in the end. Not only him, but also the Iceman, Steel, Flash, etc. Beside him, all held their breath at this time, and their minds were as tight as bowstrings. Depressed and deadly, only the tremors and shaking of the factory base were getting worse and worse. The mutant members who stayed behind to block and delay time were quietly waiting to meet the inhuman enemy, preparing to fight a battle that they would never win. Boom! 3 seconds later. The base factory was like being in the aftermath of an earthquake. And the vibration intensified to a point that could not be ignored. The scene of the Sentinel robot drilling the underground outer wall of the factory base has emerged in the brains of the sensitive mutant members. The battle of life and death is about to start. Steel has transformed from an ordinary male human body into a humanoid existence made of steel. Sunspot, Iceman, Flash and others were about to use their mutant abilities. But the next moment, something happened that made everyone in the underground base suspicious. The sound of drilling holes in the base's underground outer wall disappeared, the vibration stopped abruptly, and all the movements were strangely silent in an instant. It seemed that the attack of the Sentinel robot was just their illusion. What on earth is going on? Several mutant members looked at each other blankly. This situation was obviously the first time they had seen it. The Sentinel robot was obviously coming here, and the Sentinel robot would never stop before clearing the mutant genes here. But now. Kaka. Suddenly, the door above the factory base made a sound of being opened. Ta-ta. Then, a light footsteps came down from the staircase above. It's the sound of human footsteps, Flash muttered to himself. There's more than one person, Iceman added. Under the shocked gazes of the mutant members, a human youth who had never been seen before walked down the stairs. His hair was a rare silver color, and his eyes glowed with a faint red light as if they were burned. Being swept by those pale red eyes, it was as if all the secrets were revealed. Friend, where are you from? Giant followed the idea that since they were humans, they were in the same lineup, and said in a friendly manner, the Sentinel robot has set its sights on this place, it's very dangerous here. Oh. Red Master Mode Nian nodded, his eyes flickered slightly, as if he had found something, and continued to walk deep into the underground base. You can't go over there. Giant subconsciously put his steeled right palm on Nian's shoulder, but was dragged to the ground by a force, smashing the floor to form a clear outline of a human face and body, while Nian continued to walk forward without stopping. Stop him. Sunspot and Iceman looked at each other, and immediately raised their palms, spewing out a ball of high-temperature lava and a piercing white freezing air respectively. Swish. Several scarlet flames appeared on Nian's body, and in an instant, the high-temperature lava and the freezing cold air were all decomposed and annihilated by the scarlet. Sunspot and Iceman's eyes widened in disbelief. Stop. Blinking Bing waved his hand, and a ball of purple light exploded in the space in front of Nian. The road in the passage ahead was diverted, trying to stop Nian from going deeper. Nian took a step forward calmly, but was not diverted to another place. Instead, he passed through the chaotic space and continued to walk towards the deep room of the underground base. Chapter 554. His strength far exceeds that of Colossus, he cannot get close to the high temperature and freezing cold of the sun, and he ignores the chaos of space. In the underground base, the mutant members who stayed behind were stunned. No one could stop the silver-haired young man from walking towards the deepest room in the base. Damn it, I have to fight hard. Sunspot shouted at Robert the Iceman. Just when the two of them were about to desperately stop the silver-haired young man, a steady male voice sounded from the stairs above, Heisey, Robert, stop it. Sunspot and Iceman Robert turned around in surprise and saw a man with strong hair and cheeks walking down the stairs above. Teacher Logan. Sunspot and Iceman Robert shouted in unison, unable to stop their expressions of surprise. Wolverine replied, it's me, but it's not the me you know, forget it, it's too complicated to explain. With that said, Wolverine stepped aside. It can be seen that from the stairway behind him, a floating wheelchair carried a bald young man down, followed closely behind the wheelchair was a mutant who transformed into a blue-haired beast. Professor X. This time, not only Sunspot and Iceman Robert, but also all the mutant members present, including Twinkle, were stunned. However, Professor. Are you Hank, Mr. Hank? Iceman Robert was suddenly shocked and stared at the blue-haired beast in disbelief. This is impossible, Teacher Hank, he died half a year ago, and was Teacher Hank so young? Sunspot opened his eyes wide. Am I still so weak in the future? Beast Hank felt offended. Future. Iceman Robert and others were still confused. Sunspot suddenly reacted and hurriedly looked at the silver-haired young man who had disappeared deep into the base. No, let him in. It doesn't matter, Wolverine said inexplicably. You don't need to stop him, and you can't stop him. Teacher Logan, do you know that weirdo just now? Iceman Robert asked curiously. That guy is not a weirdo, I was brought here by him. Wolverine had suppressed his excitement and nodded, just watch, he is the only one who can save this world. Factory base, the deepest room underground. The outer walls here, as well as the door, are made of steel plates with a thickness of 10 centimeters. According to theory, they should be able to block the second-generation Sentinel robot for about 5 seconds. At this time, the only ones in the locked basement were the Indian mutant and the mutant girl Phantom Cat Kitty. The two of them obviously didn't know what was happening outside the basement, and mistakenly thought that their companions were still blocking the second-generation Sentinel robot. The Indian mutant was lying on a bed, and the Phantom Cat Kitty stood in front of the bed, pressing his temples with both hands. As the mutant power was used, a little light seeped into the other person's head. From the moment the sentry robot discovered this place, the sentry robot also blocked the area. It was simply unimaginable to break out from the front and evacuate. Therefore, the Phantom Cat can only transfer one person's consciousness back to last week, causing the other party to issue an order to evacuate here in advance. Just a little bit, just a little bit. The Phantom Cat's hands struggled to rest on the Indian mutant's temples, glowing faintly. But at this moment, in the closed basement where they were alone, a hand suddenly stretched out from the darkness without warning and grabbed the left wrist of the Phantom Cat. Katie, stop. Ah. The Phantom Cat's face turned pale with fright, and his body trembled. His mutant ability was interrupted at the last critical point. The Indian mutant lying on the bed quickly stood up and pointed the energy gun he was holding in his right hand behind the Phantom Cat. Let go. The words are not finished yet. The Indian mutant flew out backwards with his gun, and while he was in the air, an anthropomorphic spirit body also broke away from his body. Wow! Phantom Cat's petite body trembled. I won't run, don't kill me. I didn't say I wanted to kill you, Nian said helplessly. You lied. A hint of cunning flashed in the Phantom Cat's eyes. She suddenly turned around and took the initiative to run into Nian's arms. The Phantom Cat originally wanted to pass through the young man's body with its mutant power, and then continue to escape through the inner wall of the basement. The next moment, the Phantom Cat, Katie exclaimed, bumped into the young man's arms, and hugged her forehead in pain. You said you weren't going to run away, I guess you're the one who lied. Nian was a bit dumbfounded. The Phantom Cat could no longer care about the big bump on her forehead. This was the first time her mutant ability had failed. She could even penetrate the steel of walls, everything in the world. And even time. However, it failed to pass through the body of the mysterious young man at the moment. You. The Phantom Cat raised its eyes fearfully and finally saw Nian's face clearly. Phantom Cat Katie was no longer afraid. Of course, she would never admit that she was a beauty addict. Wait, I seem to have seen you somewhere. The Phantom Cat suddenly stared at Nian blankly and asked, do you know Lorna? Nian was shocked. He clenched his fists, then quickly unclenched them, smiled and replied, of course I know you. How could you not know him? Nian naturally found some clues in this world, so he came here to find Phantom Cat, but he didn't expect that the other party would recognize him directly. Can you tell me where Luna is now? Nian put his hand on the girl's shoulder and asked bluntly, unable to calm down. Phantom Cat's eyes dimmed when facing the question, I also want to know where my sister went. She paused and continued, at that time, my sister should have been in the basement. I just went out to find some supplies, and I couldn't see her when I came back. At first I suspected that the Sentinel robot invaded there, but there was no trace of any battle in the basement. Really? Nian's eyes dimmed, guessing a possibility. Just like the last time in the Black Robe world, it was still a step late. Your name is Katie, right? Speak slowly. I want to know when you and Luna met, and what happened, and why did you recognize me? I want to know everything about her. 10 minutes later. The door to the deepest basement slowly opened, and under the gaze of two mutants, Wolverine and Iceman, Nian and Phantom Cat Katie walked out. Katie, are you okay? Iceman Robert paused before he finished speaking, and saw that Phantom Cat Katie was hugging each other's arms intimately. It would be strange if something happened. Chapter 55. Factory Underground. Nian walked out of the deepest basement with Kitty, the Phantom Cat. Others obviously didn't know what happened in this short period of time that made Kitty, the Phantom Cat who was always shy, take the initiative to hug each other's left arm affectionately. Naturally, this is not caused by the passive ability of the Lord of the Nian family. Although it is partly related, the main reason is still due to the existence of the common understanding, Polaris Lorna. Mr. Nian, I'm sorry just now. Facing Nian again, Iceman Robert and others' attitudes had completely changed, with expressions of awe. They already know that the three-headed sentry robot that just attacked was killed by the opponent, so Wolverine, Professor X and others can enter here safely from the outside. The ability to kill 3 second-generation Sentinel robots in one go is worthy of respect in the entire apocalyptic world. Nian didn't care about this. He wanted to explain a few more words just now, but because he cared about Lorna, he was confused if he cared a little. What? You just had a fight with eldest brother? The Phantom Cat blinked, looking innocent and smart. It doesn't count, I just stopped. Sunspot smiled bitterly, and now he didn't even realize how he was defeated. Even facing the Sentinel robot, it is impossible for him to be defeated so completely. At this time, Nian suddenly raised his eyes and looked to one side above the base, as if his eyes were looking directly at things outside through the floor and soil. Here we go again. Sitting in a wheelchair, young Professor X, Charles, spoke. Coming. Many mutants on the field were stunned at first as the factory shook slightly. The earthquake sources came from all directions, like a huge net covering the place. They all realized what was coming. One of the mutant members with keen perception turned pale and shouted in horror. Oh my god, the sentry robots are here again. Just now they were just the advanced troops for investigation, but now there are at least 10 sentry robots. We are completely surrounded. In an instant, the atmosphere that had calmed down suddenly became solemn. Especially the mutants native to this world, their eyes showed horror. 10 sentry robots were dispatched together, and in the past they could instantly overcome the security of their temporary base. Only Wolverine Logan and young Professor X, who had just come in from outside the base, looked as calm and natural as ever. Mr. Logan, Professor. Iceman Robert spoke quickly about the follow-up arrangements, and then turned his attention to the phantom cat Katie. We don't care, you take her away, her ability can create countless miracles. You guys, this. Knowing that everyone was about to delay the incident in a suicidal way, phantom cat Katie's eyes were filled with a layer of moisture, and her hands unconsciously hugged Xinyan's left arm. There's no time, Mr. Xinyan, please. Colossus was like a steel human wall, standing outside the crowd, staring at the base's shaking outer wall. Please. Robert the Iceman and other mutant members of Twinkle Bin Bing also resolutely pinned their hopes on the phantom cat. Brother, phantom cat Katie looked at the young man beside her uneasily. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Xinyan reached out and touched the other person's head. This time, there is no need to escape. Hearing Xinyan's words, the local mutants on the field were stunned again. Facing the encirclement and hunting of sentry robots. Escape, isn't it common sense in this apocalyptic world? Teacher Logan, you. Iceman Robert's eyes were bloodshot and he looked anxiously at Wolverine, who also had no intention of moving. Robert, have you forgotten what I just said? Wolverine patted him on the shoulder and grinned. But. Before Robert the Iceman could reply, several booms merged together, and the surrounding outer walls of the factory's underground base were broken open. And a 3-meter-tall humanoid machine presence forced its way in, glowing with golden electronic pupils. His eyes swept toward the people in the base. Everyone, stop moving. Wolverine suddenly shouted loudly. What? The local mutant members thought they heard wrongly, or that Teacher Wolverine had gone crazy, but they still paused for a moment. Just for a moment. Zitzi. Xinyan, the Red Master Mode, stood on the spot, his pale red eyes glanced outwards, scarlet lightning overflowed from within, turning into 2 scarlet lightning bolts. ZZ. The scarlet lightning moved in a Z-letter trajectory, passing through the gap between the mutant members. First it hit a sentry robot, and then the scarlet lightning continued to spin in a circle, piercing all the sentry robots that broke in. They were only penetrated by tiny scarlet lightning, and there was no obvious damage to their smooth and unified pitch-black appearance. These sentry robots, which had always been difficult to kill, immediately stopped motionless on the spot. Boom! At the same time, several sentry robots crashed through the floor of the factory and pounced on the mutant members in the basement below. But as if he had predicted their location, Xinyan pulled the phantom cat behind him. His right fist was filled with strange scarlet flames, and he punched several times very quickly. Each punch pierced the air, bringing shock waves and bursting with scarlet flames. Each punch landed on the tall body of a sentinel robot, and the sentinel robots all exploded without exception. Bang! The dazzling and scorching breath swept out, and Xinyan also retracted his right hand at the same time. When everyone on the field came to their senses with a delay, the seemingly intact sentinel robots fell straight forward against the side wall of the basement. And the sentinel robots that broke in from above were left with only a few scattered fragments that were not annihilated by the scarlet flames, and fell on the floor of the underground base with a clang. Dead silence. The scene was deadly silent. The siege crisis was lifted in an instant, and the local mutant members were all stunned. Are these really sentinel robots? The existence that forced them and the world into a desperate situation? It looks more like toys that break at the touch. Mr. Xinyan. Iceman Robert stared blankly at the silver-haired young man who stood there and basically did not move. At this moment, Wolverine's words just now echoed in his mind again. I brought the savior of this world here. Savior? No one took it seriously before, just as a joke to liven up the atmosphere. After all, this is a world that has completely become a living hell, where it is a luxury for mutants to live one more day. Chapter 556. Sure enough, Omega effect rays are more useful. In Red Master mode, Xinyan retracted his right fist and whispered to himself. In terms of offensive capabilities, very few abilities can match the Omega effect ray, which is simple and crude. The energy and regular characteristics of the Omega effect are too high. It is released quickly and is hard to guard against. It has its own turning capabilities and can penetrate space to pursue the enemy. Once it hits, even a mechanical body cannot escape destruction. In the presence of Omega effect rays, Nian didn't even bother to raise his hand. So strong. Sunspot looked at Nian in shock. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful existence. No, using strong strength to describe it is no longer enough. In the past, I had never heard of anyone being able to destroy 10 Sentinel robots in an instant. If you can kill one of these sentry robots together, you can be considered a first-rate mutant team. Otherwise, the mutants would not be forced to flee continuously, and even destroy the world into the current state of disgrace. Save the world, if it were him, he might really be able to do it. As soon as Robert the Iceman had this thought, his heart beat unexpectedly, and he stared at the young man with a flushed face. The other mutants also looked at Nian almost fanatically, as if they were looking at a god, with their eyes revealing a rare thing called hope. The Phantom Cat was standing close behind Nian, looking at the sentry robots being killed everywhere, its mouth opened in the shape of an O letter. Brother, you are too awesome. I said it. Nian smiled lightly, you don't have to run away anymore. Phantom Cat's body trembled slightly and asked with a trembling voice, including, in the future? Well, including in the future. Young nodded and estimated that there was about an hour left in Red Master mode. 1 hour is enough. Nian pondered for a moment, then looked at Wolverine and others next to him. You just stay here for now, there is no need to continue following. Mr. Nian, what are you going to do? Wolverine couldn't hide his excitement as he looked at him. In a world ruled by Sentinel robots, it's time to end this farce. Nian said calmly and looked at the Phantom Cat beside him, come with me. Good. Although the Phantom Cat didn't know what Nian was going to do, it nodded quickly and trustingly and continued to wrap its slender arms around his left hand. Nian waved his free right hand forward, opened a circular portal in front, and walked directly through it with the Phantom Cat. The portal quickly shrank and dispersed, leaving the sparks disappearing in the sky. I saw it right? The other side of that portal looks like New York. New York is a familiar but unfamiliar place named to local mutants. You must have read that right. Colossus slowly picked up the words. The local mutants on the field were silent again. New York, last year, was still a world-renowned economic city. But since the birth of the second-generation Sentinel robot half a year ago, New York, as the location of the scientific research base that cultivated the Sentinel robot, was also the first large city to fall to mankind. In New York right now, there are no underground survivors left, there are just. Teacher Logan, Mr. Nian, this is the past. Robert the Iceman looked at Wolverine belatedly and clenched his hands into fists involuntarily. Wolverine grinned. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one and took a puff. He nodded in affirmation, yes, it's what you thought. Mutant World, New York City. Rustle. The spinning wheels of sparks extinguished, and the portal connected to the factory base separated by an ocean disappeared behind them. The silver-haired young man and the girl in the jacket appeared here. What they saw was a group of abandoned urban buildings. The sky above the dome was also obscured by dust and dark clouds, and no life, including plants, could be seen. There are only ruins, ashes, remains, and smoke, and the smell of death fills every corner. There is not a single living human being left, and all traces of humanity have been erased. In the original most prosperous business district in the center of New York City, there is a giant hemispheric fortress covering an area of 2 kilometers. The entire base of the fortress reflects the cold feeling of metal and shines with a dazzling blue and white light. Countless sentry robots are coming in and out like hardworking bees, and there are also coffin-shaped aircraft transporting Sentinel robots to other cities or other countries. That's right, after the fall of New York, this became the headquarters of the second-generation Sentinel robot. The headquarters is self-sufficient in intelligence and continues to follow the instructions of eliminate mutants and defend peace. Indefinitely, constantly collecting Earth resources to create second-generation Sentinel robots, even though the scientists who originally created the Sentinel robots have long since died. The moment young men and girls appear in this area. Kaka. Kaka. The sentry robots working in the sky and on the ground in the New York area all stopped invariably and turned their golden electronic eyes in the direction of the young man and girl. To be more precise, looking at the young white girl, the entire huge ruined city suddenly became eerily silent. Being watched remotely by thousands of sentry robots to lock the target. Phantom Cat Katie's petite body couldn't stop trembling. She gritted her teeth and kept increasing her strength in her hands holding the young man's left arm. Almost falling to the ground. She resisted the urge to turn around and escape through the wall. Because I'm not a mutant, so, I need you to attract them so that I don't have to look for them one by one. She said in a young voice, if you are afraid, close your eyes. Phantom Cat was absent-minded for a moment. She vaguely recalled that there was a person who said something similar. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, hide, you will be fine with me here. After the green-haired woman finished speaking, she rushed out alone to meet the two sentinel robots attacking from outside. Soon, the beautiful and heroic green-haired woman brought back the head of a sentinel robot. Phantom Cat Katie has been thinking about what kind of person the other half of someone as outstanding as her sister is. Now, she understands. Phantom Cat Katie took a deep breath and said firmly, brother, let go and do it. I don't want to run away anymore. I will keep my eyes open and observe until the end of the doomsday war in this world. Is that so? Nian's mouth corners lifted, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The next moment, thousands of second-generation sentinel robots in the New York area surrounded the young man and the girl like a swarm of bees. Swish! Two scarlet lightning bolts suddenly burst out from the silver-haired young man's eyes, splitting the cloud formed by the sentinel robots like a sword, and dozens of severed sentinel robots fell from the sky in an instant. The extraordinary war of one against many is about to break out. Chapter 557. The future mutant spacetime ruled by the second-generation sentinel robots, the Great Wall. Several fully armed mutants guarded the Great Wall Pavilion. Under the dim light of the bean-sized lamp, two old men with a combined age of more than 150 met together. One of the old men had a bald head, a kind face, and deep and wise eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He sat peacefully in a special wheelchair. The other old man was wearing metal armor and a gray-black cloak. Under his frosty hair, he had a stern face that was full of wrinkles left by the years, but still had a sharp look. He stood upright with a momentum like a piece of red-hot iron. If the surviving mutants in the outside world saw this scene, they would be shocked. After all, both of them stood at the top of each other's mutant lineup, and they were also the most famous and powerful mutants in the world. Would you like wine or coffee, or local tea? Asked the bald old man. The old man in the cloak said in a deep voice without any courtesy, Charles, you contacted me specially just to drink? As a native mutant, Professor X, Charles smiled indifferently, Eric, after so many years, your temper is still so hot. Eric, the old Magneto, snorted coldly and said in a hoarse voice, if my temper is the same as it was back then, I should kill you now, so that you won't die at the hands of the Sentinel robot in the future. I know, you still resent me for the fact that Mystique Raven was captured by the Sentinel Robot Research Institute 50 years ago, Professor X sighed. If I could keep an eye on Raven, she wouldn't be caught outside, and the Sentinel project wouldn't be carried out, and there wouldn't be the second generation of Sentinel robots now. The old Magneto glanced at him coldly, just know, I will never forgive you. The old Professor X didn't care about it, and suddenly said, if we can stop what happened back then and save Raven, can we reverse the current doomsday situation? Stop. How do you stop it? Travel through time and space. Professor X continued, not long ago, I contacted a surviving mutant team with telepathy. Among them is a girl named Phantom Cat, her ability is very special, she can make everything she touches penetrate everything. So what? The old Magneto looked at the old Professor X, who was both an enemy and a friend, and shook his head and said. Even if her ability is stronger than you and me, she can't defeat so many Sentinel robots. It is naturally impossible to defeat thousands of Sentinel robots, Professor X said in a deep voice. But if we let a mutant member with self-healing will, with the ability of Phantom Cat, travel through time and return to 50 years ago, and stop the Sentinel project at the source, can we reverse the desperate doomsday world now? The old Magneto was silent, staring at the old Professor X. If there is really a theoretical possibility, then we must try it no matter what. There is no hope for the mutant time and space at the moment. The surviving mutants do not exceed a few hundred, and ordinary people only survived a few million people, all hiding in the underground shelters in the ruins of the city. Unable to compete with the Sentinel robots that now rule the world, returning to the past may be the only hope to stop and reverse the war. The person I chose is Wolverine Logan, and his thoughts are most suitable to return to the past, old Professor X said immediately. I will contact Wolverine and Phantom Cat and ask them to find a way to come here. Old Professor X's words stopped abruptly, showing a look of surprise. What's wrong, what did your mind sense? Old Magneto quickly saw the clues and asked in a hoarse voice. I don't know what happened outside. Old Professor X opened his eyes in disbelief. The Sentinel robots and Sentinel spacecraft patrolling in this country are all evacuating. Old Magneto was also stunned. The local patrolling Sentinel robots would evacuate, which was a very abnormal move. Old Professor X muttered to himself, no, they don't seem to be evacuating, but more like going to one place for support. Support? You must be wrong. Old Magneto frowned. If it was half a year ago, the Sentinel robots might have coordinated reinforcements to other areas. But now it is half a year after the end of the world. After the Sentinel robots ruled the world, they continued to collect resources to develop themselves. Now almost every major country has more than 1,000 Sentinel robots, patrolling and scanning the sky of the local country all day and night. Need all the patrol Sentinel robots of a country to evacuate and support other areas? This is simply a fantasy. Even if the old Magneto is confident that his magnetic control has increased instead of decreased after old age, he still believes that he cannot defeat more than 10 Sentinel robots. But this is the fact. The old Professor X said in surprise, "They are all rushing to New York to support." At this moment, in Germany, in an air raid shelter under the city, hundreds of survivors are hugging each other and screaming continuously. With the sound of drilling and roaring, a Sentinel robot is breaking in. The golden pupils scanned inside, as if scanning humans carrying mutant genes, and directly entered the attack mode. But at this time, it seems to have received an order. The Sentinel robot stopped in the air after taking a step forward. Its tall body froze for a moment. And then it quickly turned around and returned along the same route, disappearing in this area with the sound of the spacecraft breaking through the wind. Also, India, Australia, Britain, France. All over the world, Sentinel robots, either guarding or patrolling, stopped their actions, returned to the spacecraft, and returned to the direction of the New York base headquarters where the Sentinel robots were manufactured. France, a factory shrouded in darkness. Rumble. Dozens of Sentinel robots surrounded the factory from all directions from the sky and underground. In the end, only about 100 meters were left. Suddenly, dozens of Sentinel robots flying in the air and shuttling underground all stopped for a moment, and then raised their heads and looked towards one side of the sky at the same time. On the other side of the distant continent, the night sky was glowing red. Click. The next moment, dozens of Sentinel robots on the scene all rushed in that direction, and all the logistics aircraft started and flew high into the sky. Under the factory, in the temporary base, the perceptive mutant member shouted in doubt, "Leaving, the Sentinel robots in this area are leaving." "Where are they leaving?" Sunspot asked as if to confirm. "That direction should be New York," the mutant member responded. Iceman Robert excitedly waved his fist. "It's Mr. Nian's side, it must be." Chapter 558. Future Mutant Time and Space, New York. Countless Sentinel robots are like a swarm of bees that have exploded, densely packed and overwhelming, flying from the world map and countries outside New York to reinforce. They rush to a part of the ruins of New York one after another, some with blazing flames, some turning into cold ice, some turning into shiny steel, and some carrying lightning, hurricanes, and dust. The colorful display of various mutant abilities enveloped the entire sky and land of New York. This scene is no different from the end of the world. The next moment. Zzz. Scarlet parallel lightning burst out from the ruins below, sweeping through the air at a high speed, piercing through flames, ice, steel, hurricanes, dust, and all the incarnations of Sentinel robots including lightning. Leaving a series of red tracks of the letter Z in the air, splitting the Sentinel robots and aircraft, and breaking the dust and dark clouds on the top of the city. Golden sunlight continued to fall, dispelling the dark shadows below. Bang! 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 Intact or broken Sentinel robots fell from the sky one after another, and within a second, hundreds of Sentinel robots were dismembered and fell into the ruins. And the return support of the Sentinel robots has not ended, and the Scarlet Lightning will not end. In the ruins of New York. Phantom Cat Katie hid under the arms of the young man, opened her bright blue eyes, and looked at the countless Sentinel robots flying around. Such a large number of Sentinel robots, I am afraid it is the first time for anyone to witness it. Even if these Sentinels do not use their mutant abilities, but just line up neatly, they are enough to flatten a large city. But this time, no Sentinel robot can break through the 10-meter range, and all fell on the ruins 10 meters away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of golden laser beams also bombarded from a distance, but they were all blocked by the scarlet lingering outside the young man's body. The scarlet was like a flame that melted all energy and long-range attacks. Hongzhu Xinyan stood in place, with scarlet light constantly appearing in his eyes, and Omega effects burst out and disappeared before his eyes. Phantom Cat Katie was shocked to observe this battle. This is not a war. It's a massacre. The silver-haired young man is far more terrifying to the Sentinel robot than the Sentinel robot is to ordinary people. Toys, all toys. I don't know how long it lasted. Phantom Cat Katie stared blankly at the sky above New York. The number of sentinel robots has dropped sharply from the overwhelming number at the beginning to a number that can be counted, until there is no moving sentinel robot within sight. All were killed. When Phantom Cat Katie came to her senses, the ruins of the sentinel robots in the ruins 10 meters away were piled up like a mountain. Only a super-large base fortress was left quietly sitting not far away. In the Red Master mode, Nian stretched out his right hand, and a ball of scarlet light left his palm and flew towards the base fortress. The moment the scarlet light ball hit the base fortress, it immediately burst out with a myriad of scarlet beams, covering the entire sentinel base fortress. Under the astonished gaze of Phantom Cat, the Sentinel headquarters base continued to shrink, from a super-large building covering several kilometers to a semicircle the size of a human head. In the Red Master mode, Nian waved forward, and the shrunken base fortress flew into his hand and covered it with a glass cover, looking like a miniature fortress model. Suddenly I can understand the mentality of that guy who collected cities before. Nian muttered in a low voice, and took back the Sentinel base fortress shrunken by PIM technology into the dimension ring. Okay. Nian glanced at Phantom Cat next to him. Let's go. Is it over? Phantom Cat looked at the quiet city ruins with an expression of living in a dream. It should be said that even in a dream, she dared not have such an exaggerated and wonderful dream. Nian nodded calmly. The Sentinel robots have basically been destroyed. I also modified the network program. The equipment for scanning mutant genes has been scrapped. Red Master mode, the ability to combine magic and technology, is a bit of a waste to deal with the second-generation Sentinel robots. Unless the Sentinel robots continue to evolve and undergo some qualitative changes, let alone 10,000, even 100,000 or 1 million, they are still no match for the Red Master mode. You don't have to hide from XZ in the future, and you don't have to fight this kind of thing anymore, Nian said to Phantom Cat Katie. But I saw. The jacket girl's eyes flashed with crystal water, sliding down from the thin cheeks covered with dust, and the tears wiped off the dust to reveal her fair face. Brother. The girl threw herself into Nian's arms and burst into tears. At her age, she should have been studying in school, but she suffered the disaster of the mutant doomsday. It's okay now. Nian patted her little head and said, let's go, take me to see where you used to live. The Sentinel robot disappeared. When the survivors who hid in basements, air raid shelters, subway tunnels, and mines walked out, they found that the sky was still gloomy, but there was no trace of the Sentinel robots. It seemed that these beings that brought doomsday and war had never appeared in this world. Brother, look, it's here. The girl brought the young man to the ruins of a town in California. She was full of youthful and lively smiles. She stopped in front of a collapsed building and looked at the entrance and exit that had been completely buried by rubble with a little regret. Unfortunately, the hole leading to the basement has collapsed. Nian tapped the air in front of him with his fingers and drew a circle. A portal immediately opened in front of him. Nian took the lead and walked in. The portal led directly to the basement with blocked entrances and exits, which was dark and dull. The faint scarlet light spread out, and the floating dust in the air was annihilated, and the basement was also illuminated. Here, it was a basement arranged as a room. There were also a lot of food and supplies left at the scene, including a bed, a table, and a baby's cradle. Nian soon saw that a men's suit was neatly placed in a corner of the bed, which was a familiar dark blue. Nian suddenly walked up quickly, came to the dusty table, and opened the drawer with a light breath. There was no material in the drawer, just a small silver metal nameplate. Nian picked up the metal nameplate, and the hard feeling from his fingers indicated that it was made of vibranium. It was the boss's thing. He had given it to him in a joint battle before. Nian's eyes were filled with nostalgia, and he turned the metal nameplate in his hand over. He could see a photo embedded on the back, of a young black-haired boy. That was why Phantom Cat recognized him the first time they met. Chapter 559. Nian recognized it at a glance. The photo on the metal inlay is not from his student days. The difference between it and now is not big, but it still retains a sense of youthfulness. Also walk into the enclosed basement through the portal from the outside. Phantom Cat Katie looked at Nian, who picked up the metal piece and said softly, when my sister was here, she would often look at the photos on that piece of metal in a daze. She said that she does not belong to this world. One day, she will take me away from here and go to my original peaceful world. Katie wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile, I always thought that my sister was just joking, but I didn't expect that it was all true. How is she? Nian wrapped the vibrating gold block in his palm and asked in a gentle tone. Sister, she is very good, Phantom Cat Katie said calmly. She is healthy, beautiful, strong, charming, and a very gentle person. Gentle? Nian couldn't help but smile knowingly. The last adjective had nothing to do with the boss in his impression. What about her? Nian suddenly looked at the small crib in the basement. Phantom Cat Katie naturally knew who Nian was referring to, and smiled happily in retrospect. She was very small, like a doll, but also very healthy. As far as I can remember, she has never cried in the past month. She always has a smile on her cute little face, just like a real little angel. She paused and continued, even when faced with the attack of the sentry robot, I was scared to death and almost cried, but she still smiled and took the initiative to comfort me by patting me with her little hands. What's her name? Nian couldn't help but ask. My sister said that she doesn't have a name yet because her father hasn't named her yet. My sister and I both call her Little Moon. Katie said and looked at Nian, but my sister has said that her last name is Prince. Hearing this, Nian smiled calmly. Of course her surname is Prince. This will never change. After listening to what the Phantom Cat Katie said, Nian felt sincerely that although it was a step too late again, the current mutant world was not in vain. Nian suddenly raised his right hand with the ring and waved it, and all the furniture and items in the basement were immediately emptied and moved into the Yuan devouring space. Katie, I'm leaving this world. Nian turned around and looked at the Phantom Cat Katie, do you want to leave with me? Now that it is confirmed that the boss of Polaris is no longer in this world, it is meaningless to continue to stay in the current mutant time and space. Nian decided not to delay any longer and set off immediately to prepare for the next world. Phantom Cat Katie hesitated and asked, can I see my sister again in the future? Of course, it can be done. Nian's eyes were blazing and he replied in the affirmative. Katie responded happily, then take me with you. Anyway, I have no family here anymore. There was sadness in her eyes. You can also take your friends and leave with you, my place is very big and can accommodate it completely. Nian smiled slightly. The devouring space itself is an independent small universe, and there are also alien colonial civilizations that already belong to the native. Even if there are hundreds of millions of lives, there will be enough resources to supply it. And as long as the Destiny Alliance exists and Starro's body is maintained on a daily basis, there will be peace forever. The future mutant world outside is still shocked by the complete disappearance of the Sentinel robot forces. Nian took Katie back to the temporary underground base of the factory and asked Katie to say goodbye to her friends in the current world. I learned that Nian was about to leave. Wolverine Logan immediately threw away the cigar he got from nowhere and asked excitedly, Mr. Nian, are you leaving so soon? There is no point for me to stay in this world anymore. Nian nodded and replied. The young professor. That's not necessary. Nian shook his head and said, I don't care about this. The so-called saving the two worlds was just in compliance with Nian's inner thoughts, and it was something that was done casually on the way to find Lorna, the North Star. Wolverine, do you want to continue leaving with me? Nian asked Wolverine. Wolverine shook his head and said, after the Sentinel robots are eliminated, the world here needs a lot of manpower to rebuild. As an old antique like me, who has survived from World War I to the present, since I have gone through hell, let me continue to stay in this world. I'll leave it to you, Katie. Wolverine Logan's deep gaze fell on the girl in a jacket not far away. The same goes for Chin, she is my most proud student, take good care of her. Young professor. I will. Nian faced the two of them and agreed immediately. Devouring space. Destiny Alliance. Conference hall. 12 figures took their seats at the large and spectacular conference round table. The red master mode lasts just right. Nian, who was sitting on the main seat, turned his silver hair back to black, and told the members of the Destiny Alliance on the scene about a series of changes and incidents that happened in the outside world after defeating the mutant apocalypse. The most important thing is, of course, the information about the traces left by Lorna in the mutant world. According to Katie, the Phantom Cat, Lorna stayed in the Doomsday mutant world in 2023 for a full month. During this period, she lived with Katie in the basement of an abandoned town in California to avoid being hunted by local Sentinel robots. Nian said quickly, one day a month later, Katie went outside the basement to look for supplies. When she returned, Lorna had completely disappeared. Suddenly disappeared? The many female members in the main hall of the meeting looked at each other. Wonder Woman Diana's beautiful eyes were full of wisdom, and she spoke softly, it's the same as what the Seven said in the Black Robe world last time. Yes. Nian nodded and pointed at the vibranium metal block in his hand. It's just that there was no sign of fighting at the scene, and Luna didn't even have time to take her personal belongings, which shows that traveling through the multidimensional world is not something she can control. Shockwave Sky continued the conversation and analyzed, the factor of traveling through the multidimensional world is not on her. That's right, Nian's eyes flickered. Could it be? All of a sudden, everyone in the Destiny Alliance had an incredible guess. Chapter 560. 1700, somewhere in the multiverse. Earth, Mount Everest. The highest peak, which is nearly 10,000 meters high, is covered with cold frost and snow, and the cold wind blows like a knife. In this old era when the technology and productivity of various countries were backward, although countless pilgrims and adventurers tried to climb Mount Everest, no one could reach the top completely. Therefore, this is also one of the pure lands that humans have not set foot on and polluted. But at this moment, a figure is standing quietly and alone on the top of Mount Everest, ignoring the extremely cold temperature and snowy wind at the top. It was a woman. To be more precise, it was a woman with a sleek bald head and a young face in a yellow monk robe. Ancient One stood on the top of Mount Everest, overlooking the vast land below, with a melancholy look on his brows. Today, she just took over the burden of the sanctuary and became the Supreme Sorcerer. As a Supreme Sorcerer who protects the earth, guard against multiverse terrors including Dormammu. Can I really do it? Gui murmured softly, looking down at the necklace magic weapon on his neck, and a faint green light shone from the metal pendant. However, this is obviously a question of whether it can be done. Rather, as the Supreme Mage, it must be done. Gui shook his head and felt a little more awake at the top of Mount Everest. Gui was about to open the portal to return to the sanctuary, but at this moment, a slight sound of footsteps came from behind him. This is the top of Mount Everest. Who is it? Gui turned back in surprise, but found that in the cold wind of Mount Everest behind him, a short and slender figure walked out. It was a little girl who was only about 4 years old, her black hair tied into a whip, her little face was exquisitely carved and cute, and her black and shiny eyes were as bright as stars. Being at the top of the mountain, the cold wind could not get close to the other person's body. "Hello, young lady." The little girl blinked her eyes, bowed politely, and asked crisply, "I'm looking for someone." At such a young age, looking for someone on Mount Everest? The young Gui, who had just become the Supreme Mage, was stunned for a moment, and soon his eyes suddenly shrank. On the girl's thin neck, there was a similar metal necklace magic weapon, but the pendant was emitting a faint yellow light. "Who are you looking for?" the young Gui asked subconsciously. "Nian," the little girl pouted. "His name is Nian Prince. Energy devouring space." In a room at the headquarters of the Destiny Alliance. A woman was lying on a Western European-style wooden bed, with red hair spreading on the head of the bed, and the quilt covering her showed an undulating graceful curve. The phoenix's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then opened her bright eyes. "You're awake." The black-haired young man sitting on the bed greeted him. "Nian, you." Phoenix was surprised, stood up and looked around. "Where am I?" "In my territory," Nian shrugged and said. "Do you remember what happened before you fell into a coma?" Phoenix covered his head, tried to recall, and soon said frustratedly, "The power in my body is out of control." Nian comforted, "Don't worry, although some things have been triggered, there have been no casualties and it has been completely resolved." The power of the Phoenix accidentally penetrated time and space, connecting the two variants of time and space together, which can be regarded as an accident. "Sorry, I didn't cause you any trouble." Phoenix looked at Nian with apology. Nian smiled slightly, "It's not a big deal to deal with the things that happen to our own people." "Hey." Phoenix was stunned, "Our own people? You should have waited for me to finish talking before." Nian looked at her helplessly and said, "But it's not too late now." At this point, Nian and Phoenix looked at each other and smiled. "Dachin, do you want to leave the outside world with me?" Even if Phoenix is the first telepath in the mutant world, she feels that her mind is not enough at the moment. Leave the outside world together? And what does the name Dachin mean? Never mind. Phoenix whispered softly, and under Nian's stunned gaze, she suddenly pounced on him and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Of course I am willing. Let's leave together." In fact, Phoenix has always felt that the outside world is restraining her since she was a child. The outside world is too small to accommodate Phoenix's soaring. Just spreading her wings is enough to cause a world-class disaster. Either she destroys the world, or she destroys it first. Instead of this, it's better to leave the outside world. You take a good rest here, I'll go outside and connect your parents to the space here. Before this, Nian had already built a large environment suitable for human habitation in the alien colonial civilization in the devouring space, which was enough to accommodate the family and friends of the members of the Destiny Alliance. After saying goodbye to Phoenix, Nian turned into a white beam of light and disappeared at the headquarters of the Destiny Alliance. Multiverse Shuttle. Phoenix said softly, with expectation in his eyes, looking down at his right palm, with a silver moon crown ring in his palm. That was the 14th dimensional ring. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room. "Guest, I'm coming in." Accompanied by a pleasant and crisp childish female voice, a blonde lowly in a maid outfit walked in. When Phoenix and the maid looked at each other, their telepathy was harmoniously connected, and they were both stunned for a moment. After Nian settled Phoenix's parents in the devouring dimension. Wearing a floating cloak, he flew high in the desert. Nian looked at the areas where the two time and space were connected. These areas began to sew themselves together, and the red and black sky, the desolate and decayed earth seemed to gradually melt away. Finally, the gap where the two time and space were connected was only the size of a door, hidden in the sand of the desert. Nian thought about it, and finally did not deal with the time and space portal. Maybe. When one of the two variant time and space encounters a catastrophe in the future, this door will be their last hope. Who knows? In any case, the two variant time and space will spread a legend of a god saving the world in the future. But those have nothing to do with the savior Nian himself, the Destiny Alliance, the devouring dimension, and the Phoenix and Phantom Cat who left this world. They don't belong to this world. Once they leave, they will never come back here. Goodbye, mutant world. Lorna, wait for me, I will definitely find you. Nian whispered, and his words gradually disappeared in the whistling wind and sand. The end of 1983 in the past mutant time and space is also the end of 2023 in the future mutant time and space. The mysterious savior Nian Prince left completely and disappeared somewhere unknown. Chapter 561. Inside the devouring space, the headquarters of the Destiny Alliance. Nian decided to rest for a night and then continue to travel through the multiverse. The artificial sun was turned off, as if the eternal light disappeared, and darkness enveloped the Alliance building located on the mountain. Wearing a black windbreaker transformed from the magic floating cloak, Nian yawned lightly and walked in the corridor of the headquarters building with lights on. At that time, it was late at night and every member of the Destiny Alliance seemed to be sleeping in their own room, which seemed very peaceful. The headquarters of the Destiny Alliance is not only the place where the Parliament gathers on weekdays, but also the residence of the 14 Destiny members, each of whom has a room. Except for the maid Xiaoqin, other beings who are not members of the Destiny live on the colony planet controlled by Starro and have no permission to set foot here. The atmosphere here on weekdays is more like a big family than an alliance. Nian originally planned to go back to his room to rest, but he paused outside his door and turned to the corridor leading to the rooms of other members. Which room should I go to rest tonight? As soon as this thought came to Nian's mind, he almost subconsciously stopped at the door next to his room. I'm coming in. Nian knocked on the door first, then carefully opened the door. What came into view was a royal temple with ancient Greek characteristics. The carpet at the entrance was real animal skin, and there was a crackling fire inside. On the white stone table were two swords. One gold and one silver, a silver moon crown and a pair of gold bracelets, and a gold hanger with a long dress and armor hanging next to it. Under the flickering firelight, a mythical breath came to my face, with a hint of violet fragrance. It was as if I had accidentally entered the goddess's residence. Nian's eyes fell on the sacred and luxurious bed, where a perfect woman was sitting. With white hair falling from her white neck, and she was reading a book with her head down in the light of the fire. The thin quilt could not hide her graceful curves. Diana's beautiful eyes suddenly raised to the door. What are you doing, sneaking around? Nian blinked. Can I, tonight? No, Diana suddenly interrupted him. Okay, sorry for bothering you, good night. Nian left in distress and closed the door. After the door was closed, Diana on the bed had a glimpse of helplessness in her beautiful eyes. That guy was becoming less and less like a child. If he had come over like before, she might have agreed to let him stay. After all, she had never been able to resist his requests. Tonight, let's give in a little. Diana sighed lightly, her eyes returned to the book she was reading, feeling a little bored. Gwen, I'm coming in. As Nian spoke, he seemed to be more straightforward and direct this time, as if he were his own room, compared to the previous time he entered Diana's room. The door opened, and the sound of two different female voices fighting came into her ears first. Nian glanced at the modern-style room full of dolls, and his eyes quickly fell on the wooden bed covered by the white gauze that looked like a spider web. Nian was stunned by this sight. It can be seen that two mature and beautiful women were playing together. One with short hair and the other with long hair. Both of them changed into t-shirts and shorts that barely covered them, and they shone with a bright white luster under the bright light. Ah! The moment the door opened, the two women who were playing together exclaimed and stopped all their movements at the same time. Kara, you are here with Gwen too. What game are you playing? It just so happens that I want to join in and play. Big pervert. Hearing the suggestion of the three people playing games together, Gwen immediately spat and threw her pink pillow over. It's just playing games. Nian hugged the pink pillow and blinked innocently. Do you think I will believe it? Kara snorted and whispered softly. Gwen, let's ignore him. Gwen nodded in agreement so that her t-shirt shook on her chest. Tonight is a girls' game, boys are not allowed to join. The door closed. Nian walked out of the room holding a pink pillow. What happened tonight? Nian frowned slightly, as if he had suddenly fallen from a hot commodity to a street stall commodity. I don't believe it. Nian held the pillow and went to the next room aggressively. This time, he didn't even say hello, and opened the door directly. In the neat and monotonous modern room, Wanda, a large maid in a red dress, had not yet gone to bed, and was sorting out the clothes in her closet. Master. Seeing the young man who opened the door and walked in holding the pillow, Wanda hurriedly stood up and bowed in a panic, and her posture was still extremely standard. Wanda, you're not going to reject me either, are you? Nian walked forward without giving any time for discussion and placed the pink pillow in his arms on the clean and tidy white bedside in Wanda's room. Wanda kept bowing, hesitated for a moment, and said with a light bite of her lower lip, the quilt was just washed today. If the young master wants to use my room, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I can go and sleep with Xiaoqin. Nian froze for a moment, staring straight at the head maid Wanda. Wanda kept her head down, not daring to look him in the eye. Forget it, you just have a good rest. Nian picked up the pink pillow again and left Wanda's room. The moment the door closes, Wanda's body continued to tremble, her red lips curled up, and she almost cried. I actually rejected the young master. Even Wanda rejected herself. Something's wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong. Nian hugged the pink pillow, thought about it, and went to the next room. Poison Ivy's room. There was only one greenhouse light on inside, suitable for growing plants. Green vines grow on the ceiling and interior walls, and flowers bloom in every corner. It's like being in the depths of a wild forest, and even the air seems to be much fresher. The bed is also covered with vines and leaves. A red-haired woman is lying on her side, her looming green gauze skirt wrapping her peach-like plump body, showing her gracefulness and charm. Asleep? Nian asked tentatively. Don't you always know my state? Poison Ivy turned her back to him and said softly, if you want to stay here, I have no objection. However, there is a place that needs you more. Nian retreated from the room again and again. But after this time, he did not go to the next one, that is, Mara and Susan's room. Instead, he turned directly to the other side of the corridor and came to the door of the room of the Destiny Alliance members who had never been here before. Chapter 562. Boom! Nian knocked on the door, then opened it and walked in. In the huge room, there are actually treadmills, barbells, sandbags, etc. A series of complete fitness equipment. The woman wearing white yoga tights is pressing her hands and half-arms on the floor, maintaining a standard posture of supporting the floor. Her tall and mature body is very stable, and sweat is sliding down her beautiful and heroic cheeks and powerful muscle lines. The woman seemed not to hear the sound of the door opening and continued to be immersed in her continuous exercise. How long have you been supporting it? Nian asked. About an hour and 10 minutes. The woman with dark blonde hair responded instinctively, and quickly reacted in surprise. She glanced sideways at Nian at the door. Nian, why are you here? Swish. Shockwave Girl Sky suddenly pushed the ground with her palms, jumped up vigorously and flexibly, and picked up a towel from the shelf nearby to wipe her sweat. Come and sleep. Nian gestured to the pink pillow in his arms. Oh, it turns out I came here to sleep, Sky subconsciously replied, but was completely stunned the next moment. Sleep. She pointed at herself and then at Nian, waving her fingers back and forth. Otherwise, Mr. Director. Nian laughed secretly. He didn't expect that this elite agent who once served as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would also have cute moments. This agent is really not too cold. Please sit down. Sky's cheeks turned red and she greeted hurriedly. What are you sitting on? Nian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put the pink pillow on the bed and urged, it's very late, why don't you go take a shower quickly? Take a shower, by the way, you really should take a shower. Sky moved very quickly, as if running away, picked up the clothes that had been prepared and ran into the bathroom that came with the room. After a while, there was a rustling sound in the bathroom. Nian's heart suddenly calmed down, and he walked over and closed the door. Fortunately, he was not kicked out again. After a night, Nian set off again with the element-devouring beast Xiao Huang. He was suspended in the sky above the mutant world, and his right palm directly held the two necklace magic weapons he was wearing. When the space necklace pendant and the soul necklace pendant collided together, at that moment, the blooming blue and yellow beams completely enveloped one person and one cat. 3 seconds later, the light and the figure shuttled through the sky together and disappeared forever from this cosmic world. The blue light of space twists around, and the yellow light of the soul guides into the distance. Nian travels through diversity again, this is also the third time. Unable to perceive space and time, countless colorful things blurred backwards from the side. The blue and yellow light embraces Nian and travels towards an unknown place. This is the gap of diversity, the depths of the quantum realm. Nian has long been accustomed to this. Diversity is indeed dangerous and complicated, but it is not without rules. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the two magic weapons, the space necklace and the mind necklace, will surely bring him to the location of Lorna, the North Star. Nian is convinced of this. If you don't even have this bit of self-confidence, it will undoubtedly be a fantasy to find the person you are looking for in diversity. It is better to give up as soon as possible. We should be almost at our next destination, I hope it's the right place and the right time this time. Nian murmured to himself that the first 2 times were either a few years late, or decades late, and he missed Lorna. Nian has a hunch that this time, it will definitely succeed. This is not blind confidence, but a normal inference based on a growing understanding of diversity. But at this moment, the little emperor of the element-devouring beast in Nian's arms meowed, and his hair exploded all over his body. What's wrong? Nian looked puzzledly in the direction indicated by Xiao Huang, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the multifaceted gap where nothing exists, a thick black mist that seems to possess intelligence and life emerges, constantly chasing the blue and yellow shuttle light beam where he is. How dare you leave your own universe? The black mist was like a tangible monster with tentacles, and it coldly opened a pair of strange bloody eyes. Nian's expression changed, that was Dormammu. There is no mistaking it, it is Dormammu, the lord of the dark dimension whom he once fought against in the original world. Is it because I traveled from multiple realms near the dark dimension? This guy actually discovered it. Nian's thoughts changed rapidly. In plurality, there are no rules and limitations of a single universe. Dormammu appears to be even more powerful, actually manipulating part of the physical energy body to invade into the multidimensional gap. The other party is undoubtedly much more familiar with the diverse world than I am, and I feel like a fish in water outside. Can't fight it here. Nian made up his mind that it would be extremely stupid to get entangled in the cracks of multiple dimensions with Dormammu, the lord of a dimension. Good thing. The blue and yellow light enveloped him and kept moving back and forth. Even if Dormammu's energy black mist kept tracing back, it would be difficult to catch up for a while. Dormammu, give up, you can't catch up. Nian dared to vouch for the fact that he really did not mean to be sarcastic. He held the element-eating beast Xiao Huang in his left hand and held 2 magic weapon pendants in his right hand. He vaguely sensed that he was about to travel to the next cosmic world. Damn! Damn boy! The black mist energy of Dormammu roared angrily. The farther away from the dark dimension, the weaker its power became, and the distance between it and Nian kept widening. It's just impotent rage, don't worry about it. Nian comforted the little emperor, but a familiar red light flashed in his peripheral vision. At this moment, the spider sense issued an unprecedented emergency warning. Nian quickly turned around and saw a scarlet lightning with a Z-shaped trajectory, shooting towards this side from the multidimensional gap at a very fast speed. There was no time to dodge. Puff! The scarlet lightning hit Nian's chest, knocking him out of the blue and yellow shuttle light column and throwing him into a gap in the multiverse. Shuttling, shuttling, shuttling. Falling, falling, falling. Unknown multidimensional time and space. New York, downtown, a busy modern intersection. The red light came on. The vehicles on the road stopped one after another, and the crowds of people piled up at the sidewalk were preparing to pass. A young man fell from the sky at a very fast speed, and his cloak fluttered upwards to try to stop, but he still couldn't stop and fell heavily in the middle of the intersection. Bang! Accompanied by a huge roar. Immediately, the road surface of the intersection sank, and a hole with a diameter of 3 meters was smashed out. This incredible scene made the busy intersection suddenly silent. Under the astonished gaze of countless pedestrians, a hand slowly stretched out from the hole, and the black-haired young man struggled to get up from the ground. He touched his chest that had just been hit, looked at the sizzling scarlet current left on his body, and suddenly raised his head and laughed. I almost forgot. The 8th permanent ability. Energy Immunity. Chapter 563. Unknown Time and Space. A 3-meter diameter pothole appeared in the middle of a busy modern city intersection. The drivers of the vehicles stopped at the intersection and the citizens and passers-by were all dumbfounded, looking at the black-haired young man who crawled out of the pothole and laughed with relief. Nian touched his shirt and found that there were only 2 holes, not even the surface of the skin was broken, and his smile became even brighter. Can't go wrong. Just now, what attacked him was the Omega effect. Although he doesn't know whether the guy who released the Omega effect ray at him is the original body of Darkseid or another existence, at least the opponent is a multidimensional existence that has broken through the realm of the single universe. Fortunately, the 8th permanent ability bestowed by Susan, the Invisible Woman, happens to be perfect energy immunity, otherwise, the fatal blow just faced may have been really severe. Does diversity exist? Nian crawled out of the pit and raised his eyes to the sky. This time, the appearance of Dormammu and the unknown multidimensional existence in the dark undoubtedly made him more aware of the potential dangers of traveling through multidimensionality. Of course, fortunately, when I fell from the multidimensional gap just now, I entered another unknown universe and time. Nian looked around at the familiar and unfamiliar modern urban area. After all, multi-level experts cannot easily enter the single universe and can only send out clones and projections. As for clones and projections, they only have the single universe level of strength that is capped by the current restrictions in the universe. He can ravage and kill at will as long as he stacks 2 or 3 abilities at will. As if he knew this too. The blue sky above the city was cloudy and breezy, and there were no strange phenomena. Neither Dormammu nor the multiple beings using the Omega effect attempted to invade this space and time. If you don't invade, I guess you are sensible. Nian murmured to himself, and Xiao Huang jumped out of the hole and landed on his shoulder. Let's go. Nian saw many passers-by taking out their mobile phones or cameras, and immediately raised their floating cloaks. The figures of 1 person and 1 cat disappeared mysteriously into the open intersection, and the scene suddenly became an uproar. Almost the moment Nian left. A male figure in a red tights, with white spider silk hanging from it, quickly appeared from mid-air around the corner of the street and rushed to the scene. 5 minutes later. A young man wearing a peaked cap and a windbreaker walked into a fashionable internet cafe with an orange cat in his arms. We have just arrived in a new unknown time and space, and it is a basic process to understand the state of the world. Nian used the previous method, that is, using the ability to create fantasy objects, to directly create paper money in the current world, and easily open an internet cafe with top-level equipment. The white light of the screen shone on his face. Nian searched for information on the internet, and his eyes quickly showed surprise. This world. Compared with the 2 major time and spaces that he traveled through before, the Black Robe world and the Mutant world, it is more like the world he originally lived in. The world is currently in 2020. There are Avengers. There are the Fantastic Three. It's just that the country that is called a country with technology that transcends the times is not the country of Wakanda. It is a small European country called Latvinia, ruled by the King of Doom. King, dumb. Nian murmured in a low voice, feeling as if he had heard this name somewhere before. What caught his attention even more? The Avengers in the current world include Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Spider-Man, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. There is no Sky or Captain Marvel. The Fantastic Three, like the world in Nian, are composed of Mr. Fantastic, the Human Torch, and the Thing. Nian instinctively felt something was wrong. There are only the Fantastic Three in his world, and that's because he poached the Invisible Woman. So what about the time and space world here? Why is there no Invisible Woman? In addition, there are no similar people in this world who are similar to the members of the Destiny Alliance. In addition, there is no Superman in this world, nor is there Gotham or the Justice League. About the world's most famous superhero salvation battle, the Avengers and the Fantastic Three teamed up to fight against an alien god named Galaxy Eater. Galacto. A glimmer of light flashed in Nian's eyes. He just had a brief understanding of it and had no intention of exploring the world in depth. This time and space is not the world chosen by the Mind Stone, but a cosmic time and space that was inadvertently broken into due to being hit by the Omega effect ray. Dormammu and the unknown multidimensional beings may still be secretly peering into the world from the multidimensional gaps nearby. Nian planned to rest here for a day or 2 before continuing to travel to other universes. Hopefully, nothing will happen during this period. Young whispered to himself, but heard a burst of noise outside the internet cafe room. Spider-Man. Look, Spider-Man is on camera. It seems to be on a nearby street not far from here. Spider-Man. Nian pondered for a moment, then got up and walked out of the private room. Main hall on the 2nd floor of the internet cafe. A large LCD screen was placed on the wall pillar, showing real-time news from New York. You can see that the camera is looking towards a pothole in the middle of an intersection. Many police cars have arrived at the scene, and a Spider-Man figure wearing a tight-fitting red and blue uniform has appeared. Apparently many people in the internet cafe were fans of Spider-Man, and they immediately came up to watch. "Spider-Man, come and say hello to the audience in front of the TV." The female reporter said excitedly. The tall Spider-Man was not afraid of the stage. He immediately waved to the camera and made a cool rock gesture. "Hi, I am your friendly neighbor Spider-Man." The female reporter continued to interview. "Spider-Man, what do you think about the situation where a black-haired young man fell from the sky and smashed a hole at the intersection here? I personally suggest that he go to the hospital for a checkup." Spider-Man joked humorously and continued to talk. "Of course, whether he is an alien or a mutant, he must follow the traffic regulations of the Earth, otherwise he will be sanctioned by the Avengers." Nian's mouth twitched unnaturally. The hole was not smashed by him. "If he has any difficulties, he can come to me at any time. Forget about the money problem, please go to Mr. Stark." Spider-Man in front of the news camera said as if he was frowning. This could not help but cause laughter from the audience at the scene and in front of the TV. Nian shook his head secretly and was about to turn around and leave. "Welcome him to Queens for a tour." Before the camera, Spider-Man had already opened his chatterbox and was still chattering about something. But at this moment, accompanied by a slight pop sound, Spider-Man disappeared from the intersection out of thin air, as if he had evaporated from the face of the Earth, or as if he had been directly wiped out by some mysterious force. Chapter 564. Why? Spider-Man, where are we? Witnessing Spider-Man disappearing out of thin air, the onlookers at the intersection and in front of the TV were stunned for a moment. "A big change under your nose?" Spider-Man must have acted deliberately in cooperation with the female reporter, many people murmured. "Wrong." Nian's face suddenly became solemn. Even though he was a street away, the moment Spider-Man disappeared in front of the camera, his perfect spider sense could clearly feel a creepy and terrifying energy sweeping across New York. Perhaps, sweeping from the sky above the Earth, that force can easily disintegrate and obliterate Spider-Man. "Xiao Huang, please return to the devouring space first and tell the members of the Destiny Alliance what happened outside." Xin Qian said softly, and the dimensional ring worn on his right hand flashed, sending the little orange cat in his arms into the space of eating elements. He has various immunity abilities and decided to stay in this world and wait and see to confirm the situation. What Nian didn't know was, at this time, outside the internet cafe, the Earth world accidentally broke into. An unknown and mysterious powerful energy comes quietly, disintegrating the Avengers, the Fantastic Three, and even the humans with extraordinary abilities in the country of Lavinia. At the same time, before the Nian year, the second time travel came to the mutant time and space world, which was the peaceful mutant time and space of 1983. Unknown and mysterious powerful energy also arrives, decomposing and erasing all humans with powerful mutant genes. Among them, including but not limited to, young Magneto, Professor X, Quicksilver, Storm. Directly affecting two different worlds, everything terrible is happening quietly. Inside the internet cafe, the onlookers were still discussing, but the young man's expression became more solemn. "Something terrible is going to happen." Nian took a deep breath and glanced at the crowd at the internet cafe. In the fourth permanent capacity, under the gaze of death, a thick black mist, the aura of the rules of death, suddenly lingered around everyone at the scene. There is no doubt that they will all come to the end of their lives soon. Nian quickly went downstairs, walked out of the internet cafe, and came outside the bustling streets of New York. The pedestrian street is extremely lively with people coming and going. Nian's hands were already clenched tightly. Under the gaze of the eyes of death, all New York passers-by within sight were surrounded by a thick black mist of death. So much so, under Nian's vision, this prosperous city has become as grey as hell. Not only that, Nian looked at the distant skyline of the city, and there was thick black mist rising into the sky at the end of his field of vision. Predicting death is never wrong. Nian can be sure that something terrible will happen soon in this city and even the entire Earth. This is definitely related to the mysterious energy that quietly swept the world. If the cause of all these phenomena is an intelligent individual, Nian is basically certain that the being behind the scenes is definitely many times more powerful and terrifying than any powerful enemy he has encountered before: Dormammu, Darkseid's clone, the Black Death Emperor, the Goddess of Death, etc. The spider sense has been giving out the highest warning ever since I was in the internet cafe. It was too late to return to the Yuan devouring space and discuss with many members of the Destiny Alliance. Now, Nian only has three choices. The first option is to hide directly in the devouring space. But because Xiao Huang entered his own element-devouring space from the current universe, the element-eating space will form an adjacent parallel state with the current universe. Nian cannot guarantee that in the face of such a powerful existence, the yuan-devouring space will not be affected. The second option is to take Xiao Huang directly to escape from the world and continue traveling to other dimensions. But outside the multidimensional gap, Dormammu and the unknown multidimensional existence may still be lurking. Perhaps this energy is deliberately driving him out of the multidimensional world. As for the third option, Nian thought quickly and made a decision quickly. He suddenly said, "Scarlet." The next moment, without performing any triggering behavior regarding the Lord of the Familiar, Nian's eyes directly ignited red flames, and his hair turned from black to a strange and dazzling dark red, and a surging scarlet magic power flowed through his body. Almost the moment Nian entered scarlet mode. Buzz! No warning. A huge white light flashed across the world. The next moment, the entire Earth was directly decomposed and annihilated by the white light. Outside the Milky Way, in the vast and boundless universe, a flying saucer-shaped floating spaceship appeared here out of thin air, like a round white platform, and then as white light flashed, unique figures emerged from the spacecraft at the same time. What's wrong with me? Where is this? Spider-Man touched his head without knowing why, and looked at the familiar and unfamiliar people around him in surprise. There were hundreds of people in total. There are fellow heroes from the Avengers, and there are heroes from the Fantastic Three next door. In addition, there are strangers such as a bald young man in a wheelchair, a black woman wearing a cape and uniform, and a silver-haired young man dressed in non-mainstream clothing. At this time, the others also looked at each other confused. I'm not at home. I'm fighting crime. Where is this? How did we get here? Confusion fills the hearts of every extraordinary person who has gathered here inexplicably. I think. A middle-aged man wearing a blue and white tight-fitting suit, his body elongated like a rubber man, and his temples turned white, said, "This is someone who broke our bodies into atoms, and then reunified them and reassembled them in this place." This statement is very consistent with the current situation, but it makes all the superheroes or extraordinary people on the scene feel chilled and frightened. What is the difference between this and destroying them and then resurrecting them? You are Mr. Fantastic. Someone recognized the identity of the middle-aged man who looked like a rubber man. Mr. Fantastic, leader of the Fantastic Three, nodded. Immediately, many people agreed with the idea of atomic reorganization. After all, Mr. Fantastic is recognized as one of the smartest scientific geniuses on the planet. I think so too. The man wearing a red steel suit spread his hands. This is not like a simple teleportation. Even Iron Man weighed in. The hearts of the local superheroes in this world are filled with a dark cloud. Who are you? Yin looked at the armored man holding a hammer in surprise. Thor of the Avengers, don't you recognize me? The armored man returned an even more confused look. Avengers? Thor. I don't know him. Yin shook his head. Fortunately, there were many people he knew at the scene. Professor X. On the spaceship, members of the X-Men and some mutants moved closer to the bald young man sitting in a wheelchair. Professor X. Charles frowned. Under telepathy, he can understand the thoughts of most people present. It was precisely because of this that the shock in his eyes became more intense and his face became paler. The people here come from different time and space worlds. Professor X. Charles soon discovered this shocking fact. Naturally, the people from different time and space did not notice that a red-haired young man wearing a peaked cap and a windbreaker had slipped into the spaceship from outside the spaceship at some point. Chapter 565. It turns out that the first superhumans who were decomposed by the energy were all gathered here. Floating on the white spaceship in the universe, a red-haired young man wearing a dark red cap and a jacket was in the crowd, looking at the superhumans who were there. This was naturally Nian who had entered the scarlet mode. At the moment when the Earth in the current universe was destroyed by the second white energy, Nian traced back and mixed in here before other superhumans had figured out the current situation through the mirror space and the operation of the portal. He is also the only superhuman on the white spaceship who was not decomposed and reassembled by the mysterious energy. X-Men, mutants. Nian also discovered the young Professor X Charles who appeared here, as well as the X-Men and mutant groups. Nian's face became more and more solemn. He can instantly gather superhumans from different time and space universes and resurrect them here. This ability far exceeds the existence of the single universe level, and even exceeds his judgment of the multiverse level strength. Before, Nian's understanding of multiverse level existences such as Dormammu and Darkseid's body. They are all able to invade countless single independent universes through clone projection or energy capabilities, but it is impossible to directly subvert and change the reality of a single universe like now. If this can really be done. Dormammu had already directly incorporated Nian's universe into the dark dimension. Why cultivate dark wizard believers and indirectly invade through various magic books? Nian took a deep breath and suppressed the turmoil in his heart. Of course. If it is said that the behind-the-scenes existence that subverts everything at the moment is higher than the multiverse, then everything makes sense. There are levels above the multiverse? Nian finds it difficult to understand. After all, the existence of the multiverse level is enough to scare all the native creatures of the single universe. At this time, Nian suppressed his crazy instinct to escape to other multidimensional dimensions, and stayed at the spaceship site like an ordinary person, silently watching everything. He had a hunch. Soon, all the secrets will be revealed here. Avengers, Fantastic 3. X-Men, Mutant Group. On the spaceship, hundreds of extraordinary people on the dome platform of the white spaceship began to communicate with extraordinary people who were completely unfamiliar to them. In less than a minute, many extraordinary people have realized that the people who were reorganized and gathered on the spaceship here did not come from the same universe. Instead, they basically came from two major time and space with the Avengers and the Mutant Group. After reaching this horrifying conclusion, everyone on the scene felt even more horrified. What kind of existence can do this? In any case, the extraordinary people from the Marvel Universe began to gather as members of the Avengers or the Fantastic 3. And the mutants from the Mutant Universe mostly gathered with the X-Men team where Professor X Charles was. Although they are all on the side of peace and justice in their own universe, there is a subtle gap between them from different universes and time and space. Nian was silently in the center of the crowd on the scene. Fortunately, even if they are in the same universe, it is impossible to know all extraordinary beings. After being disguised as an ordinary person, Nian was mistaken for a mutant from the Mutant Universe by the extraordinary people in the Marvel Universe, and was mistaken for a superhuman from the Marvel Universe by the mutants in the Mutant Universe. Nian was also happy with the current situation that no one recognized him. Although Nian had just confirmed secretly that the mutant universe from which the mutants on the scene came should be the mutant universe where he traveled for the second time, the new 1983 time and space where the timeline was modified by Wolverine. Therefore, the young Professor X, Charles, and the X-Men should all recognize him. But Nian did not want to be recognized by them at the moment. The current situation was too complicated, and no one knew what would happen later. The unknown mysterious existence brought these extraordinary people from different universes and time together, and he must have a purpose he wanted to achieve. As for the third time and space of the Marvel Universe, Nian could also confirm that although the Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor, Mr. Fantastic and others here were very similar to those in his original world, they were only similar in parallel universes, not those he knew. Nian was thinking about this, and the universe next to the white spaceship suddenly lit up with a white light, which also attracted hundreds of extraordinary people on the scene to cast doubtful eyes. Buzz! A white spaceship of the same model and size appeared next to it. On the open and flat dome of the spaceship, dazzling white lights lit up one after another like before. No way! As if in line with the conjectures of the extraordinary people on the scene, the white light turned into a group of characters with strange appearances. At a glance, there were nearly 100 people, and many of them were overflowing with evil spirits and auras. Magneto? Hank, the beast next to Professor X Charles, exclaimed, but he saw a helmeted young man wearing a metal armor cloak on the opposite spaceship that had just appeared. Next to Magneto, there were Storm, Psylocke and others, all of whom were villains before. Spider-Man from the Avengers even exclaimed, WTF, that's the Absorbing Man, the Ultron Robot, Dr. Octopus, the Lizard Man, Enchantress. These are all extremely difficult supervillains that the Avengers had fought against before. They were either disabled or imprisoned. I didn't expect them to appear together. It was scary to see them. Doom, you're here too. Mr. Fantastic and the other two members of the Fantastic Three were as if they were facing a great enemy. They stared at a man in armor wearing a metal mask and a gray-black cloak opposite the white spaceship. You are all here. Can you explain to me what is going on? On the throne of his own country with a very high level of protection, he was suddenly teased to this place. Doom, the Doctor of Destruction and the King of a country, was furious. We also want to know what happened, Mr. Fantastic responded bluntly across the air. Obviously, there was a certain cosmic distance between the two white spaceships, but their words could be clearly transmitted to each other. All kinds of weirdness could no longer be explained by science. But one thing is very easy to distinguish. A white spaceship, the ones that are decomposed and reassembled are all superheroes of their own universe and time. The other spaceship are all supervillains of their own universe and time. No one knows what the behind-the-scenes existence that has contributed to the current situation wants to do. But the behind-the-scenes existence must be more powerful than you can imagine to do this. Chapter 566. First, the two extraordinary beings from different time and space were disassembled, and then reassembled on two spaceships. What is the purpose behind this scene? Scarlet Mode Nian secretly observed all this. He originally thought that this was someone trying to force himself out, but now it seems that there is another meaning. Compared to the spaceship where the superheroes lived in harmony, the spaceship where the supervillains gathered soon became noisy. Quack, the name of this century is still Ultron. The Ultron robot, which was modified from the steel suit, quickly flew up. Its red electronic eyes looked greedily at the white spaceship where it was located, detecting technology and energy storage that far exceeded the current Marvel universe. If this spaceship can be integrated into the Ultron system, it will completely rule this era of space and time. Just, the next moment. Zitsy. A very destructive energy beam hit the Ultron robot that had just taken off. Ah! As a robot, Ultron screamed, and the vibranium mechanical body was unable to withstand the blow. It was blasted down like a mosquito, and its body was charred and lay on the ground of the spacecraft. A mere reptile dares to fly above my head. On top of the white spaceship where the supervillains gathered, a nearly 3-meter-tall alien man smiled coldly. He was wearing a red metal helmet and armor, and his whole body was filled with a terrifying and shocking aura. Facing his overflowing aura of destruction, the stars in the distance of the universe seemed to dim with fear. My God, it is he. Galacto. The Avengers and the Fantastic Three from the Marvel Universe, including the supervillain Lord Doom, all showed deep fear when they saw each other. Galactus. The most powerful villain that has ever appeared in their universe. The opponent really almost swallowed the Earth. And there are more than tens of millions of civilized planets that have been swallowed by it. It is the most terrifying supervillain. That guy is very strong. Secretly, Nian's eyes shifted from Lord Doom to the armored and strong man named Planet Devourer. Seeing the other party, Nian felt as if he had faced Darkseid's clone on Apocalypse. In fact, the other party was even weirder, giving him a sense of déjà vu like a human-shaped black hole. Let me use you to satisfy my hunger first. The strong alien man Galactus looked at the Ultron robot lying on the ground indifferently and was about to step forward. But at this moment, a strange vision occurred. Boom! The universe on one side diagonally above the two white spaceships suddenly burst open, and a powerful white light beam burst out from it. Under the stunned gaze of all superheroes and supervillains. This powerful white light enveloped a large area of the galaxy, like a vast white hand, turning over the distant Milky Way and destroying it. Oh my God! Real or false? This shocking scene shocked everyone, including Planet Devourer and Lord Doom. How powerful is it to destroy the galaxy casually? Really? Nian, who was also watching this scene, his pupils shrank suddenly. This scene also verified his previous thoughts. Existences at multiple levels can occupy a single universe through projection clones or energy system invasion. But the existence behind the scenes at the moment directly interferes with the reality of the universe without breaking into the single universe, and even destroys and reorganizes extraordinary beings. Only existences above diversity can do this. The galaxy in the time and space of the Marvel Universe was directly destroyed by the energy of white light. Then, pieces of incomplete gravel from different planets gathered in the spacecraft a kilometer away. Less than 10 seconds. Rubbles from countless planets were reorganized into a new small planet with a radius of about 10 kilometers. The landscape was gorgeously colorful and extremely round. Everyone at the scene was shocked by this terrifying power that surpassed the gods. A voice came from the direction of the white beam of light that tore the universe apart. Hello, everyone. The voice had no emotion, looked like a man or a woman, and introduced himself very directly. I come from a realm that transcends everything. You can call me Transcendent, you can decide the winner in the fighting world, and I will the final winner's wish comes true. Obviously, the small planet formed by the reorganization just now is the so-called Dojia. Is it okay to wish for anything? Even to resurrect people who have died long ago? The Transcendent responded calmly from afar, of course, resurrecting the dead is the simplest thing in my opinion. No one at the scene questioned this. It can directly interfere with the two major dimensions of time and space, wipe out the galaxy at will, and disassemble and reassemble extraordinary beings here. Such incredible and amazing power, almost omnipotent. Is this the other party's ultimate goal? On the first spaceship, Nian, who was among the crowd, was obviously stunned for a moment. The terrifying and powerful power and deeds in the past brought extraordinary people from different time and space together, but they were just allowed to decide the outcome on a place equivalent to a competitive platform. Nian felt strong discomfort. This kind of condescending behavior is like humans putting caught insects in a bowl and watching them fight desperately to get pleasure. However, if all wishes can really come true, is it possible to find Lorna, the North Star, back? Nian was shocked. As soon as this thought came up, it grew and took root in his heart like the vines of poison ivy. With the other party showing a power beyond the multiverse level, he found the real Lorna in countless multiverses. Nian was not surprised. If it is really possible, there is no need to continue to travel through the multiverse, and I can see Lorna directly. Nian's heart was beating unsuccessfully. With his mature and stable state of mind, it was difficult to calm down at this time. Not only him. Facing the temptation thrown by the Transcendent, everyone on the two spaceships at the scene was moved. As long as it is a living thing, it is impossible to have no desire. Especially for supervillains, their desires are undoubtedly stronger, and they want to achieve it even if they do whatever it takes. While everyone at the scene was still hesitating in thinking, Scarlet Mode Nian suddenly suppressed his inner desire, took a step back, and his body quietly entered the mirror space and disappeared from the original place. Indeed, as long as he wins in the fighting world, the Transcendent may really fulfill a wish. But Nian is unwilling to gamble. Once on this path, everything is undoubtedly under the control of the Transcendent. If the Transcendent has other ideas or conspiracies at that time, everything is over. Nian would rather continue to travel through hundreds of universes than negotiate with the Transcendent who is above and in control of everything. After all, the other party's own behavior is too pure and terrifying, just like a mentally retarded child, pushing everything on a whim. Enter the mirror space and immediately take the little emperor to travel away from this universe and time. Scarlet Nian made a decision, but when he entered the mirror space parallel to the Marvel universe, he quickly stopped. It can be seen that the empty mirror space is a piercing white. That is, while the white light tore through the external universe, it also tore through and sank into the inner part of the mirror space. Chapter 567. Scarlet Nian stopped all his movements. In the mirror space, white light poured in unimpeded, illuminating the dark space area. Has it been discovered? Nian sighed secretly. He really took it for granted. The other party had the ability to decompose and reorganize a large number of extraordinary beings across different time and space. And the spells of parallel universes such as mirror space obviously could not escape the other party's perception. It seems that we can only give it a try. Scarlet Nian took a deep breath. He didn't hesitate at all. There were other weird and mysterious colors flowing in his light red eyes. Compared to the strange scarlet aura, there are also other powerful auras of abilities that overflowed, raising the windbreaker slightly. As if he knew what Nian was about to do, the voice that existed behind the scenes in the outside world suddenly sounded in the mirror space, "Stop, I don't mean any harm. How can I be sure if you have any malicious intentions?" Nian frowned and raised his eyes to look at the source of the white light at the far end of the universe in the mirror space. He doesn't intend to stop, but wants to work hard and stack his abilities to a mode that can reach the upper limit of his ability. "I really don't mean any harm." The gender-neutral voice continued, "Actually, I had already sensed you when I first scanned the outer universe. You were in an internet cafe in New York City, right?" Nian did not let down his guard, so. The mysterious existence said, "If I really wanted to do something to you, at that time, I would have disintegrated you and the others. Moreover, I did not expose you when you sneaked into the spacecraft." Nian's red eyes flickered, and after thinking for a while, he stopped his actions. Indeed. The other party is right. When the first invisible energy disintegrated the extraordinary beings including Spider-Man, Nian did not notice that the energy was attacking him. Although Nian didn't think that energy-based abilities could have an effect on his physique, the other party did not take action. Since the other party sincerely conveyed his goodwill, Nian did not act impulsively, otherwise everything would be irreversible after the ability mode was completed. "Who are you?" Nian asked. The mysterious existence quickly replied, "Isn't it said in the outside world that my name is Transcendent? What I want to know is, what are you like? Do you have to communicate across one or two universes of time and space?" The Transcendent was silent for a moment, and then said, "Okay, that's because I don't have a standard physical form. What do you think I am like in your heart? That's what I am like." As the Transcendent spoke, the white light in Nian's eyes that disappeared into the mirror space changed, and a figure of a bald, white and fat 6-year-old child emerged from it. "Some people think I'm a strong man, and some people think I'm a beauty." The little fat man stood on the white light and looked down at himself as he spoke. "So, you think I am a child? That's not important. Nian waved his hand and looked directly at the other person. I want to know more why you didn't try to break me down and reorganize me before, and why did you stop me when I want to leave now? The transcendent person's attitude toward himself and the goal he wants to achieve. This will be the key to Nian's next move. Knowing that Nian has not completely let down his guard against him, the transcendent spread his hands and said, I can't say why I take special care of you, otherwise she will definitely complain. You just said, her, right? Nian asked expressionlessly. Damn it, did I spill the beans? Remember, I didn't reveal that person's information. He looked troubled and glared at Nian pretending to be evil. Nian sincerely felt that the appearance of the fat boy of the other party, compared with the previous image of the mysterious existence of white light, did not seem to have terrifying strength that transcended diversity. However, hear the other person's words. As if he had vaguely guessed something, a graceful figure appeared in Nian's mind, and his alertness and nervousness could not help but fade away. Remember it for me, and don't say it was me who revealed it in the future. The transcendent once again gave a distressed warning. Did you say anything to me? Nian looked confused when he heard this. Very good, that's it, the little fat man nodded with satisfaction and continued. Why did I stop you? It's because I think you should be very interesting, and I hope you can participate in external fighting competitions. You want me to participate in a battle outside? Nian narrowed his eyes. That's right, the transcendent grinned. Without you, the fun will be much less. If you participate, no matter whether you are the final winner or not, I can help you get rid of those guys who are guarding the gap between diversity. Say this. Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, and the mysterious multi-level existence that attacked him before, are still guarding the multidimensional world in the nearby universe. Nian's pupils shrank, he pondered for a moment, and then asked, you said before that you would fulfill a wish of the final winner in the fighting world. Of course, the transcendent said matter-of-factly. The so-called competitive competition must have prizes. So. Nian clenched his fists and asked in a deep voice, can you find a specific person in Duanyuan? Outside, in the Marvel Universe. Two white spaceships stood not far from each other. Superheroes or supervillains were all attracted by the words of the transcendent. Even gods have wishes they want to fulfill. Many people are eager to go to the neighboring Dojia planet. Since most people's attention is focused on the existence of white light, that is, the transcendent, no one noticed that a red-haired young man quietly returned to the spaceship. Winning in the Dojia in the end? Why should I participate in such a boring game? As long as I swallow you directly, I can fulfill all my wishes. The devourer of planets on the second white spaceship suddenly sneered, his tall and burly body flew up, turned into a human-shaped stream of light and rushed towards the end of the white light on the top dome. At the same time, a destructive force that is enough to devour the civilization of stars awakens and releases from the devourer of planets. Damn, he got ahead of me. Doom whispered in annoyance. He actually had the same idea, that is, to absorb and transform the energy of the transcendent for his own use. As long as you have the power of a transcendent, what wish can't be fulfilled? Everyone on the two spaceships looked up and watched, only Nian shook his head secretly. If the other party was so easy to deal with, he would not have chosen to evacuate at the first time. The next moment. Boom! A white light flashed, and the universe was instantly eclipsed. The tall body of the devourer was directly knocked back by a white beam of light, and fell to the neighboring Dojia planet without any ability to fight back, just like the scene where the devourer casually attacked the Ultron robot before. The Dojia competition officially begins. The source of the white light, the transcendent, announced loudly. Chapter 568. Two white spaceships carrying superheroes and supervillains from different universes and time are approaching the neighboring planet called Dojia. Before the two white spaceships completely landed on the Dojia planet, beings with flying or special mobility abilities have left the spaceships one after another and landed in various places in Dojia. This unprecedented scene is also enough to shock people. It can be seen that figures, some with cloaks, some with glare, some with spider silk, some with thunder, and some with flames, landed on the planet. Of course, many people choose to form a group directly, such as the Avengers, X-Men, Fantastic Three and other teams. After all, the Transcendence is just to select the final winner, but it does not say any rules and regulations. There is no rule that competitors cannot work together, so finding a good team to form a group is obviously the best choice to start. Soon. The two spaceships are still in the air, and the number of people left on the spaceships is less than half, and most of the people who stay have found each other's teams. The white spaceship was flying at a constant speed downward. When it was about 100 meters from the ground, a red-haired young man suddenly jumped off the first spaceship alone. Oh. Seeing the red-haired young man's actions, the superheroes and supervillains still on the spaceship showed thoughtful expressions. It is completely imaginable. When the two spaceships completely landed in a fighting world, the people left on the spaceship will usher in a fierce battle, and the first to be eliminated will be the lone wolf. However, I thought the red-haired young man had a team long ago, but I didn't expect that he was a lone wolf who didn't fit in the end. Professor X Charles, who was sitting in a wheelchair, suddenly opened his eyes and telepathically scanned the red-haired young man's falling back. For some reason, he always felt that the other person's figure looked familiar. "Professor, what's wrong?" Beast Hank asked curiously. "Nothing, it will be very dangerous later, we need to be on guard together," Professor X Charles said in a deep voice. "I understand." Beast Hank nodded, and he had already transformed into a blue-haired beast, looking around vigilantly. Fortunately, the team they formed at the moment was the X-Men and some mutants, which was the temporary force with the most people on the field. "We don't need to compete for the title of the final winner, just protect ourselves." Although Professor X Charles said this, his brain was still difficult to restrain, thinking that if a wish could really be fulfilled, what would it be like to turn everyone in the mutant world into mutants? In that case, the ideals pursued by him and Magneto could be realized without any disagreement. Somewhere in the fighting world, the red-haired young man continued to fall in free fall. In the last 3 meters before touching the ground, the dark red windbreaker on his body flicked down, causing him to land steadily on the ground. Nian looked up at the sky, the side where the 2 white spaceships were constantly moving away. Not long after, there were all kinds of bombing and chaotic fighting sounds from there, and they were completely fighting. Sure enough, Nian shook his head. In the absence of any rules, it seems that there is an absolute advantage in grouping, but the temptation thrown by the transcendent is too great. Facing the desire for the final victory, there are always people in the team who are selfish. Therefore, if you stick together here, you will face huge pressure from both inside and outside. Of course, being alone in the fighting world is much more dangerous than being in a group. In order to prevent the lone wolf from taking advantage of the situation, the temporary team will obviously clean up the lone wolf and then decide the final winner. In fact, Nian in the Scarlet mode can find a place to hide and wait until the final stage to make a move. However, Nian gave up this idea on the spaceship, because he couldn't wait any longer. A man who is alone. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice came from not far behind Nian. Nian turned around. It was a very beautiful woman in a tube-top dress, stepping on high heels and approaching slowly, with bright and soft golden hair like the morning sun, and the exposed skin shining with a bright luster. She has an almost perfect face, a devilish body that is full of temptation, and she steps out with her slender legs wrapped in black and white stockings. Every move she makes exudes an alluring charm. "Do you think no one noticed you when you disappeared on the spaceship?" The beautiful woman threw a wink and giggled lazily and charmingly. "I have a first-class eye for men, there is no mistake, no matter how much you hide, you are far better than many men. So, you choose me as your opponent?" Nian lowered his head slightly, and the shadow of the peaked cap and the brim covered his face, and no expression could be seen. "Wrong answer." The beautiful woman licked her lips with her pink tongue, approached Nian, pointed at his heart and said, "You are not my opponent, but my prey, my slave." "Has no one told you? My name is, Charming Witch." The beautiful woman smiled coquettishly, and her round beauty swayed. She gently put her hands on Nian's shoulders. "My slave, don't kneel down." As she said, the beautiful woman raised her left foot, imagining that the other party would bend down like a puppy. It's not narcissism, but self-confidence. The Charming Witch has exclusive self-confidence. Her own beauty combined with the magic of charm is enough to make her the nemesis of the opposite sex. "Has no one told you?" The young man suddenly sighed. He suddenly stretched out the palm of his right hand, grasped the slender neck of the Charming Witch, and lifted her up. "My name is Nian. The enchantress is heading in this direction, her ability is too dangerous, the opponent must be punished first." Thor said, holding Mjolnir in hand. He led other Avengers members to a certain place. "Are we going to fight for the ultimate victory?" Spider-Man raised his hand and asked. "It doesn't matter whether we win the final victory, what's important is that we can't let others, especially supervillains, be the final winner." Iron Man, who was flying almost close to the ground, said in a deep voice. "I agree." Hawkeye, who was carrying a special bow and arrow, seconded that if the supervillain made a wish to destroy the world, wouldn't everything be doomed? "The enchantress should be right in front, please be careful and don't be seduced by her magic." Thor, god of thunder, held Mjolnir tightly and reminded him again. The witch's ability is related to the fairy palace, so he knows very well how troublesome the opponent is. "Look, she's right there." Iron Man, who was flying at low altitude, suddenly stopped his warning words. That is. Thor, Spider-Man, Hawkeye, and Black Widow also saw the scene ahead, and they were all stunned at the same time. But see. The charming enchantress was sitting cross-legged on the ground, her arms tightly hugging the left leg of a young man. Her beautiful pink cheeks were lifted up eagerly, and she exhaled the hot breath while exhaling the sweetness in her mouth. Ah, this. Is the enchantress seduced?